I am an abandoned child, constantly subjected to disdain, loathing, and mockery. Even the beloved woman to whom I have devoted everything refuses to cast a glance my way. I have lingered on the brink of despair until one day, my mysterious biological parents sought me out. I have an elder brother, for years my senior, who is naturally endowed with a certain foolishness rather unflatteringly. One might call him a simpleton. Yet, my parents dote on him excessively, while I, possessing a sharp mind, am left in neglect. From childhood to adulthood, whether in clothing or possessions, I have always been left with my brother's cast-offs, leaving me with a profound sense of imbalance. Rumors in the village suggest that my brother is my parents' biological child, while I am merely a stray they picked up from afar. In the summer of 2009, I received my university acceptance letter, a monumental piece of news that illuminated my dreary heart with a glimmer of hope. However, this was swiftly followed by a thunderous blow. My parents declared they had no funds to support my education, urging me to abandon such aspirations. No amount of pleading could sway them, and I resigned myself to my fate, tears in my eyes. A few days later, a girl unexpectedly appeared at our home. Her skin was fair, her features exquisite, and she exuded a certain grace that unmistakably marked her as a girl from the city. The moment I laid eyes on her, my heart raced uncontrollably. Having grown up in a remote valley, I had never encountered such beauty. Eventually, I learned her name was Xiaoya, a bride purchased by my father with all his savings for my brother. It was said she was still a pristine maiden. My father's claim of being unable to afford my university tuition was merely a ruse to justify spending all his money on my brother's marriage. I had tolerated their favoritism for years, but the chance to attend university was my sole opportunity to alter my fate. They cruelly stripped me of this chance, and I felt an overwhelming resentment towards the unfairness of the world. That night, I wept beneath my blankets, feeling utterly forsaken. After a brief period of acquaintance, I discovered that Xiaoya was an exceptionally quiet girl. Perhaps brainwashed by traffickers, she did not behave like other brides who attempted to escape. However, her silence seemed excessive. She never spoke or left her room, like a puppet devoid of expression. The family believed she had suffered too much trauma and had become dull-witted, yet I could discern a flicker of normalcy in her eyes. Soon, the day of my brother's wedding arrived, the 7th day of the 7th lunar month. Our home was filled with a festive atmosphere, and nearly everyone from the village gathered to celebrate. Even some local ruffians came to partake, boldly suggesting that my brother lend his bride to them for their amusement after the wedding night. To my astonishment, my brother, in his naivete, readily agreed. Their words struck a nerve within me, and I found myself instinctively raising a glass. My first experience with alcohol. As I began to feel the effects of the drink, my brother drunkenly approached me, requesting that I carry his bride to their chamber while he continued to drink. I turned my gaze towards Xiaoya in the crowd. In that moment, she looked particularly enchanting, a rosy hue gracing her fair cheeks, enhancing her femininity. Yet, her expression was one of distress, as a group of young men pressed drinks upon her, some taking leave. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across my face, and tears of joy cascaded from my eyes. I suddenly raised my voice, bellowing at her, "Listen, I am letting you go not for monetary gain. I seek nothing from you. I am the only educated person in my family. I understand the law. I know that trafficking women is illegal. I release you solely because I do not wish for them to err further. If you wish to repay this kindness, I beseech you to not report me." With that, I turned away once more, not glancing back. In an effort to prevent Xiao Yu from witnessing my emotional collapse, I quickened my pace. Her voice echoed behind me, but it was drowned out by the blaring horn of a halted bus. I could not discern her words, nor did I wish to. On my journey home, I pondered the reasons behind my decision to liberate Xiao Yu. Was it truly out of fear of my parents breaking the law? Or was I afraid of witnessing her demise before me? Perhaps it was my dread that my foolish brother would tarnish her. Years later, I would come to realize it was all due to that damned infatuation. As I approached the village entrance, I was seized by an aggressive mob of villagers who dragged me back to my home. The place was overcrowded with people, and my parents quickly returned, demanding answers. I refrained from futile excuses and confessed everything. My parents were furious. They raised their hands against me in a furious assault. Even my brother, in a fit of madness, clutched at my clothes, demanding compensation for his wife. My relatives, too, were incensed and joined in the beating. That night, I was beaten into unconsciousness. The pain of my wounds felt distant and muted. All I knew was that when I awoke, I had lost the use of one leg. No one took me to the hospital. I dragged my injured body, enduring even harsher psychological torment. My family harbored a deep-seated hatred for me, and the villagers looked upon me with disdain. My father spiraled into the abyss of alcoholism each time he was drunk. I became the target of his rage. I bore it all on my crippled leg, while I labored, yet my meals were insufficient. My life was plunged into unending darkness, yet I felt no regret. At the very least, Xiaoyu was free, and I was spared the torment of my own conscience. I believed I would endure this existence for a lifetime, but then, on an unpredictable day in late August, fate intervened. Like a ferocious tiger, the police stormed into our village, rescuing many trafficked women and arresting several villagers, including my parents. My life was irrevocably altered. I became the target of the villagers' scorn and violence. They all believed I had summoned the police, declaring I, the traitor, could no longer remain in the village. I had no defense, for I knew that even if it was Xiaoyu who reported the crime, the responsibility lay with me. I could no longer stay in the village that had birthed and nurtured me. I had no choice but to gather my meager belongings and savings accumulated over the years, fleeing the village like a lost dog. The further I distanced myself from the village, the more I wept. A multitude of emotions swelled within me, but the most profound was my reluctance to leave my elderly grandmother, my foolish brother, and the guilt I felt for my imprisoned parents. I understood that it was Xiaoyu who had indirectly caused my exile. She was the one who reported the crime. Yet, ultimately, I could only blame myself. I had set her free, and before doing so, I should have foreseen the consequences. The painful price I paid was entirely of my own making. I wandered aimlessly for several days, akin to a lost soul, until I arrived at the train station. Watching the throngs of people, I noticed university students pulling their suitcases, and my despondent heart stirred slightly. Fate had conspired against me, preventing me from attending university like a normal child. Nevertheless, that university, remained my dream. Even if I lacked the funds to enroll, I longed to see the place where my aspirations resided. With this thought in mind, I reluctantly took out the little money I had saved for lodging and meals and purchased a train ticket, embarking on my quest for dreams. During the peak of the school season, the train resembled a chaotic marketplace, filled to the brim with passengers. I had only a standing ticket for the 20-hour journey, enduring the entire trip on my feet, unable to afford the expensive offerings on board. I persevered through hunger and thirst. At last, I reached my destination. The scorching sun hit me like a blast, momentarily disorienting me. I entered a small shop, yearning for a bottle of water. However, as I reached in my pocket, I discovered it had torn and all my frugal savings had vanished. My legs weakened, and I collapsed onto the ground, tears of helplessness streaming down my face. It dawned on meth people in my village were not the only ones with malice. The outside world was equally treacherous. I suddenly felt that there were no good people left in this world. This devastating blow drained the last remnants of my strength and willpower. I laboriously lifted my head to face the blazing sun, and in that moment, I succumbed. I surrendered to the harshness of reality, to the injustices of life. My dreams felt so distant. How could I ever hope to reach that university, utterly destitute and exhausted? Overwhelmed, I could no longer bear the sun's relentless glare. I lowered my head, and tears fell from my pained eyes onto the ground. At that moment, I was even worse off than a beggar. At least they possessed the strength to plead for help, while I had lost everything, including my faintest hope. I was weary and wished to sleep, but just as I prepared to close my eyes, a 10-yuan note floated down before me, like a shining treasure. In that instant, I understood I had been mistaken for a beggar. Yet, instead of feeling shame, a flicker of warmth ignited in my desolate heart. I suddenly believed that not all hope was lost. Kind-hearted individuals did exist in this world. I glimpsed a glimmer of hope, the hope of survival. Picking up the 10-yuan, I raised my face, wanting to express my gratitude to the generous stranger. Perhaps sensing something, as I lifted my gaze, the girl holding a pink suitcase turned to look at me. At that moment, our eyes met, and a rush of emotions surged through me. I stood frozen, for that familiar face belonged to none other than the transformed Xiaoyu. Under the sunlight, she radiated brilliance and youth. Her beauty shimmered with a unique light, captivating my eyes and heart, causing it to tremble violently. Xiaoyu's expression mirrored my astonishment as she incredulously uttered, "Good Tian?" Just then, a well-dressed middle-aged man approached Xiaoyu, casually surveying me before asking, "Yeah, do you know him?" I was uncertain how long my remaining consciousness could endure. My mind was a chaotic storm, and I longed to confront her, demanding to know if she was the one who had reported me, questioning why she had set in motion the events that led to my family's ruin. Yet, I refrained from doing so. I understood that this was the consequence of my own actions. Now, I resembled a beaten dog before her, and I felt no desire to appear pitiful or beg for her mercy. With great effort, I rose to my feet, summoning all my strength to take a deep breath. I did not look at her instead. I masked my dialect with standard Mandarin and replied softly, "I'm sorry. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Thank you for your money." With that, I turned and limped away with newfound determination. In that moment, I shed my weakness and felt a surge of boldness erupt from within. Xiaoyu did not call out to me, but I could sense the heat of her gaze burning into my back. Nonetheless, I refused to look back, propelling myself forward with all my strength, struggling to exit the train station. Upon reaching a small convenience store, I held the Tinyuan note she had given me to my nose, inhaling deeply before handing it to the shopkeeper. I purchased a bottle of water and a piece of bread, quenching my thirst and satisfying my hunger. Clutching the change I received, I resolutely embarked on the road to university. The moment I disembarked from the bus, the grandiose university gates captivated my very soul. I stood transfixed, observing the endless stream of students pouring through the majestic entrance, each face illuminated by a radiant smile of joy. How I longed to join them, brimming with enthusiasm and hope, stepping into the dreamlike campus. Yet, ultimately, I could only lower my head and, limping, traverse the vibrant atmosphere alone, enveloped in solitude. With heavy steps, I traversed every inch of the campus, where everything felt like a poison tugging at my heart. A myriad of buildings, towering trees, lush flowers, and a lively throng of laughter and cheer. All of this beauty, however, did not belong to me, yet I could not bear to abandon it. Even if I could not become one of its students, I resolved to remain here, guarding my dreams. With this thought, I immediately embarked on a quest to find work within the school. Alas, my aspirations were resolute, yet reality proved brutally stark. I inquired at every shop in the school's commercial street, visited every cafeteria, but not a single place would accept me for menial tasks. Perhaps even they wished not to have my unclean presence tarnish this sacred campus. After countless stumbles and enduring many cold glances, I still did not relinquish the desire to linger at this university. Homeless, I had seemingly adopted it as my second home. Reality may shatter fragile souls, but it cannot easily crush a resilient spirit. Dragging my weary body, I tirelessly sought opportunities and persevered until, at last, fortune smiled upon me. I secured a position at a small restaurant near the school, owned by a couple from Sichuan. Whether they took pity on me or were genuinely in need of help, I could not tell. Though the pay was modest, I felt immense gratitude. With the school year in full swing, the restaurant thrived, and I found myself busier than ever. However, after a hearty meal, I managed to work efficiently, and my education allowed me to assist the owners with bookkeeping. Observing my diligent efforts, they voluntarily increased my wages by 200 yuan. Thus, day by day, I toiled, consuming the remnants left by customers and residing in the restaurant, effectively watching over the establishment. My work was demanding, yet whenever I found a moment of respite, I would dash back to the school, the best reward for my labor. At times, I would sneak into a classroom to audit lectures. Other times, I would clandestinely peruse books in a library. More often, I sat alone in the shade of trees, watching the freshmen undergo military training, filled with myriad emotions. Countless times, I wished to be one among the many clad in camouflage, but reality swiftly jolted me awake. Although dreams remained dreams, I found contentment in my life of working closely alongside the school. Soon, I had worked at the restaurant for over half a month, and the owners had come to trust me implicitly. One day, coinciding with the final day of military training for the new students, I was in the kitchen assisting as usual when, suddenly, the only two waitresses rushed in, anxious and seeking refuge from a disturbance in the dining area. The chef hurried to alert the owners while I continued diligently slicing radishes. Outwardly composed, I inwardly prayed for the chaos not to breach the kitchen, wishing to preserve the tranquility I had so painstakingly attained. Yet, halfway through slicing the radish, my body froze as if struck by lightning. That familiar cry echoed in my ears, and my heart, which I had forced to remain calm, began to race. As if possessed, I unhesitatingly dropped the knife and limped out of the kitchen. The restaurant was in utter disarray, and I stood in a corner, anxiously scanning the crowd. Upon spotting that face, I trembled uncontrollably. After parting ways at the train station, I had believed our paths would never cross again, that I could entirely sever ties with my painful past. Yet, how could I have anticipated that she would once again invade my vision, unbidden and... Chapter 3. Ambitious aspirations. As I gaze upon Xiaoya now, I observe that she has undergone a transformation since our last encounter. Clad in camouflage attire, she exudes an invigorating vitality. The rigors of military training have stripped away her youthful innocence, revealing a resilient charm that captivates. In stark contrast to the girl beside her, who appears as if she has just escaped from an African coal mine, Xiaoya's beauty shines all the more brightly. However, perhaps it is precisely this striking beauty that has attracted the unwelcome attention of a group of ruffians. In the face of their harassment, Xiaoya seems to have lost all rationality, her eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. Fortunately, she remains unscathed. Rather, it appears one of the thugs has sustained an injury. The scene before me is all too evident. These drunken louts have provoked Xiaoya, and she, ever vigilant, has struck one of them with a beer bottle. While others might find it incomprehensible that a girl could be so fierce, I understand all too well. Xiaoya was once a victim of human trafficking, leaving her with profound psychological scars and a lack of security. Confronted with such a situation, it is all too easy for her to lose her composure. Yet, regardless of her fierce resistance, she is ultimately a vulnerable young woman, unable to withstand the onslaught of these shameless thugs. As I watch her being dragged away, my heart aches for her, but I feel powerless to intervene. I have experienced the dire consequences of attempting to play the hero, an injury that cost me a leg and shattered my world. Furthermore, the hulking figures of the thugs, each adorned with tattoos, appear far more menacing than any real tiger. Not only I, a cripple, but even the able-bodied bystanders outside the restaurant dare not speak up. I find myself merely an onlooker, witnessing the unfolding drama. However, as Xiaoya is callously pulled toward the restaurant entrance, she suddenly catches sight of me in the crowd. In an instant, her frantic struggles cease, and she becomes eerily quiet, reminiscent of the times spent in my home. I distinctly perceive the emotions in her gaze: surprise, fear, helplessness, and a deep, unspoken plea. It is as if I had been transported back to the day of my brother's wedding, a flood of emotions overwhelming me. Her pleading eyes ignite in me a fierce sense of justice, shattering the walls of my defenses. I forget the painful past and my current plight. All I know is that this girl, who shares in my suffering, cannot be victimized. Unconsciously, I clench my fists and, with a sudden rush of determination, I shout at the top of my lungs, "Stop!" My voice resonates, powerful and commanding, cutting through the crowd and reaching the ears of the brutish thugs. As all eyes turn toward me, a wave of realization crashes over me. I have acted recklessly. How can someone as lowly as I presume to be a hero? Yet, the words have escaped my lips, and there is no taking them back. I straighten my posture, mustering all the righteous indignation I can, hoping my gaze can sway these thugs. Clearly, my naivety is misplaced. Instead of being intimidated, they seem taken aback. One particularly burly thug glares at me, growling, "What's the matter, kid? You want a medal?" With that, the rest of the miscreants join in, their fierce glares piercing through me. Even my boss, standing behind me, whispers in alarm, "Xiao Ge, don't do anything reckless." The onlookers regard me with incredulity, unable to fathom how a mere boy dares confront such men. In this moment, I truly contemplate retreating, but upon meeting Xiaoya's gaze, filled with joy and anticipation, I am propelled forward, powerless to resist. As I approach the group, I implore, "Could you please let the girl go?" The moment I take a step, my limp becomes evident, and laughter erupts among the thugs, as if they stumbled upon the greatest joke. One thug, his hair dye blonde, strides toward me, seizing my collar and snarling, "You pathetic cripple, what do you think you are? You think you can just dictate terms? That girl broke my brother's head. Do you think a few words will settle it? Get lost, or I'll break your other leg." As his words echo, the derisive laughter of his companions fills the air. Swallowing hard, I attempt to raise my voice above their jeers. "Just let her go. I'll pay for your medical expenses." The laughter ceases abruptly, replaced by palpable anger. The blonde thug, now infuriated, delivers a resounding slap to my face, sending me sprawling onto a table. Perhaps he believes I have diminished his authority, for he follows up with a vicious barrage of punches and kicks, cursing, "I'll let you take the lead, and you don't know your place, you worthless cripple." You think my brother's injury can be settled with a few words? I remain silent, enduring the blows. He continues to unleash his fury until I collapse to the ground. Only then does he bend down, condescendingly patting my face and sneering. Feeling soft, are we? Do you dare to meddle again? I manage a bitter smile, whispering, if beating me will satisfy you, then do as you wish. Just spare that girl. Upon hearing this, the thug straightens up, inhaling sharply, his rage boiling over. He grabs a beer bottle from the table and brings it crashing down upon my head. As the glass shatters, I fall, and he storms off, cursing. Lying on the ground, I struggle to lift my head, my vision blurred by blood, and I look toward the thugs. I thought they would release Xiaoya after venting their anger on me, but I was mistaken. They continued to drag her away, clearly intent on exploiting her beauty, using her supposed offense against their friend as a pretext. I am not oblivious to their intentions, yet I cannot bear to see Xiaoya suffer further. Having endured the trauma of abduction in the past, her psyche is fragile. Any additional stress could push her over the edge. As Xiaoya, tears streaming down her face, turns back to look at me, I am uncertain whether her tears stem from despair or sympathy for me. What I do know is that they grant me strength. Even in my insignificance, I must not lack courage. In that moment, I feel an awakening of masculine valor. Gathering all my strength, I seize a shard of glass from the ground and rise, charging at the thugs like a rabid dog, ignoring the excruciating pain in my leg. I dart behind a thug wearing a tank top and sporting long bangs, certain that he is their leader. When he turns to investigate the commotion, I grasp his hair with one hand while the other presses the glass shard against his throat. In my excitement, I inadvertently apply too much pressure, drawing blood. The other thugs finally realize something is amiss and whirl around, their expressions morphing into terror. With all my might, I bellow, "Let her go, or I will kill him." My desperate roar pierces through the air, causing the once arrogant thugs to falter. They plead for me to release their leader, threatening retaliation if I do not comply. Although their bravado remains, I perceive a distinct lack of conviction. Understanding the principle of capturing the leader to defeat the gang, I grip the shard tighter, pressing it deeper into the thug's skin, blood trickling down his neck. With my eyes ablaze, I raise my voice once more. I said, "Let her go." The soft fears the hard, and the hard fears the reckless. I, a reckless madman, truly startled everyone present. Not only the gang of golden-haired and red-haired ruffians, but even the usually composed young man with long bangs broke into a cold sweat. He hastily signaled his underlings to release Xiaoya and threatened me, saying, "Little brother, don't act rashly. If you let me go, we can consider this matter settled. Otherwise, you will pay with your life." I ignored him, fixating on Xiaoya, who had been freed by the thugs. I shouted at her, "You need to leave this place." Xiaoya cried, even more intensely than before. I could read the fear in her eyes. She was afraid I would act recklessly, and even more afraid of what might happen to me. Hesitating, she did not leave, but anxiously shouted back, "What will you do if I leave?" Gritting my teeth, I firmly replied, "I have a way to escape. You must leave quickly. Now." After saying this, I turned my gaze to the black-haired girl who had come with Xiaoya, urging her to take Xiaoya away. The stunned black-haired girl finally snapped back to reality, forcibly pulling Xiaoya away. Perhaps fearing I might truly do something foolish, or fearing that the thugs might change their minds and capture her again, Xiaoya was reluctantly led away, glancing back every few steps. It was only when her worried and grateful face vanished from my sight that I felt a sense of relief wash over me, a smile unconsciously tugging at my lips. This was a smile of liberation, a transformation. Throughout my life, regardless of my parents' favoritism or their beatings, I had never resisted. Even when bullied by classmates, I had never dared to retort. I had always endured passively, but today, at this moment, I had taken the first step toward courage. I dared to stand against others. I was willing to risk my life to fight back against dark forces. I finally discovered the true essence of manhood within myself, regardless of the outcome. At least for now, I could see the fear etched on the faces of those who had acted as henchmen. Xiaoya had left, yet I maintained my grip, unwavering. They were frightened, terrified that this madman might truly resolve their leader. The tone of the young man with long bangs softened, and he no longer dared to threaten me, instead pleading for me to let him go, claiming that everything could be discussed and that they had merely been joking with the girl, without any malice. I was not foolish. I understood the consequences of releasing him. From the very beginning, I had anticipated my fate. I could not escape, nor would I attempt to. After all, if I were to escape unscathed, this gang of ruffians would undoubtedly seek revenge on Xiaoya, and I would only be endangering her. Therefore, once I was certain Xiaoya had safely returned to the campus, I slowly removed the shard of glass from the neck of the young man with long bangs. Chapter 4. An unpaid debt addressing the pack of wolves before me. I calmly stated, I apologize. I simply cannot bear to witness so many men bullying a single girl. If you have pent-up frustration, unleash it upon me. I willingly accept the consequences. With that, I gently closed my eyes, filled with the fervor of a dying warrior. Clearly, this group of individuals was not moved by my noble resolve. As the shard of glass fell from my hand with a resounding clatter, they charged at me furiously. Soon, fists and feet rained down upon me, and I was swiftly knocked to the ground. The pain coursing through my body could no longer stimulate my nerves. No matter how they trampled me, I remained silent. Compared to the humiliation of having my legs broken by my father, this torment felt far more liberating. Gradually, I succumbed to the grandeur of pain and slipped into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, I found myself in a small clinic. Fortunately, my mind remained clear, and I could move my limbs. Alone, I hung from a foredrip, the sound of the clinic's clock ticking away, the seconds echoing in my ears. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. The grand scene from before my fainting spell replayed in my mind, and in the aftermath of the chaos, only solitude remained. Alongside my injured body, I touched my bandaged head, still throbbing with pain, and gently closed my eyes. Before long, a colleague from the kitchen arrived, assisting me with the medical expenses. Once I finished the drip, he held me back to the restaurant. The boss personally greeted me at the door, praising my loyalty and courage. After a lengthy commendation, he lowered his voice to address the matter at hand, cautioning me that I had offended the local ruffians. As they fled, they had threatened to assault me whenever they encountered me again, and the police were powerless against them. The boss, fearful of the situation, did not dare to keep me on and instead prepared a month's salary as compensation. The inevitable had arrived, although I had braced myself for it. I could not suppress the feeling of loss. This had been my second home, and now it was gone. The peaceful life I had aspired to was shattered once more. Xiaoya seemed to be my natural nemesis. Twice I had saved her, and twice I had paid a painful price. I feared not the injuries, but rather becoming a drifting soul, utterly alone. The home I had grown up in was gone, and I had believed I could depend on this dream of university life. Yet this nemesis was here studying as well. I truly wished to sever all ties with her. Although I had brought this upon myself and could not blame her, I now wished only to distance myself as far away as possible. Accepting my first paycheck from the boss, which was not substantial but felt heavy in my hands, I shouldered my bag and thanked him before turning to leave the restaurant. The city, which had been basking in relentless sun for over a month, was now graced with a gentle drizzle, as if the heavens wept for my grim predicament. This night was eerily quiet as I walked alone in the rain. My heart heavy. The leg that had been injured by the thugs was now even more cumbersome, and I endured the pain, limping toward the university gates. The distance was not far, yet it felt like an eternity. Standing outside the gates, gazing at the brightly lit classrooms within, my face fell into sorrow, tears cascading down my cheeks without my noticing. All my pain and reluctance coalesced in those tears. I dared not cry aloud, only standing silently for what felt like ages, gazing at the campus that held my dreams. Suddenly, the ringing of the bell broke the tranquility of the night, snapping me back to reality. Wiping my tears furiously, I turned to leave, but in that fleeting moment, I noticed a figure behind me, holding an umbrella in the rain. Though she had changed her attire, I recognized her instantly. Perhaps fearing the ruffian's harassment, she concealed herself under a black sports outfit and a cap. Yet her beauty remained undeniable. Xiaoya was as captivating as ever, compelling me to glance back despite my intention to flee. I feigned indifference, pretending not to see her, lowering my head and limping away. As I brushed past her, Xiaoya finally spoke, her voice gentle. "Gutian, how did you end up working here?" Turning back, I found her dark, expressive eyes locked onto mine, clear and bright. I dared not look longer, fearing my resolve would waver, and so I averted my gaze to the rain-soaked ground, responding coolly, "Don't worry, I didn't follow you here. I had no idea you were at this university before I came to work." From her words, I detected a hint of doubt, and I wished to dispel any misconceptions about my intentions. After a prolonged silence, she spoke again. What happened to your leg? You were fine at home. Is it because of me? At that moment, her tone bore a trace of sadness. I continued to look down, coldly replying, It has nothing to do with you. I slipped and fell. Xiaoya softly acknowledged this with an O, then continued, Why did you save me again? Aren't you afraid of the danger? Her voice had become somewhat hoarse. Still, I could not bear to look at her. I knew I must remain resolute, completely severing our connection, with no lingering feelings. Thus, I replied coldly, Haha, I didn't know it was you. The boss mentioned there was trouble in the restaurant and hoped someone would intervene, so I stepped up. It has nothing to do with you. Xiaoya seemed disappointed by my response, softly uttering another O. I truly did not wish to prolong this conversation, so I directly stated, Is everything all right now? If it is, I'll be leaving. Upon finishing my words, I immediately took a step forward. After just a few strides, a gentle call from behind reached my ears. Where are you going? Where could I possibly go? Without turning back, I merely tossed her 3 words. Leave this place. Xiaoya promptly caught up to me, running ahead to hand me a wad of cash, saying, This is 10,000 yuan. I just withdrew. I know it's a bit insufficient, but it's all I can offer right now. If you think it's too little, I can ask my father to send more. Money, for a homeless person like me, is incredibly significant. Yet why did the sight of it fill me with such discomfort? It utterly obliterated the last remnants of my dignity that I wished to preserve. If Xiaoya's previous words of concern were mere comfort, her current act of throwing money at me truly infuriated me. What did she think of me? Perhaps, from the very beginning, she viewed me as someone who would do anything for money. For money. I abandoned her on the day of my brother's wedding. For money. I came to this school to save her. I have endured so much and lost so much, only to be regarded as a soulless, lowly figure, even beneath a beggar. I longed to slap myself, to hurl the money back at her, and loudly declare that my assistance was not motivated by financial gain. Would 10,000 yuan restore my home? Would it heal my injured leg? Would it erase all the humiliation and suffering I have endured? Anger surged within me, and I couldn't help but raise my head, glaring at Xiaoya. To my dismay, her face remained so pure and beautiful, her eyes even reflecting concern. I struggled to express my fury, striving to accept this absurd outcome. Perhaps all my sacrifices could merely be compensated by this 10,000 yuan. My losses, my sacrifices, though devoid of the respect and understanding I deserved, at least were not entirely valueless. With this thought, I shakily extended my hands and accepted the cash from Xiaoya, forcing a smile as I said, What I did for you was merely a small effort. Today, I merely sustained a minor injury. It's nothing serious. I appreciate you giving me this much money. Thank you. After stowing the cash in my bag, I swiftly bypassed her and limped away. At that moment, I fervently wished to draw a clear boundary between us. Henceforth, I owed her nothing, and she owed me nothing. With 10,000 yuan, we were even. The rain fell increasingly heavily, and my tears flowed uncontrollably, mingling with the rainwater, rendering my face a picture of despair. I wished to conceal my vulnerability from her. I needed to retain the last remnants of my dignity to remain strong. Chapter 5. Pride and humility. I limped quickly, not stopping until I had completely vanished from her sight. Suddenly, I lifted my head and let out a heart-wrenching wail, sobbing uncontrollably. My cries were drowned out by the torrential downpour, as if the entire world wept for me. In that moment, I felt like the most unfortunate person on earth. Dragging my disheveled body, I stepped into a bar that felt utterly foreign to me. The flickering lights, the thundering music, the dancing crowd. The frenzied energy. I was engulfed in the throng, drinking alone, one glass after another. I had heard that alcohol could numb the nerves, making the suffering feel joy. Yet why, after consuming so much, did I only feel dizzy and nauseous, with my troubles persisting unabated? The dancers in the club were growing more exuberant, and numerous enchanting women, like serpents, surrounded a proud young man, swaying and dancing with abandon. Comparing myself to them, I felt as though I were not of this world. Why could others live so confidently while I felt so stifled? The road ahead seemed interminable. How was I to traverse it? Must I live a life of perpetual humiliation? No, I could not succumb to despair. Regardless of how rugged the path may be, I must strive to live with purpose. To alter this dismal fate, there was but one choice: to attend university. Previously, due to a lack of money power, and courage, I had lost the opportunity for higher education. Now, with 10,000 yuan in hand, I believed that as long as there was a glimmer of hope, I would seize this singular chance to change my destiny. With that thought, I raised my glass and drank it all in one go. The following day, I got a haircut, purchased a set of inexpensive clothing, and presented myself in a manner slightly more respectable before heading straight to the school. With my admission notice in hand, I rushed around the campus, pleading with anyone I encountered, employing both charm and persistence. Ultimately, the school agreed to accept this latecomer. Once the paperwork was completed, I immediately headed to the assigned. After walking for quite some time, I finally heard the curious voice of the little black girl. "Isn't he the lame man who risked his life to save you last time? Why didn't you thank him?" The little black girl was unaware, but I knew that little you had already grown silent towards me. Regardless of how I appeared in her eyes, it was evident that she had sensed my indifference and deliberate avoidance. She wisely chose to distance herself from me henceforth. When we crossed paths again, it was as if we had never known each other, not even exchanging greetings. This was the outcome I desired, yet the reality of it filled me with profound heartache and an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Reflecting on the past, I realized how foolish I had been, persistently evading and putting on airs. Whenever she wished to speak, I would either ignore her or respond with despicable lies. I merely wanted to sever all ties with her, to escape her gaze as swiftly as possible. Yet, now that we truly had no connection, I felt even more anguish than before. I couldn't comprehend why I had acted so foolishly. Was it out of anger towards her, fear of trouble she might bring, or a desire to completely forget her? After a night of contemplation, clarity dawned upon me. The reason I dared not face her any longer, why I resented her monetary assistance, and uttered insincere words, all stemmed from one word: inferiority. Inferiority and self-esteem are but a thin line apart. An overwhelming sense of inferiority arises from a fragile sense of pride. I desperately wanted to maintain my pitiful self-respect in front of little you, because, from the moment I first laid eyes on her, she had remained a goddess in my heart. I simply did not want to be looked down upon by my goddess. Once I acknowledged this truth, I often found myself wandering to the playground, hiding in secluded corners, yearning to steal a glimpse of little you. However, as fate would have it, when I intended to see her, she was always out of reach. Perhaps, once certain things are lost, they can never be reclaimed, including destiny. By the end of October, my life continued to be solitary and busy. I had not encountered little you again, nor had any extraordinary events transpired. I had somewhat resigned myself to this fate and had genuinely begun to let go. Yet, life has a way of surprising you when you least expect it. One day, as I emerged from the library, walking alone down a narrow path, I noticed a group of people gathered. As I approached, I realized a familiar scene was unfolding once more. Little you was being harassed. The group surrounding her was led by a boy with long bangs, the same troublemakers from before. They had somehow found their way to the school. My heart raced, and instinctively, I hid behind a tree. I overheard the thugs demanding money from little you, referencing the injuries from the last encounter, and threatening that their leader had nearly lost his life. They were clearly prepared, and I found myself pondering whether I was simply unfortunate or whether fate had a penchant for placing me in melodramatic scenarios where a hero must rescue a damsel in distress. However, having learned from past experiences and the severe repercussions, I was terrified to act recklessly again. I could not afford to jeopardize my place at this university, nor did I wish to risk sustaining further injuries. In the throes of inner turmoil, I chose to remain hidden behind the tree, convinced that the ruffians would not dare to cause a scene at school. Yet, this resolve faltered the moment I glimpsed the helplessness in Lil Yu's eyes. To be honest, I had no immunity against her. No matter how rational or composed I tried to be, her gaze easily unraveled me. Her beauty captivated me, and my heart swung between indecision. Just as I hesitated, little Yu, who was confronting the thugs, suddenly caught sight of me behind the tree. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, I could no longer restrain myself. Regardless of my cowardice and thick skin, I could not hide any longer. Slowly, I began to step forward, ready to approach them. However, before I could draw my metaphorical sword to assist, a true hero emerged at the critical moment. Chapter 6. The Charisma of a Man. I recognized this hero. His name was perhaps Luan Yu, and he was exceptionally handsome, so much so that I felt a twinge of jealousy. His reputation at school was formidable. Even I had heard of him, particularly because rumors of his involvement with little Yu circulated widely. with many believing they were a match made in heaven. To my astonishment, at such a pivotal moment, he descended like a knight in shining armor. Compared to my clumsy attempts at heroism, his entrance was undeniably commanding. Even before he arrived, his booming command to let her go echoed through the narrow path, startling even me, the furtive observer, who quickly retreated behind the tree. As I looked up, I saw 3 boys, clad in short sleeves with jackets draped over their shoulders, striding confidently towards us. The leader, exuding an air of authority, was none other than the legendary Luanyu. Perhaps the imposing presence of these boys, who bore a striking resemblance to delinquents, intimidated the thugs into silence. Upon Luanyu's approach, noticing that the thugs showed no sign of releasing little Yu, a look of anger instantly crossed his face. He flicked the cigarette, but from his fingers to the ground, and crushed it with force before bellowing. I said, "Let her go." "Did you hear me?" His words were nothing short of powerful, rendering the thugs seemingly devoid of confidence. In the realm of heroic rescues, his every action radiated an alluring charm. Reflecting on my own past attempts, I found it laughable in comparison. Logically, Luanyu should not possess such an imposing aura. He was merely accompanied by 2 companions, one a bespectacled bookworm and the other a robust, dark-skinned athlete, still glistening with sweat from a recent basketball game, clutching a ball with a disdainful expression. This trio, despite being just students, exuded an undeniable sense of intimidation, causing even the long-haired ruffians to freeze in their tracks. The thugs appeared as if caught in a compromising situation, visibly uncomfortable. However, once they realized their opponents were merely students, their bravado returned. The blonde thug who had previously assaulted me stepped forward, shouting at Luanyu, "Who the hell do you think you are? I advise you to mind your own business, or you'll regret it." While such words might have intimidated me, they held no sway over Luanyu. After all, he was no stranger to confrontation. Moreover, this was a matter of pride in front of a woman. In response to the blonde's threat, he merely lifted his chin slightly and retorted, "Scram." That single word was a chilling ultimatum, embodying the essence of masculine allure. Luanyu's charisma was nothing short of captivating, leaving me, the bystander, utterly spellbound. Who among us could maintain such composure and superiority in the face of thugs? That was true courage, the hallmark of a real man. I was undeniably affected, recognizing that this audaciously attractive young man was not to be underestimated. Yet, the thugs were not as perceptive as I was. Perhaps feeling humiliated, they quickly began to taunt Luanyu, declaring, "What can you guys do to us? Do you even know who our boss is?" Evidently, Luanyu had lost his patience. He wore a bemused expression before addressing the robust young man beside him. "Lazy, can you handle them?" The young man, dubbed Lazy, grinned widely and replied casually, "No problem." With that, he tossed the basketball and jacket onto the slender boy's shoulder before swiftly advancing towards the thugs. I have heard of this Lazy, though I have never encountered him personally. He is somewhat notorious at school for his fierce fighting skills. It is said that upon the start of the school year, he got into a conflict with someone, resulting in that person being hospitalized. Afterward, he returned to school as if nothing had happened. Now, I understand that his backing lies with Luanyu. However, I'm not inclined to delve deeper into this. Instead, I focus intently on the unfolding drama before me. This one against 4 spectacle is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. Watching it feels akin to viewing a captivating television drama, and I cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. Indeed, Lazy lives up to his reputation, moving with the agility of a practiced fighter. His robust physique belies an extraordinary swiftness of movement, catching the thugs off guard. This sight ignites a fervor within me, and in a matter of moments, all 4 thugs are brought down, one of them hitting the ground hard enough to draw blood. Truth be told, this scene is quite stirring, leaving the female lead, Xiaoyu, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the male lead, Luanyu, achieves his aim, a confident smile gracing his handsome face. He strides over to the long-haired thug, gazes down at him, and abruptly tosses several 100 yuan bills onto his person, coldly stating, "Take this for your injuries and get lost. Should I see you around school again, you won't be so fortunate." Initially, the long-haired thug seems poised to retort, but perhaps overwhelmed by the commotion and the arrival of several boys in basketball jerseys asking if they can assist Luanyu, he quickly retreats with his companions, leaving in shame. In that moment, Luanyu stands like a legendary hero, having vanquished the monsters, then approaches Xiaoyu with a gentlemanly demeanor, whispering something I cannot quite hear. Yet, I distinctly note Xiao Yu casting a disappointed glance in my direction before she follows Luan Yu away. Lei Zi and the basketball players wisely choose not to follow, their faces adorned with triumphant smiles. This hero's rescue of the damsel is executed flawlessly. Rather than assembling a large entourage to intimidate the thugs, Luan Yu's approach highlights his charismatic prowess while allowing his entourage to display their strength, truly captivating the heart of a woman. The arrival of the basketball players further punctuates this heroic endeavor, sealing it with perfection. Were I in Luan Yu's shoes, I too might have been smitten by his charm, let alone Xiao Yu, who has been through trauma and lacks a sense of security. In stark contrast to Luan Yu's allure, I, cowering behind a tree, have undoubtedly left Xiao Yu disillusioned. Contemplating this, I can only manage a wry smile as I depart, feeling as though I have lost my way, aimlessly wandering the campus, engulfed in despondency. I'm unsure how long I've been meandering when I unexpectedly spot the long-haired thug and his companions still lurking around the school, behaving suspiciously. An instinctual wariness overtakes me, and I quietly follow them. True to my suspicions, they do not head toward the school gate, but instead retreat to a secluded corner of the campus, seemingly awaiting someone. After about 10 minutes, a figure finally arrives, and I am taken aback to recognize him as the bespectacled accomplice of Luan Yu, a man whose appearance is reminiscent of a traitor. Initially, I pondered whether this traitor had betrayed Luan Yu in a scheme against him. However, when I see him produce a bundle of cash while grinning ear to ear with the thugs, the truth dawns on me. Though I am too distant to discern their exact conversation, I can surmise the underlying narrative. It becomes apparent that everything is a facade. No wonder these thugs felt emboldened to bully others at school, and no wonder the earlier heroic rescue appeared so impeccable. It is clear now that these seemingly formidable ruffians are but pawns in a stage performance. I finally comprehend Luan Yu's ulterior motives. He possesses remarkable talent as a director and an innate flair for performance, his cunning leaving me in awe. In that instant, a realization strikes me. Recalling the peculiar incident at the restaurant where the thugs brazenly harassed Xiao Yu in public. It seems this too was a well-orchestrated act by Luan Yu, albeit disrupted by my uninvited presence, thwarting his plans. It is little wonder the thugs were so merciless in their assault against me. This revelation fills me with unease for Xiao Yu. While Luan Yu is undeniably handsome, influential, and seemingly compatible with her, his profound cunning poses a risk to her well-being. What should I do? Should I inform Xiao Yu? Would she believe the words of a coward like me? As I stand lost in contemplation, I suddenly feel a pair of eyes locked onto me. It is the long-haired thug who has spotted me. He gestures to the bespectacled boy beside him, and a chill runs down my spine as I hastily flee. Despite my quick reflexes and timely escape, my limping figure has undoubtedly drawn their attention, meaning I have exposed myself. Chapter 7. An encounter at the library. Returning to my dormitory, my heart races incessantly, unsettled by the thought of trouble, especially with someone as devious as the second-generation heir. I am powerless against them, and a single misstep could shatter the fragile existence I have managed to build during my university life. To safeguard my current circumstances, I must choose to remain silent, burying this knowledge deep within, for I dare not disclose anything, hoping those individuals will refrain from seeking me out. In the afternoon, I approach the classroom with trepidation, and the first class proceeds without incident. However, as the first session concludes, I sense something amiss. Unlike usual, where the student council would enter to take attendance, today, it is a group of basketball players led by the bespectacled boy. This boy, known for his bravado at school, commands attention as he enters with his entourage. The previously bustling classroom falls into a hushed silence. Without hesitation, he strides directly toward me, making me the focal point of many gazes. Feeling anxious, I feign ignorance, lowering my head and fidgeting with my pen in discomfort as I doodle aimlessly on my notebook. My classmates ahead discreetly distance themselves, leaving me isolated and vulnerable. The bespectacled boy takes a seat beside me, casually draping a hand over my shoulder, flashing a smile reminiscent of a traitor. My grip on the pen tightens, rendering me motionless as if held at gunpoint. Yet, after a moment of waiting, the anticipated assault does not come. Instead, he breaks the silence with a question. Good tea on? I nod slightly, my lips pressed together. Upon seeing my acknowledgement, he unexpectedly thrusts an earbud into my ear, startling me. Almost immediately, A magnetic voice resonates within the earbud. Good Tion, is it? Do you know why I sought you out? His tone evokes an image of a deity interrogating a sinner, arrogant yet captivating. Though it is but a single phrase, I recognize it as Luan Yu, whose profound intellect likely enables him to deduce that I am aware of his affiliation with the thugs. Exercising caution, he has chosen not to confront me directly, instead sending the bespectacled boy in his stead, while he remains hidden, exerting his influence through this phone call. In his presence, I feel utterly exposed, unable to fabricate lies. I respond sheepishly, yes. He smirks condescendingly and continues, very well, you are perceptive. Last time at the restaurant, your interference thwarted my plan, and I spared you out of concern for my own exposure. It seems you have unraveled the truth. Indeed, those thugs are connected to me. I merely orchestrated a performance with them, nothing more. However, I prefer this information to remain undisclosed. Do you understand what you must do? This is a threat, a stark and blatant threat, and I am indeed fearful of it. Thus, I can only respond in a hushed tone. I won't speak a word of it. Upon seeing my compliance, the interlocutor ceased his lengthy discourse and coldly concluded, I don't want a second person to know about this, especially not you. If I discover that you've been loose-lipped, I will break your other leg, leaving you to suffer in agony for the rest of your life. With that, he hung up the phone. The incessant beeping in my ear pierced my heart with each sound. Siguang promptly yanked the headset away, stood up, and with a smirk, patted my cheek, teasing, child, remember to be obedient. As his words faded, he and his companions strode away with extreme arrogance. After Siguang departed, my eyes brimmed with tears, feeling utterly wronged and helpless. Throughout this ordeal, not a single classmate spoke up. They resembled mere bystanders, some watching with cold indifference, others displaying mocking expressions, while only a few appeared to sympathize with me. However, the tall class monitor looked rather incensed. It was unclear whether he felt pity for me or if Siguang's brazen behavior undermined his authority. Regardless, the mixed reactions from my so-called classmates deepened my despair, reinforcing my perception of being the forsaken child abandoned by the world. Within a couple of days, news spread throughout the school regarding Luan Yu and Xiao Yu's romance. This time, it seemed credible, as it had garnered multiple confirmations and well wishes from many, though some toads and infatuated girls expressed their disappointment. As for me, I felt an overwhelming bitterness and heartache, as if my most treasured possession had been snatched away, leaving me powerless to reclaim it. Deep down, I understood that Xiao Yu and Luan Yu were indeed a compatible pair. Although Luan Yu employed cunning tactics to pursue her, as long as he loved Xiao Yu, everything else became secondary. After all, only someone as assertive as him could safeguard the fragile-hearted Xiao Yu and provide her with a sense of security. I comprehended this logic, yet my heart remained filled with resentment, genuine resentment. In the days that followed, I sank further into solitude, my heart feeling hollow, merely a shell of existence. Occasionally, when I spotted Luan Yu and Xiao Yu together, I couldn't help but retreat and silently wipe away my tears. I cursed the unfairness of fate, lamenting my crippled body that deprived me of the right to love. However, the sole source of solace was that Luan Yu had ceased to trouble me. My life, though lonely, was at least peaceful. As time diluted my emotions, I gradually began to accept the reality of Luan Yu and Xiao Yu's relationship, and even attempted to envision a new life for myself. Everything seemed to be unfolding in a singular direction, yet it appeared that destiny had preordained certain events, making it impossible to escape some fateful entanglements. Just when I thought Xiao Yu had transformed into a distant star, forever severing ties with me, she unexpectedly re-entered my life. It was 2 days before New Year's Day, and my classmates were eagerly preparing for the New Year's Eve party, creating a festive and lively atmosphere in the school. During such joyful moments, my sense of isolation intensified. The vibrant performances filled with laughter and cheer never included me. I merely hid in the library, immersed in a sea of knowledge. While engrossed in reading Ordinary World, Xiao Yu suddenly appeared before me. Although she had found herself a partner, and despite my countless attempts to convince myself to forget her, seeing her up close again sent my heart racing uncontrollably. This time, however, her clear and beautiful eyes held an unmistakable warmth and gratitude. After hesitating for a while, she finally spoke. Good Tian, my father's found out. It turns out your parents were arrested, and your leg was indeed broken because of me. I am so sorry. Her voice trembled slightly. From her words, I could clearly discern that Xiao Yu was unaware of the entire situation. She had not reported me, nor had she caused my homelessness. The burden that had weighed on my heart for days was lifted in that moment, and I felt unexpectedly light and relieved. I gazed earnestly at her and replied, "It's all right. That was all in the past." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes turned red. She opened her mouth, paused, and then hoarsely stated, "I can testify for your parents with my dad. I believe they will be fine. As for your leg, I can have my father contact a hospital to ensure it gets treated." It turned out that the care I had longed for was simply obscured by my own actions, as Xiao Yu had been oblivious to everything. Today, I finally felt her heartfelt concern, and I was both elated and comforted, though I struggled to display my emotions overtly. I could only maintain my composure and express my gratitude. "Thank you. If you can help my parents, I will be immensely grateful, as they are simple and do not understand the law. As for me, it doesn't matter. You need not trouble yourself. I feel that this is quite all right." At this, tears brimmed in Xiao Yu's eyes, and she appeared both pained and aggrieved. After a long pause, she finally choked out, "I know you still hold resentment towards me for my indifference, but you don't understand. I used to be cheerful, lively, and love making friends. However, after the college entrance examination, I went out with friends and was deceived, ultimately being abducted. Since then, I have become wary of trusting others and feel incredibly insecure." Hearing this, my heart twisted in pain. I finally understood why my pretentiousness had elicited her complete indifference. From the very beginning, she had been on guard against me, possibly believing I had ulterior motives. My heart ached for her, and I suddenly recalled Luan Yu's scheming. Unable to resist, I tentatively inquired, "If you are hesitant to trust others, then what about Luan Yu? Can you trust him?" At the mention of Luan Yu, Xiao Yu momentarily froze, and then a contemplative expression appeared in her bright eyes. After a while, she softly replied, "Well, he is indeed quite trustworthy." It seemed that Xiao Yu had genuinely developed feelings for Luan Yu, while I had become nothing more than a sympathetic passerby in her life. Since she was happy, and our distance remained vast, I saw no need to disrupt her life. I chose not to mention Luan Yu's petty tricks. Now, all that remained was to offer my blessings. Thus, I forced a smile and gently said to her, "Then I wish you both happiness. May he bring you joy. Thank you for sharing so much with me today." With that, I turned to leave, fearing I could not maintain my facade for long. However, just then, Xiao Yu leaned closer, her body inclined, and whispered shyly in my ear, "Actually, I have another reason for being averse to you. That night, that kiss was my first. But now I have decided to forgive you. I just hope you won't speak of this, and like me, keep it to yourself, all right?" After saying this, she stepped back. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at me. In that moment, my heart ached anew, and I felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. It turned out that her reason for approaching me was not only to clear the misunderstanding and assist me, but also to ensure I wouldn't inadvertently disrupt her budding romance with Luan Yu. I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly within myself, nodding in solemn promise that I would remain silent. Xiao Yu nodded in return and added, "I will do my utmost to help with your parents' situation. If you need anything else, I will try my best to assist you. Farewell." With that, she hurriedly departed. After Xiao Yu left, I did not rush to leave. Instead, I lowered my head and stared at ordinary world in my hands, lost in thought. Chapter 8. My class monitor this encounter unraveled the knots in my heart and allowed me to recognize my place. No matter how reluctant or heartbroken I felt, I could only bury Xiao Yu deep within my heart, including the secret of her relationship with Luan Yu, which I would seal away. I must continue on the path I was meant to tread. Just as I solidified this resolve, unforeseen events began to unfold. The next day, during the morning break, an unexpected and disconcerting incident caught me off guard. I never anticipated that the bespectacled traitor would once again find his way to my class, and this time, his face was unmistakably contorted with anger, utterly lacking in politeness. He stood in the doorway of the classroom, forcefully knocking twice on the door, and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Good Tion, come out." His actions and tone were 100 times more arrogant than before, completely disregarding everyone in my class. Clearly, he was not there to threaten me, but to seek retribution, and I was filled with dread, my heart heavy with fear. Perhaps it was the recent encounter with Xiao Yu that left me feeling even more vulnerable. I hesitated, paralyzed with fear, as the bespectacled one lost patience and stormed into the classroom to seize me. Panic surged through me, and I stood up, preparing to approach him willingly to avoid a harsher beating. However, just as I resigned myself to my dismal fate, our class monitor suddenly sprang to his feet, extending his long arm to block the bespectacled intruder, stating with displeasure, "You shall. It is rather excessive for you to keep bringing people to stir up trouble in my class." In that moment, the monitor's stature seemed to grow significantly in my eyes, and a glimmer of warmth penetrated my forlorn heart. For the first time in a long while, someone was standing up for me. I understood that the monitor's actions stemmed from his pride being affronted by the bespectacled one's arrogance. As he was the leader of our class and a member of the Taekwondo club, surrounded by his social circle, his loyalty to his friends was commendable, and the bespectacled one's blatant disregard for him was intolerable. Yet, the bespectacled one maintained his arrogant demeanor, smirking at the monitor and saying, "Hey Lin Gu, I'm just here to take Gu Tian away. This matter has nothing to do with you, right?" It was evident that he dismissed the monitor, and his tone dripped with sarcasm, further inciting the monitor's displeasure. The monitor replied, baring his teeth, "Your attempt to take him has nothing to do with me, but you causing a ruckus in my class certainly does. You are not welcome here. Kindly leave." At this rebuke, the bespectacled one found himself at a loss. His desire to retaliate stifled by the sight of several boys from our class rising to stand alongside the monitor. He could no longer brazenly act out, merely grinding his teeth and stating, "Zheng, calling you Lin Gu is out of respect. I hope you can extend some courtesy to me as well. Gu Tian is someone you shall wants. I kindly ask you let me take him." The monitor, whose full name was Zheng Tianlin, heard the bespectacled one's words and merely smiled calmly, responding, "Humph, don't think you can intimidate me with your so-called leader. I find it hard to believe that the illustrious Luan you would bully a disabled person. Who would believe such a tale?" The monitor's words resonated with others in the class, sparking murmurs of discontent. Indeed, it is known that Gu Tian has lost a leg. What kind of person bullies him? A group coming after a disabled individual was simply unacceptable. Although these words momentarily reminded me of my own plight and insignificance, they were not spoken with malice. They were merely allies speaking out for me. After so long at school, I finally experienced the essence of camaraderie, and I felt immense gratitude, especially towards the monitor Zheng Tianlin, who risked defending Wan Yu for my sake, instilling in me a sense of respect. The bespectacled traitor, amidst the chorus of disapproval from my classmates, completely lost face, his glasses askew from anger. With a stomp of his foot, he warned the monitor, "Fine, just you wait." After saying this, he huffed in frustration and left, tail between his legs. Once the bespectacled one departed, the classroom erupted in cheers, with compliments pouring in for the monitor's bravery and assertiveness, while I, the disabled person, could only sit in solitude amidst the jubilation. However, the monitor did not revel in his newfound acclaim. He approached me with a serious demeanor, softly saying, "After class, I will accompany you." I looked at him, my eyes reddened, and sincerely expressed my gratitude. "Thank you." The monitor coolly replied, "No problem," before returning to his seat. At that moment, his radiance became even more dazzling, with some infatuated classmates gazing at him in admiration. I genuinely appreciated him, but hoped earnestly that he could help me resolve this conflict peacefully, without resorting to violence. After class, I cautiously followed the monitor and his friends back to the dormitory. Unlike usual, other classmates did not rush to the cafeteria, but trailed behind me, possibly eager for a spectacle. I was well aware that our path would not be tranquil. Sure enough, as we approached a clearing, we spotted a group of about 10 individuals lounging on the grass, all smoking. One of them stood up, whistling and beckoning to me as if I were a dog. I halted, glancing at my savior, the monitor. He seemed to anticipate the scene, his expression growing grave as he simply said, "Let us go," and led his friends toward the predatory group. I promptly followed, while the onlookers behind us wisely halted at the path's edge, keenly observing. As we neared the grassy area, I finally recognized Luan Yu, sprawled on the ground soaking up the sun, radiating an air of indifference as if our arrival was of no consequence to him. It was only when we stood before them that Luan Yu opened his eyes and sat up, yet he completely ignored me, casting a cold glance at the monitor and saying blandly, "Zheng Tianlin, I heard you intend to stand up for Gu Tian, is that correct?" To be honest, Luan Yu's voice carried a menacing weight that sent shivers down my spine, and the monitor's expression darkened. Luan Yu, unlike the bespectacled one, commanded undeniable authority. Faced with Luan Yu's intimidation, The monitor hesitated slightly before slowly responding. I merely wish to plead for him. I know Gution well. He is the most timid in our class, someone who is even afraid to step on an ant. How could he dare to provoke you? Even if he inadvertently offended you, I hope you can let him go out of respect for me. All right? The monitor's tone was earnest, clearly indicating his apprehension towards Luan Yu. However, Luan Yu appeared unyielding, maintaining his high-handed demeanor. He casually lit a cigarette handed to him by one of his subordinates, taking a few puffs before glancing sideways at the monitor and dismissively stating, "You need not concern yourself with any grievances I have with him. I merely wish to know if you intend to stand up for him." Luan Yu's words were piercing, and his gaze was sharp, devoid of subtlety. The bespectacled traitor beside him chimed in, "Yeah, be direct. Weren't you quite bold in the classroom?" With their taunts. The monitor found his dignity slipping away amidst the onlookers, and his face turned an alarming shade of blue. Finally, he mustered the courage to respond solemnly, "Yes." That single word encapsulated his determination. I understood he was being coerced. If it weren't for the monitor's presence, I would have already crumbled under pressure. His bravery instilled courage within me, alleviating my fear. Yet, seeing him in such a precarious position weighed heavily on my conscience. Knowing full well that he could not contend with Luan Yu at school, I did not wish to entangle others in my troubles, especially since I had not wronged Luan Yu in any way. Thus, I gently tugged at the monitor's sleeve and expressed my gratitude. "Monitor, you need not do this. My situation does not involve you. I can clarify things with you, Gu. You won't harm me. You don't need to offend him for my sake, truly." It was evident that the monitor was steadfast. Having spoken, he would not retract his words. Even knowing the situation was spiraling out of control, he kindly reassured me. "It's fine." At that moment, I was genuinely moved, grateful to encounter such a person. It felt as though the heavens had not entirely forsaken me, and that genuine affection still existed in the world. However, Luan Yu's entourage, noticing the monitor's obstinacy, grew furious and began to rise, menacingly encircling us. Chapter 9. Rebirth and Desperation. Yet Luan Yu maintained his calm demeanor, showing no signs of anger. He stood up abruptly, chuckling dryly a few times, and addressed the class monitor. "Well, you truly have some guts. I wouldn't want to take advantage of numbers. You know you can't outmatch me at school. Since you seem to be a man, I'll grant you an opportunity. I've heard you're quite skilled. How about you spar with my brother? If you win, you can take Gution away, and I'll act as if nothing happened. But if you lose, just step aside and mind your own business." This statement was clearly an offering for the monitor to save face, and the monitor, having no choice, hesitated slightly before responding nonchalantly. "All right." It felt as though this was a clash of heroes. The monitor's expression indicated a confidence in his combat abilities, which instilled a flicker of hope within me. Seeing the monitor's understanding, Luan Yu revealed a faint smile. He glanced at his companion, Dahanyo, and said, "Lazy, you go." Lazy nodded with a grin, swiftly removing his jacket and tossing it aside. He stepped forward and provocatively challenged the monitor, "Come on." As Lazy entered the fray, my heart raced. I had witnessed his strength before. He was undeniably formidable. Although his previous 1v4 encounter had elements of performance, he was indeed skilled, clearly having trained rigorously. I knew little about the monitor and had never seen him fight. I only knew he had practiced Taekwondo since childhood. Perhaps Lazy's evident excitement overshadowed the monitor's confidence. However, the monitor did not falter in the face of Lazy's provocation. He boldly advanced, removing his shirt and preparing for combat. As onlookers gathered, the duel between these two somewhat renowned figures in school drew considerable attention. The crowd buzzed with speculation about the outcome, with the majority favoring Lazy, the massive contender. Yet, I silently hoped the monitor would prevail, unable to do anything but offer him my support with my gaze. Finally, amidst the tense scrutiny of the crowd, the duel officially commenced. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. My palms began to sweat, and I was filled with anticipation, my eyes glued to the two combatants. The monitor displayed impressive explosive power, initially gaining the upper hand, igniting the crowd's fervor. I had witnessed the monitor's prowess. His years of Taekwondo training had not been in vain. Each kick landed solidly onto Hanyo, and I thought that if this continued, even Lazy would falter. To my dismay, however, Lazy proved to be as resilient as a bull, impervious to the blows he received. More alarmingly, he was not only robust, but also exceedingly agile. Seizing the moment when the monitor began to tire, he launched a few powerful strikes. Witnessing the monitor's face contort in pain, my heart sank. It seemed he could not withstand Hainyo's relentless assault, while the Hainyo remained unaffected by the monitor's attacks. The outcome was becoming increasingly evident. Indeed, within just a few rounds, amidst the audience's cheers and jeers, the climax unfolded. The monitor was finally brought down by a powerful kick from Lazy, who pinned him to the ground with his massive frame. Lazy emerged victorious, and the crowd erupted once more. It cannot be said that the monitor was weak. He was far from it. The real issue lay in the sheer strength of the Hainyo, which was beyond what an ordinary student could contend with. As I watched my savior fall, a weighty despair settled over me. I understood that I was doomed. I had offended someone I could not afford to antagonize. Even divine intervention would not save me. Though fear gnawed at me, fear of being beaten, of humiliation, I could not help but admire the monitor, who lay on the ground, still unwilling to concede. Even after taking a few more punches, gathering my courage, I shouted, "Enough." Though I consider myself insignificant, my words seemed to carry some weight. Recognizing the outcome, Luanyu instructed Lazy to stop. Nearby, one of Luanyu's companions, grinning, glanced at his watch and said to another, "5 minutes. I told you I'd win. Hurry up and pay up." To them, this match was a foregone conclusion. They were merely betting on the time it would take for Lazy to win. This was a profound insult to the monitor, who, fueled by his fiery spirit, remained undeterred and sought to continue the fight, even planning to rally his brothers for support. Seeing this, I rushed to intervene. I felt immense gratitude towards the monitor for all he had done for me. I did not wish for him to suffer further humiliation. With tears in my eyes, I urged him, "Monitor, thank you so much. You don't need to worry about this anymore. You should go back." Just as the monitor was about to respond, Wanyu bellowed, "As a man, you must follow through on your word. You must be able to accept defeat." Indeed, the monitor had promised in front of so many that he would withdraw if he lost. Even if he felt immense anger, he had no choice but to endure. Reminded by Wanyu, he merely brushed off the dust from his clothes and cast a sympathetic glance in my direction, falling silent. I had intended to express my gratitude to the monitor, but at that moment, Wanyu suddenly leaned closer, placing a hand on my shoulder, and whispered, "Come with me." Like a helpless chick, I was effortlessly pulled away by Wanyu. The monitor, filled with a mix of rage and helplessness, could only watch. After walking for a while, Wanyu finally halted and leaned in closer, whispering, "You've got some nerve. Didn't I warn you last time? Don't speak out of turn. Why did you still dare to say anything?" I quickly replied, "I didn't say anything." Seeing my denial, Wanyu's anger flared. He disregarded any semblance of gentlemanly decorum, seizing my hair and growling, "You didn't say anything? Then how do you explain why Yea's attitude changed today? Tell me, what did you say?" I felt genuinely wronged, anxious to defend myself, but all I could do was repeat, "I really didn't say anything." Wanyu seemed to have already concluded that I was the one who had spilled the beans. When I continued to deny it, he slapped me hard across the face, leaving me momentarily dazed. My ears rang as Wanyu spat through gritted teeth. "Humph. Dare to play mind games with me? I advise you to confess. Don't think I don't know you two men in the library. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll make sure you end up in the hospital." I cannot comprehend why I had become the scapegoat. Why had I suddenly become a snitch? Why was Wanyu slapping me, demanding the truth, when all I could do was insist I really didn't say anything? At this point, Wanyu, usually so composed, was entirely enraged. Gripping my hair, he struck me twice more, and tears streamed down my face, a mixture of indignation and physical pain overwhelming me. After the blows, Wanyu questioned me again. "Tell me what you two discussed in the library. I heard you were almost hugging. Seems pretty intimate. Also, why did you fiercely protect Yea at the restaurant? What exactly is your relationship? Speak up, or you will absolutely regret it." I cannot fathom why events had spiraled to this point. Why had Xiaoyu's attitude toward Wanyu suddenly changed? Why was my relationship with Xiaoyu being dragged into this mess? I was utterly at a loss for words. I could assert that I had not informed on anyone. But how could I explain my relationship with Xiaoyu? How could I clarify the situation regarding her abduction? This would only serve to expose her vulnerabilities completely. For the sake of Xiaoyu, I was compelled to remain silent. However, Wanyu, perceiving my stubbornness, grew increasingly misled about my relationship with her. His hand came crashing down mercilessly upon me, leaving my poor self in a state of despair. The class monitor, unable to bear the scene any longer, shouted hoarsely, "Wanyu, are you even a man? She's merely a pitiful cripple. Is such cruelty truly necessary? In his rage, he attempted to intervene, but was promptly restrained by Lei Zi and the others. He had previously agreed not to interfere in my affairs if he lost, leaving him helplessly anxious. Onlookers expressed some sympathy, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Luan Yu's face flushed with fury as he violently shoved me aside and advanced toward the monitor, bellowing, "Zheng Tianlin, mind your own business if you don't know the full story. Remember our agreement. If you meddle again, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, he returned to me, seizing my hair and demanding an explanation. Yet, I found myself utterly incapable of providing one. I could not divulge Xiao Yu's painful past, nor could I tarnish her pure image in the eyes of others. Thus, I swallowed all my anguish and tears, silently enduring it all. To Luan Yu, my silence seemed to be an admission, crossing a line he could not tolerate. It appeared he genuinely cared for Xiao Yu, and witnessing my plight sent him into a complete rage. He glared at me, exclaiming, "Fine, you have spirit. Today, I shall truly discover how strong your resolve is." He turned to Lei Zi, commanding, "Lei Zi, come and loosen his bones." Upon hearing the order, Lei Zi nodded eagerly, a cold smile spreading across his face. The sight of this brute sent shivers down my spine. Even the class monitor was no match for him. How could I, in my frail state, withstand such brutality? I found it impossible to resist, tears of despair streaming down my face. At that moment, no one could save me, not even the monitor, who could only watch in silence, while others merely cast sympathetic glances my way. Through my blurred vision, I saw Lei Zi charging toward me, without hesitation, executing a swift flying kick. His speed and force were overwhelming, as if I had stolen his girlfriend. I feared that this kick would shatter my fragile body. In that instant, I was paralyzed by fear, my legs trembling, unable to move. Some timid onlookers turned away, unwilling to witness the impending cruelty. I was on the verge of losing control of my bladder, overwhelmed by fear, uncertain of what to do. I gently closed my tear-filled eyes, bracing myself for the worst. However, just as my eyelids were about to close, a somewhat tattered plastic woven bag suddenly soared through the air from my side, striking Lei Zi mid-kick. Though Lei Zi was robust, the impact of the bag, filled with items, caused him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant voice pierced the air. "Do not bully my brother." Instantly, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. A tall man clad in a military coat and wearing a lei foam cap strode toward me. It was my foolish older brother. In that moment, I was stunned, as was the entire crowd, each person staring at my brother's comically rustic appearance as if seeing a ghost. Yet, my brother seemed oblivious to their gazes, striding toward me with his characteristic clumsy gait. Upon reaching me, he broke into his signature silly grin and exclaimed, "Xiao Tian." I trembled all over, awakening from my shock. The towering figure before me was indeed my brother, the one I had grown up with in our distant hometown, the same brother who, despite his simplicity, had always treated me with kindness. I could hardly fathom that at this moment, in this unfamiliar city, while I was being bullied and feeling utterly desolate, my closest kin had appeared before me. Tears blurred my vision as emotions surged within me, constricting my throat. A wave of nostalgia and gratitude flooded over me, and I could no longer contain myself. I threw myself into my brother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, I was like a child, completely disregarding everything as I leaned against my brother's broad chest, releasing all my pent-up emotions. Since leaving home, I had endured too much alone, with countless grievances and deep-seated pain. All my restraint crumbled the instant I saw my brother. Throughout our lives, our parents had shown favoritism. Yet my brother had been oblivious to it all. He simply knew that I was his only brother and had always treated me with great care. Even when I let go of his fiancée, he merely expressed momentary anger. Now, witnessing my distress, he grew flustered, awkwardly patting my head and urging me to stop crying. But then, Luan Yu's mocking voice resonated. "I see. So he's just a fool." His words detonated like a bomb, igniting a wave of whispers among the crowd. The previously silent spectators began to chatter, and one of Luan Yu's sycophants exaggeratedly laughed. "The cripple's brother is a fool. How amusing." This was followed by a chorus of laughter. Though my brother's entrance had been imposing, his demeanor allowed them to discern the truth. The poignant scene of our embrace transformed into a complete farce in the eyes of Luan Yu's group, and even some onlookers couldn't suppress their laughter, displaying sympathetic expressions. Only the class monitor clenched his fists, glaring furiously at those mocking us. Meanwhile, the previously overlooked lazy, now furious, charged toward my brother. As everyone remained absorbed in their emotions, Lazy's foot suddenly connected with my brother, accompanied by a furious roar. "Damn you! How dare you throw something at me?" The force of Lazy's kick disrupted our embrace, sending my brother and me apart. Thankfully, my brother's sturdy frame allowed him to stagger back only a couple of steps. I, however, nearly fell to the ground, but my brother caught me just in time. The expression on my brother's face transformed from the silly grin he wore upon seeing me to one of fury. He pointed a thick finger at Lazy and his group, shouting, "None of you are allowed to bully my brother." His anger seemed directed not at the kick he received, but rather at the injustice I faced. Yet, Lazy and his crew were undeterred by my brother's fierce demeanor. Especially Lazy, who stepped forward, glaring at my brother, taunting, "I will bully him. What can a fool like you do about it?" My brother, enraged, seemed ready to charge at Lazy. Fearing for his safety, I quickly grasped his arm and pleaded, "Brother, don't fight. Remember your promise to Grandma not to get into fights?" He turned to me, sadness flickering in his eyes, and replied, "Grandma has left me. Before she passed, she said, 'Xiao Tian, you are so pitiful. I am your brother. I must protect you and not let you be bullied.'" With that, he broke free from my grasp and charged directly at Lazy, swiftly throwing a punch. My brother's speed was astonishing. He spoke no unnecessary words. Catching Lazy completely off guard, the robust Lazy stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance from the unexpected blow. In an instant, the mocking faces froze, and the sympathetic expressions also became rigid. Astonishment filled everyone's eyes. It is well known that Lazy is a formidable presence, his resilience evident to all. Previously, the countless kicks from the class leader had no effect on him, yet my brother's first punch left Lazy in disarray. Who could remain unmoved? However, I found myself unable to be astonished or to laugh. He is my brother. I understand him well. His mind is singularly focused, and he has possessed great strength since childhood. Once he engages in a fight, the opponent is sure to face dire consequences, and our family is often worried about this. Eventually, after repeated urging from my grandmother, my brother agreed to cease fighting, and he truly upheld that promise. Yet, I could never have foreseen that my kind-hearted grandmother would depart this world so suddenly. I did not even have the chance to see her one last time, nor was I able to repay the kindness of the elder who had cherished me since childhood. She vanished from my life, leaving me in profound pain, regret, and sorrow, my tears cascading like a breach dam. At this moment, my brother remained unaware of my tears. He simply stared at Lazy, foolishly shouting, "From now on, you're not to bully my brother, understand?" Clearly, Lazy, struck by a punch, was seething with rage. Yet, he was not a reckless fool. He recognized my brother's strength and knew he could not be trifled with. However, he was too prideful to allow his comrades to intervene. He resolved to confront my brother alone. Spitting forcefully on the ground, he clenched his fists and lunged at my brother. Despite Lazy's robust physique and ferocity, he seemed to falter against my brother, who stood tall at nearly 2 meters. Though Lazy's punches and kicks were powerful, my brother endured them with remarkable fortitude. Had he possessed more fighting experience, Lazy would have likely succumbed in no time. The current scenario was one of relentless assault from Lazy and unyielding endurance from my brother. Inevitably, my brother, no matter how strong, could not withstand Lazy's barrage indefinitely. Just as Lazy prepared to deliver a final, desperate blow, my brother let out a furious roar, swiftly extending his long arms to grasp Lazy's shoulders and forcefully throw him aside. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd as Lazy, weighing over 160 kilograms, was sent flying a considerable distance before crashing to the ground. No one could fathom the strength required for such a feat. My brother's innate power was astonishing. Lazy, humiliated, rose from the ground with rage in his eyes. Without hesitation, he seized a brick and charged at my brother. As he leapt into the air, brick in hand, he shouted, "Die, you fool." His movements were swift and fluid, leaving me no time to warn my brother. I heard the sickening thud as the brick struck my brother's head, shattering into pieces. Many spectators screamed at the sight of such brutality. Some averted their gaze. Unable to watch, I stood in shock, overwhelmed by an unprecedented fear, terrified that my brother, whom I had traveled so far to find, might fall, that my only pillar of support could crumble. Yet, just as all believed the towering figure was about to collapse, a miracle occurred. My brother, as if unharmed, whirled around, fixing a fierce gaze upon Lazy. His expression was terrifying, even causing the usually arrogant Lazy to break out in a cold sweat. My brother stared for a moment before uttering 2 words through clenched teeth, seeking death. He then swiftly grasped Lazy's throat, pushing him backward. In a state of panic, Lazy found himself retreating rapidly until his back hit a large tree. My brother did not relent. Instead, he pressed Lazy against the trunk. The once mighty Lazy was now like a defeated dog, pinned helplessly as he struggled to free himself from my brother's powerful grip. At that moment, the onlookers, along with Lazy's gang, watched in astonishment, none daring to assist Lazy, either stunned or too frightened to approach my brother. As Lazy ne suffocation. His dark face turned crimson. While everyone else remained in shock, I was the first to react, limping toward my brother and shouting, "Brother, don't go too far. Let him go." Truth be told, my only thought at that moment was fear that my brother might cause a fatal incident. Thankfully, upon hearing my voice, my enraged brother snapped back to reality. He turned to me, paused for a moment, and then addressed Lazy, saying, "Do not bully my brother again." He released him. Collapsing, Lazy slid down the tree trunk, clutching his throat and coughing violently, tears streaming down his face. The stunned spectators finally regained their senses. As though awakening from a dream, expressions of astonishment, relief, and anger spread across their faces. As for Lazy's gang, witnessing their comrade's downfall ignited their fury, especially in Wanyu, whose authority had been undermined. Without a second thought, he bellowed, "Brothers, take down that fool." Chapter 11. The priceless bond of family. Wanyu's shout instantly ignited the fighting spirit among his followers. They surged toward my brother and me like a pack of enraged beasts. I stood frozen in fear, my legs trembling at the sight of those furious faces. Yet, my brother, without a moment's hesitation, positioned his formidable frame before me. Previously, I had found his bulk somewhat cumbersome, but at that moment he appeared magnificent, a bastion of security. Fearless before the oncoming horde, he solely focused on protecting me. My brother stood like a towering mountain, facing the throng of assailants. I, trembling with dread, recognized the immense comfort he provided, yet he was merely flesh and blood, not an invincible warrior. He possessed only raw strength, and the onslaught from Wanyu's gang was relentless. They were seasoned fighters, emboldened by their numbers, and they unleashed their full fury upon him. With every strike they landed, my fear intensified, my heart feeling as if it were being torn apart. Ultimately, as my brother, the mountain of strength, fell to the ground, all hope vanished. I was not only suffering, but had also dragged my beloved brother into this turmoil, witnessing him endure such cruelty at the hands of many, while I could only stand and watch, helpless as he shielded his head in silence. His mind may be simple, his thoughts pure, yet his inner strength was unwavering. For my sake, he would silently bear it all. I yearned to rush forward, to pull those assailants away, but the numbness in my injured leg betrayed me. Just as I took a step forward, my balance faltered, and my knee buckled, sending me crashing to the ground. I could only kneel here, weeping and shouting for them to cease their assault. However, as soon as I opened my mouth, I inadvertently drew the attention of Wanyu, that hulking brute. Without hesitation, he charged towards me and delivered a swift kick, cursing vehemently. "It's all your fault. You worthless fool. How dare you call for help from a simpleton? Let me tell you, if anything happens to my brother, I will make you pay with your life." Upon finishing his tirade, he immediately turned his gaze to Lazy, inquiring if he was all right. At that moment, Lazy sat on the ground, utterly drained yet seemingly recovering, a defeated shake of his head indicating his condition without daring to meet Wanyu's fierce stare. As for me, Wanyu's kick sent me sprawling to the ground. I felt no pain, only an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Struggling to prop myself up with my hands, I slowly attempted to rise, but just as I regained my footing, Wanyu delivered another vicious slap, leaving me dazed and once more on the ground. I understood that Wanyu's fury towards me was boundless, not merely due to the incident involving Xiaoyu, but also because my brother had humiliated him. He had established a formidable reputation at school, yet my brother had dared to bring down his top fighter, Lazy, which undoubtedly infuriated him. Hence, I refrained from provoking him further, choosing instead to remain submissively on the ground. Yet, even in my diminished state, Luan Yu continued to mercilessly kick me, and in that moment of despair, I felt utterly abandoned, yearning to sink into unconsciousness to escape the torment. Just as I perceived the world fading into darkness, my brother's thunderous roar pierced through. "Do not harm my brother." At that moment, I realized my brother was being mercilessly beaten, yet he still stole glances toward me, his anger only intensifying upon witnessing my suffering. My heart ached more fiercely, tears flowing uncontrollably. I never anticipated that even while enduring such brutality, my brother's foremost concern would remain with me. However, his roar only served to enrage Luan Yu further. In an instant, Luan Yu seized my hair, yanking me upright, and forcefully drove his knee into my abdomen, bellowing, "I will strike him. What are you going to do about it?" Already fragile and weakened, the assault on my stomach caused me to retch, and I struggled to breathe, discomfort overwhelming me. Yet, the physical pain paled in comparison to the emotional anguish. I found myself wondering why my poor brother and I were subjected to such senseless torment. I, a feeble target, could only suffer in silence, while my brother, witnessing my plight, lost all restraint. Ignoring the fists and kicks raining down upon him, he surged to his feet, roaring as he swung his limbs wildly. When my brother became enraged, not even 10 bulls could restrain him, and he charged through the thick crowd, leaping and shouting. Seeing this, Luan Yu hastily called for his cronies to intercept my brother. Those loyal henchmen were willing to risk themselves, throwing themselves into harm's way to restrain my brother, to block him and to strike him. At that moment, my brother's eyes burned with fury as he charged forward, yet those surrounding him formed an unyielding barrier, preventing him from reaching Luan Yu. Luan Yu, too, did not remain stationary, dragging me backward in a panic. My brother, having lost all reason, saw that Luan Yu had not released me, and, blocked by the throng, he furiously dashed to the side, lifting a massive stone and charging towards me with it. The stone was enormous. I could hardly lift it, yet my brother hoisted it above his head and sprinted with alarming speed. In that instant, Luan Yu's gang grew frantic, realizing that while they might endure a few punches from my brother, a blow from that colossal stone could very well spell disaster for them. No one would gamble with their life, faced with imminent death. Luan Yu's once unified crew scattered in terror. Luan Yu himself lost his earlier bravado, his face paling in fear. He attempted to flee, but whether due to pride or sheer terror, he found himself rooted to the spot, frantically shouting at my brother, "Don't do anything reckless. Please don't." I was equally terrified. I knew my brother all too well. When he truly lost control, he could become lethal. Thus, summoning every ounce of strength, I broke free from the stunned Luan Yu and dashed towards my brother, desperately wrapping my arms around him, pleading, "Don't." Yet, my brother, consumed by rage, seemed deaf to my words. He bellowed a curse and hurled the stone towards Luan Yu, the projectile soaring in a perfect arc towards its target. In that critical moment, Cien, the four-eyed observer, suddenly appeared, shouting, "Watch out, you go!" He lunged forward, colliding with Luan Yu and knocking him down just in time. The stone landed precisely where Luan Yu had stood, creating a significant crater upon impact. The crowd collectively gasped, and Luan Yu, having narrowly escaped death, lay on the ground, his mouth agape and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. It was thanks to Cien that Luan Yu had been spared. I never expected that this sycophant possessed such courage and loyalty. However, while he saved Luan Yu, he was undoubtedly shaken. The chaotic scene left everyone stunned, many struggling to comprehend what had transpired, particularly Luan Yu, who lay on the ground for several moments until his comrades surrounded him. Only then did he regain his composure, his eyes blazing with rage as he sprang to his feet, baring his teeth and shouting, "Get that pair of bastards. I'll take the blame for whatever happens." Luan Yu's followers were equally incensed, and it was clear that my brother's violent outburst had ignited their fury. They picked up bricks from the ground, storming towards us with fierce determination. I braced myself, convinced that my brother and I were destined for a trip to the hospital. However, just then, a glimmer of hope emerged. Someone had summoned security, and I spotted a patrol car approaching from a distance, a security guard shouting, "Who is causing trouble here?" Upon seeing the guards, Luan Yu's gang immediately discarded their bricks and turned to him. Despite his lingering fury, Luan Yu dared not act recklessly in front of the guards. He glared at me, uttering a menacing promise to make me pay before hastily retreating with his cohorts. By the time the guard arrived, Luan Yu and his gang had vanished, leaving only my brother and me standing in stunned silence. The security guard inquired if we had been fighting, and before I could respond, the class monitor rushed over, explaining that we were merely playing around, insisting that no fight had occurred. A multitude of classmates followed suit, corroborating his account. The guards, satisfied, warned us not to engage in group fights at school, or we would face expulsion before departing. As the guards left, I remained dazed, feeling a sense of confusion wash over me. I couldn't fathom why the monitor had chosen to shield Wanyu instead of revealing the truth about the bullying. The warmth in my heart dissipated, leaving me feeling cold and desolate. The monitor seemed to sense my disappointment, sighing deeply before saying, "Do you understand why Wanyu dares to act so brazenly at school? His father has connections with the administration, so even if you report this incident, he will remain unscathed, while you may not be so fortunate. Furthermore, do you think the guards were blind? They saw your injuries and noticed Wanyu's gang fleeing. They merely chose to turn a blind eye." His words illuminated my understanding, filling me with gratitude towards him. It was overshadowed by a profound sense of helplessness. The desolation within me remained unchanged. This world, after all, is seldom fair. No matter how dire my fate may be, I remain powerless against those who seek to harm me. If blame is to be assigned, it can only fall upon the fact that I was born with a wretched fate. A farce has come to an end. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only the class monitor and a few others behind. The monitor quietly apologized to me, expressing regret for not being able to assist further. He explained that his earlier inaction was not due to fear of Wanyu, but rather because he had lost in a one-on-one confrontation and felt compelled to honor his promise to refrain from intervening. I understood his position. After all, we had no prior acquaintance, and his willingness to help me had already exceeded my expectations. I nodded in acknowledgement and softly replied, "I understand, but I must still thank you and all of you." Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, the monitor quickly shifted the topic to my brother, commending him for having avenged the monitor by defeating the arrogant lazy. He insisted on treating us to a meal, but regardless of whether his intentions were genuine or merely polite, I declined outright. My brother had just arrived, and I had countless things to discuss with him. I did not wish to be interrupted. The monitor, recognizing my refusal, suggested that we could dine together another time and patted my shoulder before departing with his companions. As I watched the monitor's retreating figure, I found myself momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, my brother playfully tapped me and exclaimed, "I'm hungry." I managed a wry smile and led him to a restaurant outside the school. This was my first experience dining out. Having been accustomed to frugality, I decided to splurge this time for my brother's sake, ordering several dishes at once. I wanted him to savor the culinary delights of the big city. Knowing he had a hearty appetite, at the table, my brother's eyes lit up at each dish, relishing every bite. The earlier tragedy seemed to have vanished from his mind, and he paid no heed to his minor injuries. For him, indulging in a feast was the epitome of happiness. Meanwhile, I was preoccupied with my thoughts, unable to enjoy the meal. I merely chewed my food in a lackluster manner to accompany my brother, who was too engrossed in his meal to engage in conversation. It wasn't until he had devoured several bowls of rice that he belched contentedly and cheerfully declared, "This is delicious. If I hadn't gone 2 days without eating, I would have made those bullies roll on the ground." "Don't worry, Xiao Tian, with your brother around, no one dares to bully you." His words stirred a pang of emotion in my throat. He was willing to go to great lengths for me, while I felt so weak, unable to muster the courage to defend him when he was attacked. I loathed my own cowardice and was profoundly grateful for my brother's love. I struggled to find the words to express my feelings, finally choking out, "Brother." Thus, we sat at the table, sharing many conversations. My brother recounted the hardships he had faced, detailing how he had managed to find me through the police, and assured me that he would stay by my side to protect me. Although his demeanor was akin to that of a simpleton and his thoughts were rather naive, he was not truly foolish. He understood matters to some extent. For my sake, he even planned to find a job near the school that would provide food and lodging, ensuring that he would not interfere with my studies, but solely serve as my protector. I truly did not wish to burden my brother, yet he too was homeless. Returning to our hometown would leave him alone, struggling to fend for himself. In truth, I was his only reliance, just as he was my sole pillar of support. Thus, we could only lean on one another. This bond of kinship was something I would treasure doubly. Had I not encountered my brother today, I would still be unaware of how precious familial ties can be and how significant my brother is to me. Yet, considering my brother's appearance, demeanor, and simplistic mind, I wonder how he could possibly secure a job that offered food and lodging. If no one took him in, how could I care for him alone? In this vast city, how could a cripple and a simpleton support one another? Lost in these thoughts, I felt overwhelmed, but even more troubling events were about to unfold. To my shock, I noticed Luan Yu and Xiao Yu entering the very restaurant we were in. They appear to have come for a meal alone. Although Luan Yu's sycophants were absent, the events that had just transpired were still fresh in my memory, and I felt a wave of fear wash over me at the sight of him. Instinctively, I lowered my head without thinking. But then it struck me, my brother knew Luan Yu. No, that wasn't the crux of the matter. My brother also recognized Xiao Yu. My heart nearly leapt from my chest at this realization, and I hurriedly glanced at my brother, intending to shield him from the encounter. But it was too late. My brother was already on his feet, striding towards Luan Yu and Xiao Yu with unexpected speed. Upon reaching them, my brother completely disregarded his nemesis Luan Yu, fixating instead on Xiao Yu with his wide eyes, uttering the words, "Wife." Chapter 12. A painful choice today. Xiao Yu was as radiant as a gardenia swaying in the breeze, exuding freshness and elegance. When she entered, her expression was icy and devoid of emotion. But as my brother suddenly appeared, her face flushed with shock and fear, unmistakable emotions that betrayed her. For her, my brother embodied a nightmare, a past she desperately wished to bury. How could she have anticipated that this nightmare would materialize in broad daylight? Unbeknownst to my simple-minded brother, he could not perceive the terror in Xiao Yu's eyes. He took another step forward, gazing at her with affection, saying, "Wife, what are you doing here? I missed you so much." I could discern the sincerity in my brother's feelings for Xiao Yu. He genuinely regarded her as his wife and longed for her presence. I had initially intended to intervene and pull him back, but suddenly found myself unable to move, reluctant to shatter his elation while at a loss for how to explain the situation. Meanwhile, Luan Yu, who had been grinning moments ago, now stood frozen in disbelief upon hearing my brother refer to Xiao Yu as his wife. He quickly regained his composure, glaring at my brother and bellowing, "What nonsense are you spouting, you fool? Who is your wife?" My brother remained unfazed by Luan Yu's outburst, while Xiao Yu, still dazed, hurriedly apologized to him, saying, "I'm sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else." She turned to flee the scene, but my oblivious brother would not easily let go of the long-awaited reunion. He Xia, overwhelmed by my brother's relentless pursuit, was on the verge of tears. She struggled to free herself, angrily exclaiming, "Let go of me. If you continue like this, I will call the police." However, as a delicate girl, she could not possibly shake off my brother, who resembled a stubborn bull. At that moment, Luan Yu, who had been quietly observing the scene, suddenly intervened. With a firm grip, he attempted to pry my brother's hand away, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "You lunatic, let her go!" My brother, ignoring Luan Yu entirely, brushed him aside with a casual sweep of his arm, declaring, "Get lost." His strength, already considerable, was amplified by the fact that he had just eaten, causing Luan Yu to be sent tumbling out of the restaurant. Seeing this, I quickly pulled Xiaoya away from my brother while shouting, "Stop it! Let her go!" Once Xiaoya broke free from my brother's grip, I positioned myself in front of him and urged her, "You two must leave quickly." With a complex expression, Xiaoya glanced at me and rushed outside to help Luan Yu to his feet. Although Luan Yu initially intended to confront my brother, the fierce glare from my brother quelled his anger, prompting him to flee the scene with Xiaoya. As my brother watched them depart, he prepared to chase after them, but I swiftly wrapped my arms around him, preventing his escape. He shouted in frustration, "Let go of me." With every ounce of strength, I held him tightly and pleaded, "I won't let go. Please, don't do anything reckless." My brother, increasingly agitated as he saw Xiaoya grow distant, roared, "Let me go. I can't let my wife leave me again." Clenching my teeth, I retorted angrily, "I told you, she is not your wife. You'll have to get through me first." I knew this declaration would resonate with him, as my brother would never harm me. Sure enough, instead of breaking free, he paused, visibly furious, and asked, "Why are you stopping me?" I released my grip on him, gazing steadfastly into his eyes as I solemnly replied, "Because she is not your wife." Frustrated, my brother stomped his foot and shouted, "No, Dad told me she is my wife." At that moment, onlookers began to gather, and I, unwilling to become the subject of ridicule, dragged my brother into a secluded alley. Once we were certain we were alone, I spoke in a hushed tone. "Dad lied to you. Xiaoya was bought, It's illegal, which is why Dad is in jail. Upon hearing that our father was incarcerated, my brother's expression shifted dramatically. It was as if a realization dawned upon him. He pointed a finger at me, struggling to articulate his thoughts, then finally muttered, "You let Xiaoya go, didn't you?" "Yes, it was you. Back then, the villagers said you were the reason Dad went to jail." I didn't believe it, but now. I quickly interrupted him, insisting, "This is not my fault." However, my brother seemed to lose his train of thought, his mind racing as he pounded his head with his fists, uttering to himself, "Xiaoyan let Xiaoya go, then Mom and Dad went to jail, and now Xiaoyan and Xiaoya are both here." Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on me. Anguish etched across his face. "Xiaoyan, stop lying to me. You let her go so you could be with her, didn't you?" I shook my head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, it's not like that." My brother, now agitated, pressed, "Then why are both of you here? Did you plan to meet up?" I struggled to convey the entirety of the situation to him in just a few sentences, resorting to a louder defense. "No. I had no idea Xiaoya was attending this university." My brother appeared unconvinced, lost in his thoughts, shaking his head with disappointment as he lamented, "Xiaoyan, I know you've never liked me. Mom and Dad always gave me the best, finding beautiful brides for me, which made you resentful. You want to take Xiaoya from me, don't you?" In that moment, I realized how naive and single-minded my brother was, yet his heart was clear as day. He understood certain truths. Feeling a surge of guilt, I attempted to argue, "That's not true." But my brother, undeterred, pressed on, "Then tell me, do you like Xiaoya?" Instinctively, I wanted to deny it, but the words failed me. I felt as though a fool could see right through my heart, leaving me exposed. Stammering, I struggled to find my voice. My brother, growing desperate, queried again, "Just say it. You like her, don't you?" His fixation on this matter indicated just how deeply he cared for Xiaoya. I didn't want to jeopardize our brotherly bond over this, and I considered lying to him, claiming I didn't like her. Yet, I couldn't bring myself to utter such words. I knew that if I denied my feelings, my brother would become even more obsessed with he has already departed. Chapter 13. The Toad and the Swan. My brother, thus, vanished from my life, burdened with regret, indignation, and disappointment. I endeavored to seek him out, yet ultimately found nothing. Gradually, I relinquished my search, for I understood all too well that as long as Xiaoya and Luanyu remained at this school, my brother and I could never coexist peacefully. We were destined to inflict pain upon one another. Now, all I could do was silently pray that he thrived outside. With the loss of this singularly precious kinship, my emotions seemed to be drained away, leaving me a hollow shell, devoid of thought or pain. I could not recall how I returned to school. I only knew that Luanyu awaited me. A tempest was about to engulf me. Yet at that moment, the timid me felt an unusual sense of fearlessness, a peculiar liberation akin to embracing death. Perhaps, for someone as ravaged as I, experiencing further torment would hardly evoke an even greater tragedy, for I had already endured enough. Upon arriving in my dormitory, I disregarded everything and collapsed into sleep, releasing all emotions, becoming indifferent. Slumber came swiftly, but just as I sank into the depths of sleep, my roommate awakened me, informing me that someone was seeking me downstairs. The inevitable had arrived, yet it came at the most inopportune moment. The jarring shift from dream to the terrifying reality was unpleasant, particularly when confronted with such horror. I believed I had become nonchalant and fearless, but faced with the situation, fear gripped me once more. I hesitated to descend the stairs, uncertain of how Luanyu might strike or bully me. I questioned whether my frail body could withstand it. But could I escape? What could I do? The one person who would risk everything for me, my brother, had been driven away by my own actions. Henceforth, all suffering and torment would rest solely upon my shoulders. With these thoughts, I summoned my courage, donned my clothes, and quietly exited the dormitory. As I approached the ground floor, my anxious heart searched for Luanyu's silhouette. To my astonishment, the figure I found was not Luanyu, but rather Xiaoya. At that moment, my heart brightened, as if a beacon of hope had pierced through the profound darkness. The soft, beautiful light allowed my apprehension to dissipate, replaced by a wave of relief. However, upon seeing me, Xiaoya's expression remained devoid of emotion. She coldly uttered, "Come with me," before turning to leave. I followed her, disheartened, to the riverbank beside the dormitory. This river, a protective boundary of the university, was a favored spot for couples to express their affections. Pebbles lined the riverbank, adorned with willow trees. Standing beneath a willow, Xiaoya and I gazed at the flowing water, feeling the cool breeze against our faces, inhaling the invigorating air. Countless nights had I dreamt of holding Xiaoya's hand as we strolled by the river, taking a break on the benches to converse about everything and nothing. Today, it seemed that dream had manifested. I stood with her by the river, a serene, beautiful scene I could cherish in the days to come. Yet, I was acutely aware that while the scene was lovely, the sentiments of those involved were vastly different. Xiaoya was not there to share sweet nothings. She had come to confront me. Observing her cold demeanor, I swiftly brought myself back to reality. Before she could speak, I confessed, "I'm sorry. My brother was not brought by me. He has already returned and will not disturb your life." Xiaoya did not respond immediately. She tucked a stray hair behind her ear, her gaze fixed on the water surface. After a long pause, she replied calmly, "It's nothing. I have already clarified everything with Wanyu, and he understands." Upon hearing this, the last remnant of hope in my heart plummeted. I had mercilessly harmed my brother, only to exchange it for her understanding with Wanyu. I had sacrificed everything for her, yet she seemed oblivious to my sacrifice. In her eyes, I was insignificant, even less than a willow leaf drifting on the river. She preferred to focus on that leaf rather than spare me a glance. A pang of bitterness surged within me. I wished to speak, but found no words. Xiaoya continued without waiting for my response. "By the way, I know about your situation with Wanyu. Don't worry, he has promised me he won't trouble you again. However, I also promised him that from now on, I will not contact you. For me, this should have been a significant relief. I could finally live without fear and focus on my studies. Yet, I felt no joy, only a profound sense of loss and melancholy. My frail body trembled in the cold wind. I wrapped my coat tighter around me, turned to Xiaoya, and solemnly asked, "Does this mean we will be complete strangers from now on?" Xiaoya did not turn to face me. Her gaze remained on the river. She merely moved her lips to utter a single word, That word pierced my heart sharper than a needle, inflicting deep pain. Although we were never truly close, and I had pretended to be indifferent, hearing her declare such a resolute statement was unbearable. I realized Xiaoya had occupied every corner of my heart. She was my awakening to love. I could never forget her, yet I knew I must respect her wishes, or perhaps, like my brother, I should possess some self-awareness and abandon my foolish hopes. A toad shall never feast upon the flesh of a swan. With this thought, I gazed sorrowfully at Xiaoya and said with great difficulty, "Rest assured, I understand what I must do." Another silence fell between us. Time seemingly froze at that moment. She stood there, staring blankly at the river, while I gazed at her delicate profile. After a long while, Xiaoya softly murmured, "The fish swims in the river," but did not bite the bait it desired. It swam away. With that, she turned and departed, resolute and without a farewell. I could only watch her retreating figure, engulfed in sorrow. Once she vanished from my sight, I approached the spot where she stood, attempting to grasp her emotions from moments prior. I inhaled deeply, catching a trace of her lingering fragrance, and felt a flicker of solace. Long after, I remained there, my eyes fixed on the river, yet despite standing for so long, I saw no fish. I could not comprehend the meaning behind Xiaoya's final words. Perhaps I would never have the chance to understand. All I knew was that from that moment on, Xiaoya and I would share no further ties. In the ensuing days, my life's trajectory returned to normalcy. Although I harbored doubts about Wanyu's promise to leave me in peace, he indeed adhered to his word, not troubling me again. Life became remarkably tranquil, with only occasional whispers in class regarding me, describing me as timid, pitiable, and cowardly, while many praised my brother for his formidable strength. Naturally, I could dismiss such comments. Yet the events that followed inevitably tugged at my heart. As the new year dawned, our class hosted a modest New Year's Eve celebration, while the college organized a more elaborate event, filling the campus with unprecedented merriment. Everyone reveled in joy, but I found myself utterly disinterested. However, upon learning that Xiaoya's finance department was also hosting a celebration and that she would be performing, I could not quell my curiosity. I thought, as long as I could silently observe her, it would suffice. Ultimately, my feet followed my heart to the event. I concealed myself in a dark corner, fixated on the stage, eagerly awaiting Xiaoya's appearance. Wrapped in a thin coat, I braved the cold for over an hour, enduring numerous tedious performances, until I finally beheld Xiaoya take the stage. As soon as Xiaoyu appeared, I was utterly mesmerized. Under the shimmering lights, her beauty was simply breathtaking. The elegant white gown she wore, reminiscent of a wedding dress, accentuated her graceful figure. With a plunging neckline, her bosom swelled like a blooming flower, exuding an irresistible allure. What captivated me even more was that Xiao Yu was adorned with makeup tonight. It was the first time I'd seen her this way, as she had never worn any when she played the bride in our village. On stage, she appeared even more feminine and enchanting, engrossed in her performance. Her eyes glistened with emotion, and though I had never heard the song before, I could sense its profound sadness. The melancholic melody drew the listeners in, evoking an inexplicable sorrow, yet it was impossible to look away. As she sang with deep feeling, I suddenly felt as if she were singing just for me, the resonance striking deep within my soul. If I had possessed the confidence and means, I would have dashed onto the stage to confess my feelings, to proclaim my affection for her. Yet, in reality, I could only hide in the shadows, silently dreaming, even as those dreams crumbled. With the final note fading and thunderous applause erupting from the audience, this enchanting princess of light welcomed her true Prince Charming. I witnessed Luan Yu, impeccably dressed, leap onto the stage, holding a lavish bouquet of roses. In the gaze of countless eyes, he gracefully knelt on one knee and presented the flowers to Xiao Yu. The scene was breathtakingly romantic, a perfect pairing that left everyone in awe. The audience rose in unison, clapping and cheering, showering them with blessings, while I became engulfed in the fervent applause. Perhaps I should truly wish her well, for she had found her genuine happiness. Maybe only Luan Yu could offer her the security and joy she deserved. Previously, I had harbored doubts about him, but witnessing his bold declaration in public made me question what there was to fear. Regardless of Luan Yu's character, he loved Xiao Yu, and for that reason alone, I ought to relinquish my feelings entirely, to wish them both happiness from the depths of my heart. I could no longer bear to witness the unfolding scene and averted my gaze. Shivering slightly from the cold, I dragged my numb legs away, quietly. Instead of returning to my dormitory, I made my way to the riverside, the site of my last conversation with Xiao Yu. Here lay my fervent fantasies and somber memories. Alone on the bench by the river, I stared blankly at the moonlit surface. The surroundings were eerily quiet, allowing me to hear the rhythm of my own breathing. In moments like these, clarity washed over me, offering the space to ponder my thoughts. Regarding Xiao Yu, a lingering question remained, her remark about the fish swimming away. On this contemplative evening, I mulled over her words for an eternity. Eventually, I understood that her underlying message was a gentle dismissal, urging me to abandon my pursuit of her. Yes, that was indeed the meaning. Upon this realization, a smile broke through my tears, a bittersweet expression of despair and acceptance. It was time to conclude this chapter, to let go of what was never mine, to embrace liberation. The night grew deep, and the dormitory doors would soon close. Gradually, I came to terms with my decision, resolutely bidding farewell to my unrequited love, my naive affections, to Xiao Yu, and to Luan Yu. It was time to move on from them. Upon reflection, I realized that Luan Yu was quite commendable. He was capable of setting aside his animosity towards me for Xiao Yu's sake. Thus, I too should release my grievances and face the future with composure. Casting one last glance at the river, I stood up and returned to the dormitory, oblivious to the naivety of my optimism, unaware of the tempest that lurked beneath the calm surface. Upon arriving at the foot of the dormitory, I sensed something amiss. The building buzzed with an unusual commotion, particularly noticeable as I approached my floor, where a crowd gathered outside my dormitory. Their peculiar stares met me as I pushed through the throng to reach the door. To my astonishment, I found my small room filled with people, members of the student council and security, all seemingly waiting for me. Chapter 14. At the edge of the world, those who lack support are often sensitive to their surroundings. Any disturbance leaves them trembling with anxiety, fearing the worst. Tonight, the atmosphere was charged, hinting at an impending storm. A sense of foreboding gripped my heart, and my palms became clammy with tension. Lowering my gaze, I took a few hesitant steps into the dormitory. The moment I entered, I was confronted with my open cabinet. The sensation was akin to being publicly exposed, igniting a fire of indignation within me. It was evident that this group had rummaged through my belongings, an egregious violation of privacy. Even a person as insignificant as I deserve the right to privacy. I did not care who they were. I demanded to know who opened my cabinet. My anger was met with indifference. Their eyes held only disdain. One individual, presumably a security officer, pointed at the cabinet and commanded, Take a look for yourself." At that moment, my apprehension intensified, and I approached my cabinet with trepidation. The sight that greeted me was soul-crushing. How had my locked cabinet suddenly become a trove of money, a mobile phone, and, most alarmingly, several articles of women's lingerie, as if they had been worn? I stood in shock as my roommate claimed that the money and phone belonged to him, while the security officer produced a student ID card, asking if it was mine. Reflexively, I checked my pockets, then mechanically nodded upon seeing the card in his hand. Before I could grasp the situation, I found myself bewilderingly escorted out of the dormitory by the security and student council members. The crowd outside regarded me with curious glances, some whispering accusations of perversion and theft. It wasn't until I was brought to the security office that I learned why I had become the subject of such scandal. It turned out that a significant incident had occurred that night in one of the most secluded classrooms on campus, surrounded by trees and flowers. This tranquil location was a favored study spot, attracting numerous students. That evening, the events unfolded within the female restroom on the first floor of the building. The restroom was simply designed, with stalls lining one side and sinks on the other, and directly opposite that moment, the restroom housed only 2 young women, each occupying a stall, while 3 others were pushing the door open from the corridor. The incident unfolded the instant they entered. As the door swung open, they were met with the unsettling sight of a man crouched down, peering through the gap beneath the stall door. This shocking revelation sent the trio into a frenzy of terrified screams. The voyeur hastily scrambled up the window to escape, vanishing without a trace by the time others in the building arrived in response to the commotion. The intruder had concealed himself well, leaving the 3 girls unable to discern his features, save for a fleeting glimpse of his retreating figure as they reached the window. They were certain that the limping man was indeed a cripple. Most notably, during his hurried escape, he had inadvertently dropped an item, my student ID. Upon receiving the report, the security personnel promptly proceeded to my dormitory with my ID in hand. Seizing this opportunity, my roommate informed them of the recent incidents involving lost money and a stolen phone, matters I was already aware of but had yet to resolve, as the thief remained elusive. Although my roommate suspected a fellow dorm mate was responsible, he hesitated to voice his suspicions without evidence. However, with the security team now present in our dorm, my other 2 roommates quickly asserted their innocence, even offering to open their cabinets for inspection. This cleared them of any wrongdoing, leaving me, the quiet and reclusive individual, as the sole suspect. In light of the recent string of serious offenses, combined with my conspicuous absence that night, the security personnel took it upon themselves to search my cabinet without my consent. The contents therein, shocking yet incriminating, painted me as a complete pervert and thief. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving me speechless. When asked to provide an alibi, I claimed to have been by the river gazing at the moon, a statement met with disbelief. I insisted that the items in my cabinet were placed there by someone else, yet no one would take my word for it. My protestations of innocence fell on deaf ears. Those who knew me viewed me as nothing more than a timid, solitary wretch, and I found myself unable to clear my name, no matter how hard I tried. In that moment, it dawned on me. I had become ensnared in a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy, a setup so cunning that only one you could have masterminded it. Foolishly, I had believed him to be a decent person, and I had resolved to cease bothering him, even wishing him well with Xiaoyu. Little did I know, the petty schemer had been plotting against me all along, harboring resentment. While he publicly assured Xiaoyu that he would not harm me, he clandestinely orchestrated events that inflicted upon me a humiliation far worse than physical assault. I had thought that silence would afford me peace and that avoidance would render me invisible. Yet my nature and lifestyle had only resulted in profound misunderstanding from those around me. At this juncture, no one believed in my innocence. The evidence painted me as a deviant pervert, and soon, no one stood by my side to advocate for me. All the injustices and pain I bore alone, my identity reduced from a mere cripple to a grotesque caricature of perversion. The institution took a grave view of such behavior, which severely tarnished its reputation. Some suggested my expulsion to preserve the school's integrity, while others argued for leniency, citing my lack of family support and the difficulties of self-funding my education. Ultimately, the school decided to issue a formal reprimand, placing me on probation and publicly denouncing my actions. From that day forth, I became a notorious figure within the institution, with every student aware of my identity as the perverse cripple and my appearance became a subject of derision. Even on the school forums and discussion boards, topics surrounding my alleged misconduct proliferated, revealing even the details of my family's misfortunes. The vile rumors proliferated. People began to associate me with every sordid tale imaginable. I had become synonymous with depravity. My cries of injustice went unheard. My explanations met with skepticism. When I confronted Luanyu, I was met only with scornful glances from bystanders, who accused me of psychological distortion and slander. Luanyu and his accomplices feigned innocence in public, while privately, their gazes convey, after walking a considerable distance, I was suddenly called by my name. Excitedly, I turned around, only to be met not by the person I had anticipated, but by the petite girl, Xiao He, who often accompanied Xiao Yu. I scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Xiao Yu hiding in the shadows. But her radiant figure was nowhere to be found. Disappointed, I approached Xiao He and asked flatly, "What is it?" Without indulging in pleasantries, she handed me a wad of cash and said, "Here, this is what Yu asked me to give you. It should last you for a while." Once again, it was money. In moments of despair, what I received was never solace, but this cursed currency. I could not suppress a bitter smile as I muttered, "What does she mean by this? Does she pity me?" Xiao He, growing impatient with my hesitance, tossed the money at me and insisted, "Just take it. Aren't you short on cash?" She only hopes you can live well and not engage in anything dishonest. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger ignited within me. I gritted my teeth and trembled as I retorted, "Does she also think I'm a thief, a voyeur?" Xiao He rolled her eyes and replied, "What else could it be?" My eyes welled with tears, and I could feel the sting of humiliation. I would have preferred that Xiao He had not appeared, allowing me to retain some semblance of dignity in my heart. Yet, fate was cruel, stripping me of even that last shred of respect. I could understand if the world did not believe me, but why did even Xiao Yu doubt me? I desperately wished for her to understand me, to know that I am not that shameless person. Despair, profound and complete, enveloped me. My heart felt irrevocably shattered. I hurled the money onto the ground and cried out in pain, "I may be poor, but I have my principles, my dignity. Do not insult my character with your misguided kindness. I'm not a beggar, nor am I deviant." After shouting, I turned and limped away quickly, not wanting to see anyone else, wishing to leave that place without another second spent there, longing to escape the humiliation, the disdain. I'm a human being, one who possesses self-respect. The overcast sky was shrouded in darkness, and I trudged along the desolate street, feeling like a lost soul. My heart was dead, my spirit worn out. I did not know where to go next. The moon and stars had vanished, leaving me without guidance. I wandered aimlessly, oblivious to the passage of time, until I found myself in the middle of the road. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through the darkness, followed by a speeding red car that collided with me before I could react. I felt my body become weightless, as if I had reached the end of the world, where there was no pain, no troubles, no humiliation, no grievances. In that place, I finally found liberation. Chapter 15. The two beauties. It felt as though I had traversed through several cycles of time, enveloped in a haze of confusion. At times, I wished to remain in this state of disarray, unwilling to struggle. At other moments, I yearned to break free from this murky illusion and see reality clearly. Strength and weakness battled within my mind, but ultimately, strength prevailed, and I made an effort to open my eyes. In that instant of awakening, my head throbbed painfully. My thoughts were muddled, and the harsh light made it difficult to fully open my eyes. I could only squint and glance around the empty hospital room, filled with the scent of antiseptic, cold, and desolate. For a moment, I could not remember who I was or what had happened. Only a sense of inexplicable sorrow washed over me. I closed my eyes again, attempting to recall my memories. At that moment, I heard a commotion, the sound of the door opening, followed by footsteps approaching me. Suddenly, a youthful, clear voice broke the silence of the ward. "Cousin, this is the person I hit with the car." Then, a voice with a magnetic allure responded, "Yes, indeed." The youthful voice chimed in again. "Why has he been lying here for over a week without waking up? Is he going to die?" The magnetic voice replied, "Don't say such things. The doctor said he is merely in a state of shock, and his injuries are quite severe, which has led to his comatose state. He should recover soon." Oh, if I had known, I wouldn't have rushed to drive. Spending a fortune on his medical bills is one thing, but I'm more concerned about you, cousin. What if he wakes up and sees how beautiful you are? What if he becomes infatuated with you? You heartless girl, How can you joke at a time like this? If you hadn't been reckless, this accident wouldn't have happened. Now I have to clean up after you. If he does become attached to me, I'll just reveal that you were the one driving. You promised me you wouldn't say anything. It wasn't me who forced you. You said that if anyone asked, we would both claim it was you driving. Otherwise, just take me to the police station. I, a minor without a license, would surely implicate you too. All right, enough of that. Let us just pray he wakes up soon. The lively banter between the two sisters ignited a warmth in the sterile hospital room, dispelling the inexplicable sorrow that had clouded my heart. Gradually, the tension in my mind began to ease, and I started to recall fragments of my past. From their conversation, I gathered that I had been in a car accident, and the one who hit me was this reckless cousin of mine. Although I had suffered greatly, I found no inclination to blame them. At least they had provided me with a stable bed to rest upon. Before long, the door to the ward opened again, and a more mature female voice resonated. Miss you. Back to visit your boyfriend again? The magnetic voice responded somewhat guiltily. Ah, yes. I still want to ask when he might wake up. I soon felt someone examining me. After a brief check, she finally replied, he is recovering well. He should wake up in the next few days. Please rest assured, miss you. Thank you. The magnetic voice responded promptly. Once the newcomer left and the door closed, the youthful voice chimed in again. Cousin, you told others he's your boyfriend? Yes, I couldn't contact his family, and the hospital wouldn't perform surgery without consent. So for now, this is the only solution. Besides, if we can settle this accident privately, it's best not to involve the police. Otherwise, her melodious voice trailed off abruptly as I suddenly opened my eyes, startling both sisters. To be honest, I felt quite fortunate to awaken to the sight of two such enchanting women. The younger one, clad in a high school uniform, embodied a lively and sunny disposition, her beauty matching her playful character. However, I had little time to admire her, for my gaze was irresistibly drawn to the other woman. She must be the cousin, appearing to be in her early 20s. Her demeanor was ethereal, her fashion sense stylish yet simple. Complemented by her stunning beauty, she could only be described as perfect. For reasons unknown, her presence evoked thoughts of the ethereal character portrayed by Liu Yifei in the television series The Demigods and Semi-Devils, stirring a tremor in my heart that left me momentarily spellbound, forgetting even to speak. The room fell into a profound silence until the younger cousin broke the spell, rushing towards me and exclaiming, "Hey, pervert, is my cousin really that beautiful? Your eyes are about to fall out. Can't you see there's a living person here?" Her shout thrust me into an awkward silence, and I quickly averted my gaze, feigning interest in the ceiling. The ethereal sister felt somewhat uneasy due to her younger cousin's antics. She gently reprimanded her cousin and promptly summoned the doctor. The physician conducted a thorough examination, asking me some basic questions to assess my mental state and to rule out any possibility of amnesia. After determining that I was coherent, the doctor briefed the ethereal sister before departing with a nurse. Once they left, the ethereal sister approached my bedside, her demeanor tinged with remorse. I sincerely apologize for the accident. I was careless while driving and struck you. Rest assured, I will cover all your medical and hospitalization expenses, and I will also compensate for any other losses incurred. I only ask that you keep this matter private and settle it amicably, if you would be so kind. Her sincerity was palpable, making it difficult for me to refuse. However, before I could utter a word, her loquacious cousin interjected, hands on her hips, declaring, "I warn you. You lecher. You can ask for any amount, but do not entertain any thoughts about my cousin. She will not surrender herself." She finished with an adorable huff. I was almost amused by her antics, but I maintained a serious facade and softly replied, "I heard your earlier conversation." This revelation left both the ethereal sister and her cousin momentarily stunned. The once proud cousin's eyes suddenly glistened with tears as she squeezed out a couple of drops, then approached my bedside with a pitiful expression. "Big brother, I realize my mistake and have learned my lesson. I promise I will no longer be willful. Please, do not speak of this or involve the authorities. It would ruin my life. I'm only in my second year of high school. I'm still young. I beg you, please." To be honest, I was taken aback by her rapid transformation. Her ability to shift emotions was astonishing. I simply replied earnestly, "Do not worry. I will not say anything. I'm grateful that you brought me to the hospital." The cousin, still unsure, implored, "Is that truly the case?" I nodded sincerely, assuring her yes. At that moment, her expression brightened, and she wiped away her feigned tears, breaking into a radiant smile. Mischievously, she playfully tapped her cousin and pouted, "See, I told you. Big brother is a good person. Just look at his demeanor. One can tell he wouldn't be deceitful. You underestimated him and worried he would be enamored by your beauty, dragging me into this. Now you realize how mistaken you were, right? Well, I have no further business here. I must return to class. Goodbye." With that, she dashed away, leaving me and the ethereal sister in a state of stunned silence. After a prolonged pause, the ethereal sister finally spoke, her voice enchanting and magnetic. "Please do not take my cousin's behavior to heart. She could be rather thoughtless, but her intentions are good." I smiled in response and assured her, "No worries. She is quite endearing." Thus, we began a light-hearted conversation. I introduced myself, and she, being several years my senior, kindly referred to me as Little Tion. I learned her name was Yu Jiyun, but out of respect, I continued to call her Sister Yu. Throughout our dialogue, I discovered that her beauty was not merely superficial. Her inner kindness radiated as well. She exuded a warmth and charm that made her feel like a celestial being. I could hardly believe I was sharing such an intimate conversation with someone so extraordinarily beautiful. Upon learning that I was an orphan, she did not express any disdain. Rather, she became even more caring and attentive. She treated me as if I were her younger brother, taking the initiative to fetch food for me. And since my limbs were incapacitated, she even fed me herself. My once broken heart began to mend as I felt the warmth of this newfound love. A kind of affection I had never experienced before. It was profoundly comforting. As I savored each bite of food, tears of gratitude streamed down my face, overwhelmed by emotion. After the meal, I felt the need to use the restroom, only to discover that not only was my hand bandaged, but my foot was also encased in plaster. Noticing my confusion, Sister Yu gently explained, "Oh, Little Tion, I forgot to mention earlier, the doctor found that your foot injury was old and not caused by our accident. However, he warned that without prompt treatment, you risk permanent disability. Therefore, I arranged for a specialist to perform surgery. The outcome was favorable, but since you were unconscious, I made the decision on my own." Her words, though lightly spoken, weighed heavily on my heart. I felt as if I were in a dream, unable to grasp the reality of the situation. Trembling, I stammered, "You mean my foot is healed?" Sister Yu nodded softly, reassuring me, "Yes. The doctor said that with proper recovery, you'll be able to walk normally in about 3 months." In that instant, tears of joy cascaded down my face uncontrollably. I never imagined that the heavy burden I carried would be lifted by Sister Yu. I had thought I would live my life bearing the label of a cripple, forever unable to return to normalcy. Yet, unexpectedly, this accident had not robbed me of my fragile life. Instead, it had restored my healthy legs. Memories of the ridicule and humiliation I endured at school flooded my mind, along with the countless nights spent living with a limp. An array of emotions surged within me, clashing and colliding violently. I could hardly believe that, upon awakening, I had emerged from an endless dark abyss back into a world blooming with warmth and beauty. It was Sister Yu who had pulled me from hell to heaven, illuminating my path with hope and genuine affection. Words failed to encapsulate my gratitude. All I could muster were 2 simple words. With tears of excitement streaming down my face, I choked out, "Thank you." Seeing me in such a state, Sister Yu appeared flustered. Her soothing voice enveloped me, offering comfort and encouragement. Yet, her kindness only intensified my tears, stirring the child within me. I had never known such love. It felt as if I were experiencing the maternal affection I had longed for since childhood. I cried unabashedly, letting my emotions flow freely. After what felt like an eternity, I finally wiped my tears and looked at Sister Yu, my voice hoarse as I asked, "Sister Yu, could you help me get out of bed?" Perhaps moved by my emotions, Sister Yu appeared momentarily lost in thought. When she finally registered my words, she exclaimed, "Oh, but the doctor said you cannot get out of bed. You must rest and recover. He instructed that you should remain here for at least another week to avoid hindering your healing process." Feeling somewhat anxious, I fumbled for words. Observing my distress, Sister Yu reassured me, "Little Tion, do not hesitate to ask me for anything. I am here to assist you." I struggled to contain myself, finally confessing, "I need to use the restroom." Chapter 16. An unexpected visitor. Upon hearing my request, even the usually composed Sister Yu flushed with embarrassment, perhaps realizing the distinctions between genders for the first time. She quickly called for a nurse, but given the nature of the situation, The nurse could only provide a urinal before discreetly leaving, assuming we were a couple. The nurse departed, leaving Sister Yu feeling increasingly at a loss. It was a dilemma whether to assist or to refrain from helping, and I too found myself in an awkward predicament. I longed to manage on my own, yet the bandages encircling my hands rendered that impossible. After a prolonged moment of discomfort, Sister Yu finally steeled herself and approached my bedside. Gently, she helped me remove my trousers and positioned the urinal beneath me. Although she averted her gaze with utmost caution, it was evident that her anxiety had reached a fever pitch. Her face flushed from embarrassment. Truth be told, I was even more anxious than she. After all, it was I who was exposed, and the one handing me the urinal was an enchanting beauty I had just met. How could I remain composed in such a situation? My legs trembled with excitement, and a rush of heat coursed through my veins. After considerable effort, I finally managed to relieve myself. But due to my heightened state of arousal, I inadvertently spilled some on his Sister Yu's hand, which only intensified the already awkward atmosphere. Following that incident, Sister Yu promptly arranged for a nurse to attend to my every need. Although the days of recovery were challenging and the prolonged hospital stay was far from pleasant, I found myself living more fully than before, savoring the essence of life. During my time in the hospital, the nurses provided exceptional care, and Sister Yu frequently visited, engaging me in conversation and accompanying me on walks. It was then that I realized the strength derived from encouragement and support could illuminate one's spirit. Sister Yu brought boundless brightness into my life. I no longer felt isolated. Every day, I strived to regain my footing, aspiring to return to normalcy. It was she who instilled in me the belief that I had not been forsaken by the world, and that sometimes fate would bestow opportunities upon the deserving. Though I found myself occasionally reminiscing about Xiaoya, with a naive yet profound love still nestled deep within me, I no longer succumbed to despair. I cherished every moment spent with Sister Yu, for it was only in her company that I could momentarily cast aside my past sorrows and pains, simplifying my thoughts and finding joy. Time, like a fleeting shadow, slipped away too swiftly. The blissful days felt all too brief. After a tranquil 20 days of recuperation in the hospital, an unexpected visitor shattered this cherished peace. On that day, Sister Yu, as usual, accompanied me to bask in the sunlight by the hospital entrance. The warmth of the sun mirrored my buoyant mood. Yet just as our conversation flowed with delight, two men approached us. One was tall and handsome, dressed impeccably, carrying a bouquet of carnations, while the other, clad in a suit and sunglasses, exuded an air of intimidation. For reasons unknown, I felt an inexplicable fear upon encountering such a figure, and to my surprise, Sister Yu's demeanor shifted upon seeing them. Her expression turned sour. With evident displeasure, she confronted the handsome man. "Zhou Xinjing, what brings you here?" Undeterred by her tone, he maintained a charming smile, replying, "Did you not mention that your boyfriend was hospitalized? As your friend, I thought it only right to pay a visit." He then sauntered toward me, extending the flowers with a gentlemanly flourish, saying, "These are for you." Instinctively, I reached out to accept them, but suddenly aware of Sister Yu's apparent disapproval, I hesitated. A glance at her troubled expression confirmed my reluctance to accept the flowers. Yet, caught in the gaze of the handsome man, imbued with a hint of mischief, I feared offending him. Ultimately, I awkwardly accepted the bouquet and murmured my thanks. He chuckled playfully before redirecting his attention to Sister Yu, inquiring softly, "Zhiyun, when did you find this boyfriend? What does he do? He seems quite young. Have your tastes changed?" Sister Yu shot him a disdainful glance and coldly retorted, "What business is it of yours? Please refrain from meddling." It was the first time I had witnessed such a frosty side of Sister Yu. Perhaps, when faced with an unwelcome suitor, even the gentlest of women could become as frigid as ice, much like Xiaoya had been with me. However, the handsome man appeared unfazed by Sister Yu's chilliness. He merely fixed his penetrating gaze on me, softly asking, "Tell me, how did you win over Zhiyun? Share your secrets. I've been pursuing her since college for 4 to 5 years, and look at her attitude toward me. Surely, you must possess some insight." His question left me momentarily speechless. I had intended to speak the truth, but the weight of Sister Yu's gaze rendered me hesitant. Yet, faced with someone of such formidable presence, I was reluctant to fabricate a tale. Instead, I found myself stammering, my cheeks reddening with embarrassment. Sensing my discomfort, Sister Yu promptly pushed my wheelchair and said, "Let us go." "Ignore him." The handsome man, observing Sister Yu's irritation, interjected, "All right, I'm done joking. I know you're not Ji Yun's boyfriend. I want to make things difficult for you." Sister Yu shot him a fierce glare, stating coldly, "Zhou Xinjing, stop pretending to be clever. He is indeed my boyfriend. I suggest you keep your distance. I find your presence bothersome." Zhou Xinjing, evidently accustomed to Sister Yu's icy demeanor, remained unfazed, fixating his gaze on me and inquiring, "Is that so?" Sister Yu had been my savior, and now that she found herself in a predicament, I felt compelled to intervene, if only to repay her kindness. Though serving as a shield was not a pleasant role, I summoned my courage, turned slightly to grasp Sister Yu's hand resting on the arm of my wheelchair, and declared resolutely to Zhou Xinjing, "Yes, I am her boyfriend. Please refrain from bothering her in the future." The moment my fingers brushed against Sister Yu's smooth hand, a jolt of electricity surged through me, an inexplicably delightful sensation. Yet, just as this feeling began to linger, Zhou Xinjing approached and forcefully pulled my hand away, scolding me harshly, "You little brat. You think you're deserving of her just because I've given you some attention? Have you looked in a mirror? What merit do you possess to be with Ji Yun?" His words extinguished the flicker of confidence I had just mustered, leaving me unable to muster a retort. My head bowed in defeat. Witnessing my humiliation, Sister Yu, incensed, disregarded her composure and shouted at Zhou Xinjing, "Have you lost your mind? Do you truly think of yourself as a prince? You strut around with your nose in the air. Let me tell you, in my eyes, there's not a shred of virtue in you compared to anyone else. What is wrong with my boyfriend? No matter how you look at it, he surpasses you in every regard." Zhou Xinjing, possessing an audacity that seemed impervious to insult, remained unperturbed by Sister Yu's outburst, maintaining his calm demeanor. He replied earnestly, "Ji Yun, how can you compare me to someone like him? Do you truly know him? Are you defending him without understanding who he is?" Sister Yu shot him an exasperated look before resolutely pushing me forward, choosing to ignore him. Zhou Xinjing, blocking our path once more, implored, "If you have indeed found happiness, I will wish you well. But do you truly see this boy for who he is? I must inform you, I have had him investigated for your sake. I came here to tell you that while you can find a counterfeit boyfriend, I urge you to be discerning. Choose someone of substance. This fellow is nothing less than a deviant. He was expelled from college for stealing money and women's underwear, and for peeping on girls in the restroom. His notoriety is known by all at his school. He only dropped out because he could no longer endure the shame. Only someone as kind-hearted as you could be deceived by him." The handsome man spoke at length, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility that Sister Yu might doubt his words. He even mentioned my school's name, urging her to check the forums and discussion boards for information about me. If she remained skeptical, he suggested that she inquire directly at my school, where she would learn everything. Sister Yu was utterly bewildered. She could never have imagined that the person she had cared for so diligently could be a deviant. As for me, I felt as if I'd been struck by lightning. The past I so desperately wished to forget, to bury, was laid bare before her, in the most humiliating way. This stark contrast and utter shame left me dizzy, nauseous. I was engulfed by fear and uncertainty. I truly did not know how to respond. All I could do was tearfully insist that I was innocent, that someone was intentionally harming me. However, my explanations appeared feeble before them. The handsome man was disinterested in my protestations and barked at me. "I don't care what you've done in the past. Just remember this. If you have any ulterior motives toward Ji Yun, I will make you regret it." With that, he swaggered off, leaving me in a state of panic and Sister Yu in a daze. My mind buzzed incessantly, my body tense. Even the sunlight felt harsh and blinding, forcing tears from my eyes. The man had achieved his objective, catching Sister Yu off guard and standing tall before her, all at my expense. I had utterly disappointed her. Instead of being a shield against the nuisance, I had exposed my own weakness and disgraceful past. I was left wondering if Sister Yu would ever trust me again, and could only weakly reiterate, "I'm sorry, Sister Yu, I know I'm of little use, but I truly would never do such a thing." Upon hearing this, Sister Yu paused for a moment, then regained her composure, looking at me with disappointment. "Xiao Tian, there are some things you should have told me sooner. Now, focus on your recovery. I have other matters to attend to." With that, she departed without a backward glance. I lacked the courage to call out to her, merely gazing sorrowfully at her retreating figure. She was right. Had I confided in her sooner, she would have believed me. Instead, this incident had come to light through others, not only embarrassing her, but forcing her to reevaluate my character, especially given my ambiguous background. Following this, The warmth of our previous rapport dissipated. Sister Yu distanced herself from me. Although she managed my hospital affairs well, it was merely a professional obligation toward an injured individual, devoid of genuine warmth. Her occasional visits felt perfunctory, bringing supplies or settling medical expenses. I felt despondent and hurt. The care I had come to cherish was suddenly stripped away, and an even stronger sense of loneliness engulfed me. It felt as though I had been abandoned again, and this sensation was more painful than the earlier emptiness. Without hope, there can be no disappointment, but Sister Yu had provided me a glimmer of hope, only to have it snatched away, leaving me colder and more disheartened than before. I understood Sister Yu's perspective. Her distance was not solely due to doubts about my character, but also her disappointment in my cowardice during crises. More importantly, my initial lack of transparency had compounded her disillusionment. Yet, I felt stifled. I had not intended to hide anything from her. I simply wished to forget those humiliating memories and escape from shadowy past, longing for a brighter, happier existence. Alas, that modest wish had ultimately eluded me. Thus, I lingered in the hospital, solitary and wronged, until the eve of the spring festival. During this time, my leg injury had healed considerably. The doctor had removed the cast, indicating that I would soon be able to walk normally. Now, with the aid of crutches, I could move about, yet the gradual recovery failed to evoke intense excitement, especially as the New Year's Eve approached. The festive gatherings and jubilant atmosphere of others only served to amplify my sense of isolation. Gradually, I realized that this city was no longer a suitable place for me. It bore too many of my scars, too easily reopened. Remaining here would mean a perpetual lack of tranquility. Perhaps it was indeed time to bid farewell to my past. If I wished to lift my head high and reclaim my life, I would need to leave this city. Moreover, Sister Yu had already done enough for me. Having treated my leg, I was now a normal man, capable of self-sufficiency, and it was unnecessary to continue relying on her. The world is vast, and surely there's a place for me. In the future, I would depend solely on myself. On New Year's Eve, as the entire city celebrated with exuberance, I discreetly packed my belongings, leaning on my crutches, and quietly departed, unbeknownst to the doctors and nurses. Chapter 17. The willful little cousin February's chill was biting, the cold wind howling as I donned insufficient clothing, shivering as the wind pierced through to my bones. Yet, the physical cold was nothing compared to the chill within my heart. At a time when families were preparing to welcome the new year, I stood alone, crutch in hand, feeling desolate on the road. Battling the wind, I walked for what felt like an eternity until I finally paused at the roadside. Perhaps everyone had returned home for the festivities, as few vehicles passed by. I waited in the biting wind for what seemed like forever before a taxi finally approached. To my surprise, it was a striking red sports car, its vibrant hue illuminating my cold, gray heart, stirring an inexplicable excitement within me. Suddenly, the window rolled down, revealing a fashionable goddess behind the wheel. Her aura complemented the car's boldness, exuding an undeniable charisma that held my gaze captive. At that moment, she removed her sunglasses and coolly commanded, "Get in." It was then that I recognized her, Sister Yu, whom I had not seen in days. Driving, she appeared even trendier and more individualistic, yet her stunning features remained as icy as ever, devoid of warmth. Nonetheless, despite her changed demeanor, her words held a certain enchantment that compelled me to enter her vehicle. Once inside, I felt as though I had stepped from an ice cellar into a furnace. The warmth enveloped me, soothing my entire being. Perhaps having endured the cold wind for too long, I found the car's interior exceptionally comfortable, not just warm, but also filled with a delicate fragrance that invigorated my senses. After a prolonged silence, Sister Yu finally broke the stillness, her voice soft. "Why did you leave?" Like a child caught in wrongdoing, I replied meekly, "I'm sorry for not saying goodbye. I just missed home and wanted to return for the new year. I didn't want to stay here any longer." Sister Yu sighed lightly and replied, "Aren't you homeless? Where is this home you speak of?" Her words sent my heart racing, and I lowered my gaze at a loss for words. Observing my distress, Sister Yu's expression softened with compassion. She tilted her head slightly, saying, "Shao Tian, I know you felt neglected by me during this time, but I've been quite busy, and I regret not being there for you. I apologize." Upon hearing this, warmth flooded my heart, though I also felt a pang of injustice, my eyes reddening. I hastily apologized, admitting that I should have confided in her sooner and informed her about the school incident. I had merely wished to forget my past humiliation and avoid discussing that painful chapter of my life. As I spoke, tears of frustration escaped my eyes. Seeing my tears, Sister Yu quickly reassured me. "It's all right, Xiao Tian. I can see you're not that kind of person. Don't take it to heart. Every man faces challenges. But the key is to remain strong." Sister Yu's sincere gaze and encouraging words were like a balm, healing my wounded heart. Suddenly, I felt a renewed confidence to look ahead. I nodded solemnly and said, Sister Yu smiled with relief, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she said, "You still need to stay in hospital. It's not suitable for you to be running around now. It would hinder your leg's recovery." I gently wiped away the remaining tears and earnestly replied, "I don't want to trouble you any further. You've already helped me so much." This was my heartfelt truth. I found it hard to accept too much kindness from others. My heart was somewhat fragile, and I feared that if this continued, I might become overly dependent on her, to the point of being unable to live without her. Yet, Sister Yu was genuinely kind. She did not believe in doing things halfway and was determined to assist me until my foot was completely healed. Moreover, her compassion was profound. She understood that I was homeless and had nowhere to go, so she did not want to see me wandering the streets. At this point, she suddenly adopted a serious tone and said, "By the way, Xiao Tian, I've looked over your records. Your mathematics and science are excellent. You nearly scored full marks on the college entrance examination. In your rural school, where resources are limited, you've achieved such results. You're a genius. Given your talent, you should be able to tutor my cousin without issue, right?" Upon hearing this, I understood why she suddenly trusted me. She must have investigated my background, or else how would she know about my exam results? However, I understood her reasoning. After all, no one would unconditionally trust a stranger. Furthermore, her request for me to tutor her cousin indicated that she had completely dispelled her doubts about me, which truly comforted me. Thus, I replied somewhat awkwardly, "I suppose so. I've always been diligent, and I have a bit of a talent for studying since childhood, so my grades are decent. However, I've never taught anyone before, so I'm not sure if I can." As I trailed off, my voice grew smaller. In truth, I was eager to take on this opportunity, as it was my only remaining chance, and given my current situation, tutoring seemed to be the best choice. Sister Yu appeared to sense my inner thoughts and immediately reassured me, "It's all right. Most tutors are college students. Besides, my cousin is quite mischievous. I've hired several tutors, but they all left after just a few days because they couldn't tolerate her bad temper. I can tell that you have a gentle disposition and know how to accommodate others. You should get along well with my cousin. In fact, she is not a bad person at all." With Sister Yu's words, I felt more inclined to agree, and we ultimately decided that after the new year, she would arrange for my discharge from the hospital, and I would tutor her cousin. This would also provide me with a good job opportunity. No words of gratitude could adequately express my feelings towards Sister Yu. I could only keep this kindness etched in my heart. She was truly a rare gem, independent, capable, and considerate. Today was New Year's Eve, and to care for my feelings, she didn't rush to take me back to the hospital. Instead, she took me around the city, got my hair cut, accompanied me to buy new clothes, and treated me to a grand meal, allowing me to experience a different festive atmosphere in a foreign land. Having such a beautiful companion felt extraordinarily delightful. Many envious glances were cast my way, as onlookers marveled at how a seemingly unremarkable person like me, leaning on a crutch, could be in the company of such a stunning beauty. Though I understood that this moment was fleeting and illusory, it was undeniably beautiful. By evening, Sister Yu had to return home to celebrate the new year, so she left me at the hospital. For me, this brief companionship provided boundless strength. The feelings of despair and loneliness began to dissipate, leaving behind a resilient and sunny heart. During the first few days of the new year, filled with positive energy and cooperating with the doctor's treatment, I thought about returning to normalcy soon and often felt inexplicably excited. My optimistic mindset contributed to my recovery, and the doctors praised my physical condition. Gradually, I was able to attempt walking without the crutch, though I still needed it for caution. Soon, it was the 9th day of the new year, and Sister Yu had arranged everything for me. I followed her to her residence, a villa where she lived independently, separate from her family. Her cousin, who had been quite attached to her since childhood, also lived in the house. Of course, in addition to the two of them, a housekeeper and a cleaning lady were also employed. It seemed that both of them were born into privilege, while I, a poor soul, was excited at the thought of cohabiting with such a beauty. However, I was overly optimistic, Sister you had assigned me to stay in the security room in the yard. As her cousin put it, my presence meant her home wouldn't be too lonely and would finally have a companion. Later, I discovered that my room was adjacent to a doghouse. Sister you felt apologetic about my living arrangements and said she had inconvenienced me. However, for a homeless wanderer like me, having a place to stay was a tremendous blessing. Of course, once I settled in, life was not easy. The primary challenge was that her cousin initially rejected me vehemently. To her, I was just a perverted creep, even though her sister believed in me. She firmly declared that she would never trust me and referred to me as pervert or creepy pervert from then on. Although Sister you tried to mediate our relationship, her efforts were not very effective. My interactions with her cousin were always strained. Tutoring sessions were barely manageable, and the atmosphere was often tense. At the slightest provocation, she would scold me, leaving me feeling utterly humiliated. Thankfully, I was able to endure it. My resilience grew, and I eventually became unbothered by her insults. When her cousin realized that scolding me was ineffective, she started presenting me with bizarre math problems to challenge me. However, I was quite proficient in this area, and I could solve each problem, earning her admiration. Gradually, I began to understand her better. I realized that she was just sharp-tongued, speaking without thinking. But her heart wasn't malicious. She was clever and quick-witted. As time passed, she no longer regarded me with such hostility, at least when it came to studies. She accepted my guidance sincerely. I shared my learning methods with her wholeheartedly, patiently teaching her many things. She could sense my genuine intentions, and thus, her insults became less harsh. In fact, after spending time with her, not only did my fortitude increase, but my personality also became more cheerful. Initially, I would never retort when she insulted me, but later, when she baselessly scolded me, I began to argue back logically, occasionally leaving her speechless and infuriated. Through these light-hearted quarrels with a carefree girl, I learned bits and pieces about Sister you. It turned out that she had never accepted the handsome Zhou Xinjing. Not because he wasn't good enough, but because she had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. She harbored a strong dislike for men, not because she was a lesbian, but due to a psychological aversion, believing that men were dirty and would tarnish her. As a result, even after graduating from university and entering the workforce, she had never been in a romantic relationship. Somehow, I became the only man she could approach. At first, her treatment of me was merely out of necessity due to our encounter. Eventually, she came to appreciate my honesty and non-lewd demeanor, finding my gaze clean. However, when she heard Zhou Xinjing label me as a pervert, she was indeed alarmed, as that was the type of person she despised the most, prompting her to distance herself from me. Later, my little cousin, perplexed by her sister's unwavering trust in me, remained convinced that I was an unadulterated pervert. I couldn't be bothered to explain myself further. Her opinions mattered little to me. As long as Sister you placed her faith in me, that was enough. Moreover, I harbored no lewd intentions toward her. Thus, I maintained an upright demeanor in their presence, and our interactions were bearable. Until April, nothing significant occurred. However, one day in early April, my little cousin rushed into my room right after class, demanding that I accompany her. Thus, I found myself inexplicably drawn into her chamber for the first time, a room imbued with a distinct fragrance of youthful innocence, its decor vibrantly feminine and refreshing. Despite my discomfort, she urged me to sit, and I complied, perching on the stool at her vanity. Yet, no sooner had I settled than she exclaimed in exasperation, "I'm infuriated. You must help me." Startled by her sudden outburst, I steadied myself, relieved that she wasn't berating me, but rather seeking assistance. With newfound confidence, I replied, "Did you flunk an exam and need me to cover for you?" She shot me an incredulous glare, retorting, "Who said anything about exams? I'm not worried about that. It's someone at school who's been bullying and harassing me, like a pesky shadow. You need to help me get rid of him." I promptly rejected her request, stating, "No way, I don't engage in fights, nor could I win." Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Who said anything about fighting? You're a grown man. Why are you so cowardly? Scared of a high schooler?" I shrugged nonchalantly. "So what? I'm still recovering from an injury." She rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Enough of that. I'm not asking you to fight. This guy thinks he has something special because he is popular at school, but he's just annoying. I came to you because you're a creepy guy. You must know how to handle him. Please help." At this, I was irritated and stood up, reiterating, "I've told you 100 times, I'm not a pervert." She waved her hand dismissively. Fine, let's set that aside. The point is, he likes me, and his constant attention is unbearable. Find a way to make him leave me alone. I muttered under my breath. Who would even like you? Fuming, she stomped her foot and shouted, You pervert. Just give me a straight answer. Will you help or not? If you refuse, I'll tell Sister You that you peeped at me while I was bathing. I quickly replied, Please, don't insult my taste. With gritted teeth, she pressed, Will you help or not? Her tone dripped with menace. I found myself at a loss. How do you expect me to help? She suggested, It depends on you. You could pretend to be my boyfriend or something, escort me to school, and make him back off. Without hesitation, I replied, You want me to be a human shield? No way. What if they beat me up? She looked at me incredulously. Why are you so timid? Are you even a man? I raised my head solemnly and responded, I am a man, but even men fear a beating. My little cousin was thoroughly defeated by my weakness, yet she did not relent. Suddenly, she shed her thin jacket to reveal a tank top and sauntered over to me, adopting an unexpectedly gentle demeanor. I understand. You men need incentives to act. I can offer you something. I was taken aback and quickly warned, I caution you. Don't cross the line. I have my principles. I'm not interested in minors. After glancing at her budding figure, I swallowed hard and added, Especially not in someone so juvenile. Her fury reached new heights, and she kicked at me, shouting, You can die. Dream on. I have no interest in you. You weak pervert. Don't flatter yourself. Just wait here. I'll bring you something worthwhile. With that, she stormed out, leaving me in a state of unease. I knew better than to offend this fiery girl. I could only comply and wait to see what she would conjure up. I resolved not to be the one to suffer. After about 10 minutes of waiting, I was nearly dozing off when something fluttered down onto my head, covering my face. I felt it was warm and carried a peculiar scent that piqued my olfactory senses. Curious, I removed it to find, to my horror, a cartoonish pair of panties. I nearly choked in disbelief. Looking up, I saw my little cousin grinning wickedly, gloating, I've heard you're a perverted fiend who collects girls' underwear. This is mine. A gift for you. But remember, your Takim, my little cousin, forcefully patted my shoulder and exclaimed, With your timid demeanor, it's evident that you are unworthy of me. You simply cannot deceive anyone. Let's get you some tattoos. Look, the effect will be instantly transformative, showcasing your masculinity. Not only will this make people believe we are a couple, but it will also lend you an air of intimidation, scaring off those pesky nuisances. Enough chatter. Let us go. I felt on the verge of tears. Throughout my life, I've always feared causing trouble, even more so engaging in disputes. My principle has always been to avoid conflict unless provoked, at which point I would promptly apologize. Now, however, I was being urged to draw fire towards myself, and I felt utterly despondent. Yet my cousin's words held a grain of truth. Indeed, a man should not be excessively timid or cowardly. I contemplated that perhaps Xiao Yu preferred Wan Yu over me because he exuded more masculinity and could offer her a sense of security. With this thought, I suddenly felt a spark of courage emerge from within, and I resolutely followed my little cousin. However, despite my newfound confidence, a wave of anxiety washed over me as we approached the school gate. My cousin repeatedly instructed me on how to conduct myself, but I struggled to absorb her advice. I still hoped for a peaceful resolution. I truly wished to avoid any violent confrontation. I quietly urged her to be polite, to maintain some decorum, and to avoid provoking anyone unnecessarily. She shot me a dismissive glance and entered the school. This institution was an elite academy, reputed for its exorbitant enrollment fees. The environment and architectural grandeur were unparalleled. The entire school exuded vitality, and it appeared well organized, with every student clad in a distinctive uniform. Reflecting on my own impoverished high school, this place felt like a paradise. I found myself captivated by the atmosphere. Yet when I inadvertently caught the unfriendly gazes of some boys, I was abruptly reminded of my purpose for being there. I cautiously approached my cousin, feeling somewhat guilty, and inquired, Why are so many people staring at me with such hostility? With a mischievous smile, my cousin replied, Well, of course. I am somewhat of a talented girl and the belle of the school. I am a popular figure here. Who wouldn't recognize me? Naturally, walking alongside me draws attention. Upon hearing this, I panicked. This was truly provoking animosity, and I felt a chill run down my spine, especially when I noticed that some high school boys were larger and more muscular than I. I had to remind my cousin again. The boys at your school are quite well built. They certainly look capable of fighting. Please remember to avoid trouble, or I might just run away. She looked at me with disdain and said, What a coward. Their physical development has nothing to do with you. They won't harm you. Now let us move. Regardless of her reassurances, I could not quell the anxiety churning within me until we reached the teaching building. My heart remained unsettled. Suddenly, at the third-floor staircase, we were obstructed by someone. To my relief, the individual blocking our path was not particularly tall and possessed the delicate features of a pretty boy, exuding a weak demeanor. Faced with him, I instantly felt emboldened, straightening my back. Observing my newfound confidence, my cousin also seemed invigorated, lifting her chin proudly to address the pretty boy, Chun-Lin. I trust you believe me now. Allow me to formally introduce my boyfriend, Gutian. Chewing gum nonchalantly, the pretty boy retorted, Excellent, don't joke with me. Am I not familiar with you? This foolish, dazed expression is precisely your least favorite type. How could he possibly be your boyfriend? I suspect you've merely hired a laborer. This pretty boy, though seemingly gentle, had a sharp tongue. I was at least taller than him and refused to be intimidated. Thus, I responded with irritation, Classmate, I kindly ask you to mind your words. Xiner has a preference for my type. What is wrong with that? Noticing my defiance, the pretty boy glared at me menacingly, gritting his teeth. Gutian, is it? I have already been quite civil. I warn you, do not put on show here. I have no interest in theatrics. While my patience still holds, I suggest you leave immediately, or I assure you, you won't be able to leave this school. I was taken aback. I had not anticipated such arrogance from someone so diminutive. However, his words did not provoke my anger. Instead, they incited my cousin's wrath. In a sudden move, she linked her arm with mine and shouted, Chun-Lin, do you think you're so impressive? My boyfriend is not afraid of you. He has martial arts training, and I am drawn to such men. You would do well to recognize your place and cease your pursuit of me. With my cousin praising me in such a manner, I could no longer afford to exhibit even a hint of cowardice. Therefore, I mustered my strength, attempting to project an air of confidence, though it seemed ineffective against the pretty boy, who merely glared at me in anger, threatening, Are you still not leaving? Having tolerated his taunts once, I could no longer endure a second. If he were physically strong, I might fear him, but this delicate pretty boy's audacity was something I refused to accept. I straightened my posture and solemnly declared, Young man, are your ears malfunctioning? Did you not hear Xiner declare that I am her boyfriend? I am here to discover who has been bothering her and disrupting her studies. It turns out to be you. I advise you to keep your distance from her. After delivering this proclamation, I felt an unexpected surge of manliness, and even my cousin regarded me with admiration. A sense of accomplishment washed over me. Yet, to my dismay, the pretty boy remained unfazed. Instead of fear, his anger intensified. His eyes ablaze. He leaned closer, fixing me with a piercing gaze, and enunciated each word. Are you threatening me? I found myself puzzled. In front of this pretty boy, I consider myself a tall man, especially with my tattoos. How could he, a high school student, not fear me and maintain such arrogance? Regardless, I had come this far, and with several onlookers, I, a robust man, could not appear weak in front of this delicate figure. If I was to put on a show, it needed to be grander. So, I revealed a fierce expression and growled, Indeed, I am threatening you. What of it? To my astonishment, the pretty boy suddenly laughed, retreating while clapping his hands, exclaiming, Good, you got guts. His words were barely out when a throng of individuals surged forward, completely surrounding my cousin and me. These newcomers exuded a stark contrast to the pretty boy. They were robust, and their eyes glinted with a predatory hunger. The confidence I once had dissipated, and my legs trembled uncontrollably. I leaned closer to my cousin and weakly asked, Tell me, those people aren't with that guy, are they? Her expression turned grave as she leaned in to whisper, I forgot to mention, Chun-Lin is the tyrant of our school, with many underlings. He has been bullying others here for quite some time. Upon hearing this, I nearly collapsed in shock. My little cousin was leading me into disaster. She had only advised me on how to project bravado without revealing the enemy's true nature. Now, my earlier bravado seemed foolish, as I, a 7-foot man, was about to be bullied by a group of high school students. The humiliation was unbearable. I quickly replaced my fierce demeanor with a facade of false humility. Yet, to my utter disbelief, before I could beg for mercy, my cousin boldly addressed the pretty boy. Chun-Lin, I warn you, do not take advantage of your numbers to bully others. My boyfriend is also well-connected. Try to lay a hand on him, and we will settle this. Surrounded by teammates as foolish as swine, I find myself in a situation where my grievances have no avenue for expression. At such a critical moment, my little cousin, with her imbecilic demeanor, continues to boast. At this point, maintaining composure seems a luxury. Merely avoiding an embarrassing accident is my utmost effort. I, of all people, dread being besieged, and the sight of that ferocious group fixated on me sends shivers down my spine. Yet, with my cousin's words already uttered, to ask for mercy now would only deepen my humiliation. Thus, I remain silent, awaiting my fate. The arrogant young man, however, is evidently unimpressed by my cousin's bravado. With a dismissive sneer, he retorts, "Tao Wanxin, spare us your theatrics. Look at him. Does he even resemble someone from the streets?" And even if he does, I, Chun-Lin, detest being threatened and loathe being deceived with such charades. He then addresses the crowd encircling me, commanding, "Boys, loosen his bones. Let him know who holds the reins here." Despair engulfs me. I can no longer conceal the truth. I cannot gamble with my safety any longer. Regretfully, I resolve to plead for mercy before chaos ensues. I open my mouth, ready to divulge the truth. However, at that moment, my flustered cousin suddenly steps in front of me, rises on her toes, and delivers an unexpected, fervent kiss. In an instant, I am paralyzed, overwhelmed by the shock, my senses electrified. I become utterly disoriented, though the faint fragrance of her essence still lingers in my nostrils. After several seconds, she pushes me away, her eyes glistening as she confronts the astonished young man. "I am not deceiving you. He is truly my boyfriend. Now do you believe me? So, do not act recklessly, or I shall not spare you." Chapter 19. My spring has arrived at that moment. Peril was forgotten as I lingered in the afterglow of that unexpected kiss. Though this marked my second experience of such intimacy, it felt infinitely more profound than the fleeting first. Perhaps, being kissed forcefully ignites a thrill far surpassing the act of kissing someone else. My face flushed, my heart raced. I could never have imagined that my carefree cousin could be so bold and audacious, leaving me utterly entranced. It was not just I who was taken aback. The young man and his companions were equally stunned. This was high school, after all, in the heart of an academic building, where such passionate displays were bound to astound the onlookers. Finally, it was the young man who broke the silence, shouting in rage, "If he is your boyfriend, I'm all the more inclined to beat him. Boys, let us finish him off." In an instant, everyone regained their composure and charged at me. I awoke from my stupor, fully aware that there was no escaping this wrath. My fate was sealed. I resigned myself to the blows, knowing that I would face my demise silently. My cousin, however, attempted to resist valiantly, trying to shield me from the onslaught, but as a petite girl, she was effortlessly overpowered by a burly figure. Thus, the group commenced their merciless assault, and in a bid to maintain some semblance of dignity, I gritted my teeth and remained silent. Yet these affluent high schoolers were no mere amateurs. One hefty lad executed a shoulder throw, sending me crashing to the ground. Soon, they commenced to kick me, treating me as a mere punching bag for their frustrations. While my body ached with pain, the humiliation I felt far outweighed any physical discomfort. I recalled a time in a small diner when, for shall you-'s sake, I faced a similar throng of ruffians. That experience had been exhilarating, invigorating even. Now, however, I felt utterly disgraceful. Once boasting with bravado, I now found myself in a pitiful state, unable to even muster a whimper. The crowd of onlookers only grew, and I wished desperately for a hole to swallow me whole. Regret consumed me for meddling in affairs that did not concern me, and I lamented the loss of dignity I had fought so hard to reclaim. The very cousin who had led me to this predicament was now vehemently berating the young man, calling him less than a man for bullying someone alone, declaring that she would forever look down on him. While I recognized her newfound compassion, I knew her words would only serve to provoke him further. Indeed, she succeeded in igniting his fury, and he rushed over to deliver a vicious kick, his hatred for me evident. As I began to feel my strength wane, the pain rendering me nearly insensible, it seemed their wrath knew no bounds. Only when the bell rang did they finally cease their assault, leaving me with a sense of relief washing over me. Yet, the tormentors did not depart immediately. The young man squatted before me, grotesquely spitting his chewing gum onto my face, declaring, "Kid, you've got guts to tread on sacred ground. Today, consider yourself fortunate. I don't wish to escalate matters. But should I ever see you with Tao Wanxin again, your luck will surely run out." He then wiped his gum-stained hand on my clothing before striding away with an air of triumph. At that moment, My cousin managed to break free and rushed to help me up, her face a mask of concern as she inquired about my well-being, profusely apologizing. It was evident she hadn't intended for me to suffer such a beating. Her loose tongue had merely gotten the better of her. Yet, truthfully, I felt far from comforted. Shadows of past humiliation resurfaced, and a familiar sense of helplessness and inferiority gripped me once more. It seemed that wherever I went, shame followed closely behind. In university, I had at least been mentally prepared, aware of my disability and the accompanying self-doubt. A little humiliation would hardly cause a significant psychological impact. Yet now, having finally regained my physical integrity, I had not even savored the feeling of standing tall before being subjected to such ridicule once again. To make matters worse, as I stood up, I discovered several holes in my thin tank top. Even my temporary tattoos had been damaged. My pitiful state garnered no sympathy from the onlookers. Instead, I became a source of amusement. It was clear to everyone that I was a pretender, possibly even my cousin's fraudulent boyfriend. The embarrassment was not mine alone. My cousin's face bore an equally mortified expression, undoubtedly disappointed in my conduct. However, seeing my injuries and recognizing her role in my predicament, she refrained from voicing her discontent, instead insisting on escorting me to the hospital. I removed the gum from my face and mustered a strained smile, assuring her, "It's nothing serious. You should head a class. I'll take my leave." With that, I slinked away, tail between my legs, amid the myriad of gazes directed at me. Upon returning home, I immediately took a shower, changed my clothes, and collapsed onto my bed. Alas, the injuries I sustained were quite severe, though my efforts to protect my wounded leg spared me from more serious consequences. I could not shake the feeling of being a tragic figure, reduced to being bullied by a pack of high schoolers. Despite my internal resistance, I felt utterly powerless, blaming my naivety for allowing my cousin to lead me astray. To add insult to injury, I had been forcefully kissed by her. If word of this reached Sister U, my reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Would she think I was corrupting a child? My thoughts spiraled into despair, and my eyes reddened with unshed tears. As evening fell, my cousin returned, seeking me out immediately. Upon noticing the bruises on my face, her expression softened with pity. She opened her mouth, apologizing, "Gutian, I am truly sorry. I had no idea that Chun-Lin would be so ruthless, so audacious as to show me no respect, resorting to violence in school." Observing her earnest demeanor, I could not bring myself to chastise her further. Thus, I chose to adopt a tranquil mindset and softly remarked, "It's all right. After all, I am quite accustomed to being bullied." My younger cousin pouted and asked, "So, you're not angry with me?" Her expression and gaze were utterly irresistible, prompting me to respond, "Not at all. However, it would be prudent for you to consult me before undertaking significant matters in the future. That kiss you planted on me today left me rather uncomfortable. I'm not a person who engages lightly in such acts." She huffed in reply, "Oh, please, do you think I wanted to? I merely aimed to prove you're my boyfriend, fearing you might get hurt. Although it didn't quite serve its purpose. You must understand that was my first kiss. How fortunate for you." I was rendered speechless, muttering under my breath, "Fortunate?" I feel like I drew the short straw. Surprisingly, my cousin did not erupt in anger this time. Instead, she consoled me while playfully pushing me down, instructing me to lie flat as she began to remove my clothing. I immediately shrieked, "Didn't I say I'm not that kind of person? Don't get carried away." She held me down, saying, "What on earth are you thinking? Stay still. I brought you some medicinal alcohol to apply." At her words, I ceased my movements, realizing that despite her impulsive nature, she was surprisingly meticulous in her actions. She gradually helped me out of my shirt and gently applied the alcohol. Remarkably, the cooling sensation of the medicine was quite soothing, almost eliciting a moan from me. It was the first time I had noticed this tender side of her. Her delicate hands gliding over my skin stirred a certain excitement within me. Simultaneously, I was touched by her attentiveness. Sensing her guilt transformed her into a different person. As she tended to my injuries, she grumbled, "Ugh, Chun-Lin is utterly despicable, inflicting such severe harm. Just look at the state you're in. People like him will inevitably face retribution." I was lost in the comfort of her ministrations and instinctively echoed, "Indeed." Then she continued, "You have no idea how infuriating it is. He called me a liar, said I was deceiving him, and labeled me as promiscuous, which has left me humiliated in front of my classmates. They all think I'm a fraud, boastful, and arrogant. Doesn't that make you furious? Still basking in the pleasant sensation, I found her reasoning compelling. Given her prideful nature, I could understand how such an affront would be intolerable. Thus, I comforted her. It is indeed infuriating. People like him will eventually face the consequences. Seizing the moment, she pressed on, "Good tea on. Do you not wish to retaliate against such a loathsome individual who has wronged you so gravely?" Truth be told, I was nearing the brink of being brainwashed by her fervor, especially as I reveled in the comfort she provided. So, without much thought, I nonchalantly replied, "Of course." However, the moment the words left my lips, I felt a twinge of unease and quickly turned to face her. Sure enough, she wore a triumphant expression that suggested she had concocted some scheme. I nervously inquired, "What do you intend to do?" With a smirk, she declared, "I'm taking you along to exact revenge and make them regret their actions." Panic surged through me, and with a quick wit, I pushed her away and began to roll around on the bed, lamenting, "Oh, my leg hurts terribly. I think I might limp again. Oh, my head aches as well. Oh dear." My cries were exaggeratedly tragic, making me feel as though I were on the brink of death. Naturally, this little charade was insufficient to fool her. She promptly grabbed a pillow and struck me, saying, "Good tea on, stop pretending. Isn't it disgusting? A grown man feigning death, and you're so unconvincing. What are you actually afraid of? Did you not just say you wanted to confront him?" Feigning death proved futile, so I sat up and retorted, "Yes, I wanted to confront him, but that was merely a thought. I'm someone who dares to dream, but lacks the courage to act. Please don't drag me into this. I'm begging you." My cousin, agitated, exclaimed, "Can you not aspire to be a bit more ambitious? I have lived my life without encountering someone as spineless as you. If you hadn't been so cowardly, would Lin have dared to bully you like that? Your performance has been dismally inadequate. When others strike you, you don't even dare to retaliate. Even if you don't fight back, you could at least run away. Do you realize how you've embarrassed me? Shouldn't you seek to restore my honor?" Though her demeanor was rather domineering, her words struck a chord within me. After all, I was a man, yet after being beaten, I merely clung to my feet in silence, daring not to utter a threat or even flee. Previously, I had been incapacitated, but now that my leg had healed, my courage seemed to have diminished. Contemplating this, I felt a weight settle in my heart, and I earnestly looked at her, asking, "Tao Wanxin, do you truly think I lack masculinity and am cowardly?" She responded with utmost seriousness, "Yes, cowardly." My heart sank, and I retorted, "Could you not phrase it more delicately?" She replied, "I've already been quite tactful. It's just that you are extraordinarily lacking in masculinity, which is why I have never regarded you as a man." Hearing this, I felt a surge of indignation. With a swift motion, I leapt from the bed, standing tall and fixing my gaze upon her. She wore a smug expression, believing she had ensnared me, but I merely smiled and said, "All right, I concede. I am cowardly and timid. Just don't involve me. I refuse to go, even if it costs me my life." My cousin was thoroughly defeated by my apparent weakness. Resorting to a more forceful approach, she placed her hands on her hips and declared, "Good tea on, if you do not assist me. I shall inform my cousin that you forcibly kissed me." This threat genuinely alarmed me, and I quickly restored my composure, replying with gravity, "Do not slander me. It was you who kissed me." She disregarded my protests, steadfast in her assertion that I had assaulted her. Alas, I dreaded the thought of any misunderstanding with Yujia. If this younger cousin of mine were to embellish the tale, I might be forced to leave. Thus, I hastily adopted a conciliatory tone, asking first, "Tell me how I can assist you. I assure you, I will not engage in anything perilous. If you want me to duel that pretty boy, I can manage that. I am confident I can best that brat. However, you are aware that they are numerous, and I stand no chance against them." Upon witnessing my willingness to compromise, my cousin smiled with satisfaction. She graciously replied, "You need not worry about that. I am well aware of your capabilities. I will not place my hopes solely in you. Rest assured, I can summon reinforcements. The reason I want you involved is to show them that I'm not a fraud. You're the real tough guy, and you can command them to take on those bullies." To be honest, I had little interest in revenge. My nature was such that after receiving a beating, I would simply accept it as a misfortune rather than engage in a futile struggle. However, witnessing my cousin's unwavering conviction and her ability to summon help, which meant I would not need to fight, ignited a spark of interest within me. That arrogant pretty boy had long been a thorn in my side, and more importantly, being beaten by a HIG subsequently My little cousin elaborated on the plan, detailing how to assert dominance and confront the pretty boy. Her words filled me with excitement, igniting a fervent desire to finally rise above the frustrations of the past. The exhilaration was indescribable. In the end, I inquired about the safety aspect, and she assured me of my absolute security, claiming that those ruffians were fearless and utterly reliable. This assurance allowed me to feel at ease and agree to her proposal. That evening, as my cousin attended her evening study session at school, she made the necessary connections. Meanwhile, I visited a barbershop to style my hair dramatically, preparing for my anticipated transformation. That night, I tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, consumed by thoughts of the impending reversal of fortune. To my surprise, it seemed that fortune was finally smiling upon me. The next morning, I arose early to groom myself, erasing the image of despair from the previous day. After achieving a striking appearance, I eagerly made my way to my cousin's school. Outside the campus, I met up with the gang she had arranged. Initially skeptical of her claims, my doubts dissipated upon seeing the group. They were unmistakably formidable. Each member sported vibrant hair colors, and some bore authentic tattoos that far surpassed the fake ones I had. Among them was a leader with a distinct scar on his face, exuding an intimidating presence. With their numbers exceeding 10, I felt emboldened. This scarred individual appeared to be well compensated, approachable, and ready to assist with anything I needed, even offering to provide a knife. Startled by the mention of a weapon, I quickly declined, arguing that they were merely students and a show of force would suffice. The scarred man laughed heartily, declaring, "All right, you dictate the terms. Today, you are our leader." Experiencing the thrill of leadership was indeed exhilarating, especially with my impressive attire, a cloak and a hat reminiscent of a classic mobster. I felt a rush of pride, yet I knew better than to flaunt my bravado prematurely. I instructed the gang meticulously on how to support my role, ensuring they portrayed me as the leader I aspired to be. To enhance my image, I even purchased a pack of cigarettes, though I nearly choked while attempting to smoke. Nevertheless, I soon adapted and instructed the scarred man to assist me in lighting a cigarette. After finalizing our plans, we awaited a brief moment until my cousin called, informing me that they were about to emerge. I waved my hand dramatically, leading the gang to a narrow path they would traverse. After a few minutes, I spotted the pretty boy approaching with his entourage, accompanied by my cousin and several female classmates. At that moment, my heart raced with anticipation. At last, the opportunity for retribution had arrived. I commanded, "Let's go," and strode confidently to the forefront, flanked by my gang as we approached the pretty boy. We swiftly positioned ourselves in front of him. I casually smirked, lifting my chin slightly, casting a mysterious gaze his way. My cousin, upon seeing me, beamed with excitement and rushed to my side, linking her arm with mine. She proudly announced to the pretty boy, "Chun Lin, did you really think I would dine with you? How naive. Today, my boyfriend summoned me to bring you out. So prepare for your downfall. You won't believe the prowess of my boyfriend." Together, we shared a triumphant grin. However, the arrogant pretty boy merely raised an eyebrow in surprise before bursting into laughter, his tone dripping with mockery. "Oh, is that so?" His derisive expression and tone irked me, yet I resolved to maintain my composure and execute my plan effectively. I slowly retrieved a cigarette from my pocket and placed it between my lips, snapping my fingers for the scarred man to light it. However, to my dismay, after a lengthy pause, he bypassed me entirely and approached the pretty boy, offering him a cigarette and lighting it for him instead. In utter disbelief, I watched as the scarred man, grinning obsequiously, addressed the pretty boy, "Young Master Lin, what a surprise to see you here." Chapter 20. The duel. The sudden turn of events left me momentarily stunned, my mind struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before me. The pretty boy smirked, exuding a sense of authority as he casually inhaled from the cigarette, releasing an impressive smoke ring. "What brings you here with such a crowd? Planning to stir trouble at my school?" Though youthful, he spoke with a maturity that commanded respect, overshadowing my attempts at bravado. The fierce-looking scarred man, in stark contrast, was now utterly subservient, eagerly responding to the pretty boy's inquiry. "Young Master Lin, I was just about to enjoy a drink with my friends. We would never cause a disturbance here. Is there anything you require assistance with?" At this point, it became abundantly clear to me that the scarred man had switched allegiances without warning, leaving my cousin and me in utter shock, exchanging bewildered glances. The cunning pretty boy, clearly reveling in the situation, inquired, "I have no pressing matters, but I wonder if you know that fool in the trench coat? If not, I suggest you leave. I have something to discuss with him." The scar man glanced back at me, and I shot him a pleading look, hoping for at least some support. However, to my utter dismay, he callously replied, "Know him? We've only met once. Since young Master Lin has no issues, we shall take our leave." With that, he signaled to his gang, and they departed without a second thought. My cousin, snapping back to reality, shouted after them, "Hey, you can't just leave after taking our money." This outburst elicited laughter from the pretty boy's friends, even causing him to chuckle. In that moment, regret consumed me. I lamented trusting my unreliable cousin yet again. The situation had spiraled out of control, leaving me unsure of how to proceed. As the pretty boy approached, mocking me, he said, "Oh, Gutian, you sure are putting on quite the show today. Are you really here to teach me a lesson?" I am terrified. Upon his utterance, his entourage erupted into raucous laughter once more, prompting even my little cousin's classmates to join in the mirth. In their eyes, I had become an absolute jest, though I was acutely aware of the peril lurking behind their laughter. The impending storm, heralded by the arrival of the dandy, sent waves of anxiety coursing through me, causing my body to tremble involuntarily, and the cigarette I held to slip from my lips and fall to the ground. In a desperate attempt to salvage a shred of hope, I mustered an awkward smile and stammered, "It's a misunderstanding. It's merely that Tao Wanshin was being mischievous, seeking a few ruffians for a jest. What a coincidence that everyone knows each other. Ha ha, now that there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave. I'm yet to have dinner." With that, I turned to depart, but even before I could take a step, the dandy's furious voice pierced through my back. "What misunderstanding? Brothers, bring him down and give him a good thrashing." Alas, another beating awaited me. My heart sank, and I felt utterly desolate. Just then, my little cousin shouted, "Run!" Without a second thought, I sprinted away. However, upon taking flight, I realized my wretched legs had turned to jelly from fear, making it difficult to run swiftly. Before long, I felt a swift kick land on my back, causing me to stumble and fall. What followed was a flurry of punches and kicks from the very same group, and this time, it was the dandy I had provoked. This beating was far more severe than the last, rendering me nearly unconscious and drawing blood. Ultimately, it was my little cousin frantically shouting about calling the police that prompted them to cease their assault. As they departed, the dandy issued a menacing threat, declaring that in any future encounter, he would strike me down, and if I were to foolishly present myself before him again, I would find myself hospitalized, having already willingly offered myself to him twice. A third time would truly mark the end of my sanity. In that moment, I solemnly vowed never to provoke the dandy again, even with a knife in my throat. I would refrain from crossing him, prioritizing self-preservation. Once they left, my little cousin promptly escorted me to a small clinic. My misfortune was compounded as I emerged not only treated for my wounds, but also with my face marred. I felt like a wilted cabbage. Reflecting on the buoyant spirit I had awakened with that morning, filled with hope for the spring that awaited me, and then gazing at my current state, the disparity in my heart was indescribable. I felt utterly wretched, as though no one else in the world could be as unfortunate as I. I was already quite pitiful and unlucky. Surely, heaven could bestow upon me at least one genuine opportunity to redeem myself, rather than subjecting me to humiliation at the hands of a group of high schoolers twice. Enough was enough. I had no desire to utter another word. My little cousin, well aware of her misstep, continuously apologized, but I had no inclination to listen. I simply implored her to seek revenge or reclaim her dignity without involving me, pleading for her not to drag me into her troubles. Recognizing my disheveled state, she refrained from further discussion. Moreover, she understood that the facade had been completely unraveled, making it impossible to continue the charade. Thus, I had no need to involve myself in her matters any further. Upon returning home, we unexpectedly encountered Sister Yu. Upon seeing my sudden transformation into a pitiable figure, hurriedly inquired about my condition. I could only fabricate a story about a minor fall, insisting it was nothing serious. My little cousin corroborated my feeble tale, and whether Sister Yu believed us or not, she ultimately said nothing further, urging me to rest and tend to my injuries. After this incident, I found myself languid and despondent, with the exception of tutoring my cousin, which provided a fleeting sense of value. At all other times, I felt utterly like a hapless failure, devoid of passion for life. The rare optimism I had painstakingly cultivated had once again succumbed to silence and pessimism, and even my usual banter with my little cousin had dwindled. In truth, her situation was not much better than mine. She returned home daily brimming with frustration, lacking the spirit to jest with me. I could see that she had endured significant grievances at school, yet no one was there to aid her. However, unlike me, she did not wallow in despair. Her fiery spirit remained unyielding, unwilling to accept defeat. Thus, having tasted humiliation, she was bound to retaliate. Furthermore, she recognized that my current state of despondence was a direct consequence of her actions, and her tenacious nature compelled her to prevent me from continuing down this path of lethargy. Consequently, she would occasionally broach the subject of avenging herself against the dandy, albeit in a roundabout manner. Yet, at the mere mention of the dandy, I would immediately urge her to cease, pleading with her to refrain from discussing her school troubles. My little cousin was exasperated by my cowardice and lack of loyalty, leaving her utterly speechless. She knew that directly addressing the dandy would provoke me, yielding little effect. Hence she shifted tactics. While I tutored her, she would intentionally pose questions about masculinity, about what it truly meant to be a man, even using examples to provoke me. Occasionally, she would drag me to watch films centered on brotherhood and the spirit of struggle, and I found myself absorbing the narrative, begrudgingly accepting this mental conditioning. Gradually, as I was exposed to these themes, I began to feel a stirring within me, a flicker of passion igniting in my veins, a burgeoning desire to strive as a man. Yet, my transformation was merely superficial. My inherent weakness remained deeply rooted. My timidity still clung to me. I had no desire for futile struggles. The harder I resisted change, the more relentless my little cousin became in her attempts to provoke and inspire me. In moments of frustration, she would even scold me. It was nearly impossible to remain unaffected by her spirited demeanor. Previously, when gazing into the mirror, my focus was solely on my facial features, scrutinizing for blemishes. However, now I found myself subconsciously assessing whether I appeared masculine, whether I exuded a sense of strength. Furthermore, each time I caught sight of the scar on my face, memories of that humiliation would resurface, igniting a sense of defiance and even a flicker of vengeful longing. Observing my subtle transformation, my little cousin seized the opportunity to recount her own frustrations at school, expressing her desire for revenge against Chun-Lin, wishing to tear down his haughty visage. To my surprise, I found myself more receptive to her indignation than before. When she conveyed the dandy's exact words, stating that I, Gutian, was nothing but a soft coward, the most pathetic and laughable of failures, my little cousin vehemently defended me, asserting that it was Chun-Lin who was truly the coward, relying on numbers to overpower me. The dandy, incensed by her retort, proclaimed that even in a one-on-one confrontation, he would have me eating dirt. My little cousin seemed to have anticipated this declaration, firmly believing that Chun-Lin would never triumph over me. In this regard, we appeared to reach a consensus. After all, I towered over the dandy by a head, having emerged from a rural upbringing that had imbued me with strength. In contrast, the dandy appeared weak and frail. Thus, after all her roundabout commentary, my little cousin's true intent became clear. She aimed to orchestrate a duel between me and the dandy. She assured me that she could successfully incite that pretty boy to agree to a duel with me. Now, all she sought was for me to muster some masculine spirit, to gather my courage, and to teach that damned Chun-Lin a lesson, restoring our honor. Of course, upon finally grasping my little cousin's true intent, my initial reaction was still to refuse. It wasn't that I feared that pretty boy. Rather, I did not trust him. What if he lost the duel and called upon his friends to gang up on me? I would be in dire straits. I genuinely did not wish to take such a risk, nor did I want to return home bruised, just to prove my manhood and reclaim my dignity. However, my little cousin was entirely invested in this matter. She approached me several times, urging me, and ultimately, she even staked her life on it, claiming she had negotiated with Chun-Lin, who had agreed to a fair duel. Regardless of the outcome, no one else would interfere. Moreover, for the sake of this duel, she had wagered her own fate. She told that pretty boy that if I lost, she would become his girlfriend, but if he lost, he would forever cease to pursue her and must apologize to both her and me. Many in the school could attest to this, and, as the school's favored prince, he could not possibly go back on his word regarding such a significant matter. My little cousin said she had risked everything, placing all her hopes on me, simply asking that I defeat Chun-Lin so that we both could vent our frustrations. To be honest, I was genuinely touched by her devotion. If she could go this far, Refusing would make me less than a man. Yet, even I was not entirely confident in myself. How could she place such a monumental bet on me? This thought compelled me to curiously inquire, "Do you really believe I can win?" With a smirk, she replied, "Of course I must. I have a keen eye for people. Although you may be timid in nature, your physique is robust. You are like an indestructible cockroach. Besides, you possess great strength, so taking down Shenlin should pose no challenge." Indeed, while my little cousin may lack common sense in many respects, she exhibited remarkable intelligence in certain areas. Her words resonated with me, yet I still felt a twinge of doubt. Thus, I asked her again, "What about that guy? How skilled is he in a fight? He can't be that formidable, can he?" Just to clarify, I've hardly ever fought. I've only known what it's like to be on the receiving end. With confidence, she patted her chest and assured me, "Don't worry. He has certainly never fought either. I've never seen him in a brawl. He always sends his lackeys to do the fighting. And just look at his demeanor and that slight frame. Does he seem like someone who has fought? Besides, he has lived a life of luxury and has likely never exerted himself. So I believe your strength surpasses his. I have faith in you." With her encouraging words, my confidence swelled instantly. Indeed, that little brat appeared weak and feeble. If he were stripped of his entourage, he would think he could take me on? I would ensure he witnessed my true prowess. Ultimately, my little cousin and I reached an agreement filled with mutual confidence. I consented to take up the challenge. The next day, Saturday, at noon, I accompanied my little cousin to the back mountain of her school. This time, my feelings differed from the last. I was more exhilarated. For previously I had merely played the role of a leader, but now I had the chance to prove myself as a true man. I intended to show those who looked down upon me that I too possessed strength. The mere thought of seeing that pretty boy wailing beneath me filled me with delight, and I felt as if I were walking on air, both eager and thrilled. However, while ideals are beautiful, reality can be rather harsh. Upon arriving at the scene and catching sight of the throngs of people in the distance, my heart sank slightly. I felt a nagging unease. After all, it was just my little cousin and me on this side while the opposing side. Sighing, I timidly asked my little cousin, Tao Wanxin, "Why are there so many people over there? They aren't planning to gang up on me, are they?" Seeing my lack of courage, my little cousin bit her teeth in frustration, scolding, "You fool. If they wanted to gang up on you, a few would suffice. Why would they need to gather so many? Besides, can't you see? That crowd is mixed with both boys and girls. They're clearly just onlookers, serving as witnesses. So, I implore you to muster some inherent bravery and confidence. First and foremost, you must defeat them in spirit. Do you understand?" After saying this, my little cousin, still not entirely convinced, reiterated, "I warn you, if you lose this time, it's not just about losing face. It concerns my entire happiness and well-being. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, I straightened my posture and declared, "Don't worry, I understand. I will avenge you and myself." With that, I strode forward boldly. As I approached the crowd, I was astonished to see that the grass ahead was adorned with roses, forming an enormous heart shape, while numerous onlookers held flowers, striking unique poses. The pretty boy himself was impeccably dressed, resembling a groom, holding a large bouquet of blue roses, which made him appear quite dashing. I couldn't help but feel this was not a duel, but rather a proposal scene. It was excessively grand for such an occasion. I turned to my little cousin, who wore a similarly perplexed expression, clearly as bewildered as I was by the pretty boy's antics. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she stepped forward and shouted to the pretty boy, "Chunlin, what do you mean? We agreed on a duel. What is this?" In response to my little cousin's inquiry, the pretty boy merely smiled nonchalantly, handing the flowers to one of his sycophants, and took a few steps forward, casually saying, "Don't worry. I know what I'm here for. It's just a duel, this coward. However, you should also recall that you promised me if I defeated him, you would agree to be my girlfriend. There are witnesses here." No sooner had the pretty boy finished speaking than the crowd erupted in cheers, urging me to surrender and beg for mercy, insisting I not waste their time with this declaration of love. It seemed my reputation as a fool had truly taken root. In everyone's eyes, I was nothing but a waste. The more they looked down upon me, the more I was determined to surprise them. Today would be the day I rose from obscurity. Fueled with passion and fervor, I stepped forward, swiftly removing my shirt, and shouted at the pretty boy, "You better not underestimate me. If you wish to confess your love here, you must first defeat me." Chapter 21. Silent tears, my words carried an unexpected bravado, even startling myself with the intensity of my masculinity. My little cousin looked at me with hopeful eyes, conveying her faith in me, urging me on. However, it seemed that only she and I were moved by my audacity. The rest regarded my display as a mere joke, with waves of mocking laughter ringing in my ears. Some even called out, "Hey man, watch your image." Meanwhile, my opponent, the pretty boy, simply observed me as if I were a circus act. His confidence radiated effortlessly, requiring no words or gestures. He didn't even bother to remove his shirt or assume a fighting stance, merely beckoning me with a finger, teasingly saying, "Come here." His tone clearly indicated he was unfazed by my challenge. Observing the reactions of those around me, I must admit that a sense of unease began to creep in. The confidence I had painstakingly built up suddenly wavered, and I feared that this scoundrel had set a trap for me. Consequently, I remained cautious, refraining from rushing him blindly, and instead shouted at him defiantly, "If you dare, come over." To my astonishment, he merely retorted, seeking death, and without hesitation, charged toward me. At that moment, I felt utterly unprepared. After all, I had never engaged in a fight before and was at a loss as to how to proceed. However, the scoundrel was quite the opposite. Despite his unimposing stature, he moved with the agility of a sparrow, swiftly closing the distance between us. In an instant, he launched a sidekick toward me. I had no time to think and hastily raised my hand to block it. To my utter disbelief, despite his size, the force behind his kick was formidable, numbing my arm and sending me staggering backward. In that fleeting moment, my heart sank. The fervor that had once surged within me was instantly quelled, leaving me flustered and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity while I was momentarily stunned, he pressed his attack, offering me no respite. I was left in a state of frantic defense, struggling to think of any countermeasures. Initially, I had thought that a one-on-one brawl was merely about grappling and overpowering him with brute strength. However, I soon realized how naive I had been. This scoundrel never granted me the chance to close in on him. He glided around like a fish, constantly delivering kicks that left me scrambling to defend myself. From the very beginning, I found myself in a reactive position, ultimately becoming so battered that my hands were swollen and my body exhausted, while he remained as lively and agile as ever. Then he struck with a decisive kick that landed squarely on my chest, sending me reeling and ultimately crashing to the ground. Throughout the encounter, I had been utterly defenseless, with no signs of victory in sight. I was genuinely astonished at how his skills belied his appearance. He was far more formidable than I had anticipated. It was only then that I overheard the taunts of bystanders. "Humph, this fool is simply asking for trouble. Doesn't he know that our Lin Xiao has been practicing Taekwondo since elementary school?" Taekwondo. So this scoundrel had training. No wonder he was so skilled. Yet, I had no time to wallow in despair on the ground. I had to rise quickly. Upon standing, I was met with the disdainful gazes of onlookers, their contempt palpable. Even my sole supporter, my mischievous younger cousin, looked at me with disappointment and anxiety, her frustration evident. But I couldn't blame myself entirely. The opponent was simply too strong. Had I known from the outset that he was trained, I would never have dared to challenge him. However, the die was cast. Retreat was not an option. Moreover, my cousin's happiness was at stake, and I could not allow my weakness to jeopardize her. With that thought, a fierce determination to win ignited within me, and the anger within began to simmer. I raised my reddened eyes to the scoundrel, who was disdainfully beckoning me with his fingers. Fueled by my indignation, I clenched my fists tightly, let out a series of primal roars, and charged at him. In that moment of overconfidence, he underestimated my attack, appearing indifferent to my approach. I had learned my lesson. Engaging in a battle of techniques would surely lead to my demise. Therefore, I resolved to employ a more unrefined strategy, one of relentless persistence. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse in focus, I lunged at him like a rabid dog. Caught off guard, the arrogant scoundrel was knocked down, and we tumbled onto the ground together. Perhaps his intention was to toy with me, showcasing his prowess before my cousin and demonstrating his charm. Little did he anticipate my underhanded tactics. This maneuver infuriated him. His pristine white shirt was now soiled, and he cursed me loudly before unleashing a barrage of punches. Regrettably, my lack of fighting experience left me at a disadvantage, and despite our entangled state, I could not overpower him. In a brief struggle, he managed to ensnare my body and arms with his legs, rendering me incapable of retaliating while he pummeled me mercilessly. Tears welled in my eyes as I felt the sting of his blows. To make matters worse, I realized that my once proud strength was no longer an advantage. It seemed his might surpass mine. Perhaps the earlier encounter had left me battered and fatigued, as I could hardly muster any significant force to break free from his grip. As he continued to rain down blows, my throat felt constricted, and I struggled for breath. In that moment, I heard my cousin's voice calling out, "Fight back, you fool! Hit him!" Her words ignited a fire within me, fueling the rage that threatened to explode from my chest. I summoned all my strength, but the bindings held firm. With no option left, I resorted to my last weapon. I opened my mouth wide and sank my teeth into the scoundrel's leg with all my might. A horrified shriek erupted from him, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, while the crowd erupted in jeers, denouncing me for resorting to such base tactics, claiming I was less than a man and a complete coward. But in that moment, I paid them no heed. I had endured humiliation twice and had not retaliated. This time, I would exact my revenge, no matter the means. I bit down fiercely, determined to inflict pain upon him. However, my bite only served to incite his fury further. He, too, disregarded his image, and despite the excruciating pain, he wrested his leg free from my jaws and retaliated with a relentless assault, even targeting my head. His eyes were wild with rage, showing no signs of stopping as he pummeled me mercilessly. I felt myself growing dizzy, blood trickling from my nose, and realized my mouth was likely stained as well. My cousin attempted to intervene, but was held back by others, leaving her to shout in desperation, "Enough, Chun-Lin. If you don't stop, someone could get seriously hurt." Her voice pierced through the chaos, and the scoundrel, on the verge of losing his composure, halted his assault at her plea. Dusting himself off, he glanced at his injured leg, delivered one last kick in my direction, and turned to my cousin, declaring, "Tao Wanxin, look, I've won. Will you agree to be my girlfriend now?" With tears in her eyes, my cousin could only press her lips together, her expression a portrait of distress as the onlookers rallied behind the scoundrel, urging her to comply. The atmosphere grew increasingly raucous, leaving her feeling trapped and conflicted. She cast a glance at me before addressing the scoundrel. "You must release him first." Understanding her reluctance, he redirected his frustration toward me, quickly crouching beside me, seizing my hair and forcefully slamming my face into the muddy ground. Dazed and disoriented, I found myself tasting the earth, suffering greatly. Upon witnessing the scene, my younger cousin immediately erupted into a frenzied outcry, yet the pale-faced antagonist merely inquired if she would honor the agreement. Although I was thoroughly disoriented from the blows, I could still discern the depth of my cousin's pain and turmoil. She had fully prepared for my victory, leaving no avenue of retreat for herself, and had not contemplated what she would do should I falter. Her sole desire was to teach the pale-faced ruffian a lesson, and under such humiliating circumstances, she could not possibly acquiesce to his request to become his girlfriend. Yet, seeing me so brutally beaten, she felt compelled to intervene, exclaiming, "Enough! Stop the violence." The pale-faced villain detected her hint of concession and immediately straightened up, striding over to his companions to retrieve a blue rose. With an air of elegance, he approached my cousin and, in a genteel manner, knelt before her, extending the flower with the words, "Rest assured, I shall take good care of you." The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, yet my cousin trembled, truly reluctant to accept the rose. However, having publicly declared her intentions, she found herself unable to retract her words. Concerned for my safety, she was caught in a dilemma. Reason dictated acceptance, yet her heart urged her to refuse. Noticing her reluctance, the pale-faced antagonist, feeling humiliated, mustered a few more sentimental phrases. Tears streamed down my cousin's face, yet she remained resolute in her refusal to accept the flower. In a fit of rage, he stood, discarded the rose, and approached me, placing his foot atop my head, and shouted at my cousin, "Very well, Tao Wanxin, if your words are worthless, do not blame me for being merciless to this wretch. Brothers, break one of his legs." His words sent a wave of terror through me, my heart racing with fear. I had endured the sorrow of being disabled and had only recently regained my normalcy. I could not bear to revert to that state. In anguish, I looked pleadingly at my cousin. In that moment, our eyes met, and she saw the dread reflected in mine, while I perceived her helplessness and pity. Finally, through her tears, she turned to the pale-faced antagonist and choked out, "I agree to be your girlfriend. Now let him go." His face lit up with triumph, and he swiftly removed his foot from my head, advancing towards her to present the flower once more. Amidst the crowd's cheers and encouragement, The two seemed to dramatically unite. After accepting the flower, my cousin intended to take me to the hospital, but the pale-faced antagonist, assuming the role of her boyfriend, prevented her, claiming he had prepared a romantic celebration for them as a couple. As for me, he asserted that his friends would carry me to the hospital, ensuring my survival. My cousin, apprehensive to gamble with my well-being, resigned herself to his wishes, casting a glance of mixed regret and disappointment in my direction before reluctantly departing with him. The onlookers, having gathered around the new couple, dispersed along with them, leaving me, a mere shadow, abandoned in the aftermath. The scene was left in disarray, and I, a pitiable figure, felt a surge of emotions within me, tears silently streaming down my face, all concealed within this haunting silence. After a considerable time, I finally bent down to retrieve my discarded jacket, the very symbol of my earlier bravado, and slowly began to depart. Chapter 22. Let go of my woman. The physical pain rendered each step a monumental effort. Yet the burden in my heart felt as though it were shackled with chains of immeasurable weight. Throughout my life, I had endured scorn, unfair treatment, and even humiliation, yet I bore it all with resilience and continued to strive forward. However, the recent emotional upheavals had dealt a heavy blow to my psyche. Each time I believed I could regain my dignity, the outcome was starkly contrary. Having struggled so hard to shed the stigma of disability, I found myself unable to escape the fate of humiliation and beatings. I once thought that forbearance, avoidance, and retreat might yield a tranquil life and inner peace. But I now understood that kindness invites exploitation, and weakness invites scorn. Ultimately, my inadequacy would confine me to darkness, perhaps for a lifetime, without glimpsing the light. Must I then undergo a complete transformation? Should I become vengeful, resolute, and daring? But what means do I have to enact such change? Is mere alteration of character sufficient? In this recent confrontation, I believed I had made a slight shift. I had transitioned from a state of timidity and concession to one of defiance and unyielding struggle. Even in humiliation and pain, I did not plead for mercy. Yet, the result was the same, contempt from others, while my cousin, who had placed her hopes in me, ultimately departed with the very person she loathed most. I am timid, weak, and ineffectual, fundamentally due to my feeble strength. I lack a family, a support system, and friends, and possess no particular skills. I cannot be the one to stand out. Rather, I must remain a turtle, seeking a peaceful existence. Though this may prevent me from becoming a hero, it allows me to evade conflict and lead a stable life. Recognizing my inability to confront the pale-faced antagonist, I understood that I need not invite further humiliation. He possesses connections, influence, and personal strength. I shall wait until I have some leverage before challenging him. I lost track of time as I dragged my battered body home, changing clothes upon arrival. I began to pack my belongings, realizing that after such an incident, I could no longer serve as my cousin's tutor. Remaining here held no purpose. Only by leaving could I escape the shame that accompanied me and truly start anew. While my quirky cousin had inadvertently led me to endure 3 beatings and humiliation due to her trivial matters, I bore her no grudge. After all, it stemmed from her character. In certain respects, she could be quite thoughtless, yet in others, she exhibited commendable qualities. She was daring, maintained a positive outlook, and pursued her endeavors with tenacity. The time spent alongside her had inspired some change within me. I became less withdrawn, less pessimistic, and even occasionally felt a flicker of ambition to become a man of valor. These experiences represented growth for me. As I prepared to depart, I felt a pang of reluctance. I would miss Gia and my younger cousin, both of whom were good people, albeit not closely tied to my life. I could not continue to rely on them. Ultimately, I must live for myself, to seek out my own place beneath the sky. Through life's trials, we inevitably mature, and I believe that one day, I shall evolve into a true man. After tidying up, I left without bidding farewell to the housekeeper, quietly slipping away. However, as I reached the main road, an imposing figure obstructed my path. It was my little cousin, her expression starkly indifferent. In her gaze, I found no trace of compassion or guilt, only a chill of reproach. She glanced at the bag in my hand and bluntly inquired, "Where are you going?" Stunned into silence, I faltered for a moment before replying, "I'm leaving this place. I no longer wish to stay here." Her response was a derisive laugh, her voice rising slightly as she retorted, "Oh, running away, are we? How commendable. When trouble strikes, you choose to evade it. I lower my head, lacking conviction as I muttered, I don't want to cause any more trouble. I just want to start new. She snorted disdainfully, her voice rising in frustration. Good tea on. I initially intended to return and apologize to you, but seeing you like this has extinguished any desire to do so. You deserve this. You're simply asking for a beating. I once thought you were merely timid, but now I see you're not even a man. You're less than a woman. Faced with adversity, all you do is flee. Let me tell you the truth. Someone like you will be bullied wherever you go. Do you long for a trouble-free existence? Then you have two choices, heaven or hell. Death is release. With that, she brushed past me and headed home. I stood frozen, struck by the truth in her words, each one piercing like a needle. I had contemplated starting anew elsewhere, aspiring to be a true man. Yet a true man confronts the grim realities of life. Does he not? Is evasion truly a solution? My first attempt to escape my hometown led to profound loneliness. The second flight from university culminated in a car accident. The third departure from the hospital left me shivering on the roadside. When I first encountered Xiao Yu at the train station, I chose to flee. I was bullied by Luan Yu and still opted for avoidance. Later, when I was neglected by Sister Yu, I again chose to evade. Today, after being humiliated thrice by a pretty boy, I found myself still running away. Is this truly what a man ought to do? Each lesson reinforced my cousin's words. Evasion never resolves issues. Once one trouble is averted, another will surely arise. As long as I remain this type of person, I will be bullied wherever I go, unless I succumb to death and lose all sensation. How could a person possibly live without troubles or worries? Reflecting on this, I turned to glance at my cousin, her retreating figure growing increasingly indistinct. Yet I could still keenly sense her complete disappointment in me. I yearned to rush after her and explain, but hesitation gripped me. I needed to think, to contemplate thoroughly. Thus, I hoisted my bag and headed towards the street, ruminating on my journey thus far, the people I had encountered, and my responses to each situation. Ultimately, I came to realize that regardless of my current abilities or circumstances, and no matter what challenges the future may hold, I must confront them. I cannot perpetually flee, nor can I depart in shame, bullied by a group of high school students, or scorned by my cousin. When issues arise, they must be faced. Difficulties should be resolved. And if there is no solution, one must seek another. In short, confronting adversity is the first step toward meaningful change that I can make now. With this clarity, I promptly made my way to Sister Yu's villa, my steps resolute. Upon arriving at the villa, I entered the courtyard and approached the interior. Outside the living room, I faintly overheard raised voices and, as I drew closer, realized that Sister Yu was scolding my cousin for stirring up trouble and for driving me away. My cousin retorted that she hadn't forced me to leave. I had chosen to go. Sister Yu continued, Exiner, you are being utterly unreasonable. You know Good Tian is a pitiable soul, homeless and in need of our help. We provided him with a place to stay and a job, which he has done well. Why can't you temper your temperament a little and allow him to feel secure here? My cousin, somewhat indignant, replied, Those who are pitiful also possess their faults. If he continues this way, he won't be able to remain anywhere. To prevent further escalation, I hurriedly pushed the door open and entered, timidly announcing, I'm back. My return eased Sister Yu's worries. She kindly refrained from probing further, merely advising me to perform my tutoring duties diligently and to be patient with her cousin's shortcomings, reminding me not to take things too seriously. My cousin, however, displayed little emotional shift regarding my return. Our relationship had subtly altered. No longer did we share the same casual openness. She ceased confiding in me and refrained from criticizing me. Except for our interactions during tutoring sessions, we had nearly become strangers. I found myself struggling with this shift, disliking the stifling atmosphere, especially seeing my once brash cousin now mirroring my own silence and frustration. One day, I initiated a conversation, asking her Tao Wanxin, how are things at school? Are you with that boy? At this, my cousin scowled, responding sharply, What concern is it of yours? Just live your comfortable life. Don't come complaining to me when I supposedly cause you trouble. Her words left me speechless. She had utterly lost hope in me. Yet, even knowing she faced difficulties at school, what could I do but listen as a bystander? Logically, this tranquil existence should have been what I desired. Yet now that I was living it, I felt unable to immerse myself in it. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon me, devoid of conflict or strife. It was utterly mundane. Only then did I realize that this monotonous life was not what I truly cherished. Perhaps within my inherently weak nature lay a restless spirit that ultimately revealed itself upon noticing my cousin's discontent. Initially, I had sensed that my cousin returned home from school each day with a troubled expression, leading me to suspect she was facing challenges at school. One day, I even noticed a bruise on her neck, confirming my fears that she had been bullied, yet she remained silent and reluctant to confide in me. This time, I could no longer hold back. My masculine resolve surged forth. After enduring so much passivity, I was determined to take the initiative. That afternoon, as my cousin headed to school, I stealthily followed her. Upon reaching the vicinity of her school, I witnessed a group of girls in identical uniforms blocking her path. Normally fearless, my cousin appeared momentarily intimidated, attempting to sidestep them and walk away quietly. Yet, it was evident they were targeting her, cornering her into a secluded alley. I quietly trailed behind, concealing myself behind a tree to observe the unfolding situation. I saw one girl, adorned with numerous earrings, seize my cousin by the collar, angrily shouting, "You dare come to school again? Didn't I warn you to transfer? Are you not afraid of a beating?" This girl seemed to be the ringleader, and as she spoke, the others chimed in, demanding my cousin leave the school immediately. From the cacophony of their vitriol, I discerned the root of their conflict. It stemmed from the presence of a dandy. My cousin had agreed to the dandy's courtship only to sever ties with him on the very same day, a decisive act that publicly humiliated him and rendered him speechless. The group of female students clearly constituted a faction loyal to the dandy. I also gathered that the ringleader among them was the dandy's sister, who was taking it upon herself to defend him, thus persistently harassing my cousin. However, my cousin's character was one of unwavering resilience. The more they pressed her, the more she resisted. Even when faced with these 5 fierce women, she knew she could not evade confrontation, yet she would not choose submission. Thus, before either side could utter more than a few words, negotiations collapsed, and the group of girls launched themselves at her. Girl fights are often more brutal than those between boys. Clothes were torn, hair was pulled, and they employed every conceivable tactic in their assault. Despite my cousin's fierce spirit, she was no match for the 5 of them, and soon found herself in a disheveled state, her clothes ripped apart, revealing her delicate undergarments. Witnessing this scene ignited a furious blaze within me. If my adversaries were a group of robust men, I might have felt a twinge of intimidation. Yet, seeing these women bully my cousin filled me with indignation. I could no longer entertain thoughts of retreat. I understood that her plight was intimately connected to my own honor. If I did not muster the courage to act, I would be betraying both heaven and earth. With this resolve, I charged forward, just as the group of ruffian girls prepared to expose my cousin's undergarments for a photograph. My thunderous roar echoed through the alley. "Stop! Release my woman!" Chapter 23. The roar of anger my call this time was markedly different from previous attempts. It resonated with a confidence born from deep within. For the first time, I felt the exhilarating rush of coming to another's aid, devoid of any trepidation. In that moment, I truly sensed my masculinity. The group of girls halted, stunned into silence by the suddenness and volume of my voice, turning their attention towards me. My cousin, who had been tortured to the brink of madness, also cast her gaze my way. The instant she saw me, her eyes sparkled with a mixture of shock, hope, and gratitude. Pride swelled within me. The feeling of being a savior was profoundly exhilarating. However, before I could convey my determination to my cousin with a glance, the insufferable ringleader hurled insults at me. "What the hell? I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you, that pathetic coward. What was your name again? Are you here to play the hero for this bitch?" Her tone was brash, completely dismissive of my presence, and the other 4 girls joined in her derision, erupting into mocking laughter. Some commented on how they had never seen a man so utterly useless in their lives, while others reminisced about how spectacularly I had played the role of a failure in previous encounters. Their taunts ignited my fury. Had it been a group of men mocking me, I might have endured it, but to be disdained by these women was intolerable. I stepped forward, raising my voice. "I warn you, cease this nonsense and let Tao Wanxin go, or do not blame me for being uncivilized. Do not think I will shy away from confronting women." As I spoke, I clenched my fists, poised for an eruption. Yet, rather than be intimidated, the girls merely found my words amusing. They laughed and jeered, claiming they had never met a man so audaciously full of hot air, yet utterly lacking in substance. The only one who remained serious was the ringleader. Upon hearing my words, she released my cousin's hair and approached me with a fierce glare. "What, you think you can hit me? Go ahead, try," she challenged, tilting her chin defiantly. The other girls echoed her sentiment, threatening that if I laid a hand on their leader, I would pay dearly for it. Cornered by their provocations, I felt the pressure mounting. While I believed I could easily overpower a few women, hitting a woman was hardly a noble act and not something a true man should do. My intention had merely been to intimidate them into retreat. Yet, their audacity shocked me. They were not in the least bit afraid and continued to provoke me. Overwhelmed by frustration and anger, especially upon seeing my cousin's hopeful expression, I was on the verge of exploding. "Do not push me," I warned through gritted teeth. To my astonishment, the ringleader escalated her aggression. Hearing my admonition only fueled her fury. She delivered a resounding slap across my face, screaming, "Go on, hit me." Though she was a woman, the force of her strike stung fiercely, igniting a sense of humiliation within me. Being struck was already a disgrace, but to be struck by a woman was a man's ultimate humiliation. My anger, already simmering, now boiled over. In a moment of loss of control, I unleashed a powerful punch to her left cheek. At that instant, I forgot she was a woman. All I knew was I wanted to strike her down. Perhaps no one anticipated I would truly retaliate. By the time they realized what was happening, the ringleader staggered from the force of my blow. Instantly, the atmosphere, already charged with tension, erupted into chaos. One hefty girl remained to restrain my cousin, while the others, along with the wrangle at this moment. I finally understood that the ferocity of women striking blows could surpass that of men. As they struck, they hurled insults, calling me a worthless coward for daring to retaliate against a woman. The more they cursed, the more frenzied their assaults became, pushing me to the brink of unconsciousness. I never imagined I would be defeated by a woman, a humiliation unlike any I had ever encountered. Could my misfortune intensify any further? After these disheveled, ragged women had finished their lesson, they were not yet satiated. Once they had subdued me, they sought to unleash their wrath upon my little cousin. Suddenly, one of the brazen ruffians sprang to her feet and kicked me a few times before swiftly making her way to my struggling cousin. Grabbing her hair, she began to strike her while spewing venomous curses. "You filthy whore, you really dare to challenge me? You even called a worthless man to fight me. Just wait. Today I will rip your skin off." With that, she unleashed a torrent of blows upon my cousin's face, channeling all her pent-up rage into her, striking her with a ferocity that far exceeded her initial attacks. As I struggled to regain consciousness, my bloodshot eyes bore witness to the brutal beating my cousin was enduring. The ruffian's rage was terrifying. Even after mercilessly assaulting her, she remained unsatisfied. She retrieved her phone and instructed her fellow ruffians, "Strip her of her bra. I want to post her naked pictures online. Let us see just how pure this little slut really is." Obediently, the other ruffians sprang into action. Two of them restrained my cousin, while the other two hastily yanked at her bra. My resilient cousin, at that moment, finally broke down in tears, perhaps truly frightened. She understood that if such photographs were to circulate, she would carry that shame for the rest of her life, making it impossible for her to face the world again. Thus, she ceased her defiance, crying and pleading no, but the gang of women was unyielding, their hearts hardened, lost in a frenzy. One of them even managed to tear my cousin's bra from her. At that instant, I, a helpless and abandoned wretch, sprawled on the ground, picked up a half-brick, and quietly rose. No longer did I feel the cowardice that had once defined me. I had become reckless and utterly mad. With bloodshot eyes, I fixated on the ruffian, my mind consumed by a singular thought. That vile creature must die. As she prepared to take a photograph of my cousin, I charged at her with fervor. Upon reaching her, I leaped into the air and swung the brick down upon the back of her head, accompanied by my frenzied roar. The other ruffians, sensing something amiss, cried out in unison, "Sister Sean, watch out." At that moment, the ruffian sensed danger and turned her head, her eyes widening in terror as she saw me. She attempted to evade, but it was too late. The brick struck her forehead with a dull thud, blood oozing from the wound. Everyone was stunned, paralyzed by shock. The ruffian slowly collapsed before me, and only when she hit the ground did a timid ruffian finally scream, "Murder!" The two fatter ruffians, slightly bolder, instinctively sought to retaliate against me, but upon seeing the bloodied brick in my hand, they hesitated. Instead, they They hurriedly lifted their unconscious companion and retreated, threatening me as they left. "You're finished. You're doomed." Once they departed, my disheveled cousin hastily donned her clothes. Her expression was a mix of confusion and disbelief. She struggled to comprehend how I could resort to such violence against a woman. Yet, there was no time for her to dwell on it. Grabbing my arm, she urged, "Gation, we need to leave now. The police are coming." Indeed, as I witnessed the ruffian's blood pouring forth, I realized I had crossed a line, potentially facing serious consequences. Strangely, I felt no fear, nor did I regret my actions. On the contrary, my heart swelled with an unprecedented exhilaration, a rush more invigorating than a bucket of ice water cascading over me. Thus, when my cousin pulled at me, I remained rooted, my gaze transfixed on the pool of blood on the ground. After a prolonged moment, I tightened my grip on the brick and brought it crashing down onto the sanguine stain. As the brick struck, sending bloodied fragments scattering, I lifted my head skyward and roared in madness, releasing the pent-up grievances and frustrations that had accumulated over the years. This outburst expelled my inherent cowardice and impotence, unleashing a torrent of fury. The sound was deafening, echoing endlessly. Chapter 24, I Will Return. This roar ignited a fervor buried deep within my soul, signaling my transformation, an unavoidable step taken when pushed to the limits. In the past, I had always chosen to avoid confrontation, retreating from challenges. Yet today, the ruffian's perverse actions drove me to madness, compelling me to retaliate against a woman, awakening a primal instinct within me that craved bloodshed. However, my little cousin, who had always perceived me as timid and weak, failed to understand my actions. Witnessing my primal scream, she instinctively took a step back, her face reflecting a hint of panic. When my voice finally faltered and my strength waned, I regained some semblance of clarity. I realized I had made a grave mistake, and the consequences could be dire. Thus, seizing the moment before the police arrived, my cousin and I fled the scene. Despite our injuries, we pushed forward, enduring the pain as we ran. What awaited me ahead was of little concern. I only knew that this moment of flight was exhilarating, thrilling. Just as we neared home, my cousin suddenly halted, breathless. She gazed at me earnestly, panting as she asked, "Gation, I still can't fathom how, with your timid nature, you would rush to my aid so impulsively. Aren't you afraid of going to jail?" I bit my lip, responding resolutely, "I am afraid, but I do not regret it. I could not stand by and watch you be victimized, nor could I allow them to destroy your reputation." Upon hearing this, my cousin's face softened slightly, a touch of gratitude mingling with her usual demeanor, and she shyly lowered her voice, asking, Do you like me?" I was taken aback, caught off guard, contemplating how to clarify that she was mistaken. Yet, given her recent trauma, I hesitated to disillusion her, fearing it might hurt her further. My silence only fueled my indecision, and I found myself at a loss for words. Perceptive as she was, my cousin quickly sensed my discomfort and, attempting to alleviate the tension, remarked with feigned disappointment, "All right, I was just joking. I know you don't like me. You're fond of my sister." At this, I was rendered speechless, although I myself was unclear about the nature of my feelings. I sensed that my emotions towards you, Gia, and my cousin were not of that romantic inclination. Surely, my cousin couldn't believe I harbored feelings for you, Gia. Could she? Upon reflecting on this, I was about to explain myself to her when my younger cousin interrupted me, declaring, regardless of the circumstances, "You've injured someone today because of me, and I cannot ignore that." Without waiting for my response, she pulled out her phone and, amidst tears, exclaimed, "Dad, I'm in trouble." The incident involving the unruly girl escalated significantly. It was reported that she sustained a mild concussion and required numerous stitches. Given her family's unwavering stance against settling privately, I ultimately found myself at the police station, facing charges of intentional harm, a situation deemed quite severe. I feared my life would forever bear a stain, convinced that I could not escape the law's reach, especially as a backgroundless orphan with no family to support me. It seemed easy for them to imprison me for my actions. However, fortune smiled upon me. I was not cast into the abyss of despair, but instead presented with a glimmer of hope delivered by my cousin's father. He leveraged his connections to secure my release. This incident granted me a newfound perspective on my cousin. Indeed, she was a true heiress with an extraordinary family background. Yet, her rebellious nature and peculiar temperament often clashed with her family, particularly after her father remarried, leading her to act out against her relatives. Due to her abrasive behavior, she maintained poor relationships with most of her family members, save for one individual who could temper her, Sister Yu. My cousin had always been drawn to Sister Yu, and their contrasting natures, one fierce and the other gentle, created a harmonious balance. Over the years, my cousin had largely heeded Sister Yu's guidance, while her family relations remained fraught. In trivial matters, she rarely communicated with her family, but this time, she took the initiative to plead with her father on my behalf. Were it not for his intervention, my fate would have been dire. Nonetheless, even though my cousin's father had secured my release, he made it clear that my future well-being was not his concern. In essence, he would not protect me from any retribution stemming from the unruly girl's family, as he harbored resentment towards me for leading his daughter astray. Thus, he firmly instructed me to keep my distance from her, advising me to sever all ties. In truth, even without his admonition, I knew I had to leave. I had provoked the ire of the unruly girl, whose brother was reportedly involved in unsavory activities. Given the severity of my actions against her, I anticipated a fierce retaliation. The only viable option left for me was to quietly exit the city as swiftly as possible. Departing not only ensured my safety, but also distanced me from my cousin, preventing any animosity from being directed at her. My cousin, although somewhat oblivious, understood the urgency of my departure. She could no longer remain at her cousin's side. Despite the police clarifying that my actions were not instigated by her, and with her father negotiating privately with the unruly girl's family, there remained no guarantee of her safety. One could never know if her reckless brother would retaliate without regard for her background. Thus, her family insisted she return home and arranged for her to be escorted to school in the future. Once I was assured of her safety, my resolve to leave became firmer. After my release from the police station, I was discreetly escorted to the train station by Sister Yu, along with my cousin, who insisted on accompanying us. Before the train departed, we entered the VIP lounge through a special passage, where we shared our final farewells. Sister Yu, though reluctant to see me go, recognized the emotional bond formed during our time together. As a person of great kindness, her connection with me had deepened, especially as I was the first unfamiliar man she had allowed such closeness with. I had become akin to family, or perhaps a friend, yet the gravity of my situation weighed heavily, compelling me to leave despite the affection shared. As we parted, Sister Yu insisted on giving me 20,000 yuan as a token of appreciation for my tutoring, knowing it was somewhat excessive. I accepted it without hesitation, understanding that it represented not only my efforts, but also her heartfelt intentions. Disliking the emotional weight of farewells, Sister Yu concluded her instructions and retreated to the train, leaving my cousin to bid me farewell. I could sense her melancholy. Her usual vivacity had vanished. After a prolonged silence, she stepped forward and unexpectedly confessed, "You pervert. To be honest, I used to find you quite distasteful, but now that you're leaving, I feel a twinge of reluctance." I managed a faint smile, replying, "I feel the same." She rolled her eyes and continued, "Honestly, aside from your lewdness, oddities, cowardice, and weakness, you're not too bad." I forced a smile, realizing that any explanation would be futile at this point. Perhaps, in her eyes, I would forever remain the pervert who peeked at girls in the restroom, embodying a fundamentally timid nature. However, I believed that one day the truth would emerge, and when I transformed into a stronger individual, it would become self-evident. Seeing me smile elicited a smile from her as well, and she added, "For instance, you excel academically, have a good heart, are tall, and possess handsome features. Those are all commendable traits." I responded with a grateful smile. Yet, her expression abruptly darkened, and with a quiver in her voice, she mustered her strength to say, "As you leave, there is nothing more to say. Thank you for your unwavering tolerance and for standing up for me. I hope you take care of yourself and become braver, more assertive, and no longer allow others to bully you. I believe you will achieve great things in the future." As she spoke, her voice began to tremble, and the gravity of her words revealed her genuine affection for me. I too felt a wave of melancholy wash over me. I had often chosen to retreat voluntarily, but this time, circumstances forced me to flee. I felt a sense of injustice, as I was leaving behind a reputation of cowardice, a perverse voyeur, and an ineffectual man. Suppressing my sorrow, I bit my lip and promised her I will be brave and strong. She nodded earnestly, affirming, "Gutian, I believe in you." To show my gratitude, Close your eyes. I have a gift for you." Uncertain of what memento she intended to present, I nonetheless complied, closing my eyes with a hint of anticipation. In that fleeting moment, I felt something soft and warm brush against my lips. Startled, my heart raced, but my body remained still. I neither resisted nor reciprocated, simply savoring the unexpected kiss. After what felt like an eternity, I regained my composure, and upon opening my eyes, all I could see was her forlorn figure retreating into the distance. In that fleeting moment, my heart suddenly ached, a pang of pain mixed with a sense of nostalgia, as if my throat were constricted by an unseen force. Trembling, I never anticipated that this headstrong little sprite, this perpetual sparring partner, this brainless girl who had often led me to trouble, possessed such a sentimental side. At this very moment, she had transcended her role as my childhood cousin. I indelibly etched her name, Tao Wanxin, into my memory. Gritting my teeth, I silently vowed to her retreating figure, "I shall return." With that, I turned and stepped onto the platform, boarding the train that would take me back to my hometown. Chapter 25. Thieves and Robbers. Unbeknownst to me, I had spent over 8 months in this city, a journey marked by tears and pain. These past months had imparted profound lessons and instigated significant changes within me. Perhaps everything I had endured was merely the toll of growth. As I prepared to leave, the first place that came to mind was my hometown, for there resided my foolish brother. After everything I had faced, I felt that he was the one I owed the greatest apology, a heartfelt apology that I must deliver. As I traveled homeward, myriad thoughts swirled in my mind. Memories, both sweet and bitter, etched deeply within my heart. The people I encountered lingered in my thoughts. I found it hard to part with Sister Yu and Tao Wanxin, yet my heart was persistently occupied with Xiao Yu. As for those who had brought me shame, Wan Yu, the four-eyed one, Lei Zi, the pretty boy, the delinquent girl, my university peers, and the high school students of Tao Wanxin, I yearned for a chance to redeem myself and compel them to regard me with newfound respect. Thus, for the sake of those I cared for and those who had looked down upon me, I resolved to return to this city and transform myself entirely. Lost in my thoughts, I dozed off, and the hours on the train slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, the train arrived in the city of my hometown. Upon disembarking, I prepared to make my way to the remote valley where I resided. However, just outside the station, I encountered 2 police officers in pursuit of a fleeing individual, accompanied by the crowd's cries, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" In that moment, I grasped that a scene of police apprehending a thief was unfolding before me. Given my recent misdeeds, I felt an unsettling sensitivity towards the officers. Just as I was about to discreetly withdraw from the scene, a familiar voice pierced through the commotion. "Officer, it's a misunderstanding. We're just playing." Reacting instinctively, I turned to see the face of the person being chased. It was Godan, a childhood acquaintance from my village, expelled from school for theft. Since then, he had been aimlessly wandering the village, his hands perpetually stained with petty crimes. He was notorious in our community, and after I had set Xiao Yu free, I had become a target of disdain myself. I was astonished that this idle character had ventured into the city to steal. From his exchange with the police, I gathered that he had become a habitual offender at the train station, seizing opportunities amidst the crowds. Today, he had finally been caught red-handed. While I harbored little fondness for Godan, a flicker of empathy stirred within me, for we were both lost souls, abandoned and without support. He had suffered far worse than I, having lost his parents at a young age. If I did not intervene, no one else would. Thus, I decided to meddle and follow the officers to the police station. Upon seeing me, Godan's face lit up with emotion, as if he had encountered his deceased mother. I could understand his feelings. Encountering a familiar face in a foreign place was a rare comfort. He implored me to vouch for him, to prove his good standing in the village, and to secure his release. He promised that if I helped him, he would heed my every command. Regarding me as a brother, moved by his plea, I could not bring myself to refuse. Besides, the police intended to detain him, and witnessing his plight reminded me of my own struggles. We were kindred spirits, both yearning for connection in a world that had abandoned us. Therefore, I ultimately decided to pay the price, 10,000 yuan, to secure his freedom. As we exited the station, Godan grumbled about the officer's greed, lamenting that he had never stolen so much money in his life. I cut him off, asking, "Godan, is my brother still in the village?" His response halted his complaints. "No, I was just about to ask you. After he went looking for you, he never came back. At that moment, a chill ran through me. Deep down, I had sensed that my brother might not return, yet I had hoped to uncover the truth. The realization that he truly was missing left me profoundly uneasy. I inquired about my parents, and Dan informed me that they had returned some time ago. However, after my brother's departure, they had placed the blame squarely on my shoulders. Dan cautioned me against returning home, lest my parents unleash their fury upon me. While I understood their continued hostility towards me, at least they were safe. That was some solace. I also recognized that Xiaoyu had kept her promise. She did not report my situation and had indeed rescued my parents, which filled me with gratitude towards her. Nevertheless, having come this far, it felt wrong not to return home, even if the villagers did not welcome me. I longed to visit my late grandmother's resting place and see the place where I had grown up. That day, Dan and I ventured back to the village together. He led me to my grandmother's grave, a mere mound of earth without a headstone, reflecting on my stooped grandmother, who had labored her entire life. I could not hold back my tears. As her grandson, I had failed to honor her while she was alive, and this was my first visit since her passing. The sorrow weighed heavily upon me. Yet, in facing her modest grave, my resolve solidified. I did not wish to end my life in obscurity, hidden away in a small village like my grandmother. I would rather live boldly, even if it meant facing death dramatically. I refused to live a life of oppression, subject to the scorn of others. I vowed to change, fundamentally, to shed the timid persona of Gutian, who merely sought a quiet existence. After leaving the grave, I asked Dan to help me inquire about my brother's whereabouts, but alas, there were no leads. This deepened my feelings of guilt and unease. Sensing my distress, Dan quickly offered that he had a friend in the city where I attended university, who had been living there for years and might have useful connections. He asked if I wanted to seek out my brother's whereabouts. Upon hearing the mention of that city, I quickly declined, saying it was not urgent. I simply did not want him to know of the hardships I had faced there. I could not return in the same state. I needed to transform, to return with some semblance of confidence. Eventually, Dan and I returned to the city of our hometown, where I confided my aspirations to him. I expressed my desire to change, to become a man who appeared strong, and I asked him to take me to get a tattoo. Upon hearing this, Dan nearly burst into laughter. He remarked on the absurdity of the current era, questioning the relevance of tattoos, which he believed were merely tools to frighten children. He asserted that true strength is not achieved through superficial embellishments, but through profound intrinsic change. He cited his own experiences as a thief, emphasizing that the most crucial trait one must possess is a ruthless heart. Even the money of migrant workers was fair game for him, which is why he thrived in the world of thievery. He further elaborated that if one wished to be a man who could intimidate others, one must possess a fierce heart, paralleling the essence of being a thief. Only by cultivating inner strength and resilience could one truly transform their scholarly demeanor. Dan's words struck me like a revelation. Indeed, my past experiences of being bullied stemmed from my inherent weakness and my timid nature. The first step towards genuine transformation was to harden my heart. I was taken aback by how insightful this seemingly uneducated thief was. He had pinpointed my issues with remarkable clarity. I found myself asking him, why not join me on this journey, and together we can carve out a respectable existence? Without a moment's hesitation, Dan agreed, recalling that he had already declared me his elder brother at the police station. I was skeptical of his words and earnestly inquired why he so readily agreed to accompany me. He grinned and revealed that my legs had healed, and I appeared more respectable. Most importantly, I had offered him a lifeline of 10,000 yuan, without a flicker of hesitation in my eyes, indicating that he would not go hungry by following me. Based on this, Dan deduced that I had encountered a benefactor, as he could see I had matured significantly. His insight further convinced me of his intelligence and capability, prompting me to feel that forging a bond with him was undoubtedly a wise choice. We were both from the same hometown, drifting without support, and thus more likely to understand and empathize with one another. I was also aware that Dan had a good heart and maintained his principles, if not for the loss of his parents in childhood. He would have resorted to thievery for survival. He had once vowed never to steal unless he was utterly destitute. Naturally, I made it clear that the condition for our partnership was that he must cease his thieving ways. Dan immediately assured me that as long as he was with me, he would not go hungry and would absolutely refrain from stealing. That night, he took me to his dwelling, a dilapidated slum with remarkably low rent, where he shared a room with another man. This individual, with dark skin and a robust physique, was a fellow thief known as Cowman, a nickname that seemed to suit him. They worked in shifts, with Dog Dan taking the day and Cowman the night, earning them the moniker of the black and white duo. Cowman was also sharp-witted. Upon hearing that joining me would mean food and cigarettes, he readily agreed to join our ranks, instantly providing me with 2 brothers and a burgeoning sense of limitless potential. Thus began my journey of transformation alongside them. Dog Dan, aware of my vulnerabilities, employed various strategies to address them and encourage my rapid change. He introduced me to numerous scenarios, exposing me to fights and the survival of the strong, allowing me to observe and learn. He insisted that I lacked confidence from that moment on. I found myself with an additional brother by my side. However, ever since he joined me, he has remained utterly silent. Thus, we affectionately dubbed him Mute. Mute never spoke nor contributed to our labor, yet his appetite was prodigious, consuming as much as 3 of us combined. Occasionally, I wondered if Dog Dan had misjudged him, questioning whether this Mute could do anything other than eat. Yet, resigned to the situation, I accepted the error as fate. This peculiar arrangement persisted for another fortnight. To be candid, I harbored deep gratitude for Dog Dan and Cow Dung, for they had accompanied me through this arduous transformation, imparting lessons I had previously been oblivious to and helping me shed my former weaknesses. As for Mute, who contributed nothing but his insatiable appetite, I could only feel helpless. Having him around was akin to carrying a burdensome load, and in less than a month since his arrival, I had nearly exhausted the savings I had painstakingly earned through diligent study and the funds provided by Sister U. My financial situation became dire almost overnight. It was then that I came to a profound realization. With wealth, one can afford to be reckless, but in its absence, every step becomes a challenge. Perhaps, when I find myself destitute, this brotherly bond one had so painstakingly forged would be unsustainable, for they had followed me under the assurance that I would provide for their needs, ensuring they would not go hungry. Yet now I pondered, how could I sustain them when I struggled to support myself? Reality is invariably harsh. I had believed I had changed, but in truth, while my character and demeanor had indeed evolved, my identity remained unchanged. I was still a downtrodden soul navigating the lowest echelons of society, merely accompanied by a few kindred spirits. Initially, my sole desire was to transform my cowardly disposition, my meek nature, and my approach to life. Yet now, I found myself irrevocably altered. I had become resolute, bold, and reckless, embodying a man of strength capable of intimidating others. But was this all there was to it? Should not my true aspiration be to alter my current living conditions? Shouldn't my focus be on enhancing my abilities and strengths? If I lacked the competence, what grounds did I have to earn the respect of my companions? If I possessed no capabilities, how could I survive in this unforgiving society? True strength is rarely easily attained. As a struggling vagrant at the bottom of the social hierarchy, what could propel me to prominence overnight? If I genuinely aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of success, would it not require years of arduous effort to climb from the depths of the pyramid? The path ahead appeared vast, yet bewilderingly unclear. Dog Dan, astute as ever, quickly discerned my turmoil and discreetly led me to a secluded spot, cutting to the chase and inquiring about my troubles. At that moment, I found myself at a loss for words. Some matters felt too humiliating to articulate. Sensing my hesitation, Dog Dan quickly interjected, "Are you pondering your future? There's something I've long wanted to ask you. After you healed your leg and had money in that city, why return to this life? Why transform yourself into a hardened man here? Why not seek out your brother in that city? Did you encounter difficulties there?" I understood that many things could not escape Dogden's keen perception. As he was a brother and a friend I wished to nurture, I felt compelled to be candid with him. Thus, I recounted my experiences in that city without reservation. To my surprise, upon hearing my tale, Dog Dan erupted with rage, standing up and exclaiming, "Our lives may be cheap, but we can endure hardships. We must never allow ourselves to be humiliated or intimidated." Damn it! His fervor ignited a fire within me. Suddenly, Dogden's tone shifted, and with a mischievous grin, he asked, "Is that beautiful girl you mentioned, the one resembling a celestial being, truly as stunning as you say?" I was momentarily rendered speechless, merely nodding. Dog Dan, however, grew increasingly animated, shouting, "Then what are we waiting for? Do you wish to sit here and starve to death? Let us go there. What is there to fear? You could even seek out your brother. Initially, my intention had been to present a more refined version of myself before returning, hoping others would see a transformed individual. Yet, my external circumstances remained unchanged. Others would still perceive me as a mere failure. Moreover, I lacked the strength to confront the ruffian girl, and the likelihood of walking into danger seemed far greater. Nevertheless, Dog Dan was desperate to journey to that city, eager to witness the beauty I had described. He insisted that if I wished to succeed, remaining in this small town would yield no opportunities. Only in a larger city could I discover more chances to grow stronger. Hearing this, I felt a shift within me. Indeed, if I aimed to rise above, staying in this insignificant town was not the way forward. Wouldn't the larger city present greater opportunities? Furthermore, the city was vast. Even if I returned, it wouldn't be easy for the ruffian girl and her family to find me. Yet, I remained hesitant. I had previously contemplated that becoming someone of significance was not an overnight endeavor. What if I arrived in that city without having gained strength and encountered familiar faces? Wouldn't that be awkward? Still, if I set aside those concerns, my heart longed to visit, driven by nostalgia for those I had not seen in ages. Additionally, I couldn't help but worry about my young cousin, Tao Wanxin. Was she safe? Had she been bullied again? Was she happy? In that moment, I retrieved a small note from my pocket. A precious keepsake Tao Wanxin had slipped in my pocket during a kiss. It bore her phone number along with a message. This number is always on. You can call me for anything. I had cherished this note as a priceless gift. Guarding it with care, I had refrained from calling, intending to wait until I could return in glory to reach out. Yet, Dog Dan's encouragement stirred my resolve. I truly wished to return. As memories flooded back, my concern for Tao Wanxin's safety intensified, and my desire to know how she was doing became urgent. Ultimately, I decided to call the number, fueled by a mix of excitement and apprehension. Together with Dog Dan, I made my way to the nearest payphone. As I dialed, pressing each digit with care, I was struck with shock when the call connected, only to be met with a voice stating, "The number you have dialed is powered off." I hastily hung up and redialed, but regardless of how many times I tried, the phone remained unreachable. My heart sank, and tears welled at my eyes. Dog Dan inquired, "What is wrong?" With reddened eyes, I replied, "Something's wrong. It's powered off." "That is not uncommon," he shrugged nonchalantly. Through gritted teeth, I struggled to articulate. This was the number she left for me. She promised never to turn it off. Dog Dan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps it ran out of battery." I shook my head despondently. "That can't be. She specifically stated it would remain on. I have a feeling something has happened to her." Upon hearing this, Dogden's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he cautiously asked, "What do you plan to do?" Taking a deep breath, I replied with determination, "I will find her and discover what has transpired." I then fixed my gaze on Dog Dan, adding, "It might be dangerous. If you choose not to accompany me, I want to hold it against you. Thank you for everything you have taught me during this time." Dog Dan, unable to contain himself, punched my shoulder playfully, stating, "If you consider me a brother, don't utter such nonsense. I genuinely regard you as my brother. In this village, we are the most unfortunate, and out there, we must support each other. To be honest, I believe in you." Having reached this point in our conversation, I decided to no longer hesitate and nodded resolutely at him. Only then did Dog Egg fix his determined gaze upon me and boldly exclaim, "Let us go and show them." Upon returning to our impoverished neighborhood, I immediately briefed the other two about the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Cow Dung expressed his eagerness to join. As for the mute, though he remained silent, his expressions indicated a willingness to participate despite my inability to discern his strengths thus far. Nevertheless, the more companions we had, the greater our confidence. So I resolved to include him as well. Once our plans were finalized, we began to gather our belongings. I chose the most presentable outfit, equipped myself with a black cap and a mask. Having completed my preparations, I stepped outside and gazed up at the vast sky, silently praying, "Tao Wanxin, wait for me." Thus, I set forth with a beggar and two thieves towards the city that bore witness to my humiliation. Chapter 27. 3 minutes despite a lingering sense of unease. I clung to the hope that Tao Wanxin's phone had merely malfunctioned, or that she was sulking, fervently wishing that she had not encountered any real danger. By the time we departed, dusk was settling in. Dog Egg, Cow Dung, the mute, and I hurried to the long-distance bus station, managing to catch the final bus. After a bumpy journey lasting over 10 hours, We arrived at our destination shortly after 6 the next morning. Upon returning to this city, I lacked the leisure to appreciate its scenery anew, nor did I have time for reflection. As soon as I disembarked, I donned my mask and cap, and together with Dog Egg and the others, we immediately set about inquiring about Tao Wanxin. To my dismay, my ominous premonition turned out to be true. Through our inquiries, we discovered that Tao Wanxin had indeed gone missing for over a day. Her family had reported her disappearance, but the police had no leads, as it appeared that this was not a case of ransom or abduction. Throughout the ordeal, no one had contacted her family to demand a ransom. Upon learning this grim reality, I felt myself on the brink of madness, overwhelmed by agitation and confusion. Sensing my distress, Dog Egg quickly urged me to remain calm, reminding me that the acquaintance he had mentioned earlier was a local figure who knew many people, and enlisting his help might prove beneficial. Without further consideration, I followed Dog Egg to seek out his friend. However, upon locating him, we learned that he was no powerful figure but merely a lowly errand boy at a bar. Nevertheless, individuals from the lower echelons often possess valuable information. He had indeed heard rumors regarding Tao Wanxin's disappearance, not because she was a celebrity, but because her father had mobilized both the underworld and law enforcement to search for her. He had even disseminated a statement within the criminal circles, offering a reward of 200,000 for anyone who could assist in finding his daughter. Clearly, her father was exhausting every avenue to locate Tao Wanxin. Though the reward was enticing, Dog Egg's acquaintance lamented that he could not claim it, as he did not even know Tao Wanxin, let alone where to find her. Realizing we could not rely on this self-proclaimed local figure, we thanked him and took our leave. As we walked, my heart grew increasingly tumultuous. I struggled to gather my thoughts. Dog Egg, however, remained before long. The school bell rang, and a throng of students poured out through the gates. I dared not blink, my gaze fixated on the crowd, attempting to discern a particular figure amidst the chaos, a task more challenging than finding a needle in a haystack. After approximately 10 minutes, my eyes began to sting, and the number of students dwindled. I became anxious, fearing I might have missed the sight of the rebellious girl, or that Dog Dan had erred in his information. Just as I contemplated confirming with him, I spotted 3 girls laughing and chatting as they exited the school. I immediately recognized the rebellious girl, her scarred forehead unmistakable. Before I could utter a word, Dog Dan, ever astute, inquired, "Is it the one with the scar?" I nodded vigorously. With a slight smile, he instructed, "You head back to the car. I'll lead her over." With that, he casually strolled towards the girl, hands in his pockets. A mix of apprehension and curiosity compelled me to remain hidden, eager to witness Dog Dan's tactics. To my astonishment, he unexpectedly lunged in front of her, brazenly grabbing her chest in broad daylight, his demeanor reminiscent of a lecherous man harassing a girl in the street. The rebellious girl immediately erupted in fury, cursing as she gave chase to Dog Dan. In that moment, I could not help but admire his cleverness. He had deftly lured her into our trap. Cow Dung was already stationed at the driver's seat, while the mute had opened the side door of the van, waiting outside. As soon as the girl approached, the mute swiftly yanked her into the vehicle, followed closely by Dog Dan and me. Cow Dung promptly started the engine, and before anyone could react, we sped away. We drove furiously until we reached a desolate field on the outskirts, where we finally halted. Subsequently, we unceremoniously tossed the rebellious girl onto the overgrown grass. Dog Dan urged me to act quickly and interrogate her. As it was my first time engaging in such an abduction, I was devoid of experience. Drenched in sweat from anxiety, while Dog Dan and Cow Dung, seasoned in their dubious escapades, remained composed. The mute, as always, followed orders without a hint of emotion. Once the cloth was ripped from the girl's mouth, she erupted into a frenzy of curses and screams. Surrounded by 4 imposing men, she showed no fear, hurling insults until her gaze fell upon me, concealed behind a mask and hat. Perhaps she had deduced my identity as the leader, for she directed her fury towards me, exclaiming, "You dare kidnap me? Are you insane? Do you have any idea what my brother does?" Realizing she did not recognize me brought a momentary relief. Yet her audacity incensed me. I recalled how she had tormented Tao Wanxin, how she had driven me away, and how her brother had abducted Tao Wanxin. Overcome with rage, I disregarded the others and struck her across the face, my voice cold as I demanded, "Tell me, where is Tao Wanxin?" The slap, combined with my frigid tone, made her recognize the gravity of her situation. She ceased her struggles, gritting her teeth in defiance. "Who are you?" I pressed on. "A band of desperate men capable of anything for 200,000. I advise you to cooperate and reveal where Tao Wanxin is." The girl hesitated, then innocently retorted, "How would I know where she is? What good does it do to capture me?" Frustration mounted within me as I seized her collar, growling, "I will ask you again. Where is Tao Wanxin? Speak quickly if you wish to avoid suffering." She continued to feign innocence, arguing, "I told you I don't know. Let me go, or my brother will kill you." At this, my temper flared anew. I was about to deliver another blow when Dog Dan interjected, "This approach will not work." He cast a sidelong glance at a nearby cesspool and continued, "Judging by her appearance, she seems to be quite clean. Let us strip her and toss her into that pit. She won't be able to keep quiet then." Though Dog Dan's suggestion seemed casual, it terrified the girl, who repeatedly screamed that her brother would kill us. Dismissing her pleas, Dog Dan and I dragged her towards the cesspool. Upon witnessing the foul stench emanating from the excrement, her panic escalated, tears welling in her eyes. As Dog Dan began to remove her pants, and I pretended to prepare to throw her in, she finally relented, revealing the location where Tao Wanxin was held captive. An hour later, we arrived at the place she indicated, a secluded, dilapidated tile-roofed house resembling a farmhouse, complete with a sizable yard cultivated with vegetables. To preempt any trickery from the rebellious girl, I instructed Cow Dung and the mute to keep watch over her in the vehicle while Dog Dan and I stealthily concealed ourselves behind the wall of the house. Holding my breath and straining to listen, I suddenly felt a sharp pang in my heart upon hearing Tao Wanxin's voice. She appeared to be in a daze, her tone weak, repeatedly pleading, "I don't know, I truly don't. Please let me go." It was evident she had endured considerable torment, at least significant psychological distress. Soon after, a man's sinister voice echoed, "Why do you continue to suffer, little girl? You have 1 day left. If you don't reveal Gu Tian's whereabouts, you'll miss your chance." Unable to contain myself any longer, I swiftly returned to the vehicle with Dog Dan. He earnestly advised, "Remember, don't show any concern for that girl. Your expression has already betrayed you." I looked up at the sky, exhaled deeply, and gathered my composure before we prepared to act. Standing at the entrance of the yard, I toyed with a spring knife while Dog Dan and Cow Dung brandished machetes, flanking me with an air of authority. The mute remained in the car, watching over the rebellious girl, poised for action. Once we struck our poses, I bellowed into the yard, "Those inside, come out." My voice boomed with authority, reverberating throughout the farmhouse. Instantly, a door swung open and a figure rushed out. Upon spotting us, the intruder's expression soured, and he quickly retreated to inform others. Before long, a group of 7 or 8 armed men emerged, the leader adorned with a large earring, exuding a rather peculiar aura. Initially cautious, they assessed our presence, and, upon realizing we were outnumbered, one of them commanded, "What the hell are you 3 idiots doing here? What do you want?" I continued to idly play with my knife, responding casually, "No need for idle chatter. Release Tao Wanxin immediately, or you will regret it." At this, their faces registered shock. Perhaps they were puzzled as to how we were aware of Tao Wanxin's presence. Nevertheless, emboldened by their numbers, the earring-clad leader glared at us, coldly inquiring, "Who are you?" I lowered my hat's brim and replied firmly, "Do not concern yourself with our identities. I only know that Tao Wanxin is worth 200,000. I'm here to take her. Once more, hand her over." Upon hearing this, the leader erupted in fury, shouting, "Who do you think you are? 3 of you acting tough. Brothers, kill them." Seizing the moment, Dog Dan whistled sharply. The group of ruffians, upon hearing the whistle, mistook it for an ambush, immediately halting in their tracks and assuming defensive stances. Shortly thereafter, the mute individual appeared, carrying the wayward girl, and upon reaching us, unceremoniously tossed her to the ground as if she were mere refuse. In the moment of their bewilderment, I crouched down, tugging at the girl's hair to face the group. I then pressed a spring knife against her throat and, raising my gaze slightly, addressed the man with earrings in a measured tone. "Within 3 minutes, deliver Tao Wanxin to me, or this woman shall perish." In this instant, I embodied the archetype of a cold-blooded creature, exhibiting unwavering decisiveness in both word and action. If our previous posturing had failed to intimidate these ruffians, the knife now poised at the girl's neck certainly ignited a flicker of panic in the earring man's eyes. He was clearly startled and frightened, yet not lacking in wit. He quickly regained his composure and retorted, "Are you fools here to amuse us? Do you think dragging a woman here will frighten us?" Though he feigned confidence, the absence of commands to his subordinates to eliminate us revealed his concern for the girl. Thus, I continued, coldly stating, "2 minutes remain." At this, the earring man fell silent, yet he showed no inclination to bring forth Tao Wanxin, remaining entrenched in a stalemate. I surmised that these ruffians were reluctant to acknowledge their connection to the girl, fearing the exposure of her ties to her brother. After all, the gravity of abduction was not to be trifled with, especially given Tao Wanxin's father's connections. Should the true culprits be revealed as her siblings, it would mean the exposure of their leader, placing them in a precarious position where they dared neither admit nor deny. As time slipped away, I was compelled to speak again. 1 minute. Indeed, as we teetered on the precipice of tension, I felt a pang of worry. If this fool refused to release Tao Wanxin, I would find myself unable to act. I was not prepared to take a life. At that moment, the companion beside me, Dog Egg, casually interjected, "Earring man, I advise you to bring the girl out without delay. The one on the ground has already confessed. Your attempts at concealment are futile. If anything happens to her, her brother will assuredly kill you." Dog Egg's words shattered the impasse, and the earring man, sensing the urgency, was about to relent when his phone rang, tightening my chest with anxiety. "Wait," he barked, answering the call. I could not hear the other end, but I observed his expression darken as he muttered, "They have arrived." After a few more murmurs, he hung up and turned to us, declaring, "You all wait. Our boss is on his way." It seemed the girl's brother finally mustered the courage to appear. This individual was cautious. He understood his sister was missing, but was uncertain of the connection to Tao Wanxin. Only after confirming her abduction via the call did he resolve to intervene. Yet, the prospect of his arrival left me feeling unsettled. I had no knowledge of his character, and should he prove to be unexpectedly deranged, we would be in dire straits. Stealing a glance at Dog Egg, who silently urged me to remain calm, I understood his intent and returned my focus to the earring man, asserting, "If you expect me to wait, you must first fulfill 2 conditions. Bring Tao Wanxin forth, so I may ascertain her presence, and fetch a chair, for I am weary." The earring man and his cohorts bristled at my audacity, yet with their boss absent and the girl in my grasp, they dared not act recklessly, begrudgingly complying with my demands. Soon, the door opened, and 2 lackeys emerged, escorting Tao Wanxin. The moment I laid eyes on her, a wave of sorrow washed over me. The once vibrant and spirited cousin now appeared disheveled and worn, her lively eyes devoid of their usual spark, emanating an aura of exhaustion. These past few days, she had undoubtedly endured immense psychological torment, deprived of sleep, all because of my involvement. My heart ached for her, and I yearned to charge at those wretches. But I knew that despite my emotional turmoil, I must maintain an impassive facade to safely rescue Tao Wanxin. I forced myself to suppress the rising tide of emotion, casting only a cursory glance at her before averting my gaze. I then settled into the chair brought forth by the ruffians, calmly stating, "My patience is finite. I hope your boss arrives before it runs out, or I cannot predict my actions." As I spoke, I leaned down, tracing the blade of the spring knife across the girl's face. The ruffians, incensed by my audacity, were seething, yet they could do nothing but endure, waiting for their leader's arrival. Approximately 10 minutes later, the roar of motorcycles crescendoed, echoing in the vicinity as my heart raced in anticipation. Soon, a dozen motorcycles encircled us, each manned by 1 or 2 henchmen, exuding an air of coolness. Leading the pack was a burly figure with a buzz cut, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, his face strikingly unique, with eyes resembling those of a bull, large and piercing. Upon his arrival, the girl, gagged and bound, began to whimper in recognition. The moment he spotted her, his eyes widened, and he stormed over, bellowing, "Release my sister at once." His voice was a deep, rugged growl. Seeing this, Dog Egg swiftly brandished his knife to intercept him. Remarkably, these siblings shared a striking resemblance, both exuding a wild energy. Prior to his appearance, I had felt trepidation, but witnessing his demeanor now alleviated my anxiety. He was impulsive and fiery, clearly not one to harbor deep-seated malice, suggesting that dealing with him would not prove overly challenging. With newfound confidence, I abruptly stood, yanking the girl from the ground, and coolly stated, "Enough with the chatter. I have wasted ample time. hurry in hand over Tao Wanxin. The brother, furious, pointed his knife at us, threateningly declaring, "You little punks dare to threaten me? Do you think a mere knife will intimidate anyone?" I, Shanning, wield my blade with skill. "You were still in diapers when I began. I warn you, release my sister immediately, or I shall turn you into mincemeat." With his intimidating presence, the gang quickly surrounded us, prepared to enact violence. Although I tried to maintain my composure, this was my first encounter with such a volatile situation, and anxiety crept in. Previously, I had only engaged in minor skirmishes under Dog Egg's guidance. Now, surrounded by armed thugs, I worried that this so-called Shan Ing might be reckless and impulsive. Just as I was about to respond, a comrade named Cao Dung unexpectedly leaped into the fray, brandishing a machete and performing flashy flourishes beside me. Surprisingly, under the sun's glare, it did convey an air of menace. To my astonishment, after showcasing his skills, he suddenly let out a loud yell and swung the blade at the chair behind me, effortlessly cleaving it in two. As onlookers gaped in disbelief, Cao Dung stylishly drove the knife into the ground, asserting, "I have wielded a blade for quite some time." Internally, I marveled impressive. In order to enhance the atmosphere, I immediately cleared my throat and said, "Third brother, haven't we discussed this before? Don't flaunt your little tricks unnecessarily. Have you forgotten our purpose this time? It's to exchange a person for money, and if we can avoid harm, we must." Niu Chao readily complied, revealing a humble smile as he replied, "Boss, I understand." Our back and forth seemed to have some effect. The group's momentum appeared to wane. However, the mountain hawk was not a fool and would not be easily intimidated. He suddenly fixed his cow-like gaze on me, seemingly questioning my identity. He sheathed his knife and strode towards Tao Wanxin, seizing her by the collar and pressing the blade against her throat, yelling at me, "Kid, no matter who you are, let my sister go, or I will kill her on the spot." My heart jolted as I witnessed the tears streaming from Tao Wanxin's eyes. It pained me deeply. Yet I had to remain composed. Retreat was not an option. The mountain hawk was clearly testing me, and I could not show any weakness, not even a hint of hesitation. I had to ensure he sensed nothing amiss. Otherwise, not only would I fail to rescue Tao Wanxin, but our lives would also be at stake. Resolutely, I brandished a spring knife and plunged it into the shoulder of the girl with a rebellious demeanor. As she let out anguished cries, I roared defiantly, "I loathe being threatened, so do not threaten me. If you kill Tao Wanxin, I lose only money. But if I kill this girl, you will lose your beloved sister. Think carefully and release her, or I will ensure you live with regret for the rest of your life." At this moment, the mountain hawk hesitated, realizing he could not act recklessly. Seeing his sister in pain, he quickly released Tao Wanxin and shouted at me, "Stop, young brother. We can discuss this." It seemed that even the imposing mountain hawk would not gamble with his sister's life. Dog Dan had been right. He was the type to risk everything for his sister. Now that she was injured, he dared not act arrogantly. Suppressing his fury, he lowered his tone and explained that he had captured Tao Wanxin for another person and had no intention of harming her. He merely sought to intimidate. However, now that his identity was exposed, if Tao Wanxin revealed it, he would find himself in a precarious situation. His teeth clenched as he spoke, revealing his distress. I recognized his attempt to soften his stance, but given his audacity to abduct Tao Wanxin, I doubted he had not considered an escape plan. Thus, my resolve hardened once more as I replied, "That is not my concern. I only know that if you do not release her, your sister's life is at stake." With that, I tightened my grip on the knife, causing the rebellious girl to weep profusely, her cold sweat evident as she nearly fainted from the pain. Furious, the mountain hawk was about to charge at me when, in a moment of weakness, Tao Wanxin suddenly spoke up. "I won't reveal anything about you as long as you don't cause trouble for Gutian again. I promise I won't say a word." I was momentarily taken aback. Despite her dire situation, Tao Wanxin still thought of me. Faced with a group of armed thugs, this fragile girl retained her composure and sought to shield me, stirring a warmth within my heart. Her assurance left the mountain hawk speechless. He could think of no better way to save his sister. Ultimately, he had to swallow his anger and compromise. He proposed an exchange of hostages, but I would not be so foolish. I insisted he hand over Tao Wanxin immediately, and we would release his sister once we were safe. The mountain hawk attempted to negotiate further, but I swiftly withdrew the knife from the rebellious girl's shoulder and warned, "If you keep talking, do you believe I won't stab her again?" Seeing the agonized expression on the rebellious girl's face, He could no longer afford to delay. Gritting his teeth, he commanded his men to release Tao Wanxin. Once she was free, he still threatened me. If anything happens to my sister, you will suffer greatly. I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. I smiled calmly and replied, rest assured, we are only after money and have no interest in your sister's life. However, should you dare to follow us, I cannot guarantee her safety. Half an hour later, her phone will be turned on, and you will be able to contact her. Remember, do not follow us. With that, I promptly escorted the rebellious girl, while Dog Dan and the others took Tao Wanxin, and we swiftly departed in a van. Chapter 29. The true capable ones. Only after the vehicle had exited the area did my tense nerves finally relax. To be honest, this invisible battle was incredibly perilous. A moment's carelessness could have resulted in our demise. How much this tested our mental fortitude. I felt immense satisfaction with my performance today and the cooperation of my brothers. This truly marked my first courageous step, as I managed to maintain composure in the face of over 30 knives. Yet, the performance must continue a while longer. Both the rebellious girl and Tao Wanxin were watching closely, and I could not afford to reveal any flaws at this critical juncture, especially with Tao Wanxin seated beside me. However, considering her nature, this typical, oblivious girl was unlikely to recognize me. I kept my eyes fierce, my voice deliberately low, and, most importantly, my entire demeanor had shifted to one of ruthlessness and decisiveness. She should not connect me with the timid Gutian of the past. Thus, I continued to feign indifference, searching through Tao Wanxin's bag for her phone, turning it on, and handing it to her. Call your father and tell him to prepare 200,000 in cash. Remember, we only want cash. I hope he won't play tricks. This is our due reward. If he dares to backtrack, we will be more fearsome than the kidnappers. Tao Wanxin trembled in fear, perhaps still shaken from her 2-day ordeal. At that moment, her nerves were undoubtedly fragile, so she quietly took the phone and complied. Once the call connected, she got straight to the point, saying she had been rescued, but the other party needed money. The phone was on speaker, and I could hear her father's barely concealed excitement upon learning she was safe. He assured her that money would not be a problem and that he would prepare it. However, when he inquired about our location, I quickly snatched the phone and hung up. Soon, half an hour passed, and I tossed the injured rebellious girl out of the vehicle, returning her phone. It's turned on. Contact your brother. After that, our vehicle sped forward without pause. After another half hour of winding through streets, we finally stopped in a secluded area. I then redialed Tao Wanxin's father, providing him with our location and sternly warning him not to pull any tricks. After hanging up, we sat in the vehicle, waiting for Tao's father to arrive. Seeing our caution, Tao Wanxin remarked, "Don't worry. After all, you saved me. My father won't act recklessly. He has always kept his word. If he promises money, he will deliver." After saying that, her tired, bloodshot eyes bore into mine, making me feel a bit guilty. At that moment, I even had the impulse to remove my mask. I longed to reveal my identity, to apologize, to express my gratitude. So many words were on the tip of my tongue. Yet I knew I could not expose myself. Doing so would not only put me in danger, but would also disturb Tao Wanxin, leaving her restless due to the Mountain Hawk siblings. Most importantly, I had not yet established myself. Rather, I had become a figure of brutality and bloodshed. I did not wish to face Tao Wanxin in that manner. I only wanted to rescue her and restore her a peaceful life. Thus, I continued to disguise myself. Dog Dan, perhaps sensing my predicament, suddenly grinned and said, "Boss, this girl is quite lovely. Why don't we forego the money and just take her instead?" I understand that his words were intended to strengthen my resolve and to alleviate Tao Wanxin's doubts about me. Consequently, I played along, casting a lascivious gaze at her. As she flinched, attempting to evade my stare, I reached out and caressed her cheek, mockingly asserting, "Perhaps it is best to refrain. To me, money will always outweigh women." Upon my touch, Tao Wanxin recoiled in disgust, distancing herself while bowing her head in silence, too frightened to move. Time slipped away in this oppressive stillness for 40 minutes until at last, a black sedan came to a halt nearby. 3 figures emerged. Tao Wanxin's father, whom I recognized, his bodyguard, and the enchanting Yu Jie. Seeing the ethereal Yu Jie after so many days stirred something within me, but I had no time for reverie. I scanned the surroundings cautiously, ensuring we were unaccompanied before exiting the vehicle. Upon spotting me, Tao's father rushed over, urgently inquiring, "Where's my daughter?" Bring her to me. I waved my hand, and Dogdan promptly fetched Tao Wanxin. Lowering my voice, I coldly demanded the money. Tao's father signaled to his bodyguard, who immediately presented a bag filled with cash, revealing a considerable sum. The sight of such wealth dazzled my eyes, yet I endeavored to maintain my composure, feigning experience as I inspected the bills. After accepting the bag, I released Tao Wanxin. The moment she was freed, she lunged into Yu Jie's embrace, sobbing unabashedly, while Yu Jie gently comforted her, murmuring, "It's all right, it's all right." Hearing her cries pierced my heart, as I recognized the profound psychological toll this ordeal had taken on the young girl. It was only upon reuniting with her loved ones that her pent-up fears could finally erupt. I knew I could linger no longer, fearing my emotions might betray me. Just then, Tao's father addressed me. "Young brother, regardless of who you are, thank you for saving my daughter." It was evident he truly cared for Tao Wanxin. For him, parting with money was trivial compared to the value of her life, which filled his expression with gratitude towards me. I chuckled softly, replying, "I should be the one thanking you for allowing me to earn 200,000 effortlessly. Should anyone in your family find themselves kidnapped again, do not hesitate to offer a reward. I shall devise a way to rescue them." These words reached the ears of the still sobbing Tao Wanxin, who abruptly ceased her tears and turned to me, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, cursed be your words. I assure you, no one in our family will be kidnapped again. Do not expect to extort us further." Her adorable indignation nearly elicited a laugh from me, but before my amusement could show, I swiftly turned to head back to the car. Just a few steps in, Yu Jie's voice drifted towards me. "Sheener, don't you find that masked man somewhat familiar?" Tao Wanxin's disgruntled reply followed. "Familiar? Did you not see his ruthless methods? He truly is terrifying. How could I have encountered such a heartless fiend? Cousin, do you know someone like him?" In the final moments before boarding the vehicle, I caught Yu Jie's ethereal response. "No, I must have been mistaken." After our departure, Dogdan leaned in close, excitedly whispering, "Was that not the fairy sister?" I nodded in affirmation, and his exaggerated exclamation reverberated throughout the car. "Indeed, she is stunning beyond belief. So breathtaking and graceful." With that, he began gleefully counting the money. I chuckled in bemusement. Money and beauty are indeed alluring temptations. Nonetheless, with this wealth, we had effectively tackled our pressing survival challenges, at least alleviating our current predicament. However, my greatest joy lay in the safe rescue of Tao Wanxin. I hoped that this incident would prompt her father to be more vigilant regarding her safety. And since the mountain eagle had failed to draw me out after 2 days of holding her, he would likely relent in pursuing her further. The entire vehicle was abuzz with excitement, save for the mute, who maintained a stoic expression. Perhaps, to him, money was merely an ephemeral concern, as long as he had food and shelter. Naturally, with one problem resolved, another loomed ahead. We had incurred the ire of the mountain eagle, who would undoubtedly seek retribution. Thus, my intention was to seize this money and depart the city, seeking opportunities elsewhere. This proposal faced immediate opposition from Dogdan and Nyotsuan, who expressed their fondness for this place, believing it to be a land of fortune. They insisted that having just secured a significant sum, this location was destined for our prosperity, claiming the mountain eagle was nothing but a brash fool, hardly a cause for concern. Their words provided me with justification to convince myself, for deep within, I yearned to remain here, surrounded by many I cherished and others I loathed. They say, where one falls, one must rise, and if I wish to reinvent myself, it ought to be here. Ultimately, we decided to stay. The first order of business was to celebrate, to revel in our fortune. We located a grand restaurant in the suburbs, reserving a private room where we indulged in a sumptuous feast. It had been ages since we had enjoyed such a lavish meal, and we truly savored every moment. After dining, Dogdan and Yotsun opted for a soak and massage, while I remained uninterested, waiting with the mute until they had their fill. By the time they finished, night had fallen, and we were compelled to address our next concern, accommodation. After some deliberation, we approached Dogdan's acquaintance, the so-called local boss, in hopes of securing an introduction to his superior as a means of establishing a protective alliance against the mountain eagle. Dogdan's friend had already heard of our successful rescue of Tao Wanxin and the subsequent humiliation of the mountain eagle, expressing his exaggerated admiration. It seemed he could hardly fathom that 4 country bumpkins could pull off such a feat. I could hardly bear his flattery and interrupted, stating plainly, "Lu Fanjian, We have come to discuss a matter with you. We have offended the mountain eagle, and he will surely seek our downfall. We wish to know if your boss could offer us sanctuary." The fellow, nicknamed Jiango, immediately appeared troubled upon hearing this. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "That may be difficult. Although our boss oversees 2 venues and commands over 20 brothers, he would not dare to offend the mountain eagle. His reputation is formidable, and few would dare to cross him." Disappointment washed over me. This local boss was hardly the powerhouse I had imagined. Just as I began to feel disheartened, Jianji's expression shifted as he suggested, "There is someone who might be willing to take you in." I inquired eagerly, "Who?" "Jiango, my boss," he replied. "He oversees numerous establishments and holds considerable influence here. Given your recent success in rescuing someone and acquiring wealth, if you catch his eye, the mountain eagle would surely think twice before acting against you." A glimmer of hope ignited within me, and I quickly conferred with Dog Dan and the others. We unanimously decided to seek an audience with Jianji's boss. Jiango then set about contacting his superior to see if an introduction could be arranged. Meanwhile, we sought a place to stay. For both safety and convenience, we rented a small villa. Although the rent was steep, our newfound wealth allowed for such indulgence. We spent the night tidying up and did not retire until late. The following morning, my phone rang, jolting me from slumber. This mobile phone was purchased yesterday. Aside from Dog Dan and a few others, only Jiango knows the number. My first instinct was to think Jiango was calling regarding the boss. So without bothering to clear the sleep from my eyes, I answered the call, saying, "Hello, Jiango. Have you contacted the boss?" To my surprise, the voice on the other end was Dog Dan's, dripping with mischief. "Hey, Tiango, it's me, Dog Dan." I was furious and exclaimed, "Why the hell are you calling me so early?" Dog Dan chuckled and replied, "Well, I just got a new phone. It's my first time using it. And since no one else was calling, I thought I'd give you a try to see how it works." I shouted, "You crazy idiot." After hanging up, I went back to sleep and didn't wake until noon when Jiango finally reached out with good news. He said the boss wanted to meet us first, and a location was set at a private club's tennis court. After having lunch, we rushed over. Upon our arrival, the boss was practicing alone. He only took a break when we showed up, sitting on a sun lounger and gazing at us. His piercing eyes first landed on me. Dog Dan, sensing the situation, quickly explained, "Our big boss has something on his face and can't show it. Please don't mind." The boss smiled and replied, "No worries. I've heard of the masked man's reputation. He seems quite formidable, having injured Sister Eagle and made her obedient. So, I hear you're here seeking refuge?" The boss appeared to be just an ordinary middle-aged man, yet his demeanor exuded a certain commanding presence, suggesting he was no novice. I remained particularly cautious of his ever-watchful bodyguard, whose hawk-like gaze seemed capable of seeing right through me, leaving me feeling vulnerable. Faced with this boss, I dare not be reckless, so I replied honestly, "Boss, please forgive me, but it's not exactly seeking refuge. My brothers and I have been wandering aimlessly, and we've found this city quite appealing, perfect for settling down. We've also heard that you're a kind person willing to take others in, so we specifically came to seek your patronage." After listening, the boss smiled slightly and said, "Since you've been so forthright, I won't beat around the bush. I do like to take in brothers, but I only accept those with capabilities. I have no interest in useless drifters. You've already offended Sister Eagle, and if I take you in, it will surely provoke her. Though I don't fear her, it wouldn't be worth it to offend her for a group of incapable individuals. I won't never engage in losing propositions, wouldn't you agree?" Indeed, he was a shrewd businessman, and his words rang true. What prominent boss would personally shelter a bunch of inept individuals? If we couldn't prove our worth, we certainly wouldn't pass his test. Moreover, once we earned the boss's favor, our future paths would undoubtedly become smoother, as he possessed wealth and numerous business dealings. If I could establish myself under his wing, I could finally hold my head high and face my old acquaintances with confidence. With this in mind, I quickly adopted a humble demeanor and asked, "So, how will the boss assess our capabilities?" The boss casually pulled out a cigar and placed it in his mouth. His bodyguard immediately lit it for him. After taking a puff, the boss said, "Anyone I consider worthy must possess 2 traits. The first, fearlessness. The second, fighting prowess. You 4 have shown courage by risking 200,000 to save someone, which speaks to your bravery. Now, you simply need to demonstrate your fighting ability." I asked in confusion, "How do we prove that?" The boss narrowed his eyes and glanced at his bodyguard, saying, "Alan." The bodyguard named Alan stepped forward. Exuding an aura as formidable as a lone warrior, standing against a multitude. I had observed him earlier and realized he was no ordinary bodyguard. His skills in combat were undoubtedly exceptional. The boss continued, "You four, choose the strongest among you. If he can defeat Alan, I will immediately take you in, otherwise, I'm afraid I cannot assist you." I was taken aback. It was clearly a challenge designed to put us in a difficult position. Asking us to defeat his top enforcer? It felt akin to sending a tiger to spar with a monkey. I felt utterly helpless, but refused to back down. I turned my gaze toward the one among us who seemed most formidable, newfound. However, the moment he caught my eye, he shook his head vigorously. I lowered my voice and urged him, "Weren't you quite impressive with that big knife yesterday?" Newfound replied incredulously, "Come on, that was just a party trick. Even street performers can do that. Besides, look at this guy in front of us. His presence screams special forces. I don't want to end up in the hospital." My heart sank. I then turned my gaze to Dog Dan, suggesting, "Dog Dan, why don't you give it a try? You seem pretty fierce when you fight." Dog Dan immediately clutched his stomach and exaggeratedly said, "Boss, you know I ate something bad yesterday. Otherwise, I would definitely take him down." I felt an urge to punch his pretentious face. These two boasted so much but faltered at the critical moment. Sighing, I glanced at the mute and hesitated, thinking it was best to spare him from this ordeal. Just as I was about to inform Boss Wong that we would seek alternative paths, the mute unexpectedly stepped forward without warning and calmly stated, "I'll do it." Chapter 30, Mute Versus. Alan, seeing the mute suddenly step forward, felt akin to witnessing a fish leap on a dry land. It seemed a reckless endeavor. This was shocking not only to me, but also to Dog Dan and newfound, who looked on in disbelief. None of us anticipated that this usually quiet mute would exhibit such selfless bravery at such a critical moment. However brave he was, I couldn't just watch him face off against someone of Alan's caliber. Just as I was about to intervene, Dog Dan suddenly grabbed my arm and whispered, "Hold on. Let us watch. I think the mute has a chance." I turned my face to Dog Dan and noticed he wore an expression of anticipation, serious and sincere, as if he wasn't joking. Then it hit me. When Dog Dan had suggested taking in the mute, he mentioned that this beggar might have a hidden talent. Now, reflecting on the situation, the mute, aware of Alan's formidable strength, still walked up with such composure. Perhaps he truly possessed remarkable skills. With that thought, I decided to observe the unfolding events, my heart tinged with expectation, eager to discover whether this mute, typically so unassuming, truly had hidden depths. Certainly, the mute's boldness caught Alan's attention, and he scrutinized the mute for a while before saying, "Very well." Thus, the contenders were set, and the rules were simple. No weapons. Just bare hands and free play. The ultimate outcome would depend on the judgment of the boss, who served as the referee, while Dog Dan, newfound, and I could only act as spectators. As Alan and the mute took their positions on the tennis court, the boss casually announced, "Begin." The duel officially commenced. At this moment, the mute maintained his calm demeanor, while I, as a spectator, felt my palms grow sweaty with tension. Not because I was desperate to find refuge under Boss Wong, but because I was intensely curious about the mute's true abilities. I suppressed my anxiety and fixated my gaze on the contest before me. As the competition commenced, Alan exuded an air of grace. He first gestured in a courteous manner before suddenly advancing towards the mute opponent. His strides were light and vigorous, his movements swift and fierce, resembling a bullet launched with deadly precision. Meanwhile, the mute remained expressionless, his gaze suddenly sharp as he faced Alan's onslaught, standing resolutely as if carved from stone, unyielding and motionless. I found myself anxious for the mute, as Alan had approached him closely, launching a left jab aimed at his head. I assumed the mute would finally react, perhaps dodge, but to my astonishment, he remained still. Even more surprising was Alan's left punch, which turned out to be a feint. He swiftly retracted it, his right hand's fingers converging to strike the mute's throat with the tips. At last, the mute moved, seemingly having anticipated Alan's left punch as a ruse. It was only when Alan's right hand threatened him that the mute subtly sidestepped, deftly avoiding the blow. Before I could even blink, Alan's right foot came up, yet the mute, having just evaded Alan's right hand, seamlessly dodged the kick once more. I gasped, my mind blank with tension. Even Wong, the boss, lounging casually with a cigarette, sat up straight, astonished. As spectators, we scarcely had a moment to breathe, and the mute, confronting Alan's relentless assault, had to elevate his vigilance to an extraordinary degree. After the first strike failed to connect, Alan launched a series of rapid-fire attacks. Each movement executed with breathtaking speed and precision, leaving us in awe. Yet the mute maintained an air of calm indifference, merely extending a hand to block the incoming strikes. His robust arms, seemingly clumsy, proved remarkably agile, deftly intercepting Alan's critical blows. Each of Alan's attacks was fierce and savage, yet the formidable mute seemed almost ethereal, effortlessly dissipating Alan's force and aggression. As the exchanges continued, both combatants appeared evenly matched, with neither able to inflict injury upon the other. Alan began to show signs of impatience. Seizing an opportunity, he executed a spinning kick that landed squarely on the mute's chest. Although the mute crossed his arms to shield himself, he was still pushed back several steps. As the mute regained his footing, Alan abruptly tore off his shirt, revealing a torso adorned with scars and explosive musculature. He glared at the mute, indignation evident in his voice. "Aren't you going to strike? Is this a matter of pride?" At this moment, I noticed a subtle shift in the mute's demeanor. His eyes glinted with intensity as he focused on Alan. He clenched his fist, and with a swift motion, he closed the distance, unleashing a frenzied assault upon Alan. The mute's strikes were fierce and precise, each step grounded and powerful, combining softness and strength with elegance. Even I, an outsider to martial arts, could discern that the mute was no mere brute, but a trained fighter. Witnessing his clash with Alan was far more exhilarating than any televised bout. It stirred a rush of adrenaline within me. It was my first time witnessing such a high-stakes confrontation up close, rendering my previous duel with the pretty boy a mere farce. Although I lacked expertise, I could appreciate the artistry of combat, particularly when the mute executed a sweeping low kick, seemingly conjuring a whirlwind, while Alan leaped to avoid the attack, kneeing towards the mute's head. The spectacle was breathtaking. Had the mute not reacted swiftly, he would have been struck. The match was nothing short of spectacular. Even Wong, the boss, found himself standing, engrossed in the action. On the surface, the duel appeared evenly matched, yet a closer inspection revealed Alan drenched in sweat, the sunlight reflecting off his glistening skin, while the mute remained as composed as ever, showing no signs of fatigue or exertion. It was as if the intense battle was mere routine for him. However, the mute's calm seemed to intensify Alan's urgency, verging on frenzy. After a brief pause, he charged at the mute with renewed speed, surpassing his previous velocity. But rather than retreat, the mute advanced, his imposing figure hurtling towards his opponent. To my astonishment, upon closing the distance, the mute refrained from striking. Instead, as Alan unleashed a powerful punch towards him, the mute twisted at the waist, his body crashing into Alan with the force of a mountain, sending Alan staggering backwards. Without hesitation, the mute pressed his advantage, leaping towards Alan like a shooting star. Just as Alan regained his footing, the mute's iron fist, imbued with tremendous energy, aimed for Alan's face. I was on the edge of my seat, nearly crushing my own hands, convinced that the mute was on the brink of victory. But then, in a shocking twist, I witnessed the mute's punch halted inches from Alan's face, while Alan's fist connected with the mute's chest, a blow seemingly meant to be decisive. The robust mute was propelled back several steps before finally stabilizing himself. My clenched fist relaxed. I thought it was all over. Yet, in a moment of hushed disbelief, the stillness of the court was broken by Alan's despondent declaration. "I lost." This unexpected turn left even Wong in utter astonishment. Beside me, Dog Dan appeared to understand. A peculiar smile, no, a smirk, gracing his face. Wong, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, finally spoke. "Alan, what just happened?" The bodyguard stepped forward to explain. His final punch was retracted. Suddenly, it all clicked. I had thought the mute was pressing his advantage, but in the end, he had chosen to pull back. Truly, a masterful display, and I could not help but feel profound respect for both the mute's restraint and Alan's graceful acceptance of defeat. Wong, now even more astonished, clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive! A true hero emerges from youth. This young man has bested my bodyguard, who has been trained for over a decade in the military. You must understand, Alan is a top-tier soldier from the Special Forces. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. How old are you, young man?" At that moment, all my earlier tension and excitement dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. Initially, I had thought I had merely hired a deadweight, someone who would waste my resources without offering anything in return. Yet, I had discovered a treasure. Now, even Wang regarded us with newfound respect. Perhaps we were indeed valuable to him. However, to my embarrassment, the mute, this hidden gem, chose to ignore Wang entirely, quietly returning to stand behind me, donning his characteristic poker face once more. Boss Wang pressed his warm face against the cold shoulder of the mute, creating an awkward moment. However, understanding the mute's character, he refrained from expressing anger, instead casting a puzzled glance in my direction, as if seeking my assistance in answering his question to save face. Yet, I too was perplexed. I didn't even know the mute's name, let alone his age. Reluctantly, I pondered the mute's appearance and ventured a guess. Under 30. Boss Wang nodded appreciatively and continued to scrutinize the mute with an admiring expression, remarking, not bad, very impressive. But, young man, while you may have narrowly triumphed over Alan, do not let pride overwhelm you. After all, you are still young, and learning is a lifelong endeavor. Just as Boss Wang sought to regain his composure, Alan, having discreetly dressed, chimed in discordantly, "Boss, actually, he didn't even exert his full strength earlier. Otherwise, that one Iron Mountain slam would have left me unable to rise." Chapter 31. Familiar faces of Boss Wang had previously thought the mute somewhat arrogant. After Alan revealed the truth, he could only begrudgingly admire the mute's extraordinary capabilities. Indeed, the mute possessed the merit to be proud. He could afford to be audacious. For an individual lacking sufficient strength, such arrogance might be perceived as pretentiousness. If one's abilities were mediocre, it could be seen as hubris. However, for someone with the mute's extraordinary prowess, perhaps silence was a form of humility. I had never anticipated that fortune would smile upon me. Yet today, I unexpectedly discovered that this street-dwelling beggar could effortlessly surpass elite special forces, earning their respect in the process. This revelation was more astonishing than any fantastical stroke of luck. Even the previously smirking dog Egg appeared taken aback, as if the mute's true strength had exceeded even his expectations. Of course, after this encounter, Boss Wang decisively chose to take us under his wing, effectively promoting us. He entrusted me with managing the bar that had been assigned to Brother Jian, a tremendous honor. Typically, those elevated to oversee a venue are the most trusted and capable aides of the boss. Little did I expect that, having just allied with him, I would be granted such a significant responsibility. This gesture filled me with gratitude towards Boss Wang, igniting a passionate fervor within me. At that moment, I suddenly felt that fate had been kind, gifting me 3 capable brothers and earning the favor of my boss, as if I had undergone a transformation. Having been poisoned by weakness since childhood, I yearned to fundamentally change from within. During this period, I believed my inner strength had solidified and strengthened, and now, my external identity had finally been elevated. Although managing a bar may seem modest, seizing this opportunity would enable me to strive harder and ascend the ladder of success. I firmly believed that one day I would reach the pinnacle. Once Boss Wang had conveyed all necessary instructions, we departed from the tennis court, eagerly awaiting the evening's transfer at the bar. The boss had assured us that if we performed well, we would be highly regarded in the future, with limitless prospects ahead. As we exited the private club, the sun had already set, signaling dinner time. We headed straight to a restaurant to celebrate our good fortune. At the table, I drank freely, genuinely delighted. Dog Egg and Cow Dung recognized their turning point in life and joined in the revelry, consuming food and drink with gusto. They lavished praise upon the mute, singing his praises enthusiastically, but the mute remained engrossed in his meal, indifferent to their flattery. I found me at all times in public. I donned a mask and a hat, revealing only my keenly observant eyes. One evening, while seated in a corner of a bar with my companions, Dog Dan and others, they engaged in light-hearted banter over drinks, while I remained fixated on the dazzling stage, observing the throng swaying beneath the luminous lights, lost in myriad thoughts. Suddenly, Dog Dan leaned close and whispered, "Brother Tion, why are you still wearing a mask out here? You can't even drink or smoke. What are you so worried about? It's shooting TB because of Mountain Eagle, right?" I continued to gaze at the stage, replying nonchalantly, "I've grown accustomed to it. I've come to relish the anonymity that the mask provides, enjoying the disguise it offers." Though a significant part of my reasoning for wearing the mask was to draw the ire of Mountain Eagle towards myself and shield Tao Wanxin from involvement, perhaps I had genuinely fallen in love with the sensation of concealment. It instilled in me a sense of confidence and security, as others could not perceive my visage or the fluctuations of my expressions, creating an air of mystery about myself, an aura that felt distinct. Or perhaps, I felt I was not yet ready to unveil my true self. The new Gation would reemerge one day, while for now, I remained merely the masked man. Embracing this new identity, my life had transformed remarkably. Under my management, the bar had seen no significant disturbances, and my days were now filled with merriment, companionship, and indulgence. Compared to my past life of humiliation, this existence seemed splendid indeed. Yet, inexplicably, I felt an absence, a void akin to a chilling emptiness at great heights. As if something profound and genuine was missing, a part of my heart remained unfulfilled. That night, burdened by this sense of emptiness, I isolated myself in the office, drowning my sorrows in solitude, reminiscing about the past, each memory, each person, each experience evoking a pang of pain within me. Just as I reached the depths of my emotions, a sudden, urgent knock on the door jolted me from my reverie. Annoyed, I called out, "Who is it?" A voice from beyond answered, "It's me, Dog Dan. I need to talk." Dog Dan, perceptive and astute, had been instructed to disturb me only in case of an emergency. His unanticipated arrival signaled that something was amiss, prompting me to set down my drink and open the door for him. Upon entering, Dog Dan spoke with urgency. "There's trouble in the private room. You need to take a look." I frowned and replied, "You rush here for such matters? You could have handled it per protocol." Dog Dan grimaced. "This is something I can't manage. It requires your intervention." Puzzled, I inquired, "What kind of people are in the room?" Dog Dan shrugged. "You'll find out once you get there." Usually, Dog Dan adeptly resolved disputes, so I deduced he must be facing formidable opposition today. Without further delay, I donned my mask and cap, and we hurried towards the private room. Upon reaching the entrance of a large room, Dog Dan, unlike his usual polite self, kicked the door open with force, producing a resounding bang that drew the attention of everyone inside. I stepped forward, scanning the crowd, which included several of my underlings alongside numerous young men and women. My heart raced as I recognized familiar faces among the youth. Wan Yu, the bespectacled Yu Xiao, Lei Zi, and the girl who once stirred my innocent affections, Xiao Yu. Chapter 32. Despair for Xiao Yu. Half a year had passed since I last encountered them, and my emotions surged tumultuously. Memories flashed vividly in my mind. The love, the pain, the shame, the grievances, all profoundly etched in my heart. Xiao Yu bestowed upon me my first naive love, yet she also inflicted the deepest wounds. I grappled with the challenge of erasing her from my heart. Though I had learned to compartmentalize those feelings, still, the sight of her stirred something within me, causing my heart to race uncontrollably with excitement. I understood that I should no longer harbor any longing or feelings for her. Yet, some lingering essence remained, unalterable and eternal. As for Wan Yu, my hatred for him ran deep, ingrained in my very bones, a resentment that could never be extinguished. The trauma he inflicted upon me transcended mere physical harm. It was a profound psychological blow, an affront to my dignity. He subjected me to relentless scorn and disdain, leaving me with an indelible psychological scar that haunted me throughout my life. He forced me to depart from university, shattering my dreams of education, and I remembered every ounce of that hatred with clarity. Inside the room, the commotion halted as Dog Dan's forceful entry drew all eyes toward the door, landing on me. Yet, just moments later, Wan Yu nonchalantly turned away, arrogantly shouting, "Don't stop. Keep fighting." The silence returned as the chaos resumed, with Lei Zi and his gang mercilessly attacking others, and my subordinates struggled to intervene. The onlookers, filled with indignation, especially Xiao Yu, stood by Wan Yu, her eyes reddened, fixated on the brawl. The atmosphere was charged with tension as the fighters disregarded my sudden intrusion. Meanwhile, Dog Dan leaned in to explain. "A group from the adjacent room came here to cause trouble. I could have handled it, but then I spotted Xiao Yu. I had seen her on your brother's wedding day. She wouldn't recognize me. I guess the group with her likely included those who once humiliated you. So I immediately called you. I've gathered our brothers. Now it's your turn." I nodded slightly to Dog Dan, then turned my gaze to the arrogant Wan Yu and his reckless entourage. They remained unchanged, unrepentant. I signaled to the mute, who understood my intentions immediately, charging into the fray. The mute swiftly intervened, dispersing the chaotic assembly with ease. young men were tossed aside like mere feathers. Those with strength, like Lei Zi, attempted to resist, but the mute easily overpowered them. However, Lei Zi's crew, fueled by rage, sought to continue the fight. I lost my patience and bellowed, "Everyone stop!" In an instant, my subordinates surged into the room, brandishing weapons. Finally, the opposing factions ceased their hostilities, though Lei Zi's group remained defiant. Lei Zi, with his eyes ablaze, shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Dog Dan, puffing on his cigarette, casually replied, "He is our boss, the manager of this bar." Yet, the mention of boss elicited no fear or respect from them. Luan Yu's gang remained brazen, and even the other group of young men, who had just been beaten, approached me with indignation, demanding, "How can you manage a venue where people can barge into our room and attack us openly? Are you going to do something about it?" Clearly, this group of young men was no innocent bunch. Their lavish spending in such a large private room, and their fighting spirit indicated they were not easily intimate. One of Luan Yu's lackeys immediately approached me, loudly berating me while glaring fiercely at the group of young men who had been beaten. The young men, undeterred, quickly retorted and threw their heated argument. I gleaned the essence of the unfolding situation. It appeared that within the private room, one intoxicated youth had ventured to the restroom, only to encounter Xiao Yu, who was exiting the adjacent room. Perhaps inebriated to the point of confusion, he was taken by her beauty and, mistaking her for an easy target, began to make lewd advances, even coercively inviting her to his room. Xiao Yu belonged to the type that was particularly insecure and detested harassment from strangers. Thus, confronted by a drunken man tugging at her, she was understandably frightened, crying out in terror, which prompted Luan Yu and his companions to rush out of their room, igniting a brawl. Upon learning the truth, I disregarded the ruckus and approached Xiao Yu directly, observing her with a detached demeanor as I coldly inquired, "Did they provoke you first?" At that moment, Xiao Yu appeared somewhat dazed, perhaps due to the initial harassment or the ensuing chaos that erupted because of her. Her eyes reflected an unmistakable fear, and upon hearing my question, she nodded absent-mindedly without uttering a word. Countless times in the past, I had acted impulsively in response to her pleading gaze, to her look of grievance. Today, believing I had undergone significant change, that I had become impervious to such emotions, I found myself utterly powerless once again in the face of her terrified expression. I was still vulnerable to its piercing effect, still pained. Perhaps this was the unyielding love that lay hidden within my heart. Seeing Xiao Yu nod, I immediately turned and addressed the group of young men with a stern voice. "Who authorized you to harass women in my bar?" The young man who had just questioned me surged forward, shouting angrily, "What do you mean? One of ours has been attacked. Shouldn't you be interrogating them? Look at what they've done to my brother." In an instant, I raised my hand and, without hesitation, slapped his arrogant face. The sharp sound of the slap resonated clearly in the otherwise noisy room, restoring a profound silence that no one had anticipated. I, as the one in charge, had chosen to respond with violence rather than reason, leaving even Luan Yu's group momentarily stunned. After a moment, the young man I had slapped regained his composure, glaring at me in furious disbelief as he exclaimed, "How dare you hit me?" He raised his fist, preparing to retaliate. However, before he could strike, my silent companion moved with remarkable speed, positioning himself before me and delivering a swift punch that sent the young man crashing onto the sofa. The group of young men was now seething with rage, shouting indignantly that they were VIPs and demanding to know how we could treat guests this way. I fixed them with a piercing gaze and declared loudly, "I do not interfere when you harass women elsewhere, but in my establishment, such behavior is intolerable." With that, I issued a stern command, "Throw them all out." As soon as my command was given, the group, led by the brash Nyo sprang into action, unceremoniously ejecting the irate young men one by one. Any resistance they attempted was futile. Their fighting prowess was no match for Nyo and his crew. In no time, the unwanted elements were expelled. For reasons unknown, at that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of stature, an unprecedented feeling. Not just because I had made a display before Luan Yu and his ilk, but primarily because I had truly acted as a hero, clearing the path for Xiao Yu. Though my face was obscured, I still relished the satisfaction of the moment. With the first batch of troublemakers dealt with, I swiftly turned my attention to Luan Yu and his entourage. While they were still taken aback, I spoke up. "I have handled the matter of their harassment. Now, it's time to address your violent behavior. While your actions may have been provoked, there are rules in the bar. Causing a disturbance here shows a blatant disrespect for my authority. My voice was icy and authoritative, but to Luan Yu, it was merely a jest. He maintained his arrogant demeanor, sneering. Who do you think you are? Why should I regard you? My girlfriend was harassed here, which indicates your negligence. Given how you've handled things, I haven't made trouble for you, which should be enough of a concession. What more do you want? This man exuded an air of calculated arrogance, having previously orchestrated situations to win Xiao Yu's affection. Now, seizing the opportunity presented by her harassment, he sought to flaunt his superiority while treating others with disdain, as if such behavior affirmed his lofty status. I found his arrogance intolerable. Previously, I had been meek, unable to confront him. Yet today, I was no longer the subdued Gutian. I was the ruthless masked man, eager to dismantle his haughty facade. I turned my gaze to my silent companion and commanded, teach him the rules. Obeying my orders, he sprang into action. Luan Yu's companions attempted to intervene foolishly, but Nyo and his crew swiftly subdued them. Only Lei Zi and a tall stranger stood protectively in front of Luan Yu, seemingly the strongest among them. However, against my companion, their strength was child's play. In less than 3 moves, he effortlessly took them down. At that moment, Luan Yu's once arrogant expression began to flicker with fear, for my companion, having dispatched 2 of their strongest, was now advancing towards him. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu dashed in front of Luan Yu, blocking my companion's path. Stop. I'm sorry. We didn't mean to cause trouble. Someone bullied me and my boyfriend. Having had a bit too much to drink, acted impulsively. We will compensate for any damages. Xiao Yu, terrified of being deceived or harassed, displayed remarkable courage. I recalled the first time she had threatened me with self-harm, revealing her bravery. This was the second instance I witnessed her valor, but it was unexpectedly directed towards shielding Luan Yu. My heart ached, and my eyes felt prickly with emotion. Yet, Luan Yu, of course, was not one to be protected by a woman. He roughly shoved Xiao Yu aside and arrogantly declared, "Don't interfere. I want to see what he can do to me." At that moment, my disdain for Luan Yu reached an unprecedented peak. In college, he had been a local tyrant, his arrogance somewhat understandable. But now, in this chaotic bar environment, his audacity was intolerable. Even if he had no prior grievances with me, I could not allow such a person to act with impunity in my presence. I looked at my companion, ready to instruct him to teach Luan Yu a lesson. However, before I could utter a word, my phone rang abruptly, the caller ID displaying Boss Wang's name. I had no choice but to suppress my anger and answer the call. Boss Wang's urgent voice came through immediately. "Are you in conflict with Luan Yu right now?" My heart sank, a foreboding sense creeping in. Did Luan Yu know the boss? Was that why he felt so emboldened? Before I could respond, Boss Wang's stern voice continued, "Stand down immediately. You cannot afford to offend him. Do you hear me?" The tone indicated that Luan Yu was indeed someone of considerable influence. Did that mean I must endure this humiliation? Must I once again bow my head in his presence? I felt a surge of defiance. Noticing my hesitation, the boss grew increasingly frustrated and issued a final ultimatum. "I can protect you from the mountain eagles, but if you offend Luan Yu, I cannot even protect myself. Release him and apologize. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with the consequences." After he finished speaking, he abruptly hung up the phone, leaving me with the harsh, mocking sound of the dial tone. I never anticipated that despite adopting a new identity, I would still be unable to contend with Luan Yu. If this identity were to be discarded by Boss Wang, I would find myself cornered by the mountain eagles on one side and offending Luan Yu on the other. Would I not be forced to start over, becoming a rat scurrying through the streets, hiding and dodging? No, the identity of the masked man must not be destroyed. Having seized this opportunity, I must continue to ascend until I possess sufficient strength to avenge myself against Luan Yu. A true man, at times, must learn the art of yielding and enduring. With this thought, I commanded, "Release them." Upon hearing this, my men, Dog Egg included, stared at me in utter confusion. I reiterated coldly, "Withdraw." Gradually, they snapped back to reality, sheathing their weapons and stepping aside. It was clear to everyone present that I had received a dire order. I could no longer act against Luan Yu. A single phone call had stunned me, granting Luan Yu's entourage the opportunity to mock me openly, their eyes filled with disdain. Some could not help but voice their contempt, taunting me for pretending to be something I was not, while others belittled me as merely a guard dog, barking loudly, yet remaining just a dog. My brothers, Their faces flushed with anger, could only endure in silence, waiting for my command. After their laughter and jeers subsided, they swaggered towards the exit. When Luan Yu and Xiao Yu approached me, Luan Yu suddenly halted, grinning as he spoke. I despise pretense, especially from those too cowardly to reveal their true selves. It's quite irritating, don't you agree? Do not think that a knife can intimidate anyone. Remember, you will always be just a guard dog, barking as loudly as you wish. But still just a dog. Take heed. Recognize who is capable of biting and who is not. You should be grateful that you did not act against me today. Otherwise, I would ensure you could no longer remain in this city. With that, he let out a dismissive scoff and left arrogantly. The spacious room fell into a disordered silence. Clever Dog Egg understood my sentiments and whispered beside me, "A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. I glanced at him and nodded, instructing, "Have someone clean up this room." With that, I stepped outside, my heart aching as I watched Luan Yu and Xiao Yu's retreating figures, my fists clenching unconsciously. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck me. ISNT at summer break at the university now? Why hadn't Xiao Yu returned home? Had she and Luan Yu progressed to the point of stepping through the threshold of her home together? This realization filled me with unease, perhaps stemming from my unwillingness to let go. So, I summoned Dog Egg and others, exiting through the back door of the bar and stealthily following Luan Yu in our dilapidated van. Luan Yu's entourage drove several cars, yet he allowed Xiao Yu to ride alone with him, while even his closest companions, Lei Zi and Si Yin, departed in separate vehicles. This fact further unsettled my heart as we trailed behind them. After approximately half an hour, Luan Yu's car finally came to a halt at a 4-star hotel. The cars accompanying him withdrew immediately upon arrival, leaving only Luan Yu and Xiao Yu to disembark and enter the hotel together. In that instant, my heart ignited with searing pain, as if all my hopes and dreams were shattering before me. Regardless of Xiao Yu's past decisions, I had always harbored a glimmer of hope that she would remain virtuous, that she would observe Luan Yu for a long time before truly joining him. I had always believed Xiao Yu to be a pure white lotus, but now, it seemed she had changed. I was unwilling to accept this reality. Perhaps she simply needed a place to stay during her summer visit, and Luan Yu was merely helping her find accommodation. Clinging to this notion, I waited anxiously for Luan Yu to emerge after escorting her inside, praying that some things might remain unchanged. At that moment, the surroundings were eerily quiet, with the clock striking 1 in the morning. Dog Egg, sensing my futile wait, finally commented, "Brother Tian, why bother? They've been dating for half a year. It's time to let go." I glared at him with reddened eyes, and he promptly fell silent. Although Dog Egg was astute enough to see through my facade, he could never grasp the depth of my feelings for Xiao Yu. She had been my first love, an unforgettable memory, having given me my first kiss, which was profound and painful. I could not erase the memories of every moment spent with her, every word exchanged. What resonated deepest in my mind was her last statement to me, "The fish has swum away." That was our final memory together. Though I believed it was a cue for me to depart gracefully, I could not help but contemplate other meanings. Even knowing she was with Luan Yu, I struggled to let go, envisioning Xiao Yu as pure and untouched, a final hope for my first love. As time ticked away, that last flicker of hope seemed increasingly unattainable, poised to dissolve into nothingness. My tragic first love, or perhaps unrequited love, was destined to culminate in sorrow. At 1:30 in the morning, my heart shattered completely. My dreams receded into the distance. With a heavy heart, I closed my eyes, allowing despair to spill from my eyes in tears, and through the pain, I managed to utter the words, "Let us go." Chapter 33. Farewell, Tao Wanxin. My heart felt as if it had been emptied, leaving me powerless to lie in the car, yearning to distance myself from the hotel, from Xiao Yu. I dared not imagine her nestled in Luan Yu's embrace. Such a scene was too cruel for me to bear. I resolved to abandon all expectations and completely forget Xiao Yu. From this moment forth, she and I would have no further ties. This night's ordeal forced me to reassess my identity. In this bustling metropolis, I was but a minuscule ant. Despite my long climb and myriad changes, I remained at the bottom of society. The fleeting satisfaction I had recently attained evaporated in an instant. I suddenly felt exhausted and overwhelmed. How much further would I need to ascend to reach the summit? In the ensuing days, I sank once more into a mire of negativity, my spirit deflated. Dog Egg, noticing my loss of vigor, tirelessly encouraged me, urging me to regain my strength, to hold my head high and face forward, to swiftly conquer my adversaries. After absorbing his words repeatedly, I gradually began to comprehend. Yes, even a reckless brute like Mountain Eagle could not instill fear in me. What use was I in this state? How could I hope to contend with Wanyu? Reflecting on these thoughts ignited a spark of ambition within me, a determination to surpass myself and the strong. Regardless of the obstacles, I resolved to quicken my pace. Reclaiming my fighting spirit. In my territory, surrounded by my brothers, I remained resolute, executing my tasks with precision and flair. Throughout my journey, Dog Egg, the mute, and the cow, Dung, continued to support me, their companionship fueling my drive, making me more decisive and capable. Gradually, my bar gained notoriety, its reputation burgeoning due to my commanding style and capabilities. Particularly notable was the incident involving the group of youths who had harassed Xiaoyu, who returned with many associates seeking revenge. Ultimately, they were driven away by me and my brothers. This event generated significant commotion and elevated my standing, attracting numerous followers. My influence expanded, and Boss Wong increasingly relied on me, entrusting me with the management of a KTV establishment. With 2 sizable venues under my stewardship, my power solidified, and my name resonated more prominently, marking me as a notable figure in this realm. Certainly, I shall not find satisfaction in this. The aspirations within my heart continuously urge me onward, reminding me that I am still far from the pinnacle of success. Even if I progress, however slightly, I remain devoid of pride, choosing instead to conduct myself modestly while acting decisively and fearlessly. My friend, Dog Dan, has observed a change in my demeanor, noting my newfound silence and apparent coldness, as well as my diminishing pursuit of life's pleasures. He implores me to relax, to indulge in life's joys, even suggesting I seek a woman to enrich my emotional experience. My response to him is singular. I have little interest in women anymore. Dog Dan expresses his frustration with me, yet this does not hinder his enjoyment of life. Ever since he assumed responsibility for the KTV venue, he has become increasingly vibrant, not only in his work ethic but also in his interactions with women. He cannot resist teasing the lovely princesses of KTV, often urging me to join him, assuring me I would find it intriguing. I dismiss his suggestions, cautioning him to tread carefully, lest he find himself ensnared by the whims of women. He disregards my advice and plunges deeper into this pursuit. I later hear that he seems to have developed genuine feelings for an exceptionally beautiful and aloof princess from KTV, and their relationship appears to be evolving toward romance. I have no desire to interfere in Dog Dan's affairs, merely advising him to avoid becoming overly enamored, remaining vigilant for potential dangers, especially considering the recent incident involving Mountain Eagle still weighs heavily on our minds. However, it has been over a month since the Mountain Eagle affair transpired, and he has shown no signs of retaliation. The threat should have diminished. A reckless and vengeful individual like him would have acted sooner if he intended to seek vengeance. Thus, we surmise that Boss Wong must have applied pressure on Mountain Eagle, compelling him to remain discreet. Yet, I was mistaken. I underestimated Mountain Eagle's cunning. He is capable of patient scheming. One afternoon in mid-August, as I indulged in a languid slumber, the jarring sound of my phone's ringtone abruptly awakened me. Blinking through the haze of sleep, I saw it was Dog Dan calling. Irritated, I buried my phone beneath my pillow and attempted to return to sleep. Moments later, the ringtone blared again, still Dog Dan. My frustration peaked, and I answered with a shout. Dog Dan, if you don't have something important to say, I'll end you. To my astonishment, the voice on the other end was not Dog Dan's, but rather the coarse timbre of Mountain Eagle. Masked boy, long time no see. How are you? Instantly recognizing his distinctive voice, my drowsiness vanished, and I sat bolt upright, cautiously responding, Mountain Eagle? His mocking laughter echoed through the line as he continued. Smart of you to know why I'm calling. Your best friend is with me. If you don't want him to die, come alone to the place where we held Tao Wanxin. You should know where that is. At that moment, my mind shattered into chaos. But I forced myself to remain composed, gritting my teeth and retorting, why should I believe you? Almost immediately, I heard pained groans on the other end. I recognized Dog Dan's distress. Mountain Eagle's voice returned. Now do you believe me? I had suspected that Dog Dan's phone had fallen into Mountain Eagle's hands, but I had been reluctant to accept it. How could someone as astute as Dog Dan be captured by someone so foolish? Yet, Hearing his cries made it undeniable. My heart raced with anxiety and sorrow as I struggled to maintain my composure, stating firmly, "Don't harm him." Mountain Eagle chuckled darkly before assuring me, "Rest easy. I don't want his life for now. I only seek yours. Remember, come alone. Don't even think of bringing anyone else or trying to substitute someone in mask. I've had someone monitoring you at the bar for days, and they know every detail about you. If you attempt any tricks, I will kill your dear brother. If I don't see you by 2 o'clock, he dies." With that, he ended the call. I sat on my bed, stunned and confused. I knew Mountain Eagle was capable of murder. He wouldn't hesitate to kill someone like Dog Dan, nor would he spare someone like Tao Wanxin if provoked. I believed every word he said. Dog Dan's life was in imminent danger. What was I to do? My heart felt as if it were being wrenched from my chest. If I went, my true identity as Gation would surely be exposed, and Mountain Eagle would settle his accounts with me, leading to a grim fate. But if I did not go, Dog Dan would undoubtedly perish. Could I take others with me, or find someone to lay in wait? In that narrow passageway, Mountain Eagle would surely have spies watching, easily seeing through any ruse. Ultimately, Dog Dan's life would still be forfeit. My thoughts were a tempest of confusion and turmoil. Memories of our shared past flooded my mind. Dog Dan, my companion from our village, had stood by me through thick and thin, always loyal and supportive. How could I let him die before my eyes? Dog Dan, so clever, decisive, and courageous, with few faults apart from his love for wealth and women, was my strategist and irreplaceable brother. I could not bear to watch such a good friend die, yet facing death myself was unthinkable. I had not yet risen to the occasion, nor had I earned the respect of those around me. I did not want to die, not now, not ever. I battled with my indecision, my heart churning as I recalled the struggles I had endured. I had been patient, frustrated, cowardly, self-preserving, yet I had also shown courage and tenacity. I had traversed this arduous journey of transformation and striving, enduring whatever trials came my way. Was it now time to pay for the path I had chosen? I shut my eyes tightly, resolutely thinking that I must make a decision swiftly. If Dog Dan were to die because of me, I would live forever in guilt. Loyalty should come first. One who prioritizes self-preservation over brotherhood has no right to succeed. I could not afford to be selfish. I attempted to see things from Dog Dan's perspective. If I were captured, would he come to my rescue? The answer was a resounding yes. Thus, I resolved not to hesitate any longer. I emerged from my room, calling upon the mute and Cao Dong, directly informing them of the situation. Cao Dong was incredulous, refusing to believe Dog Dan had been captured. He frantically attempted to call Dog Dan, only to find his phone turned off. He called Dog Dan's girlfriend, but she too was unreachable. Inquiring at KTV, he discovered that Dog Dan's girlfriend had already resigned and fled. The truth was now evident. Dog Dan had fallen victim to a beautiful trap. Cao Dong was frantic, insisting that we must rescue Dog Dan. Even the usually silent mute chimed in, "I'll go with you." Faced with danger, my brothers exhibited no fear, only a determined resolve to save Dog Dan. This was true brotherhood. Yet, I could not allow them to accompany me. Mountain Eagle had been lurking for over a month, undoubtedly preparing for this moment. A rash attempt to rescue Dog Dan would be futile. Finding someone to impersonate me in such a short time was impossible, especially without arousing Mountain Eagle's suspicions. Even if I could pull it off, I would not risk another's life for my own. Thus, the only viable option was for me to go alone to exchange for Dog Dan. Regardless of my brother's protests, I remained steadfast in my decision and issued a firm command. They must not follow me. I quickly relayed important instructions and matters to address in case anything went awry. And once I had finished, I set off, mounting my motorcycle and racing toward the designated location. As I sped along, the fierce winds lashed against my face. In that moment, an unexpected sense of tranquility enveloped my heart, a boldness akin to a willingness to embrace death, yet intertwined with a subtle longing. To claim I was unafraid of death would be disingenuous. I had envisioned countless possibilities for my future, yet none had come to fruition. The thought of vanishing from this world without realizing any potential filled me with a profound sense of reluctance and sorrow. This merciless world had bestowed upon me humiliation and suffering, yet had not granted me the opportunity for a triumphant resurgence. I had encountered numerous individuals, but no conclusions had been drawn. I had been presented with a chance to ascend, yet I hadn't even reached the midpoint of my journey. Is this my destiny? The motorcycle continued to surge forward, and vivid images flashed through my mind. Time was running short, and I yearned to clarify my unresolved attachments, my parents, who had long considered me a lost cause, my foolish brother, who perhaps had given up on me, and little you, from whom I had felt despair. My brothers who had shared both hardship and joy with me. My impending demise would grant them a future of freedom. But who else lingered in my thoughts? Why did I still feel this subtle tether? Suddenly, a youthful visage appeared in my mind, her lively figure. The girl who had often caused me trouble, but had also infused my life with positivity, Tao Wanxin. We had shared a myriad of experiences, humorous, foolish, painful, and moving. I recalled the moments when I naively stood up for her, her impulsive offering of her first kiss, and the farewell kiss she had given me at the train station. Even as she faced abduction, her thoughts still on me. It was only at the brink of death that I seemed to truly perceive my own heart. The affection I had reserved solely for little you had, unbeknownst to me, gradually embraced Tao Wanxin. Now, as I prepared to depart, I unearthed this hidden reluctance, this faint yearning that intensified with each memory. Thus, I halted my motorcycle, retrieved my seldom-used private phone, and sent Tao Wanxin a final message. My first in a long time, this is Gation. I have begun anew. Heeding your words, I have become braver. Thank you for all your past assistance. Truly, thank you. I hope you find happiness in the future. Farewell. Barely a minute had passed when my phone rang. Tao Wanxin was calling. I gazed at the familiar number, lost in thought, longing to answer, yet paralyzed by fear. I watched as she dialed repeatedly, yet I remained silent. My heart ached, my grip on the phone tightened. And suddenly, in a fit of emotion, I hurled the device into the river by the roadside. The phone rang out in the air until it splashed into the water, my hoarse voice echoing alongside the sound of the splashing. Goodbye, Tao Wanxin. In an instant, I mounted my motorcycle and sped away, not daring to look back. The wind continued to whip at my face, drawing tears from my eyes. I wiped them away forcefully and accelerated, racing forward at breakneck speed. As I approached my destination, my mind grew increasingly vacant, and the motorcycle surged faster. At precisely 1:50, I arrived at a narrow path not far from the abandoned house. A few henchmen ambushed me, one of whom, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, subdued me and conducted a thorough search. Cautiously, he compared my face to a photo he had taken without my knowledge, and then demanded I speak a few words. Once I complied, he nodded in satisfaction and dialed a number, stating, "Confirmed, it is him." Throughout the identification process, he did not remove my mask or hat. I understood that if he was indeed the designated operative from the Eagle Mountain faction, he had been observing me in disguise all along. So I kept my mask on to ensure accurate recognition. At this moment, I couldn't help but admire the lengths the Eagle Mountain faction had gone to for revenge on behalf of his sister. His meticulous planning and willingness to hide for a month to orchestrate this lethal encounter. Now, I felt like a puppet being led by the henchmen back to the same dilapidated farmhouse. Even as I entered the yard and encountered a group of fierce-looking brothers from Eagle Mountain, I remained unperturbed. Once I had made my decision, my thoughts had quieted, and I was prepared to face the impending storm of blades with indifference. Upon stepping into the farmhouses, his voice was akin to that of a demon from the depths of hell, driving one to the brink of madness. I found myself in a state of turmoil. I had resolved to embrace death, yet I still lacked the courage to end my own suffering. I did not wish to tread slowly into the abyss of death. I longed for swift liberation. With a gaze filled with complexity, I looked towards a mountain eagle, only to see its eyes glaring at me with an intensity that was both terrifying and predatory. Meanwhile, the nearly unconscious dog Dan struggled with every ounce of strength, seemingly urging me not to act foolishly. But I had arrived at this dire juncture, and I could no longer bear to witness Dogden's torment. I was left with no choice but to inflict harm upon myself. In despair, I closed my eyes for a moment, only to reopen them swiftly. With a firm grip on the knife, I gritted my teeth and plunged it deep into my shoulder. The excruciating pain erupted forth, causing me to cry out, my legs trembling beneath me, nearly buckling under the agony. Cold sweat streamed down my face, and the suffering was indescribable, far surpassing the pain of a broken leg. The sensation of stabbing myself was beyond what any human could endure. Once more, I shut my eyes tightly, squeezing out tears born from the torment, then opened them to fix a cold, indifferent stare upon the mountain eagle. "What more do you desire?" I demanded. At last, the mountain eagle revealed a satisfied smile, and with a hint of pride, he proclaimed, "You've proven yourself obedient. The next steps will be simple. My sister has been unjustly harmed by you, and she is suffering. As her brother, I must restore her dignity. Therefore, you will kneel before her and apologize. The physical pain still lingered, yet he sought to trample upon my dignity as well. In my most cowardly moments, I had never knelt before anyone unless forced to do so. Now, with a sense of pride and newfound spirit, how could I easily submit, especially to a woman who bore the demeanor of a rogue? How could I bring myself to kneel? Enduring the excruciating pain, I looked directly at the mountain eagle and defiantly said, "Kill me." He showed no interest in my words. Seeing my lack of cooperation, he raised the knife and placed it against Ogden's face. With a cold glare, he threatened, "I advise you to be wise and cooperate. Otherwise, I'll start by cutting off his ear." He crouched down, positioning the knife menacingly at Ogden's ear, continuing, "I will count to 3. If you do not kneel by then, his ear will be severed." As I watched Ogden, who had once braved storms alongside me, face such a fate, my heart ached. I remembered how he had taught me to embody the essence of a true man, to endure hardship without shedding tears, and the importance of brotherly loyalty. In this moment, all that resonated within me was the bond of brotherhood. What worth are riches when one is faced with death? After all, once life has ceased, what becomes a pride? Thus, as the mountain eagle reached 3, I bent my legs and slowly, with great weight, knelt before the rogue woman. Accompanied by the dull thud of my knees hitting the ground, I uttered in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." A thunderous uproar erupted as my words fell, and the sound of raucous laughter filled the hall, reverberating in my ears until I could no longer distinguish who was mocking me or who laughed the loudest. I realized my hard-earned dignity had crumbled, and I was once again engulfed in the shame of humiliation. Time became meaningless as the laughter continued, only to be punctuated by a sharp, mocking female voice. "Did you think you were something special? Now here you are, on your knees before me like a dog." The rogue woman seemed inexhaustible in her amusement, relishing in my degradation. Yet the mountain eagle, unlike his sister, maintained a serious demeanor as he regarded me, stating, "You have potential. You resemble me in some ways. Fearless, loyal, able to endure. If you had not wronged me and harmed my sister, perhaps we could have been friends. But now that is impossible. You brought this upon yourself." He then turned to the rogue woman and said, "Shan Shan, if you're angry, feel free to take it out on him. I'm done with him." Without hesitation, she rushed forward and delivered a vicious kick, sending me crashing to the ground. She proceeded to stomp on me with brutal force, her aggression akin to that of a man, rude and violent. This marked the second time she had assaulted me, and I could not bear to envision her ugly face. I could only empty my mind and endure her onslaught. For someone as tempestuous as her, mere physical violence was insufficient to sate her fury. She needed to insult and humiliate me further. "You thought you were so tough, didn't you?" Threatening me and even using a knife against me. I remember everything. My wounds, battered by her relentless kicks, tore further open, and I felt numb to the pain. I appeared to see death beckoning to me, and I longed to close my eyes and follow him. However, just as I was on the brink of unconsciousness, the rogue woman abruptly ceased her assault. In that moment, a flicker of consciousness returned. I understood that with her vindictive and petty nature, she would not rest until I was dead. Therefore, I awaited my release, anticipating her lethal strike. Yet time passed without action. I attempted to open my eyes, only to be doused with water, causing me to flinch involuntarily, intensifying the pain of my wounds. To my horror, despite wearing a mask, I detected a pungent odor of urine that nearly suffocated me. The noxious scent, coupled with the mocking laughter surrounding me, made it clear this was not water, it was urine. The rogue woman had not forgotten the previous humiliation and was exacting revenge for every detail. I had spared her from tasting excrement, yet she ensured I experienced the taste of urine. I could no longer endure this inhumane humiliation. While I could withstand physical pain, I had never before faced such degradation. I felt trapped without a means of escape, reduced to banging my head against the ground in a desperate attempt to end my suffering. At that moment, the mountain eagle approached. Grasping my hair with one hand, he lifted me up while covering my nose with the other. "Listen well, I never intended to kill you. My aim is to humiliate you and teach you a lesson. Do not think that because you've allied with a powerful figure, I will fear you. I, Mountain Eagle, am unafraid of death and confrontation. Today, given your spirit and principles, I will not further torment you. Should you seek revenge, find me anytime. I am always ready." With that, He offered me a chilling smile. Were he to stab me now, I might have expressed gratitude, but after subjecting me to such humiliation, how could I continue to hold my head high as a leader? What dignity would I have left to face my subordinates? How could I maintain my standing in this world? My fury surged. I yearned to tear apart the cold visage before me. Yet I was powerless, rendered a mere shadow of my former self, while the mountain eagle continued to smile at me with a terrifying demeanor. Suddenly, he remarked, "I am quite curious. I wonder what lies behind that mask you wear so proudly." With that, he reached to remove my mask, while the rogue woman, phone in hand, captured the humiliating spectacle before her. In that instant, the gravity of my situation struck me. All that I had endured was merely under the pretense that they did not recognize me as Guton. If they were to discover my true identity, what further torments awaited me? It was likely that not only I, but Dogdan as well, would face unspeakable suffering. As I felt the talons of the mountain eagle nearing my mask, a sudden commotion erupted as a yellow-haired man burst in, exclaiming, "Boss, trouble is brewing. Our brothers on the perimeter have been ambushed, and they're about to break in." At that moment, the hand of the mountain eagle, poised to tear off my mask, abruptly withdrew. He seized a knife from his subordinate and, with a fierce glare, bellowed, "Damn it, you dare to bring people here?" I was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, my instinct urging me to protest that I had not brought anyone. Yet the foul aroma concealed beneath my mask churned my stomach, and the blood clot lodged in my throat rendered me speechless. I could only retch, unable to vocalize my defense. Outside, the sounds of fierce combat erupted, and as the yellow-haired man attempted to flee, he was sent sprawling back inside by a vicious kick. The mountain eagle, his eyes ablaze with fury, glanced at the chaos outside, and then turned to me, his rage palpable as he spat. "Damn you, die." With that, he plunged the knife deep into my chest. As I struggled to articulate an explanation, a violent cough erupted, and blood gushed from my throat, staining my black mask. My vision blurred, and I gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing before the mountain eagle. Chapter 35. I am the boss if death could be faced with tranquility, devoid of attachment, and possess a sense of worth. Perhaps I would meet my end with closed eyes. Yet, what was this predicament? I had come with a resolve to embrace death, only to be met with humiliation and then offered a reprieve. Ultimately, I was wrongfully accused and brutally stabbed for deeds I had not committed. This indignation was unbearable, and even as I drifted into unconsciousness, I remained unwilling to surrender. Perhaps it was my unwillingness that fueled an extraordinary resilience within me. As I teetered on the precipice of life and death, I sensed another version of myself calling me back. I strained to heed that voice, and at last, I broke through the fog, awakening from the dream. The faces around me gradually came into focus, revealing Dogdan, Cowdung, and Mute. They appeared as though they had just returned from the brink of death, their faces drawn with fatigue. Upon seeing me awaken, the shadows in their eyes dissipated, replaced by a radiant light of relief and excitement that was unmistakable. Doctors and nurses soon arrived, conducting examinations while marveling at the miraculous turn of events. I later learned that my injuries had been grave, with internal organs affected. I had narrowly escaped death that very morning. The doctors had prepared Dogdan and the others for the worst, warning that I might not awaken. Yet, just as despair threatened to envelop them, a miracle occurred. For my friends, witnessing my brush with death deepened their appreciation for my existence. In the days that followed, Dogdan remained by my side in the hospital, despite his own significant injuries and weakening condition. He refused to leave, determined to see my recovery with his own eyes, asserting that I had saved his life, and henceforth, I was his elder brother. Indeed, my sacrifice for my brothers, enduring humiliation and narrowly escaping death, not only moved Dogdan, but also earned the respect of all my comrades. Cowdung expressed admiration for my courage and loyalty, proclaiming his unwavering commitment to stand by me in any perilous situation. Mute, though silent, conveyed his satisfaction through his gaze. From that moment on, my standing among my brothers soared, and they wholeheartedly acknowledged me as their leader, vowing to embody loyalty and courage without fear of death or hardship. Perhaps this is what is often said: in loss, there also lies gain. I suffered injury and humiliation, lost a measure of dignity and health, yet was rewarded in ways far greater. Though I had once held the title of leader, known as the mysterious masked figure, I often felt unworthy, overshadowed by the talents of Dogdan, Cowdung, and and mute. My confidence as a leader was sometimes shaky. Yet now, before my brothers, I stood tall, realizing that true leadership lies in earning the respect of those beneath you. Even if one's abilities may falter, as long as respect and authority are present, that is sufficient. The rewards I reaped were not solely the admiration of my brothers, but also the capture of the mountain eagle and his sister. They claimed that it was Mute and Cowdung who led the charge to rescue me, yet they arrived too late, resulting in my near demise. This weighed heavily on their hearts, prompting Dog Dan, Mute, and Cowdung to vigilantly guard me at the hospital, never leaving my side. Due to my appearance being unsuitable for exposure, Dog Dan forbade any other brothers from entering the hospital, ensuring my secrecy was well guarded. Regardless of the perilous journey, the outcome was favorable. I survived, and my brothers fought valiantly, capturing the mountain eagle and his sister, marking it as the best possible conclusion. Naturally, Dog Dan refrained from recklessly deciding their fate, even as he longed for revenge. He insisted that the decision be left to me. After spending several days recuperating in the hospital, when my condition allowed me to move, I could no longer resist inquiring about the two siblings. Once I emerged from the ward, donning my familiar hat and mask, I, alongside Dog Dan and the others, proceeded to an old residential complex where Jiangu resided. The mountain eagle and the rogue woman were confined in one of Jiangu's vacant rooms. Upon entering, we found Jiangu and the others engrossed in a card game. They immediately showed deference upon seeing me, especially Jiangu, who unleashed his flattery with vigor. I grew impatient, especially since my wound still throbbed, rendering too much conversation uncomfortable. Therefore, I quickly interrupted him, requesting to see the mountain eagle. As I opened the door, a foul stench assaulted my senses, even through my mask. There, the battered mountain eagle and his sister were bound to chairs, looking utterly wretched. Yet upon seeing me, their vacant eyes sparked with recognition, particularly the mountain eagle, who, with a gag in his mouth, made muffled pleas towards me, as if he had something urgent to convey. I approached him, tearing away the cloth from his mouth, and leaned down to regard him with indifference. The mountain eagle gazed up at me with pleading eyes, urgently stating, "Brother, I'm relieved you're all right. You can kill me, beat me, or humiliate me as you wish, but please spare my sister. She is still young and cannot endure this torment. All of this was my decision. Please, let her go." This brutish mountain eagle displayed a surprisingly vulnerable side, illustrating the depth of his affection for his sister. Yet, recalling the pain and humiliation I had endured at their hands, I remained unmoved, coldly responding, "You've seen how she humiliated me. Do you truly believe I would consider letting her go?" The mountain eagle's demeanor shifted to panic. He seemed lost, yet clung to a thread of hope, continuing to plead, "Honestly, if you release my sister, I will agree to anything you ask. If you demand my life, I won't even flinch. I beg of you, please, spare her." With each plea, the mountain eagle grew increasingly feeble, fully aware of the slim chances for his sister's release. The once imposing figure now resembled a helpless child, utterly devoid of strength. He was indifferent to his own life and death. His only concern was for his sister. This compelled me to glance at the rebellious girl, who at that moment had lost her previous arrogance. In the past, I often felt an overwhelming urge to strike her, but now, seeing her disheveled hair, filthy face, and the cloth gagging her mouth as she cried pitifully, I found myself at a loss for how to strike her. Thus, I simply tore away the cloth from her mouth. To my slight astonishment, the rebellious girl not only lacked her former bravado, but also spoke weakly, constantly pleading with me to release her brother. She claimed that it was her pettiness that led to our conflict, that her brother was only trying to help her, and that the humiliation I suffered was solely her doing. She took full responsibility for their actions. Shanning and she began to argue, each demanding the release of the other, insisting they would rather die than live in captivity. To be frank, this display of sibling affection might have evoked sympathy in another context, but my brothers were well aware of what they had done to me. Hence, everyone seemed to adopt a cold and heartless demeanor, especially Godan, who was too weary of their theatrics to listen any longer. He turned to me and said, "Boss, just kill them already. Letting them live this long is already generous." I waved my hand dismissively and continued to fix my gaze on Shanning, saying, "It seems you mentioned earlier that you both grew up without parents?" Shanning quickly clarified, Yes. My sister and I have depended on each other since childhood. I raised her myself, She was very well behaved as a child. It's my fault as her brother that I led her astray. She didn't understand things back then. So, my brother, I beg you, spare my sister. Consider it a debt owed by Shanning. Upon hearing this, the rebellious girl attempted to interject, but I interrupted her coldly, saying, "What if I decide to spare neither of you?" As I spoke, a glint of coldness flashed in my eyes, causing Shanning to tremble slightly. Suddenly, his eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "Then I will haunt you as a ghost." I merely smirked and commanded, "Bring me a knife." Godan immediately produced the sharpest blade available. Despite the pain from my wound, I approached the rebellious girl with a knife in hand. Shan Ying's eyes widened further, tears nearly spilling as he yelled, "Don't touch my sister. Kill me instead." Ignoring him, I raised the knife and swiftly severed the ropes binding the rebellious girl. Shan Ying's loud protests were abruptly silenced. My brothers stood in stunned silence. Before they could regain their composure, I cut the ropes binding Shan Ying as well. The room fell into a deeper silence, everyone bewildered. Godan was the first to recover, staring at me in confusion. "Boss, what does this mean? Are you letting them go?" I paid no heed to Godan and instead focused on the still stunned Shan Ying, slowly stating, "Shan Ying, listen closely. You and your sister nearly cost me my life, humiliated me, and even harmed my brothers. I intended to settle the score with you, but seeing your bond, your deep sibling love, I hesitated. To be honest, I saw in you a sense of loyalty, courage, and an indomitable spirit, traits of a true man. Yet, this impulsiveness, driven by love for your sister or your brothers, can lead to reckless decisions. I wish to convey that while deep loyalty is commendable, it must not be blind. An eye for an eye is not inherently wrong, but it must have its limits. Sometimes, showing mercy is a choice too." I spoke so fervently that I found myself coughing slightly, blood seeping from my wound. My brothers looked on in alarm, all exclaiming, "Boss." I turned slightly, signaling them with my eyes that I was fine. Continuing with Shan Ying, I said, "I shall conclude my words here. Now, I present you with two choices. First, we erase our grievances, but on the condition that you and your brothers follow me, pledging your loyalty to me from this day forth. I promise to treat you as a true brother. Second, you can choose to fight to the death, and I will end you both right here. The choice is yours." Shan Ying, seemingly regaining his senses, stood frozen, his expression a mixture of emotions. The others remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if they could hear my labored breaths. Suddenly, Shan Ying stepped forward, kneeling before me with a resounding thud. This act did not convey shame. Instead, it radiated a sense of grandeur. He declared in a deep, resonant voice, "In my life, I have never bowed to anyone. But today I submit to you. I admire your bravery, your loyalty, and your capacity for forgiveness." The brothers present bore witness, as Shan Ying swore, "From this day forth, you are my elder brother, my lifelong brother. Only you will earn my heartfelt call of boss." The final words echoed with a force that stirred the very air, filling me with an exhilarating pride. In that moment, I felt as monumental as Mount Tai, standing tall and commanding. Chapter 36. An unexpected encounter. Reflecting on the long road I've traversed, I recall a time when I lived in fear, too easily begging for mercy. Terrified of being bullied, unable to raise my voice. Yet here I was, someone kneeling before me in submission, a man of such formidable spirit. What a remarkable turn of events. Despite my efforts to appear composed, I could not conceal my inner excitement. My blood surged with fervor. I cast aside the knife, bent down to assist Shan Ying to his feet, exclaiming, "There's no need for such gestures." Enduring pain and humiliation to gain such a valiant ally felt more gratifying than acquiring wealth or beauty. Once Shan Ying stood, I could hardly contain my exhilaration, delivering a hearty smack to his chest, declaring, "From now on, we are brothers." Shan Ying's eyes glistened with tears as he solemnly nodded in agreement. The other brothers, too, began to react, expressing their excitement. No one questioned Shan Ying's decision, nor did anyone oppose mine. They all praised my magnanimity and ability to recognize true valor. Before I could share a few words of inspiration, I suddenly felt weak, darkness enveloping me, and I lost consciousness. Upon awakening, I found myself back in a hospital room, where the doctor berated me fiercely, chiding me for risking my life again after barely escaping death. He warned me not to wander off without his permission next time. I could only nod in response, for in my heart, My injuries felt trivial compared to having resolved matters with Shanning. Truth be told, capturing their loyalty was far more satisfying than exacting revenge on them. I firmly believe that to reach the pinnacle of success, one must possess not only personal strength and courage, but also immense patience and an open heart, capable of embracing greater power. Enduring some wounds and grievances is a small price to pay for such gains. Ultimately, my brothers expressed their agreement with my decision. Even Dan, who had suffered at Shanning's hands, genuinely commended me, saying, "You did the right thing. This is the mark of a true leader." I offered Dan a grateful glance, and after spending over a week recuperating in the hospital, I was finally granted permission to leave. With a sense of joy, I donned my gear and exited the hospital. On the day of my discharge, Shanning, accompanied by 30 of his brothers, officially pledged their allegiance to me. My own brothers gathered at the entrance of a nearby bar, creating an orderly formation to welcome me back as their recovered leader. Shanning's brothers appeared particularly formal, reminiscent of a gang rather than mere ruffians, drawing considerable attention from onlookers. This is the first time I have encountered such a grand spectacle, and it feels particularly imposing. Especially at the moment I stepped out of the car, my brothers shouted in unison, "Boss!" This made me feel exhilarated, and my inner pride surged uncontrollably. However, in order to maintain my usual dignity, I refrained from displaying any excitement and walked into the bar with an air of authority, my brothers closely following behind me. With the presence of the Mountain Eagle gang, I felt as if I had been granted wings, resembling a local overlord. Yet, I am fully aware that my journey is far from over. I must strive diligently to truly make a name for myself. With progress comes reward. My recent exploits have once again captured the attention of Boss Wong. Upon learning of my discharge from the hospital, he personally came to congratulate me. The addition of Mountain Eagle to my ranks delighted him even further, for he knew that Mountain Eagle was a force to be reckoned with. Someone who feared nothing and could not be easily subdued. Even Boss Wong's high offers failed to sway him. Though small in number, Mountain Eagle's crew thrived in their own right, and his fierce reputation meant that few dared to cross him. As a fledgling who had only been under Boss Wong's wing for less than 2 months, managing to win over the formidable Mountain Eagle certainly earned me his respect. My audacity, wisdom, and character were all acknowledged by Boss Wong, and I had now become his most favored subordinate. Thus, on the day of my release, Boss Wong presented me with a remarkable gift, the management of his largest nightclub. This gesture signified his complete trust in me and validated my worth. From that moment forward, my reputation soared to new heights, and many figures in the underworld began to regard me with newfound respect. My influence had grown considerably. I now oversaw 4 establishments, a premier bar, a KTV, a large nightclub, and a bathhouse owned by Mountain Eagle. However, with an expanded territory came increased responsibilities, particularly with a large nightclub, which proved to be the most challenging to manage. Nightclubs are notoriously chaotic and prone to incidents, and the one I managed was situated in a bustling area, rife with local thugs and small gangs. Thus, disturbances became a regular occurrence, and a lack of incidents would have been abnormal. To maintain order, we exhausted ourselves in the effort, and Dan led the brothers in several skirmishes. After more than half a month, our influence in establishments began to stabilize, albeit at the cost of antagonizing several individuals. Once the turmoil at the nightclub settled, my injuries had mostly healed, and I relocated to the nightclub's office, which was upscale, spacious, and comfortable, exuding a sense of prestige. My life had become more vibrant, and my spirits soared, yet I remained unsatisfied, driven to ascend even further, especially as many now regarded me with deference. I yearned to grow stronger. Unbeknownst to me, September had arrived, marking the end of summer. On the afternoon of the 5th, the sun blazed outside as I sat in my office, indulging in air conditioning and savoring red wine. Dan sat opposite me, sharing a drink. After a few sips, he suddenly remarked, "Brother Tion, isn't it time to take off the mask? The Mountain Eagle situation is resolved. You should bask in the sunlight." I chuckled softly, remaining silent. Dan continued, "Do you know what you lack right now? You need a woman. Every successful man should have a woman by his side. How can you manage without one? Hurry and find yourself a sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, my grip on the glass faltered. Dan was right. I had brothers, power, and wealth, yet I lacked a woman. It was no wonder I felt a twinge of emptiness when alone. Reflecting on this, I lifted my glass and took a sip of the red wine. Noticing my silence, Dog Dan pressed on, Brother Tion, don't pretend in front of me. I know you have a woman in your heart. During your hospital stay, you even called out her name. Besides Xiao Yu, there's also Tao Wanxin. At that moment, a vague memory surfaced. In my most perilous moments, I had thought of her, Tao Wanxin. When I risked my life to save Dog Dan, she crossed my mind as well. Could it be that I had developed feelings for her without even realizing it? I shook my head vigorously and retorted, don't say such things. She is still just a girl. Dog Dan laughed. Come on, boss, don't kid around. She is already in her senior year of high school. Okay? You're not that old yet. If you were still in school, you'd be in your second year of college by now. Indeed, I was only 2 years her senior. But perhaps having spent too long in the world of adult dealings, I had begun to feel overly mature. Truth be told, I was unclear about my true feelings for Tao Wanxin. All I knew was that, in my subconscious, I missed her. Thus, when Dog Dan suddenly mentioned her, my longing became more pronounced, especially recalling the last message I had sent her. She had tried to call me back repeatedly, yet I had never answered. I thought this lingering regret remained between us. Even if I didn't resolve it now, I wanted to see how she was doing, if she was still the naive little cousin I remembered. Having come to this realization, I quickly donned my mask and hat, and together with Dog Dan, we stealthily made our way to Tao Wanxin's school. At the entrance, we stopped in a shaded area, quietly waiting. Dog Dan leaned against a tree, smoking, and expressed his discontent. Boss, we're now people of status. Hiding here like a thug doesn't seem fitting. We could just go find her directly. With your current status, it would be quite impressive. I gazed at the silent campus and replied softly, I'm still uncertain about my feelings. I just want to see her secretly. After hearing this, Dog Dan took several deep drags from his cigarette before extinguishing it with force. He said, I understand you want to see her, but I don't get why you have to wait here at the school gate. Brother, there are over 10,000 students now. Don't you find it tiring to scan through all of them just to see one girl? You could wait at her house. I turned to Dog Dan, amused by his expression, and replied, waiting at her house isn't safe. She is living with her cousin now, and I fear it may expose us. Don't worry. We just need to keep an eye on this road. It's our only way home. Dog Dan pursed his lips and said, all right then, I'll wait with you. With that, he lit another cigarette out of boredom. Meanwhile, I gazed back at the campus, my thoughts drifting. In truth, I had come here to reflect on the past, recalling the humiliations I had endured and the disgraceful experiences at the school gate. Time had passed, and looking back now, I felt no hatred, only a sense of irony. As I became lost in my thoughts, Dog Dan suddenly said, Boss, have you noticed that someone to your right has been staring at us? I was about to turn my head when Dog Dan quickly stopped me. Don't move. His words made me feel nervous, and I dare not make a sound. Instead, sneaking a glance to my right. Indeed, I spotted someone lurking and watching us intently. Instantly, I sensed something was amiss. Dog Dan chimed in again. I think it's one of our enemies. I asked who. Dog Dan responded exasperatedly. How should I know? We've offended so many people lately. Just as we were conversing, 2 vans suddenly pulled up nearby, and over a dozen men emerged from the vehicles. I quickly turned to Dog Dan and asked, what should we do? Dog Dan hastily discarded his cigarette, but instead, run. Do you think we could take on so many with just the 2 of us? However, in terms of my capabilities, while I may not excel in many aspects, my prowess in evasion is unparalleled. I shall divert their attention while you seek refuge within the school. They are unlikely to cause a ruckus there. I contemplated the perilous nature of this plan, but the group was already charging towards us, their sleeves evidently concealing weapons. Dog Dan urged run, and promptly darted away, taunting them as he went, a bunch of fools. Come and take me on. Without a moment to ponder, I sprinted towards the school, glancing back to see them all barreling towards me. Cursing under my breath, I thought, damn it, Dog Dan, what have you led me into? With no other option, I pushed myself to run with all my might, aware that their pursuit was solely due to my identity as the masked man. Even the illiterate understand the principle of capturing the leader first. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck me. Ahead lay a laboratory building, and I dashed inside, racing to the restroom stalls. Without hesitation, I removed my hat and mask, discarding them in the trash, then reversed my shirt. With this transformation, the masked man was no more, and the lecherous Guton emerged, surely unrecognizable to my pursuers. I couldn't help but admire my own calmness and intellect in this dire situation. As I exited the stall with a confident stride, just a couple of steps in, I heard the sound of a toilet flushing from the adjacent stall, followed by the creaking of a door. ignoring it. I continued until a startled scream pierced the air. Ah, a peeping Tom. My heart leaped in my chest, and I turned around to find none other than Tao Wanxin standing before me, her expression one of sheer shock, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Chapter 37. A kiss seals the deal. I never imagined I would reunite with Tao Wanxin in such an unexpected manner. I even rubbed my eyes in disbelief. But the reality remained. She was indeed standing there. Yet, we had no time for pleasantries as noises erupted from outside the restroom. Quickly, I pulled the stunned Tao Wanxin into one of the stalls and closed the door. Before long, the laughter of two girls filled the quiet restroom, and shortly after, I heard the sound of them using the toilet. It struck me then that I had mistakenly entered the women's restroom. I was utterly defeated by the absurdity of the situation. It was my first time in a ladies' room, hearing the sounds of their nature's call, and I felt a mix of nervousness and exhilaration. Tao Wanxin, seemingly awakening from her stupor, covered my ears with her hands, wearing a discontented expression. Once the girls exited, I stealthily led her out. Once outside, Tao Wanxin exclaimed, "When did you creep back? Why didn't you tell me?" I was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, and managed to stammer, "I just got back, and I came straight to find you." With a pout, she retorted, "What a lie. You were caught red-handed." She huffed, displaying her annoyance, but I could see the excitement in her eyes. She stared at me intently, and after a moment she asked, "Didn't you say you were starting a new life? Why are you back to your old tricks? Do you enjoy peeping in women's restrooms?" Her tone struck me as peculiar. Initially, she had screamed in horror upon seeing a man in the women's restroom, yet now that she recognized me, it seemed to her a trivial matter. As I pondered this, she continued, "I used to call you a perverted wolf, and now I've caught you in the act." You can. As the crowd swelled, both men and women gathered around, and among them, a rather unconventional girl seemed to recognize me. With a piercing voice, she shouted, "Isn't this the scoundrel who assaulted Sister Shanshan?" Her words immediately ignited a commotion, and I became the center of scorn, with many hurling insults and mockery my way. Some rowdy girls even attempted to seize me. I was at a loss for words. I had only just restored my identity and was already being toyed with by these brats. It was impossible to disregard them completely. However, I was not inclined to lose my temper over such trivial matters. Yet being tugged and pulled by these individuals was undeniably uncomfortable. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Tao Wanxin made her entrance. She pushed her way through the crowd, scolding as she came, and was ready to confront anyone who dared to bully me. After a long absence, it was evident that her impulsive nature had intensified, making me feel rather small in her presence. Nevertheless, her arrival, although it quelled the attention of the young men, did little to deter the group of girls, who continued to claw at me like shrews. Tao Wanxin struggled to intervene, and I was on the verge of shaking them off when a thunderous voice erupted. "Stop right there." The girls instantly ceased their actions, and I raised my gaze to see the rowdy girl striding towards us. As she drew near, she admonished the girls, "Who told you to lay your hands on him?" The rowdy girl certainly commanded respect, as her mere presence intimidated the entire group. The unconventional girl sheepishly explained, "Sister Shanshan, this scoundrel is the one who injured you the last time. Don't you remember?" She pointed at me, and the rowdy girl shot me a glance, her anger still simmering, albeit restrained. After a brief moment, she seemed to regain her composure and, with a blank expression, addressed the girls, "Forget it. It's all in the past. Disperse now and cease causing trouble." With that, she walked away, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Many knew that the rowdy girl was someone who would repay grievances tenfold, and I was a prime target for her vengeance. Yet, now that she had encountered me, she chose to remain silent and departed gracefully, much to everyone's astonishment. Of course, with her leaving, the other girls, despite their simmering resentment towards me, dared not act out further and could only depart in frustration. Observing the rowdy girl's resolute figure, I felt a surge of comfort within me. I realized that she had changed. Perhaps during that incident, I not only won over the heart of the mountain eagle, but also influenced the rowdy girl, who seemed to have matured significantly. After her group left, the young man still attempted to trouble me, but the security had arrived, and he refrained from making any further moves. Tao Wanxin quickly took my hand, and we hurried away. Upon exiting the school gate, I noticed a few individuals lurking suspiciously outside, likely the ones who had pursued me earlier, yet they evidently failed to recognize me. I feigned nonchalance, engaging in casual conversation with Tao Wanxin as we passed by them. During our chat, Tao Wanxin expressed her thoughts. It seems that my Shan Shan has transformed. Just a few days ago, she even apologized to me. Now, upon encountering you, she refrained from attacking you, and even came to your aid. Isn't that strange? I slightly tilted my head with an air of profundity and replied, people can change. While this statement ostensibly referred to the rowdy girl, it subtly alluded to myself as well. However, to my surprise, my seemingly profound remark did not earn Tao Wanxin's approval. Instead, she playfully kicked me and retorted, then why haven't you changed? You're still as lewd and cowardly as ever, allowing yourself to be bullied without retaliation. Didn't you say in your last message that you had become braver? Where's that courage? Once again, I found myself at a loss for words, managing only a wry smile as I responded, I have changed. I've matured and grown more magnanimous. I don't refrain from retaliating against those brats. Rather, I choose to rise above their pettiness. Tao Wanxin pouted and replied, I shouldn't have expected anything from you. The day you truly become brave is the day the sun rises from the west. After saying this, she suddenly appeared serious, as if recalling something important. She earnestly asked, by the way, Gution, what did your last message mean? I tried calling, but no one answered, and I thought something had happened to you, which made me, as she spoke, her eyes reddened, and I was touched. I quickly inquired, what happened to you? Tao Wanxin shot me a glance, ignoring my question, and continued walking ahead. I promptly followed her, and as we walked, she casually remarked, Gution, now that you're here, will you leave again? I hesitated for a moment before responding, I don't think so. Sensing my hesitation, Tao Wanxin's expression turned melancholic as she asked, is it that you don't want to stay with me, fearing that I will bring you trouble or harm, and thus deliberately wish to distance yourself? Seeing her genuinely hurt, I quickly shook my head, no, I enjoy being with you. Upon hearing this, Tao Wanxin suddenly halted, turned to face me, and said earnestly, Gution, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for my cousin? Is that why you've been so tolerant and indulgent towards me? Noticing her serious demeanor, I too assumed a serious tone and replied, no, I only feel grateful to her for helping me heal my leg. Upon hearing this, Tao Wanxin bit her lip and tightly grasped her clothing. Suddenly, she raised her gaze to meet mine and asked, what if I told you that I like you? What would you do? In that moment, my heart involuntarily fluttered, yet I maintained an air of indifference, saying, you're joking. Tao Wanxin grew anxious and pressed. What if it's true? I still found it hard to believe and responded, how could you like me? In your eyes? I'm just a coward and a perverted peeper, hardly a man. You couldn't possibly have feelings for me. Upon hearing my words, tears welled in her eyes, and with a quivering voice, she said, I don't know if I like you. All I know is that when you left, I felt a profound sense of loss. During the time I was kidnapped and threatened, my only thought was to protect you. When your calls went unanswered, I cried for 2 days out of worry for you as she reached the end of her sentence. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her voice choked with emotion, leaving her unable to continue. In that moment, I was deeply moved. My heart felt as if it had been filled with honey, sweet and intoxicating. In the exuberance of youth, I suddenly felt entirely enveloped in happiness, unable to restrain the emotions that flowed forth. As Tao Wanxin remained lost in her excitement, I pulled her close and, in that instant, pressed my lips against hers in a fervent kiss. This was the first time I had taken the initiative to kiss her. A bold act, and she neither resisted nor reciprocated. With a heart full of passion, I savored the sweet yet slightly salty essence of her tears mingling with our kiss. Chapter 38. My blissful life with Tao Wanxin. This kiss was tender and intoxicating, leaving me enchanted and yearning for more. Previously, I had always regarded kissing as foreign, never truly understanding the profound joy it could evoke from the depths of one's heart. I was completely absorbed in this captivating moment, seemingly forgetting everything else. It allowed me to fully appreciate the allure that exists between a man and a woman when they unite. It is a charm that transcends all. No wonder even the most astute individuals, like Dog Dan, can fall victim to a woman's charms. Indeed, the allure of a woman is boundless, and once one engages, they become entranced and enamored. We continued to kiss passionately until Tao Wanxin could hardly breathe. Only then did she push me away, her cheeks flushed and breathing heavily as she looked at me and asked, what are you doing? Her tone suggested dissatisfaction, yet her expression betrayed sheer delight. My own spirits soared, and I replied, I couldn't help myself. She pouted and said, then you must take responsibility. I squinted my eyes with a wicked smile and replied, all right. Until this moment, I suddenly felt a flutter of romantic emotions, akin to the joy of playfully teasing a girl I admired, a sensation I cherished dearly, for it was precisely what I lacked the most. With a confident heart, I believed that from this point onward, Tao Wanxin and I were a couple. Yet, I was mistaken. Tao Wanxin unexpectedly took a few steps back, then leaned forward with a playful demeanor, sticking out her tongue and declaring, dream on. I'm not even sure if I like you yet, for now. You're merely in the testing phase. Let us consider you a potential boyfriend. Dumbfounded, I asked, what does potential boyfriend mean? Tao Wanxin explained, it means a preparatory boyfriend. You must pass my evaluation before you can officially become my boyfriend. I struggled to comprehend this turn of events. How had the roles reversed? I inquired, hey Tao, wasn't it you who confessed your feelings to me just now? Why am I the one being evaluated? With a smug smile, she retorted, well, you kissed me, which clearly indicates your feelings for me. I countered, what does that signify? You kissed me twice. I merely reciprocated. Unfazed, Tao Wanxin tossed her hair playfully and said, in short, you either comply or not, potential boyfriend. I found myself somewhat enamored with this mischievous cousin of mine. She consistently brought me joy. Her words, whether intentional or not, often evoked laughter. Her domineering nature only deepened my fascination, and I realized I had genuinely developed feelings for this girl who made me feel so utterly content and at ease. Reluctantly, I conceded, all right, what I need to do to qualify. Tao Wanxin twirled her lively eyes. Then, shedding her playful facade, she looked up at the sky and mused, once. I yearned for the person I loved to be a towering figure, a man who would come to my rescue in perilous times, bringing me a sense of security, someone with whom others would envy my companionship. Ideally, a hero with many admirers. After this, she suddenly turned to me, noticing my bewilderment, and rushed over, playfully slapping my arm. Don't worry, I don't expect that from you. I have no grand hopes. Just a hint of masculinity will suffice. Don't be too timid. Don't let everyone push you around without retaliation. To put it simply, I don't expect you to protect me. Just don't make me protect you. I don't require you to bring me glory. Just don't bring me shame. Stand strong and strive for success. Do you understand? It seemed I was viewed in her eyes as someone unworthy of support. Nevertheless, as long as she didn't mind, I nodded vigorously, assuring her understood. With that, Tao Wanxin turned contentedly and continued walking ahead. Her lively gait was infectious, and I felt as though I could float alongside her. However, just as I was enjoying our walk, Tao Wanxin abruptly halted, as if recalling something, and sternly warned me, oh, by the way, you pervert. You're not allowed to spy on me anymore, or I'll knock you out. As she pretended to strike me, I quickly nodded in agreement. Tao Wanxin then excitedly linked her arm with mine and shyly added, but if you really want to look, you can just ask me directly. I nearly choked on my own emotions, but I swallowed them down. As long as I could be with her like this, it was the greatest joy. In that moment, I felt boundless happiness. The distance from school to home was short, yet we meandered for over half an hour, filled with laughter and playful banter, stealing kisses along the way. Upon reaching my doorstep, Tao Wanxin swiftly released me and warned me to keep our affair a secret. I immediately put on a serious face. Entering the small villa, we coincidentally arrived at mealtime, where my cousin Yu was also present. Upon seeing me, her eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement. She promptly rose from the sofa and approached me, gently asking, Xiao Dian, what brings you here? Gazing at Yu, who seemed like a celestial being, I momentarily lost my composure, especially in light of her soothing tone, rendering me momentarily speechless. Seeing my dazed expression, Tao Wanxin pulled me back to reality, exclaiming, oh, cousin, we're starving. Let us eat and talk. With a subtle smile, Yu joined us at the dining table. During the meal, Tao Wanxin recounted how I had come specifically to find her at school, conveniently omitting details about the bathroom incident and our potential boyfriend status. Nonetheless, the essence of her message was clear. I cared for her more than her cousin did. Once Tao Wanxin had finished her tale, I explained that I had heard rumors about Shannying seemingly turning over a new leaf. Upon hearing this, Tao Wanxin couldn't help but chatter on, noting that she had heard the same, mentioning that Shannying had been subdued by someone. She emphasized to her cousin that the person who had subdued Shannying was likely the same masked man who had rescued her. As she spoke of this masked figure, her excitement grew, describing him as ruthless, vile, and incredibly wealthy, yet undeniably impressive for being able to tame someone like Shannying. I could discern that Tao Wanxin held both admiration and disdain for this masked man, yet his formidable reputation was firmly established in her mind. I could only smile inwardly at her assessment. What brought me solace was that you seemed to draw no connection between me and the masked man. Perhaps that incident had merely been a fleeting thought for her. After all, I appeared so gentle and unassuming, a far cry from the villainous figure Tao Wanxin described. Moreover, I spun a tale of my own hardships over the past few months, making my eyes redden as I spoke. Both of them expressed sympathy, offering me more food and assuring me that now that I was here, we were family. We lingered at the table for a long while, discussing various topics. Ultimately, the focus returned to my future. Tao Wanxin used the excuse of tutoring to persuade me to stay, and you showed no opposition. So I once again became Tao Wanxin's tutor. However, this role would likely extend beyond mere academic assistance. After the meal, Tao Wanxin eagerly pulled me into the study. Once the door was shut, she placed her hands on her hips and interrogated me. I say, "Good Tian, are you incapable of changing your ways? Why were you staring at my cousin like that? And why do you have so much to say? Are you trying to make a move on her?" I replied in disbelief. I wasn't. I merely regard her as a sister. It's not every day we meet. Can't we just talk? Tao Wanxin's nose wrinkled in indignation. I advise you not to harbor any thoughts. My cousin doesn't like men, so don't even think about it. Seeing her adorable jealousy, I couldn't resist playfully pinching her nose, laughing, "Silly girl, don't be jealous. I'm satisfied with you." With my reassurance, Tao Wanxin's expression brightened with happiness. She then urged me to sit down and insisted that I teach her diligently, as she intended to study hard. Having set her sights on the university I once attended. Upon hearing this, I was instantly perplexed. Why aim for that university? Tao Wanxin replied earnestly, "You haven't officially withdrawn yet. You're merely on a leave of absence. I can talk to my father about it, and then you can continue your studies. If I get in as well, we can attend that university together. As for your infamous reputation, it won't matter. With me, a flower on your head, you'll surely be perceived differently. Others will envy you greatly." When the topic of university arises, I cannot help but feel a surge of emotions. Attending college has been my aspiration since childhood, yet I found myself dropping out before my dream could fully materialize. The sense of helplessness and reluctance is profound. No one truly understands. Even now, with wealth and influence at my disposal, my greatest regret remains the inability to experience life as a genuine university student. I long for the days of study and yearn for the academic environment. However, within that institution, shadows loom, and certain individuals I wish to avoid, particularly Xiaoyu. Linger my thoughts. As my mind wanders, Tao Wanxin interjects, sharing her own romantic fantasies. She dreams of love blossoming in the university setting, strolling hand in hand with someone she cherishes, relishing the simplicity of beautiful moments. Thus, she expresses her desire to enroll in my university, to engage in a true romance, exploring every corner of the campus together, savoring the myriad flavors of love. This notion fills her with blissful anticipation. Her enthusiasm resonates deeply within me. Back then, I was still grappling with my physical limitations, yet I too had envisioned walking the campus with Xiaoyu or sharing tender moments by the riverside. Ultimately, those dreams shattered cruelly. I despised the feeling of being looked down upon, of being misunderstood as a creepy outcast. Even Tao Wanxin, to this day, harbors doubts about me. Countless nights, I ponder whether to rush back to university to vindicate myself before those who once scorned me, to demonstrate that I am no longer the disabled person they once saw, but a formidable man. If I were to accompany the stunning Tao Wanxin, it would surely be a sight to behold. Suddenly, I find a glimmer of hope for the future, especially fueled by Tao Wanxin's attitude, which solidifies my determination to return to university. I promptly agree to support her studies, promising to attend college together. Her excitement is palpable, and she impulsively kisses me, her joy infectious. Yet, I remain cautious. I know I cannot afford to relax. I must become stronger, for even if I return to university, I will still face the formidable barrier posed by Luan Yu. Even Boss Wang respects him. Confronting him will not be easy. I must rely on my own efforts. With this newfound goal, both Tao Wanxin and I find ourselves invigorated, our daily lives filled with unending energy. I devote myself to guiding her studies, while also serving as her protector, escorting her to and from school. In private matters, I frequently reach out to Dog Dan, advising him on what to be vigilant about and how to assess the situation. Life is busy yet fulfilling, and I relish the duality of my existence. Most importantly, having Tao Wanxin as my girlfriend adds immeasurable joy to my life. She even gifted me a bicycle to take her to school, and riding it together embodies the beauty of youth. However, the little rascal is always worried that her schoolmates might bully me. Thus, she insists that I drop her off a distance from the school gates. Reluctantly, I comply to avoid provoking a group of mischievous kids. Yet, I cannot resist asking her, "What about that Chenlin, the pretty boy? Is he still pestering you?" Tao Wanxin pouts. "It's much better now. Don't worry. My dad spoke to the school about it, and he has toned it down a lot." From her tone, I sense that the pretty boy has not completely given up on her. Such self-important individuals tend to cling to what they cannot possess, unwilling to easily let go. Still, I do not wish to expose myself or provoke someone like Chenlin, who has connections. As long as he does not overstep, I prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble. Time flies, and soon half a month has passed. My relationship with Tao Wanxin has blossomed, characterized by closeness yet maintaining a respectful distance. We refrain from crossing any boundaries, limiting ourselves to holding hands, sharing gentle kisses, and watching films together. As for more intimate matters, Tao Wanxin has made it clear that unless she gains admission to university, she will not consider them. As for me, I pride myself on being a gentleman and will not act impulsively. Until late September, nothing significant occurred. During this time, I would occasionally return to my previous life as the masked man, always exercising caution to keep my two identities distinct. This dual existence is thrilling and captivating, and I relish it. On a sunny Saturday morning, Tao Wanxin suddenly takes me to a mall, showering me with designer clothes that transform me into a striking figure. Walking down the street, I attract many glances. Unable to contain my curiosity, I ask, "What is the occasion for this makeover? Aren't you afraid I'll attract the attention of other women?" With a dismissive wave, she retorts, "No matter how dapper you look, your timid nature remains unchanged. Who will be foolish enough to fall for you?" After a moment of scrutiny, she adds, "However, after this makeover, you do exude a bit more gentlemanly charm. That is not so bad." Her words cause my confidence to swell. After a delightful day, we return home for dinner, only for Tao Wanxin to pull me out again, declaring we're off. I'm taken aback, asking, "Where are we headed?" With a gleam in her eyes, she replies, "To the golden splendor." My heart races. What for? I wonder. They say a clear conscience fears no accusation. Yet I've played my dual roles so well that the prospect of her taking me to my nightclub fills me with dread. What if she has discovered my secret? Sensing my anxiety, Tao Wanxin reassures me, "Don't worry. It's just a birthday celebration for a close friend. I can't decline, and you wouldn't want me to go alone, right?" I'm at a loss for words. But isn't it inappropriate? You usually dislike me appearing in front of your classmates. They all know me. Aren't you worried about losing face? With a sigh, she explains, "What can I do? Chenlin hasn't given up on me. So I declare to the class that I have a boyfriend. My classmates see me so happy every day that they believe me. They insisted I bring my boyfriend to the celebration, and of course, they will bring theirs as well. I continue to protest, but I've embarrassed myself too many times in front of them. If I show up again, they surely won't believe it." Tao Wanxin rolls her eyes at me. "What are you worried about?" I'm not concerned. Past events don't matter. They only highlight your gentleness and lack of brawling skills. It proves nothing else. Look at you now. You can easily pass as a wealthy man. In this day and age, wealth garners admiration. So stop fretting. We've already crossed the line, and they will have to believe us. Seeing her determination, I realize she is resolute in taking me as her boyfriend. Well, let the storm come. We are indeed in a genuine relationship now, and public acknowledgement may well dispel Chenlin's lingering hopes. I quickly ask, "Will Chenlin be there?" She ponders. "I think so." Concerned, I ask, "Aren't you afraid he might cause trouble?" Tao Wanxin rolls her eyes again. "Why are you still so timid?" "Relax. He promised not to bother my boyfriend. He simply wants to meet and verify that I am in a relationship, although he doesn't know who my boyfriend is. He assured me that he won't cause any issues, regardless of who it is." With her words, I find no reason to hesitate further. However, I must remain cautious about my other identity. I hastily tell Tao Wanxin, "Wait for me. I need to use the restroom first. I'll be right back." Upon finishing my words, I immediately turned and fled. Tao Wanqing pointed at my back and scolded. Hey, good Tian, must you be such a coward? You're scared off already. If you don't come back, I'll go alone. Don't regret it when something happens. Ignoring her, I dashed to a corner and quickly dialed the number for Dogdan, urging him repeatedly that I was heading to the Golden Splendor and instructed him to greet the others, Cao Deng and the mute, ensuring they pretended not to know me, so I wouldn't be exposed. After conveying my instructions, I hung up and returned. Upon my return, I found Tao Wanqing walking alone in a dejected manner, her eyes red. When she saw me, she pursed her lips and said, "What are you back for? Aren't you scared? Want to run away?" I smiled slightly and replied, "Silly. How could I? I just needed to use the restroom." Tao Wanqing scoffed. "Humph, I suppose that's a bit of progress." We then hailed a cab and sped towards the Golden Splendor. Along the way, Tao Wanqing incessantly instructed me on various matters. Once we arrived at the entrance of the nightclub, she continued to admonish me. "Good Tian, you've never been to such an upscale place, have you?" Of course, I could not reveal that this was in fact my domain. I could only feign ignorance and respond, "Ah, yes." With concern, she added, "Make sure you don't let your rustic demeanor show. You need to act like you belong here. Do you hear me? Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to this outfit." I was utterly speechless and replied, "Understood, my dear aunt. You've already reminded me countless times. I won't let you down, so rest assured." Only then did Tao Wanqing seem reassured, linking her arm with mine as we entered my establishment, the Golden Splendor nightclub. Chapter 39. Tao Wanqing's distress. As we stepped into the dazzling hall of the Golden Splendor, Tao Wanqing reminded me, "If you perform adequately today, your status as my boyfriend could become official." Energized by her words, I couldn't help but steal a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, "Great." Navigating through the opulent corridor, we arrived at the VIP room reserved by the pretty boys. To my surprise, these high school students truly possessed wealth, as they dared to reserve such a lavish room, knowing that even the minimum spend could reach several thousand. However, these matters were of little consequence to me. My sole focus was to be an admirable boyfriend for Tao Wanqing, ensuring she wouldn't be embarrassed before her classmates for the 5th time. Standing at the door, Tao Wanqing scrutinized my attire one last time before confidently pushing the door open to enter the large room. It appeared we had arrived late. Many people were already seated within, filling the sofa that lined 3 walls, leaving little room to spare. As we entered, the group of well-to-do youths paused their laughter for a moment, only to erupt into boisterous laughter moments later, their mirth echoing throughout the room. Some laughing so hard they clutched their stomachs, tears streaming down their cheeks. Amidst the cacophony of laughter, a sharp, mocking voice rang out, "I told you. Tao Wanqing's boyfriend would definitely be this coward. I guessed it right, haha." With the emergence of this taunting voice, a chorus of ridicule followed, and the already anxious Tao Wanqing could hardly bear it. She immediately scowled and shouted at them, "What is so funny? If you keep this up, I'm leaving." As she finished speaking, she grabbed my hand, turning to leave. At that moment, the birthday girl, dressed in a red gown and adorned with a paper crown, Tao Wanqing's best friend, rushed over, grabbing her arm. "Xin, what are you doing? You've come all this way. Are you really going to leave? Come on, sit down." Tao Wanqing cast a displeased glance at her friend before pulling me toward the corner sofa. As they walked, the birthday girl quietly asked, "Is this really your boyfriend?" Clearly, even Tao Wanqing's closest friend looked down upon me, causing her expression to darken further. She replied curtly, "Yes, what of it? Nothing, nothing." The birthday girl quickly reassured her. We settled into the corner sofa while she returned to her spot, encouraging everyone to eat and drink. I understood that she was trying to alleviate the tension for Tao Wanqing, attempting to shift the focus away from me. However, it was evident that her efforts were in vain. From the very start, the pretty boys had no intention of letting me off lightly, and many attendees were not merely there for the birthday celebration. They were eager to catch a glimpse of Tao Wanqing's boyfriend. The moment they realized her boyfriend was the very coward they had anticipated, I became the focal point of the words struck the innocent Tao Wanqing hard. Perhaps not only because she was infuriated by the brazen attitude of the pretty boy, but also somewhat displeased with me. After all, I had promised her that I would behave well, yet thus far, my performance had been nothing more than sitting in silence. It was apparent that Tao Wanqing was disappointed in me, but she refused to give up. She continued to argue, "Chunlin, don't go too far. Do you think all wealthy individuals are as ostentatious as you? My boyfriend is rich, yet he is modest and reserved, 1,000 times better than you." After saying this, She grasped my hand tightly, as if to convey that with her presence, I had nothing to fear. However, little did she know that in doing so, she was crossing the pretty boy's bottom line. The pretty boy, who had been lounging against the sofa, suddenly sat up straight, raised his glass, and downed its contents in one gulp. He then slammed the glass down and shouted at me, "Go, if you know what's good for you. Get out of here while my anger hasn't boiled over. This is no place for you, and if you continue to bother me, don't blame me for being rude." Upon hearing this, Tao Wanxin's hands trembled with anger. She abruptly released my hand, stood up, and yelled at the pretty boy, "Chun-Lin, what do you mean by that? Wasn't it agreed that I would bring my boyfriend for everyone to see? Are you really going to make things difficult for him? Are you going back on your word?" The pretty boy, slightly flushed from drinking, glared at her and replied in a low voice, "Tao Wanxin, I came here with sincerity today. If you truly have a boyfriend, I would wish you well and not interfere. However, you have put on a show for me not once but twice, and with no effort at all. If you need a shield, at least find someone decent instead of dragging this useless muddle on. Tell me, what do you see in him? Is it his skin thicker than a pig's, or his willingness to endure a beating?" At his words, the room erupted in gasps and laughter. Some couldn't help but chuckle, while others echoed the pretty boy, accusing Tao Wanxin of lacking sincerity and treating everyone like fools by repeatedly bringing the same worthless companion. The feeling of being condemned by the crowd was unbearable for Tao Wanxin. Her voice faltered against the multitude, and she was on the verge of tears, unable to find words to rebut. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and choked out, "I'm not fooling anyone. He is my boyfriend." After saying this, she sat down heavily, grabbed a glass from the table, and began to drink furiously. With each passing moment, their taunts tested the limits of my patience, and witnessing Tao Wanxin's distress only pushed me closer to my breaking point. I realized that if I argued back like Tao Wanxin, it would only make me appear foolish and further embarrass her. Yet, my silence disappointed Tao Wanxin, making her feel that I was being spineless. As she downed another drink, I reached over and snatched the glass from her hand, intending to drink it myself. However, before my lips could touch the glass, an enraged shout rang out, "Hey, put that glass down." I kept my hand steady, but lifted my gaze slightly to see the pretty boy glaring at me, cursing, "Do you even know what your status is? You're just a dog hired by someone to be here. Do you think you deserve to drink this kind of wine? Do you have any idea how much this bottle costs?" I instinctively tightened my grip on the glass, and after a moment, I managed a resigned smile, slowly placing the glass back on the table. The moment my hand retreated, laughter erupted in the room once more, and even Tao Wanxin beside me looked close to despair. She shot me a look of disappointment, then turned to the pretty boy, gritting her teeth, "Chun-Lin, your arrogance is becoming increasingly disgusting. On what grounds do you speak like this? Are you the host of this gathering? Is it your responsibility to pay the bill? My boyfriend is merely having a drink, and you have to act like this?" The pretty boy smirked, replying haughtily, "You are mistaken. Although today is Lin Miao's birthday, I am indeed the host, and I have taken care of everything here." Upon hearing this, the birthday celebrant shot Tao Wanxin a look of discomfort, as if tacitly agreeing with the pretty boy's claim. Tao Wanxin's despair deepened. Her eyes reddened as she glared at the pretty boy, wanting to say something but unable to voice her emotions due to overwhelming agitation. Seeing that Tao Wanxin was at a loss for words, the pretty boy's arrogance swelled, and he directed his disdainful gaze at me, stating each word with emphasis, "Useless fool. I don't want to repeat myself a third time. You, right now, immediately get out of this room. Don't pollute the air here and ruin everyone's good mood." The pretty boy acted as though he were the king of this place, and his words were met with agreement from others, while Xiao Lin is still being civil. "You should leave quickly. Don't irritate everyone with your presence. If you have any dignity left, just leave on your own. Coming here to pretend to be her boyfriend is utterly pointless. Tao Wanxin, let this imposter go. Don't make things uncomfortable for everyone." The tears that Tao Wanxin had been holding back finally fell. She stood up, desolate, and looked at me helplessly, saying, "We are not welcome here. Let's go home." I stood gently, placing my hands on her shoulders, signaling her to trust me. Then I took a glass from the table and walked over to face the pretty boy, downing its contents in front of him. As the crowd stared in shock, I set the glass down, leaned closer to the pretty boy, and asked softly, "What if I refuse to leave?" Chapter 40. The silent outburst, having endured countless storms and danced on the brink of death several times. I had become a masked man managing 4 establishments, no longer the naive Gutian of the past. I no longer found pride in pretending to be someone I was not in front of a group of high school students. Nor did I wish to engage in trivial disputes or attract unnecessary trouble. Thus, I endured their insults and laughter, letting it pass. However, they had crossed the line by making Tao Wanxin suffer, humiliating her, and even bringing her to tears. This had reached my breaking point. Moreover, I had promised Tao Wanxin that I would behave well. Since silence and tolerance failed to resolve the issue, I had no choice but to confront them. Of course, the sudden boldness I displayed towards the pretty boy after remaining silent since entering the room not only shocked everyone present, but also infuriated the arrogant pretty boy. He glared at me, leaped to his feet, grabbed me by the collar, and shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Who gave you the guts to speak to me like that? Do you want to die?" I smiled wryly. I just don't want my girlfriend to be wronged. The pretty boy could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand and struck my left cheek with a fierce punch. I stumbled back a few steps, feeling a sharp sting in my cheek, accompanied by his furious roar. "Damn it, you worthless fool. Do you dare to put on an act here? I seriously suspect you are a masochist. And who allowed you to drink? Do you think my father's wine is free?" As his anger escalated, he attempted to come at me again. Seeing this, Tao Wanxin rushed over, shouting, "Chenlin, that's enough." Upon reaching my side, she looked at my face with concern, asking if I was all right. I smiled, however. The wine was indeed subpar. Since we had already come to indulge in this establishment, there was no reason to be stingy. After all, a birthday only comes but once a year. Therefore, if one cannot afford to partake, allow me to cover the expenses. In that fleeting moment, the dandy was taken aback, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, his companions, after a brief pause, unleashed a torrent of verbal assaults upon me, accusing me of pretentiousness and claiming I was merely masquerading as a wealthy individual. They even stated that I lacked self-awareness, unworthy of impersonating a street thug, let alone a man of means. Even the usually amiable young women could not hide their disdain for me. To my surprise, Tao Wanxin appeared equally astonished, perhaps unable to fathom my audacity in pretending to be affluent. As for the dandy, he surprisingly refrained from losing his temper and continued to regard me with that inscrutable expression, then calmly asked, "What did you just say?" "Repeat it." I ignored him, striding towards the door, opening the room's entrance, and summoning the manager. At that moment, an air of unease enveloped the room. It seemed I was indeed serious. The dandy, now unable to contain himself, erupted in a barrage of curses as he marched towards me. Tao Wanxin, alarmed, hurried to intervene, pleading with him not to act recklessly. Her friend, the birthday girl, rushed over to dissuade him as well, but the two delicate women were clearly no match for the dandy's rage. Just as he was about to break through their blockade, Dog Dan barged in, inquiring who called for me. The furious dandy opened his mouth to retort, but I swiftly interjected, "It was I." Turning to Dog Dan, I gave him a knowing glance and continued, "Today, we are celebrating a friend's birthday. We all gathered here for merriment. However, my companions are accustomed to finer things and cannot tolerate such inferior wine. Could you bring forth your finest selection and charge it all to my account?" Dog Dan grinned and replied, "Absolutely." He promptly exited the room. The scene left everyone dumbfounded, as they began to ponder whether they had misjudged Tao Wanxin, questioning if I truly was the affluent intellectual she had described. I disregarded the astonished faces around me, discarding my cigarette but on the floor and extinguishing it before addressing the dandy. "Chenlin, it is clear that you genuinely care for Exa, and that is commendable. However, I implore you not to confuse love with unreasonable harassment, for such behavior is repugnant. Indeed, I once feigned being Exiner's boyfriend, but that was solely due to her annoyance with you, wishing to distance herself. This time, however, she has spoken nothing but truth. First, I am genuinely her boyfriend, and second, I am not lacking in finances." My words rendered the crowd speechless, silencing their earlier jeers. Tao Wanxin, moved to tears, wore a bewildered expression, as if lost in a dream. I approached her, gently wiping away her tears, and bestowed a soft kiss upon her rosy lips. Instantly, her astonishment transformed into pure happiness. Perhaps this was the display she had longed to see from me. Yet, my actions ignited a volcanic rage within the dandy, who disregarded my heartfelt declaration and unleashed his fury upon me, shouting, "I'll be damned." Just then, the door swung open, and Dog Dan re-entered with the staff bearing the wine. The furious dandy instantly restrained himself, clenching his teeth in silent fury. If there had been any lingering doubts about my authenticity in the minds of the onlookers, the arrival of the exquisite wine dispelled them entirely. They should now believe that neither Tao Wanxin nor I were mere jesters to be disdained. At the very least, I possessed wealth, and Tao Wanxin had not fabricated her claims. These bottles, typically not available for sale, were clearly of considerable value to anyone knowledgeable. After delivering the wine, Dog Dan and his companions wisely exited, leaving behind a stunned audience and a blissfully entranced Tao Wanxin. I licked my lips and calmly addressed the gathering. The bill is on my account. Please enjoy at your leisure. However, Xine and I have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, I took the still-dazed Tao Wanxin by the hand and strode out confidently. Yet, the dandy, undeterred by the revelation of her truthfulness, had no intention of letting me off easily. Just as we had taken a few steps, his furious roar echoed throughout the room. Halt! The dandy's commanding voice roused his cohorts, who stood up menacingly. Their glares, once filled with contempt, now radiated hostility. The dandy approached me with an impassive expression. Tao Wanxin, now alert to the situation, feared for my safety and swiftly obstructed his path. He did not forcibly push her aside. Instead, he simply beckoned me with a finger. His tone ominous. Come here. Tao Wanxin, clearly displeased, warned, Chenlin, I advise you not to bully others just because you excel at fighting. The dandy chuckled. I won't strike him. He continued to beckon me. I smirked slightly before walking towards him, and as Tao Wanxin rushed to stop me again, I gently patted her shoulder and reassured her. It's all right. With that, I approached the dandy, standing resolutely before him, and inquired, What do you want? He placed a hand on my shoulder, forcibly guiding me to the sofa, his grin betraying a hidden malice. Once seated, he remarked, Gutian, do you think being wealthy makes you impressive? I replied with a wry smile, Not at all. I merely wish to demonstrate that Tao Wanxin did not deceive you. The dandy sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Prove it then. But tell me, why did you act so arrogantly just now? I had already agreed to foot the bill, yet you insisted on asserting your superiority. Besides, the wine I ordered was subpar, while you opted for the finest. Are you attempting to showcase your wealth in comparison to mine? His words resonated with the others, who joined in deriding me, proclaiming that there was no need for ostentation, especially when compared to the wealth of Lin Xiao, whose family was reputed to be the second richest in the city. Few dared to claim the title of the richest. I shrugged, exasperated. I had no such intention. The dandy suddenly laughed, patting my face mockingly. Gutian, I don't care if you are pretending to be affluent or if you truly are. Regardless, your display of arrogance before me is unacceptable. I have made it clear that I detest pretentiousness. Are you attempting to slap my face with your wealth? Quite bold of you. His minions echoed his sentiments, hurling insults that were downright vicious. Tao Wanxin, witnessing my predicament, attempted to intervene but was forcibly restrained by the dandy's companions. As I observed them encroach upon her, a fire ignited within me, yet I held my breath, choosing to take a step back. I genuinely meant no offense. The dandy continued to mock me, ruffling my hair as if I were a mere child, and taunted, regardless of your intentions, your recent actions have embarrassed me, and I am quite displeased. If you sincerely wish to prove your worth, I could graciously extend my best wishes, but your previous demeanor was distasteful and repugnant. Do you understand? So, what do you plan to do? Lowering my gaze, I gritted my teeth and managed to utter 3 words. I am sorry. The dandy abruptly shoved my head, exclaiming arrogantly, Is that all there is to it? I must express my disdain for Gutian, a coward whose wealth does not redeem his character. No matter how much money you possess, you remain a spineless wretch, a timid soul, afraid of life and lacking courage. I cannot fathom how Tao Wanxin could ever be attracted to such a weakling, especially when her family is not in need of a meager fortune. Pray tell, what virtues do you possess? His barbs were sharp and unrelenting, clearly indicating that he would not rest until he had taken his toll. The others, too intimidated to oppose him, merely echoed his sentiments, and even the birthday celebrant dared not interject, acutely aware of the genuine anger radiating from the pretty boy. Only Tao Wanxin stood up for me, visibly distressed at the injustice I faced, even lowering herself to plead with the pretty boy on my behalf. I could no longer bear to see her in distress, nor did I wish to engage further with these individuals. Thus, I stated plainly, Tao Wanxin and I are truly in love. I am here to prove her honesty and to dissuade you from your misguided intentions. I mean no harm. As for today's incident, how would you like to resolve it? I shall comply with whatever is within my power. My tone evidently irked the pretty boy, who sprang to his feet and kicked at me, shouting, "Get up," without allowing me a moment to react. He yanked me off the sofa and dragged me to the table, taking a seat beside it, crossing his legs in a display of superiority. Young, don't mistake my actions for bullying. To be frank, I simply find you insufferable, not for any other reason than your cowardice. A coward who pretends to be bold is the most detestable of creatures. However, if Tao Wanxin genuinely cares for you, then so be it. Yet, having offended me, you cannot simply walk away unscathed. Here's what we shall do. Since you claim to dislike the cheap liquor I offer, finish this bottle of Louis XIII in one go, and we shall consider our matters settled. Afterward, I shall leave Tao Wanxin be, and you can do as you wish. He lifted his chin. A look of arrogance plastered across his face, while his companions urged him on, taunting me to prove my manhood. Tao Wanxin, alarmed by their intentions, shouted at the pretty boy, "Chun-Lin, what is your game? Just moments ago, you insulted him for not speaking, doubting our relationship, and now that you believe, you still seek to humiliate him. Do you truly think us easy prey, that you can continue the charade?" As her words cascaded forth, tears streamed down her face, and I felt a pang of sorrow for her plight. I gazed at her, then turned to the pretty boy. "I see resolve in my voice if I finish this. Will you truly let us go?" His eyes narrowed, brimming with arrogance, as he replied, "Of course." Seeing my impending folly, Tao Wanxin grew more frantic, choking back tears. "Good Tian, don't listen to him. He is manipulating you." I clutched the bottle, licking my lips. "Is there no alternative?" The pretty boy, losing patience, growled, "For heaven's sake, stop stalling. My patience is finite. If you don't drink, don't blame me for the consequences." The onlookers, unafraid of the escalating tension, crowded around, urging me to drink. I grinned at the pretty boy and his entourage. Then, as they reveled in their mockery, I tightened my grip on the bottle and swung it down upon the pretty boy's head with all my might. With a resounding crash, the thick glass shattered, the contents drenching the once mighty pretty boy, transforming him amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. I maintained my unwavering stare at the pale-faced youth and coldly declared, "Indeed, it is I. By the way, what was it you called me earlier? A coward? A weakling? A pushover?" The lofty prince, caught off guard by my retort, found himself momentarily speechless. Though his eyes still brimmed with arrogance, it was evident he was struggling to contain himself. He had heard of my ferocity and understood that, no matter how formidable he considered himself, at this moment, he was but a turtle trapped in my jar. Almost gnashing his teeth, he finally managed to utter, "I warn you, leave yourself an escape route, or else." Before he could finish, I interrupted him sharply, "Or else what? Are you threatening me?" Although his tone had lost its earlier bravado, he still attempted to intimidate me from his elevated position. A sudden itch coursed through me, and the ferocity in my gaze intensified. The pale-faced youth sensed my shift in demeanor, and, suppressing his pain, gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Clenching my fist, I summoned my dwindling patience and articulated each word with precision. "Chun-Lin, I detest individuals like you. Yet, despite your past humiliations, I never contemplated revenge. Even today, as you repeatedly overstepped my boundaries, I continued to relent, not for any reason other than your connection to Xiner. I wish to preserve her learning environment and spare her unnecessary troubles. But how do you perceive my forbearance? You escalate your torment, bringing tears to Xiner's eyes, treating us as if we were mere playthings. Is this amusing to you? Very well, let us play this game to the end." With that, I disregarded the fleeting change in the pale-faced youth's expression, pivoted, and seized an unopened bottle of wine, placing it before him with a chilling tone. "Consume this bottle in one breath, and I shall allow your departure. What say you?" The blatant slap to his pride left the pale-faced youth seething, his teeth nearly chattering from rage, blood vessels popping in his furious eyes. Yet before he could respond, one of his sycophants suddenly sprang up and shouted at me, "Good Tian, no matter how formidable you think you are, you cannot alter the hierarchy here. Not even your boss would dare speak loudly to young Master Lin. How dare you act this way toward him? You have injured him. If you wish to avoid escalating this matter, I suggest you quickly arrange for his transportation to the hospital or prepare for dire consequences." This fellow displayed a measure of courage, his tone quite brazen. I narrowed my eyes, scanning him from head to toe, and swiftly grabbed a bottle of wine, dashing forward to strike him on the head. In an instant, He found himself in a predicament akin to that of the pale-faced youth. However, I had no intention of letting him off so easily. As he howled in pain, I seized his hair and yanked him outwards, forcing him to the ground. Then, I swiftly turned and commanded, "Beat him fiercely, until he can no longer cry out." My brothers, receiving the order, swiftly surrounded the instigator and unleashed a flurry of blows. Within minutes, he fell silent. The principle of killing one to warn 100 was now evident, as the others dared not utter a word. Observing his comrade's plight, the pale-faced youth could no longer contain himself. He pressed his hand against his wound, slowly rising to face me, coldly stating, "Masked man, I've heard of your ferocity, but I advise you to let me go." His words bore the weight of a command rather than a threat. I fixed him with a steely gaze and advanced slowly, confronting this fool who still fancied himself a prince, with a harsh tone. "And what if I refuse?" At that moment, a flicker of panic crossed the pale-faced youth's previously haughty expression, yet his words remained defiant. "You will suffer greatly, and your brothers will face dire consequences, I guarantee it." Instantly, the atmosphere in the private room became suffocating, teetering on the brink of chaos. It was clear to everyone that the pale-faced youth had gone all in. The question now rested on whether I would retreat. In this tense moment, the previously overlooked birthday celebrant timidly approached me, urging Gaetan, "Heed my advice. Let this matter rest. Do not escalate it. It benefits no one." In her eyes, I saw no disdain, only genuine concern. However, I chose to ignore her and turn my attention to Gaetan, stating, "Gaetan, it appears the pale-faced youth comes from a well-off background. For that reason, I have endeavored to remain accommodating. But now, I find myself with no further ground to yield. I must retaliate. However, should I strike, our lives may become tumultuous. Please, counsel me." Gaetan glanced at the pale-faced youth and replied, "Advise? What nonsense! In this world, if you're always looking back, how can you survive? We are all born of parents. Why should we endure such humiliation? Even if you had not struck, I would have charged in to deal with him." Upon hearing Gaetan's words, I smiled slightly and fixed my gaze on the pale-faced youth, declaring, "Do you hear that? My brother fears not your threats. What will you do now?" The pale-faced youth glared at me with an intensity of hatred that reached its zenith. After a prolonged moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and retorted, "You are welcome to try." The word "try" barely left his lips when I surged forward, seized his hair, and forcefully slammed his head onto the table. The pale-faced youth attempted to resist, but my brothers quickly intervened to restrain him. His sycophants, witnessing this, desperately rushed in to assist him, but the astute Gaetan and a group of brothers swiftly subdued them. Some timid girls, witnessing the chaos, began to cry in fear. I, consumed by fury, continued to grasp the pale-faced youth's hair, slamming his head against the table with relentless force. I sought to release the pent-up frustration festering within me, to obliterate the humiliation of the past, and to exact retribution upon this wretched soul. In that moment, all notions of reason and composure vanished from my mind, replaced by the memories of past indignities, the countless tears shed by my little cousin, and the utter helplessness painted on her face. The pale-faced youth's head was soon bloodied and bruised, his body limp like that of a lifeless dog. I only ceased my assault when he could no longer move or cry out, as Gaetan nodded and inquired about my destination and whether my brother should accompany me for protection. I shook my head, assuring him that it was unnecessary and that he should merely advise them to remain vigilant and inform me of any developments. Having said that, I embraced Tao Wanxin and exited the private room with determination. Upon reaching the door of the suite, I noticed 2 rows of brothers stationed in the corridor, one led by the mute and the other by Newfound. When they spotted me, they collectively exclaimed, "Boss." The resounding chorus startled Tao Wanxin awake, and upon seeing the large group staring at her, her pale face flushed with embarrassment. However, she said nothing and quickly buried her head against my chest. A smile graced my lips as I nodded at the mute and Newfound before holding Tao Wanxin tightly and departing with candor. Chapter 42. A romantic night under the watchful gaze of my brothers. I cradled Tao Wanxin and traversed the corridor, crossing through the internal passage of the nightclub until we arrived at the exclusive parking lot. Setting her down, I promptly brought my motorcycle to her side and urged her to mount. At that moment, Tao Wanxin's expression remained a complex tapestry of emotions. Yet she obediently climbed onto the back seat of the motorcycle. Before starting the engine, I instructed her, hold on tight. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around my waist. Clutching me tightly, I roared to life and sped away, the motorcycle's engine growling as it surged forward. On the expansive road, we sped along on this swift motorcycle, with me and my beloved woman riding against the wind, the exhilaration akin to flight. This sensation should have been utterly delightful. However, I found myself unable to rejoice. My face reflecting a somber demeanor, burdened by thoughts that demanded release through speed. As we entered a deserted stretch of road on the outskirts, Tao Wanxin suddenly acted, biting down hard on my shoulder. The unexpected pain caused my hand to tremble, nearly resulting in an accident. Yet, I understood that her bite encapsulated all the words she wished to express, her need for catharsis evident. Thus, I endured the pain and accelerated further. I sought to alleviate my shoulder's discomfort with the exhilarating rush of speed, and in this manner, a genuine exchange began between us. She was willing to bite, and I was prepared to endure. This dynamic represented the equality we needed, for I had deceived her, delivering a profound emotional shock that left her in a state of bewilderment. This pain, though insignificant in the grand scheme, offered a temporary outlet for Tao Wanxin's emotions. The motorcycle sped on until it halted at the location where I had last sent a message to Tao Wanxin before losing my phone. At this moment, she finally released her grip from my shoulder, only to resume striking it with her hands, weeping and scolding. You scoundrel! Gu Tian, you are a scoundrel, a great deceiver. This was her alternate form of release, biting followed by striking. In this desolate expanse, Tao Wanxin unleashed her emotions freely, and when she finally grew tired, I dismounted the motorcycle and lifted her down. Together, we stood beneath the lamplight, gazing at the riverbank. After a moment of serene silence, I spoke softly. In this place, I once believed I was on the verge of death. It was here that I first comprehended the depths of my own heart. As death loomed, I realized that the girl I cared for the most and could not let go of was you, Tao Wanxin. Thus, in my utmost despair, I sent you a message, declaring that I had changed, that I had become brave. I did not deceive you, for I feared nothing, not even death. At that moment, I thought I would quietly depart from this world, allowing you to continue living your happy life. Yet, I miraculously escaped death, which compelled me to seek you out. These words only intensified Tao Wanxin's tears, cascading like a flood that could not be contained. Through her sobs, she lamented, if that is the case, why did you not reveal your identity? Why deceive me? Why save me only to demand money and deny my existence? Why make me feel so helpless and frightened? I turned to her, gently wiping away her tears before swiftly mounting the motorcycle once more. Get on, I urged, and you will soon know the answers. Despite her continued cries and grievances, she obediently complied, leaping onto the motorcycle as we sped away once more. This time, Tao Wanxin refrained from biting or scolding me. Instead, she quietly embraced me, resting her head against my back, as if I were the embodiment of safety she sought. In no time, we arrived at the farmhouse of the Eagle. Tao Wanxin recognized the place immediately, dismounting slowly and staring dreamily at the courtyard. I followed suit, standing behind her as we both gazed at the farmhouse. With a contemplative tone, I recounted when I first called you from my hometown and found your phone off. I immediately feared something had happened. That very day, I brought my 3 brothers to this city and captured my Shanshan, rescuing you at the earliest opportunity. Seeing you in such distress and disarray pierced my heart, yet I had to conceal my pain, adopting the guise of a cold-hearted villain in front of the Eagle. I could not afford to show any vulnerability, for if the Eagle discerned my true identity, not only would I fail to save you, but my brothers and I would also face dire consequences. I continued. I refrained from acknowledging you and accepted money from your father because I needed to maintain this ruse. I had to keep my identity hidden to protect you. If the Eagle discovered that the masked man was Gu Tian, you would be in far greater danger. This was my rationale for concealing my identity. Upon hearing this, Tao Wanxin suddenly turned and threw herself into my arms, her tears flowing anew, but this time out of gratitude rather than reproach. After a long embrace, she reluctantly released me, gazing at me with profound affection. With a gentle command, I urged, let us go inside. Taking her hand, I led her into the courtyard, where I kicked open the decrepit door and turned on the lights. The dilapidated hall, still bearing the scars of neglect, evoked a sense of nostalgia within me. The Eagle ultimately sought revenge against me, not directly, but by threatening my brothers. For their sake, I cast aside everything and came here to face my demise. In this very place, I inflicted a wound upon my shoulder, enduring great humiliation, only to be stabbed by the eagle, narrowly escaping death. After returning from the brink, I forgave both the eagle and my Shan-Shan, and it was this act of forgiveness that bound the eagle to me with unwavering loyalty. Though my time apart from you was not extensive, it felt like a lifetime. I have truly grown, changed, become stronger, braver, and reckless. Having spoken, I turned to face Tao Wanxin, my gaze tender and earnest. She lifted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting not only gratitude, but also a sense of admiration and an indescribable love. Seizing the moment, I continued, Sheener, I never wished to expose myself. It was not out of fear of anything, for I fear nothing, not even death. My true fear lies in your potential harm. I dreaded that revealing my identity would make you a target for my enemies. My heart ached, and I was frightened, which is why I maintained this facade. I believed that sharing carefree moments with you was a form of happiness. I yearned for the day when I would be strong enough to protect you, at which point I would reveal my true self. Yet witnessing your humiliation and distress once more today, I could no longer contain myself. I disregarded Chun Lin's background, knowing he must face the consequences of his actions. The waves of heartfelt truths moved Tao Wanxin profoundly. Without uttering a word, she wrapped one arm around my neck, removed my mask with the other, and swiftly kissed me. In the desolate countryside, amidst the chirping of insects and the calls of birds, we, a solitary man and woman, found it impossible to suppress the emotions that stirred within us. I laid bare all that I wished to express, feeling a surge of liberation. At that moment, Tao Wanxin's kiss ignited a fire within me, a blaze ready to erupt. We embraced tightly, relishing this sweet and romantic moment, kissing passionately as the flames of desire burned ever brighter within me. Unable to contain myself, I gently guided Tao Wanxin onto the wooden bed inside the cottage, where I fell upon her, my hands instinctively exploring. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, pushing me away forcefully while scolding, "You, Gutian, you perverted fiend. Did you bring me to this remote place to weave tales and lower my guard, plotting something untoward? Are you so impatient for college that you want me now?" How fickle women can be. In one moment, she was as delicate as a bird, and in the next, she transformed into a spoiled princess. The tender atmosphere was shattered, leaving me speechless as I gazed at her, innocently retorting, "But it was you who seduced me first." Tao Wanxin huffed. "Who seduced you, you lecher? Who told you to utter such sweet nothings? Who made you act so unexpectedly?" I stood, gently caressing her face, and sincerely declared, I spoke from the heart, my deepest sentiments. Instantly, her expression softened into shyness once more. She rose and softly said, "Yes, I understand." With that, she took my hand, leading me outside for a stroll in the tranquil night. The bright moonlight seemed to bear witness to our joy. We arrived at a grassy clearing, where Tao Wanxin declared her fatigue and blissfully lay on the grass. I quickly joined her, lying quietly beside her as we gazed at the vast sky. The stars twinkled like jewels, creating an exquisite tapestry, while the moon hung serenely nearby. After some time enveloped in this serene beauty, Tao Wanxin finally asked, "Gutian, did I truly inspire your transformation?" Without hesitation, I replied, "Yes." She then gently probed, "Can you tell me when you began to like me and why?" This question caught me off guard, and despite pondering, I struggled to articulate a specific response. Tao Wanxin seemed to grow impatient and said, "Never mind. I already know the answer." Surprised, I inquired, "What?" She turned to me and said, "Is it not obvious? It was the time I gave you my underwear that truly captivated you. You little lecher. I just so happened to pique your interest, and thus you fell for me." I exhaled deeply, inhaling the fresh autumn night air, managing to suppress a laugh. However, noticing my silence, she assumed my agreement and beamed with satisfaction. Yet, in the next moment, her demeanor shifted to seriousness as she turned to face me intently. "Gutian, do you mean to say that it was I who turned you, a mere bookworm, into a rogue? Have you any regrets?" I immediately mirrored her posture, propping my head on my hand as I looked into her eyes. "No regrets. I have changed, become braver and bolder, all to protect myself and, more importantly, to safeguard you. My heart remains unchanged. My intentions are still pure. I have not turned to darkness. I know what is right and wrong. In this regard, I am still the same, good tea on. My explanation seemed to please Tao Wanxin, who smiled with understanding. I recall telling you that I wish for my boyfriend to embody a heroic figure who would rescue me in times of peril. Do you know why I said that? Curious, I asked why. She reclined back, gazing at the night sky, and replied thoughtfully, when I was kidnapped by the mountain eagle. I felt utterly helpless and terrified. Yet, I never lost hope. Deep down, I fantasized about you coming to save me. I knew it was impossible, yet that thought kept fear at bay. After 2 days, when I was finally rescued, I discovered that my savior was a cold-hearted man, ruthless and driven by greed. Initially, I held a poor opinion of him, but upon returning home, I found myself inexplicably admiring him for his courage. Especially after hearing that the mountain eagle had joined forces with him, my feelings grew even stronger. It's strange. Sometimes I dream about him. In my heart, he became a great hero, albeit domineering, yet worthy of my admiration. I often wished you could become like him. Thus, I proposed that request, a mere flicker of hope, never expecting it to come true. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks onto the grass. I finally understood why. Upon discovering I was the masked man, she had reacted with such astonishment and enchantment. It was as if she had been living in a dream. To be admired in such a manner by a girl, cherished in both identities, stirred excitement within me. I leaned closer, teasingly asking, "Does this mean I have passed your test and can officially be your boyfriend?" Tao Wanxin beamed, responding enthusiastically. Without further ado, I sealed her lips with mine, igniting a fervent kiss under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars. The cool breeze adding to the comfort of the moment. As we reluctantly ended our prolonged kiss, I lay back, gazing at the stars, savoring this rare, tranquil, and beautiful night. However, such beauty is often fleeting. That evening, Tao Wanxin and I shared endless conversations. No longer mere pretense of a relationship, but genuine lovers. Yet, as our romance took flight, it seemed we were on the brink of significant trials. For I had thoroughly offended the pretty boy. Tao Wanxin's straightforward nature did not concern her about potential retribution. She was simply relieved, having long wished to confront him. Her fearless disposition emboldened by my presence. She felt invincible. However, I could not share her confidence, as I was acutely aware of the true power that lay behind the pretty boy as facade. I knew he would not let this slide easily, potentially jeopardizing Tao Wanxin's safety. Yet, to spare this naive girl from worry, I refrained from divulging too much, assuring her that I would accompany her to and from school every day, ensuring her safety. To this, she did not object. Rather, she found it quite empowering. That night, Tao Wanxin appeared to be the happiest woman in the world, unable to resist holding my hand as she gazed at the starry sky, dreaming aloud. If we could live like this, joyfully and romantically, free of worries for a lifetime, how wonderful it would be. I let out a resigned smile, sighing deeply as I replied, "Indeed." Tao Wanxin seemed poised to share more dreams, but at that moment, my phone rang loudly, shattering the peaceful night and interrupting our blissful time. My heart tightened as I sat up, glancing at the caller ID. It was Dog Dan. Upon answering the call, I immediately inquired what happened. Dog Dan replied in a low tone, "The boss is furious, claiming our situation has escalated, and we may no longer be able to remain in his establishment." At that moment, Tao Wanxin also sat up, gazing intently at me. I wished to conceal any emotional fluctuations in her presence, so I moderated my tone, responding calmly, "Is that all?" Dog Dan quickly retorted, "How could I reach out to you for just that? You must hurry to the bar. Someone specifically requested to see you about an urgent matter." I asked in a serious tone. "Who?" Dog Dan, at a loss for words, replied, "I don't know, just like you." She wore a mask, creating an air of mystery. "However, one thing I'm certain of is that she is a woman. You should come quickly. She seems quite anxious, particularly about tonight's events." Upon hearing this, a tension gripped my nerves, and unease began to settle in my heart. A woman urgently seeking me? Regarding tonight's affairs? Regardless, it was evident that the situation was already precarious, and now that someone was proactively reaching out, there might be other circumstances at play. Thus, I informed Tao Wanxin that I had to return, as something had come up. Although she was somewhat reluctant, she ultimately complied and accompanied me to the vehicle. I donned my mask once more, started the motorcycle, and sped directly to the bar. Upon my arrival, Dog Dan, along with a few others, promptly escorted me to my former office. As I entered, I immediately noticed a woman, masked and hatted, quietly seated on the sofa. It was only upon my entrance that she stood, requesting the others to leave, asserting her desire for a private conversation with me. Dog Dan and the others exchanged worried glances, but I sensed a familiarity in the woman's gaze, which, despite a hint of urgency, bore no malice. Consequently, I instructed Dog Dan and the others to wait outside, and they complied without hesitation. Only Tao Wanxin remained, adamantly refusing to leave, not out of concern for my safety, but rather out of a tinge of jealousy. After much coaxing, she reluctantly stepped outside. I turned to Dog Dan and the others, asking them to keep an eye on her before closing the door. Now, the office was left with just the two of us masked individuals, an amusing sight indeed. I approached the chair beside the desk and sat down, fixing my gaze upon her and inquiring, "Who are you?" Without hesitation, she walked over, removed her mask, and unveiled her face before me. My heart raced, and I was momentarily stunned. To my astonishment, it was Xiao Yu. Chapter 43. Xiao Yu's kind intentions even before she removed her mask. I had been moved by the familiarity in her gaze, yet I dared not believe it was her seeking me out. However, as her features were fully revealed, my heart involuntarily trembled. Despite having no expectations of her, having endeavored to forget her, and even reaching a state of despair regarding her, seeing her again stirred a pang of pain within me. She effortlessly evoked memories of the past, resurrecting bygone moments. While my thoughts drifted, Xiao Yu spoke first, her tone gentle. "Are you well?" This unexpected inquiry, reminiscent of a greeting from an old friend, caught me off guard. It seemed she had confirmed my identity as Gu Tian. Yet, even if she acknowledged my former self, I was now the masked man, a figure feared by many. Why then did I still perceive that infuriating pity in her eyes? Did she view me as a perpetual weakling, incapable of providing her with a sense of security? Her hasty arrival tonight undoubtedly meant she had heard whispers of the masked man's true identity. For at least a fleeting second, I had hoped she might see me as having grown stronger, that her perspective might have shifted. Alas, the outcome was merely an increase in my disappointment. Since the lines between pretense and reality had blurred, I saw no need to maintain my guise. Thus, before her, I removed my mask and hat, revealing my indifferent countenance. I then produced a cigarette, lit it, took a few deep puffs to soothe my nerves, and coldly replied, "I'm doing quite well. At least I can sustain myself without relying on the charity of others." Perhaps Xiao Yu detected the sarcasm in my words. Her previously benevolent gaze now reflected a hint of embarrassment, and her beautiful features betrayed a ripple of emotion. She pursed her lips and continued in her gentle tone, "Gu Tian, you used to be so earnest, quiet, and simple-minded. Why have you changed?" I chuckled bitterly and replied, "Are you suggesting I have turned bad? That I have become a rogue? Yet, I find this quite agreeable. No longer am I bullied, and I can amass enough strength to protect the girl I cherish. Is that not what it means to be a man?" The girl I cherished was Tao Wanxin, though the regretful part one referred to was indeed Xiao Yu from the past. Back then, Xiao Yu had dismissed me, primarily because I lacked strength and could not provide her with security. Now, I had transformed into the heroic figure in Tao Wanxin's eyes. Yet it seemed I remained the insignificant, pitiful Gu Tian in Xiao Yu's perception. Why? In her view, had my transformation not merited any recognition? At that moment, Xiao Yu's eyes still held only concern and pity. She merely remarked, "The girl you cherish is that lady from earlier? Isn't she?" I took a drag from my cigarette, extinguished the butt, and affirmed yes. Upon hearing this, a subtle shift occurred in Xiao Yu's expression. She regarded me with an air that seemed tinged with reproach, saying, "So, the commotion tonight was for her?" This might very well have been the purpose of her visit. Her tone suggested that she believed I ought not to have acted in such a manner, that I lacked the capacity to offend anyone. This only served to aggravate me further, prompting me to respond nonchalantly. Indeed, it was for her. What of it? I merely reprimanded a few miscreants. Xiao Yu's expression deepened into one of exasperation as she retorted, "Do you not consider the consequences of your actions before you act?" At that moment, I was certain that she still looked down upon me, and I loathed being viewed with such disdain. I glared at her, my dissatisfaction palpable as I snapped, "So, you came tonight merely to lecture me on morality?" If Xiao Yu had any discernment, she would have recognized that the timid Gu Tian of the past was no longer present. Yet to her, this seemed a tragedy. She furrowed her brow slightly, sighed softly, and said, "Gu Tian, I know you're not inherently bad. I have always remembered your kindness to me, which is why I do not wish to watch you come to harm. I came to advise you to leave this city, to go anywhere else. With your intelligence, you could thrive anywhere. Would it not be better to live a stable and peaceful life? Though her words appeared to be concerned, they pierced my ears like daggers, igniting a sense of agitation within me. I retorted sharply, I quite like this city. Why should I leave? Xiaoyu sighed once more, replying, because you have offended individuals you cannot afford to cross. I had anticipated her role as a self-proclaimed deity, looking down upon me with sympathy and condescension. Why did she perceive me as someone incapable of offending anyone, a mere weakling among the weak? I could not suppress a derisive laugh, saying, are you referring to Chenlin? I hardly believe he poses any threat to me. Xiaoyu gazed at me with a mixture of sorrow and concern, murmuring, I meant Wanyu. With a resounding bang, an intangible force exploded within my mind. Wanyu, the person who makes my teeth grind in frustration. Why does he linger so persistently? Since my arrival in the city, he has relentlessly suppressed, insulted, and plotted against me, forcing me into a corner. I had once been beaten to a pulp by a group of thugs in a restaurant owned by a Sichuan boss, and he was involved. My university days were filled with anxiety as he mocked and assaulted me, ultimately driving me to drop out. The woman I cherished ended up with him. And even as I became the masked man, I could not escape his humiliation and oppression. He is my arch nemesis, my target of ambition. Yet why does he continue to obstruct my path to success? What infuriates me further is that this person's name was spoken by Xiaoya. I was genuinely disgusted and shouted at her, what does he have to do with my affairs? Xiaoya, looking dejected, replied, Chenlin is related to him. He is his cousin. They grew up together, sharing a close bond. You hospitalized his brother. Can you say that doesn't concern him? For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, I felt a sudden urge to laugh at this absurd world. In a city so vast with countless people, how could Wanyu and Chenlin, these two wretches, be related? Had I offended these brothers in a past life, compelling them to entangle me in this one? The younger one harbors feelings for the woman I adore, even going so far as to insult and assault me, while the older one possesses the woman I once loved and continues to oppress me. It is no wonder Xiaoya saw me out first. It is no surprise that Boss Wang once again threatened to fire me. It all ties back to Wanyu. If I could, I would relish tearing Wanyu to shreds. My fists were clenched tightly, the fire of rage coursing through me. At that moment, Xiaoya earnestly cautioned me. You must understand, Wanyu holds grudges. There's already a conflict between you, and now you've seriously injured his cousin. Naturally, he is furious and intends to retaliate. I've tried to dissuade him, but my warnings only add fuel to the fire. Thus, I came to find you. Gutian, truly, this life of violence is not for you. Please heed my advice. Leave and live quietly. My fists were nearly crushed with rage, and I felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I knew that Wanyu's capabilities exceeded my imagination. Should he truly engage me, the consequences would be dire. Had I not taken the initiative to leave university, he would have driven me to my demise. Now he had discovered that I had not left this city, had healed my leg, and had even established a certain influence, all while injuring his cousin. How could this not incite his wrath? He is the type who is both sinister and petty, particularly towards Xiaoya. Given my current state, having injured his cousin and revealing a new side of myself to Xiaoya, if he did not crush my spirit, he would not be Wanyu. Yet, when faced with Wanyu, I seem to have no choice but to evade. The timid Gutian who fled in fear has transformed into the masked man. Yet I am to flee once more out of fear? Impossible. I gritted my teeth and fixed my gaze on Xiaoya, saying each word with conviction. In university, I was timid and helpless, driven out due to Wanyu. Now, I am whole, filled with courage and strength. Why should I once again be forced to flee this city because of him? Tell me, why should I? Xiaoya seemed to grasp the implication of my words about being driven out of school, yet she chose not to elaborate. Instead, she continued to warn me. You cannot win against him. Without hesitation, I retorted, then I must fight to know. A look of disappointment flickered across Xiaoya's face, yet she persisted, Gutian. Why are you so unwilling to listen? You and he are not of the same world. No matter how fierce you become or how well you fare, you cannot surpass him. It is not a matter of courage you lack, but of starting point. You, a child from a mountain village with no background. Even if you win a fight, trouble will still find you, and you could end up in prison. What is worse, if you lose, the consequences will be even graver. Hence, You cannot contend with him. He possesses what you do not. His father is a government official. His mother is in business. His uncle has ties to the underworld. His entire family is united, forming an impregnable fortress. You must remain calm and listen to me. Withdraw. Her intentions were good, yet all I felt was resentment. My teeth nearly ground to dust, my eyes reddened, and I roared at her, so what? He is the king of this city, and no one can touch him? I am but a dog in this city, to be bullied by anyone? Seeing my reaction, Xiaoya appeared saddened. You know that's not what I meant. I pressed her. Then what do you mean? You come and tell me these things to imply I cannot compare with him? No matter how hard I strive, no matter how diligently I work, I will never match him simply because of my lowly status, correct? So, no matter what I become, you will never regard me. While he has become your boyfriend, right? These words have been bottled up for far too long, causing me immense frustration and anguish. At that moment, I unleashed my fury, my dissatisfaction towards Xiaoya. Upon hearing this, her previously unwavering sympathy finally shifted. Her eyes reddened as she shouted, I haven tea. I scoffed, oh really? You dare claim you haven tea? Do you know? For many, when seeking a partner, one's status is inconsequential. What truly matters are character, integrity, and personal capability. Yet, some individuals' hearts are far from pure. You treat him as a treasure, but perhaps to others, he is mere grass. So, I ask you to cease using your superiority to guide me. I do not need it. Xiaoya seemed to sense the underlying meaning in my words and grew slightly angry. What do you mean? The past is behind me, and I have released Xiao. Wan Yu is her own choice, one I do not wish to meddle in. Nor do I have the right to. Moreover, with Tao Wanxin still outside, I prefer not to linger on this matter with Xiaoya. Taking a deep breath, I sought to regain my composure and casually address Xiaoya. It's nothing. It's late, and, as a young woman, sneaking around to find me might not be wise if your boyfriend discovers it. I have no desire to be misconstrued regarding our relationship. If you truly care for me, you should leave early. Xiaoya, who had remained composed since entering, now appeared increasingly agitated. She exclaimed, What do you want to say? You can't seem to express it. With a final look of frustration, she donned her mask and turned to leave. At the door, she did not glance back but coldly stated, If I were you, I would choose to leave, for I detest those who overestimate themselves. With that, she opened the door and exited. It was only when her figure vanished that I slammed my fist onto the desk, the fire of anger consuming me. I felt on the brink of madness when suddenly, Tao Wanxin burst in. Upon seeing my state, she inquired with concern, What's wrong? I quickly adjusted my demeanor, regaining my calm, and replied, It's nothing. Tao Wanxin was no fool. She clearly sensed my unusual demeanor. A hint of jealousy tinged her voice as she asked, Who was that woman? Why did she come to see you so late? Why are your eyes red? I looked at her and explained a classmate from university came to catch up. Upon hearing this, Tao Wanxin's jealousy intensified, and she pouted, Humph, how could you want to catch up so late? She's not your ex-girlfriend, is she? I forced a strained smile and replied, Do you really think that with my past cowardice, any woman would be interested in me? That I could find a girlfriend? Tao Wanxin's expression turned a mix of sadness and relief, and she smiled true. Who would look at a peeping Tom, except for me being blind? I chuckled softly, then stood up and gradually approached her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. As I compared her to the earlier Xiao Yu, the clarity of my feelings intensified. Tao Wanxin was my treasure, deserving of a lifetime of care. Reflecting on the hurtful words I had heard from Xiao Yu, I could not help but inquire of the girl in my arms. Exan, will you ever come to despise me? Will you look down on me for being from the countryside, for lacking a family background, for having no bright future? Will you abandon me? Xiao Yu's words had instilled a sense of insecurity in me, a fear that no one, not even Tao Wanxin, would ever love someone like me. I worried that her affection might be fleeting, that she might cast me aside when her interest waned. Tao Wanxin sensed the sadness and self-doubt in my voice. She immediately pushed me away, covering my face with her hands, and comforted me. How could that be? The old you seemed weak and utterly pathetic in my eyes, with no ambition whatsoever, yet I never despised you. The person you have become now is a hero in my heart, a true man of stature. I am fond of you. How could I possibly look down on you? Her words brought me considerable relief, but my worries lingered. What about your parents? Will they allow you to be with someone like me? Upon hearing this, Tao Wanxin's demeanor shifted slightly. After a moment's pause, she replied, It's all right. My father treats me well. As long as I am happy, he would not dare to interfere. Her spoiled demeanor surfaced once more, and I found myself enchanted by her headstrong character. Unable to resist, I kissed her again, and then we exited the office together. As we stepped out, Dog Dan and the others awaited me, and upon seeing us, eagerly inquired about the situation. I whispered to them, "Let me take Xander home first, and then we could discuss things." They nodded in agreement. Thus, I, along with Dog Dan, Dumb, and Cow Dung, escorted Tao Wanxin home. Just as we emerged from the bar, a sleek black car sped towards us and halted abruptly at the entrance. Having just heard about Luan Yu from Xiaoyu, my nerves were heightened. I immediately signaled to my friends to be cautious. The car door swung open, and to my astonishment, Tao Wanxin's father emerged. Upon seeing us, a look of stern anger crossed his face, and he fixed a glare at Tao Wanxin, bellowing, "Xer, come here." Chapter 44. A love full of reluctance. I couldn't say I knew Tao Wanxin's father well, but I'd seen him a few times and recognized his deep affection for his daughter. However, I had never witnessed such fury on his face, nor such an unfriendly tone. Tao Wanxin seemed equally taken aback by her father's sudden appearance. Her expression shifted to one of anxiety as she stood her ground, replying, "Dad, what are you doing here?" Without allowing her to speak further, her father sternly commanded, "Come here. We are going home." In that moment, my heart sank. I realized he intended to separate her from me. The beautiful dreams we had shared in the office evaporated in an instant, and I feared that this newfound happiness would slip away. Tao Wanxin, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. Her face grew dark, yet she stood resolute, firmly rejecting her father's demand. "I won't go back." I believed in Tao Wanxin. I trusted she would fiercely protect our hard-won love. Her straightforward nature revealed her thoughts transparently on her face. However, I knew her father understood her even better. His arrival was not a request for discussion, but a forceful attempt to take her home. Still, Tao Wanxin refused to budge. As the tension escalated, she shouted at her father, "I won't leave. Why do you have to control me? After Mom passed away, did you ever care for me? Did you help me when I was bullied? Did you comfort me when I was sad? Now that I am happy, you come interfere? Why should you?" As she spoke, her voice grew frantic, and tears streamed down her face. She unleashed all her grievances, and I finally understood the depths of her heart. Ever since her stepmother entered their lives, Tao Wanxin had not truly been happy. Thankfully, her cousin had been there to support her, preventing her from completely falling apart. Thus, even though her father had shown her more care recently, she still bore the unshakable shadows of the past and harbored resentment towards him. Her father, recognizing her emotional state, dared not push her too hard. Instead, he turned his gaze towards me and approached, speaking softly, "Can we talk privately?" He led the way to a nearby open area. Tao Wanxin grasped my hand, reluctant to let me go. I could see the concern in her eyes, fearing her father would turn against me. I gently patted her hand, giving her a reassuring look, and told her to wait. I then walked over to her father and stood tall beside him. To be honest, I felt a deep sense of respect for this imposing man. Perhaps I had subconsciously begun to regard him as a potential father-in-law. However, it was clear that I did not hold a place in his heart. As he scrutinized me, he finally spoke with a solemn tone, "Gutian, do you still find it necessary to wear a mask?" His words made me feel a bit embarrassed. Given the recent events, it was likely that everyone was aware of my identity, rendering the mask pointless. I quickly removed it, offering a sheepish smile. "I apologize, it has become a habit." Tao Wanxin's father fixed me with a piercing gaze and continued, "Gutian, you once saved Xiner from the hands of the mountain eagle. For that, I truly thank you. However, you must understand that it was also you who put her in danger. Therefore, I do not owe you anything. Although I have no objection to your relationship with Xiner, all I desire is for her to be happy and grow up healthily. As long as you can bring her joy, I will not interfere. But right now, that is not possible." My heart tightened, and I immediately asked why. He scoffed. "You should know the answer to that. You must be aware of the trouble you've caused today. You have offended the Chun family and the Luan family. I have heard that the young master of the Luan family is furious. Their influence in this city is substantial, and it seems that you are about to be crushed beneath it. Do you intend to drag Xiner down with you?" His words struck a nerve, and despite my attempts at self-deception, I could not escape the reality of the situation. I was acutely aware of the mess I had created, yet my selfishness led me to cling to the hope of protecting Tao Wanxin. I had failed to consider the repercussions of my actions on her well-being. Seeing my hesitance, Tao Wanxin's father seized the moment, saying, "Good Tian, I can overlook your background and education, but you are currently in grave danger. This concerns Exiner's safety, and as her father, I must intervene. I cannot stand by and watch my daughter come harm. If you truly care for her, I implore you to leave her, to prevent her from leaping into the abyss alongside you. Can you do that?" My heart ached, yet my mind was clear. The clearer I became, the more painful it felt. I knew what was best for Tao Wanxin, yet I could not bear to part with her. I found myself unable to make any promises to her father. Seeing my silence, he grew frustrated and admonished me. "Consider your situation carefully and reflect on your heart. Determine what you ought to do. I am a father of Exiner, and I understand her well. In her childhood, she was left with shadows in her heart, leading to a profound lack of affection. When you treat her kindly, she feels it 1,000-fold, which makes her believe she harbors deep feelings for you. However, these emotions are merely a fleeting passion. As they deepen, her dependency grows. If you truly care for her, it is imperative that you sever this bond before she becomes entirely reliant on you." His words grew increasingly candid, implying that as long as he exists, there is no future for me and Tao Wanxin. He urged me to reflect upon my heart. Indeed, it beats for her. If this were merely a passionate impulse, I would stubbornly cling to her despite everything. Yet, such love is selfish, focused solely on satisfying one's own desires without regard for the other's well-being. I have not lost my reason nor allowed selfish love to cloud my judgment. My sincere wish is to protect the woman I cherish. Perhaps letting go is a form of protection. True love is often about self-sacrifice. For Tao Wanxin, I am willing to endure all pain and face every danger alone. Tao's father, as a parent, is not at fault, and I sympathize with him. Thus, I suppress my heartache and reluctance, and with great difficulty, I spoke. "Please take her away." Upon seeing my concession, Tao's father finally sighed in relief. However, he quickly added, "If I could take her, why would I be saying all this to you? You saw for yourself that Exiner refuses to leave with me. Therefore, I hope you can persuade her to come home with me. Will you?" My eyes burned and my chest tightened, but I made a concerted effort to control my emotions and replied with difficulty, "Very well." Tao's father finally displayed a smile and said gently, "Thank you." He then took the lead and walked toward Tao Wanxin, and I immediately followed. At that moment, Tao Wanxin stood not far away, staring at us with a blank expression. Tao's father approached her cautiously, remaining silent to avoid startling her. I strode directly to Tao Wanxin, resolutely stating, "Exiner, you should go home with your father." These words, seemingly ordinary, carried the weight of finality in this context. Tao Wanxin immediately sensed the implication, her eyes filling with fear and deep reproach. She did not respond to me, but turned to her father and shouted, "What did you tell him?" Witnessing her distress pierced my heart. Yet as a man who loves her, I could only cruelly assert, "This has nothing to do with your father. It is I want you to go home." Tears of grievance welled in Tao Wanxin's eyes, and it was evident she was terrified and heartbroken. She choked out, "Why don't you want me anymore?" I swallowed the bitter anguish lodged in my throat, my heart aching. "No, how could that be, silly girl? I won't hide it from you any longer. I've offended a formidable individual who will retaliate. If you stay by my side, you'll be in danger. Therefore, you must go home and keep your distance from me. That way, you will be safer and your father can protect you. Do you understand?" Tao Wanxin burst into tears, her anguish spilling over as she cried, "I refuse. You got into trouble because of me. How can I leave you now? Besides, if I leave, won't you still be in danger?" I replied in despair, "No, this has nothing to do with you. He is an enemy from my past. Our debts will eventually be settled. Only if you leave can I fight without reservations. Do you understand? Rest assured, I will not be in danger. You've forgotten? In your eyes, I'm a great hero. Who could threaten me?" Although Tao Wanxin's mind is simple, she could see through my lies, perceiving the torment within me. She insisted tearfully, "I want to go. I refuse to leave you, no. Heaven knows how her words threatened to unravel my concealed reluctance. I cannot bear the thought of parting from Tao Wanxin forever, nor could I relinquish this precious bond one longed to cherish. Yet, reality was cruel. Both Xiaoya and Tao's father had warned me of the imminent danger I faced. I would not mourn my own demise, but I could not allow Tao Wanxin to be harmed. With that thought, I buried my profound reluctance deep within my heart, and, gritting my teeth, I roared at Tao Wanxin, If you do not leave, I will break up with you. This was my first outburst toward Tao Wanxin, the most painful and helpless moment of my life. Just this once, it terrified her completely, and her sobs grew more intense, her eyes wide with panic and confusion. Meanwhile, I felt turmoil within me, yet I could only maintain an expressionless facade. Seeing my countenance, Tao Wanxin grew fearful, beginning to yield. With a pitiful tone, she asked, "If I go home, when can I come and find you?" I continued to suppress my myriad emotions, rasping, "Once I resolve my troubles, I will seek you out. Please listen to your father." Tao Wanxin's eyes grew increasingly sorrowful, on the brink of collapse. She desperately did not want to leave me, yet she had no choice but to trust me. She wiped her tears and extended her pinky, saying, "Pinky, swear, promise me you will come find me soon." I began to tremble, but I forced myself to remain composed. At that moment, her tiny finger felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and lifting mine was an arduous task. Slowly and painfully, I extended my pinky and linked it with hers, saying, "I will definitely do so." Tao Wanxin's tears pooled in her eyes once more, but this time she fought to hold them back. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed a gentle kiss on my lips, expressing her pain. "I will wait for you." With that, she quickly turned and climbed into her father's car. Before getting in, Tao's father leaned toward me and reminded, "Thank you, but please remember, do not seek her out again." With that, he strode away, entering his vehicle, which soon drove off. I stood there, my vision blurred, watching the car gradually fade from view. I saw Tao Wanxin's small head protruding from the window, crying and waving goodbye until she vanished from my sight. In that moment, a buzzing filled my ears. Her words, "I will wait for you," resonating at various frequencies in my mind. I will wait for you. I will wait for you. She awaited the day her hero would resolve everything and fulfill his promise to find her. Yet that promise felt insurmountably heavy upon me. A wall now separates my life, obstructing my destiny and strangling my love. This wall is Luan Yu. Why have I lost everything before our battle even commenced? Boss Wang fears him, no longer trusts me, and wishes to dismiss me. Tao's father fears him too, taking away Tao Wanxin. My entire world has plunged into darkness. My heart feels as though it has been torn to shreds, my eyes brimming with tears. I long to cry out, yet my brothers Godin, Newfound, and Yaba stand nearby. I do not want them to witness my vulnerability, so I endure, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet I persist. Perhaps even fate knows I am close to breaking. The stifling skies suddenly boomed with thunder, and in an instant, torrential rain poured down on this desolate night. The rain soaked my clothes, splashed my face, and blurred my vision. Under the cover of the rain, my tears finally flowed freely. I did not sob aloud, but cried uncontrollably. In the downpour, I appeared wretched and tragic, while Godin, Newfound, and Yaba did not pull me away or offer comfort. Perhaps they understood the depths of my despair, silently accompanying me in my release. The four of us stood motionless on the empty bar street, allowing the relentless rain to pummel us. Chapter 45. The fall of a tree and the scattering of monkeys after a torrential downpour raged with unrelenting fury. The rain gradually subsided, and I slowly regained my senses. The conflict with Luan Yu had yet to commence, and I could not afford to wallow in despair, no matter how cruel reality might be. I had to remain steadfast, especially since I was not alone in this battle. I had Dog Dan, the mute, and Newfound by my side. Even if the sky were to fall, I had good brothers to shoulder the burden with me, and that was my ultimate solace. I clenched my fists tightly and then turned slightly to Dog Dan and the others, saying, "Let us go in." Upon entering the bar's office, as soon as the door closed, Dog Dan could no longer contain his curiosity. "Tiange, what on earth happened?" I shook off the rainwater from my clothes and slowly made my way to the office chair, taking a seat. "The Chinlin we fought at the nightclub is Luan Yu's cousin." Dog Dan immediately grasped the implications, fury flashing in his eyes. He stepped closer, gritting his teeth. "Tiange, you've tolerated him for too long. Now is the perfect opportunity to go all out and take him down." I forced a bitter smile. "It's not that simple." Setting aside our uncertainty about his personal strength, just his family alone could crush us. If we provoke him, we might end up behind bars. Dog Dan, indignant on my behalf, retorted, "What then? Should we just keep enduring? At this rate, we might as well burst." I rubbed my temples. This issue cannot be resolved through mere impulse. We need to devise a plan. Given Luan Yu's temperament, it won't be long before he retaliates, and we must prepare ourselves. Dog Dan nodded, falling silent. I pressed my lips together and asked, by the way, what exactly does Boss Wong mean? Did he explicitly say we were fired? Dog Dan scoffed, not exactly. He merely stated that we're in deep trouble and that he might not be able to shield us. However, he did mention he would try to speak on our behalf and settle things privately. Yet, judging by his unconvincing tone, I doubt we can rely on him. Nodding thoughtfully, I realized that, in a direct confrontation, I wasn't particularly afraid of Luan Yu. After all, my own influence was considerable, bolstered by fierce allies like the Mute and formidable warriors like Shan Ning. If it came down to a fight, he might not stand a chance against us. My true fear lay in Luan Yu's cunning. He was a master of deception, from hiring thugs to stage a scene against Xiao Yu to orchestrating schemes to slander me. Most importantly, he had powerful connections that could resolve any issue, while my patron, Boss Wong, seemed paralyzed by fear at the first sign of trouble. Thinking of this made my head throb, but I would not flee. Whether for Tao Wanxin, to hold my head high before Xiao Yu, or simply for the sake of living, I refused to emulate the old Gutian and shy away from challenges. That night, Dog Dan and I, along with the others, deliberated various possibilities and strategies until the early hours before quietly returning to our residence. I slept fitfully, plagued by nightmares. The following noon, I received a call from the boss, requesting a meeting at his private club's tennis court. When Dog Dan, the Mute, and newfound and I arrived, Boss Wong lounged in his sun chair, exuding an air of leisure, accompanied by Alan, the skilled soldier who had previously lost to the Mute. The same people, the same setting, yet the atmosphere was starkly different. Approaching Boss Wong with a stoic expression, I straightened my posture and looked down at him. He squinted his triangular eyes, sizing me up, and, after a long pause, finally spoke. I hear you're a Gutian. Is that correct? I replied dully yes. He smiled faintly. Ah, youthful arrogance. Tell me, why would you choose to offend Luan Yu of all people? In a low voice, I explained I already had a grudge against him. This was merely the spark that ignited the fire. Feigning a sigh, Boss Wong said, I want to hide the truth from you. Upon learning that you fought Chen Lin yesterday, I immediately thought to help you resolve the situation. Initially, I planned to plead with you to apologize, believing we could smooth things over. However, today I received news that you secretly met with Luan Yu's girlfriend last night, and he is furious. I must say, even a deity couldn't save you now. I had never had high hopes for Boss Wong, and I was merely here to hear his perspective. Yet, I was taken aback to learn that my meeting with Xiao Yu had come to Luan Yu's attention. Xiao Yu had deliberately worn a mask and hat to conceal her identity, but evidently, it was no match for Luan Yu's vigilance. We were utterly doomed. I recalled how, in the library, a few casual words with Xiao Yu had almost led to my demise at his hands. Now that he knew I had clandestinely met her in the dead of night, I could hardly fathom what he might do next. Yet, since the storm had arrived, I resolved to confront it head-on without retreating. I stared coldly at Boss Wong and asked, so, what do you intend to do? He regarded me with a deep gaze. Lamenting, Gutian, how should I put it? I truly valued you, especially after you brought Shan Ning under your wing. I intended to cultivate your talents. Yet, who could foresee such a calamity? Even if I wished to keep you, I am powerless. Consider my position. I cannot risk my years of hard work for your sake. However, I can offer you a piece of advice. Take your brothers and leave this city as quickly as possible. The farther, the better. Before I could respond, Dog Dan interjected. Mr. Wong Li-kun, spare us the pretense. Just say it plainly. We risked our lives serving you. But now that we offended someone you can't contend with, you want us gone. It's a simple matter. Boss Wong, caught off guard by Dog Dan's words, appeared flustered but did not lose his temper. He replied solemnly, it's not that I lack compassion, it's that you've made too much noise. I doubt anyone in this city would dare to take you in, though I understood Boss Wong's perspective as a businessman unwilling to incur losses. That did little to lighten my heart. When one is powerful, everyone rallies around them, but the moment danger looms, they are quick to cast you aside. The coldness of being discarded like this was profoundly disheartening. With a heavy heart, I looked at Boss Wong and said softly, thank you for your guidance during this time. I apologize for the trouble I've caused. Today, I will ensure a smooth transition for the club. Rest assured, I will hand over everything. With that, I did not cast him another glance and turned to leave. Once outside the private club, Dog Dan berated Boss Wong, calling him ungrateful and solely driven by profit. I could only manage a wry smile at his words. Subsequently, we headed to the Golden Splendor nightclub. We gathered all the brothers from the 3 establishments under Boss Wang's banner at the nightclub for a meeting. In front of my comrades, I candidly laid bare the gravity of our situation and informed them of my imminent departure from the club. I left it up to them to decide whether they would stand by me in this struggle for survival. To those who chose to remain, I would treat them like true brothers. To those who wished to part ways, I would not force them. The outcome was disheartening. Most of Boss Wang's former subordinates chose to stay with him, while those who had gravitated toward me gradually dispersed. The only ones remaining loyal were Dog Dan, the mute, Newfound, and a few steadfast brothers led by Jian Ge. Indeed, as the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The warmth and coldness of human emotions are known only to oneself. It is only in such times that one can discern who remains steadfastly loyal. In a single night, the once formidable masked man, who stood tall, was reduced to his true self, while I became Gutian. Now, only a handful of brothers remain by my side. Once basking in glory, we now find ourselves in a state of desolation, and this stark contrast fills me with helplessness and sorrow. In my solitude, accompanied by my remaining brothers, I ventured to the last refuge I had, the Mountain Eagle bathhouse. I had hoped to find some warmth there, yet reality proved to be far more brutal than anticipated. Even at Mountain Eagle, discord had arisen, for they had heard of Luan Yu's intent to exact a reckless revenge upon me. Anyone who stood with me became his enemy. The brothers at Mountain Eagle understood the power of the Luan family, aware that opposing them was akin to throwing eggs against stones. Consequently, they urged Mountain Eagle to abandon me. After all, their ties to me were tenuous, and their loyalty was not guaranteed. However, Mountain Eagle was different. He had once declared that I would always be his leader, and he remained true to his word. His sense of loyalty was profound, and he genuinely respected me. Now that I was in peril, he unhesitatingly chose to stand by me through thick and thin. This decision caused friction between Mountain Eagle and several of his brothers. It would be unjust to label those brothers as disloyal. They would willingly brave any danger for him. Yet, when it came to me, their so-called leader, who they felt little emotional connection to, they were reluctant to risk their lives. Faced with this situation, I urged Mountain Eagle not to force his brothers, allowing them to decide their own fates, as they owed me nothing. Upon hearing my words, it seemed Mountain Eagle realized that his initial allegiance to me had not involved his brother's consent. Now, as he prepared to risk his life for me, he still expected them to follow unconditionally, which felt unfair to them. Thus, he compromised, permitting his brothers to choose whether to stay or leave. Ultimately, more than half of Mountain Eagle's brothers departed. He feigned indifference, but I could see the reluctance and pain in his eyes. For these were the brothers who had once fought alongside him through thick and thin. Witnessing Mountain Eagle risk not only his own safety, but also endure the heartache of losing brothers for my sake, filled me with guilt and gratitude. I could not help but ask him, "Mountain Eagle, do you not regret this? You could choose to leave, and I would not blame you." With unwavering determination, Mountain Eagle met my gaze and declared, "No regrets." His resolute declaration resonated deeply within me. I vowed that from this moment forth, he would be my brother in life and death, just like Dog Dan and the others. Yet, despite having a few brothers by my side, the feeling of desolation and helplessness still enveloped me. Even with Mountain Eagle and his remaining brothers, our collective strength amounted to barely 30 souls. How could we possibly contend with Luan Yu? The city was vast, with the Luan and Chun families reportedly able to dominate half of it, while we were but a mere speck, isolated in a desolate corner, devoid of support or backing. The battle had yet to commence, yet we already felt forsaken and isolated. My brothers and I were acutely aware of the dire situation we faced. However, we were not afraid of death. We could only cling to our indomitable spirits. As long as our beliefs remained intact, we would never retreat. In the days that followed, we took refuge in Mountain Eagle's bathhouse, a location known for its good security and familiarity to him, making it a strategic base for our defensive stance. All the brothers were on high alert, prepared for the impending battle, waiting for Luan Yu's arrival and his inevitable revenge. Yet Luan Yu seemed to deliberately cultivate a tense atmosphere, remaining inactive for an extended period. Our 20-plus brothers wasted their energy in anticipation of a tempest that never arrived, leaving us drained while the skies remained overcast and unyielding. Luan Yu's inaction was far more unsettling than an outright assault. I found myself powerless. With our scant resources, we could not take the initiative against Luan Yu. who was unlikely to foolishly wait for us to strike. Perhaps he had already set a trap for us. Caught in this dilemma, we were left with no easy way out. Time stretched on agonizingly, and anxiety began to sap our strength. We were not afraid of death, but the torment of waiting for it was unbearable. Each day felt like a precarious tightrope walk, leaving us utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Aside from the constant tension, we engaged in discussions, speculating on Luan Yu's potential cunning strategies. If he refrained from overt aggression, what nefarious schemes might he employ, and how could we counter them? In this atmosphere of foreboding, we endured 5 long days. Finally, my brothers could no longer bear it. The suffocating tension threatened to consume us. Dog Dan suggested that perhaps this was Luan Yu's first devious ploy to drive us to madness with our own created anxiety. We could not persist in this manner, otherwise we would risk mental collapse. After much deliberation, we concluded that we had 2 paths before us. The first was to heed Xiao Yu's advice and escape the city with my brothers, allowing me a chance to regroup in another city and return to confront Luan Yu. The second, far more dangerous route, involved taking the initiative to confront Luan Yu directly, albeit in a covert manner, perhaps by ambushing him at school to exact my revenge and then fleeing with my brothers. Faced with these 2 choices, which ran counter to my initial intentions, I found myself torn. Above all, I despised the thought of being driven away like a stray dog by Luan Yu. Nevertheless, I recognized the necessity of this course of action, even if not for myself. I could not place my brothers, those willing to stand by me, at risk of danger and psychological torment. Thus, having resolved to leave, I resolved not to depart with a heavy heart. With a firm resolve, I chose the second path, to eliminate Luan Yu first and then escape. Dog Dan and the others, who had endured so much, readily embraced this choice. Everyone was eager to vent their frustrations before embarking on a new adventure. Following our decision, we began devising a detailed plan to confront Luan Yu. However, before the plan could take shape, a phone call interrupted my thoughts. The caller ID displayed Tao Wanxin's name, a name I knew all too well. Upon seeing it, I felt a surge of excitement. Since her departure, I had tried to reach her several times, only to find her phone off. To see her number appear now filled me with a blend of anticipation and anxiety. I quickly pressed the answer button, but the voice on the other end was not Tao Wanxin's. Instead, it was her father's stern yet urgent tone. "Gutian, did you take XINR from school?" On that fateful night of torrential rain, I swallowed my reluctance and bid farewell to Tao Wanxin, determined to keep her safe from the storm that surrounded me. Even when I called her afterward, it was merely a reflection of my longing. Yet, upon hearing her father's words, the weight of dread descended upon me. With trembling hands, I replied, "No, is Tao Wanxin missing?" Her father urged Gutian, "This is not a joke. This is serious. If we cannot find her, I will have to call the police." My rationality is on the verge of being engulfed by fear, yet I strive to maintain control and clarity. I remind myself, I truly did not intend for this to happen. Had I been capable of such actions, I would never have urged her to leave with you. It seems that Tao's father has lost his composure as well. He rebukes me with frustration, stating that he sends someone to escort XINR daily. Yet today, she was not retrieved. According to the teacher, XINR was summoned away by someone. I had warned her repeatedly to be vigilant and never trust strangers. Therefore, the person who managed to call her away must be someone familiar to her. If it is not you, then who could it be? At this realization, my hand trembles as I grip my phone. Undoubtedly, the only one capable of deceiving the innocent Tao Wanxin is Luan Yu. I never anticipated that he would target her, given that she is no longer connected to me. Suddenly, I recall that Boss Wang mentioned Luan Yu was aware of my clandestine meetings with Xiao Yu. Yes, that very matter. Luan Yu, being so petty, must think that I share some undisclosed secret with Xiao Yu. Now, in retaliation, he has taken Tao Wanxin. The thought terrifies me. I cannot bear to contemplate it further. The panic within me spreads like wildfire, rendering me unable to comprehend anything Tao's father is saying. Finally, his thunderous roar jolts me back. "Gutian, if you do not speak the truth, I shall not hold back." I awaken abruptly, realizing my vision has blurred. I shake my head vigorously and, with utmost sincerity, address Tao's father. "Uncle, please trust me. Give me 1 day, and I shall find Tao Wanxin and return her to you safely. If you truly care for her safety, I implore you not to call the police. Otherwise, she may be in grave danger." Without waiting for a response, I forcefully hurl my phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. My companions are momentarily stunned, but Dog Dan quickly recovers, asking anxiously, "Gutian, what has happened?" I close my eyes in despair and reply, "We have been too naive. Wan Yu has already taken action." The others grow panicked, fearing that Wan Yu is targeting us, but I quickly clarify, "Not us, but the woman I love, Tao Wanxin." Upon hearing this, Dog Dan curses angrily. "Damn, that scoundrel. Are you certain?" I respond with a heavy heart. "Not entirely, but it is highly likely. Dog Dan, I need you to gather information and find Wan Yu's phone number." Dog Dan takes his leave to carry out my request, while I sit in a daze at the bathing center, waiting anxiously for over 2 hours. Finally, Dog Dan returns with news. Tao Wanxin is indeed missing. He discreetly investigated Wan Yu's university and discovered that he and his close friends have not attended classes for the past few days, confirming that Wan Yu has abducted Tao Wanxin. Dog Dan hands me Wan Yu's phone number, and without hesitation, I dial it using Dog Dan's phone. The line rings for what feels like an eternity before it connects, and a nonchalant voice greets me. "Hello." Recognizing Wan Yu's tone, my anger surges. I nearly scream into the phone. "Did you take Tao Wanxin?" The silence on the other end suggests he anticipated my call. After a brief pause, his lazy tone responds, "Heh, I didn't expect you to be so clever, finding me so quickly. But it doesn't matter when you contact me. I'm just worried that your precious little one might not hold up." His flippant demeanor infuriates me further, and I yell, "What have you done to Tao Wanxin?" Wan Yu retorts mockingly, "What do you think, Gutian? You have some nerve, provoking my cousin and still daring to bother Xiao Yu. I warned you not to mess with her. Yet here you are." Without thinking, I declare, "I have nothing to do with her." Wan Yu snorts derisively before continuing, "I know about your past with her. Xiao Yu has a soft spot for those who have done her a kindness, especially for you, the pathetic waste of space. She promised me she would no longer contact you, yet here she is, sneaking out to meet you at midnight. You expect me to believe there's nothing going on?" At that moment, I must admit that Xiao Yu is indeed my nemesis. Her presence invariably brings trouble, and this time, it has ensnared Tao Wanxin. My rage threatens to explode, and I grit my teeth, insisting I truly have nothing to do with her. She merely warned me of danger and urged me to escape. To my dismay, the more I explain, the angrier Wan Yu becomes. Abruptly, he shifts his tone, growling, "Humph, my woman is not to be coveted by anyone. You have crossed my line, and now I will make you experience the agony of your own woman being desired." I feel as if I am losing my mind, my eyes reddening as I shout, "What have you done to her?" Wan Yu chuckles sinisterly before saying, "Rest assured, I have no interest in young girls. But my cousin is quite fond of her, so haha." My nerves are frayed, and I realize Wan Yu intends for me to experience the humiliation of betrayal. He wishes for a pretty boy to pursue Tao Wanxin. I cannot bear to think further. Tears spring to my eyes as I grip my phone tightly, stating each word with resolve. "If you harm Tao Wanxin, I will kill you, even if it means my own demise." My desperate declaration seems laughable to Wan Yu, who coldly responds, "Sure, come and kill me, bring all your brothers. I'll be waiting." With that, he snickers before hanging up. I am left in a daze, feeling utterly helpless and on the brink of collapse. My trembling hands attempt to call back, but suddenly, I receive a text message containing an address, an abandoned factory on the outskirts. He ominously warns that if I do not arrive within 2 hours, I will see the wretched remains of Tao Wanxin. In that instant, a wave of weakness washes over me, and my phone slips from my grasp, hitting the ground with a dull thud. I stagger backward, nearly losing my balance, but Dog Dan and the others catch me. My heart shatters under the weight of self-blame, guilt, fear, and panic, overwhelming me to the brink of collapse. Seeing my distress, Dog Dan gently urges me to calm down or face dire consequences. Gradually, I regain a semblance of composure, realizing the horrifying scenes that await me. Wan Yu has laid a trap, waiting for me to step in, intending to bury me. Yet if I refuse to jump, he will bury Tao Wanxin instead. In this moment, I cast aside thoughts of my own safety. My sole focus is on Tao Wanxin. I promised her father I would return her safely, and I cannot allow him to lose his beloved daughter, nor can I bear to lose the woman I cherish. Thus, I address my brothers with clarity. Wan Yu has kidnapped Tao Wanxin and sent me an address to meet him. Clearly, they are well prepared, waiting for my arrival. No matter how many of us go, it is a perilous endeavor. Furthermore, he has a hostage, so I must act cautiously. I implore you all to stay behind while I confront him alone. You have already supported me enough. I thank you for that. This is my heartfelt confession. I wish to perish alone, not wanting to involve my brothers in my demise. Moreover, since Luan Yu instructed me to bring my brothers along, it signifies that he intends to exact revenge on them as well. He will undoubtedly seek to eliminate them all. I cannot bear to witness so many loyal brothers sacrificing their lives for me. However, my words immediately incited public outrage. Go Dan, Nyo-Yun, and Shanning all vehemently reproached me, claiming I did not regard them as brothers and that we had vowed to live and die together. They had never contemplated survival without each other. Witnessing my brother's fervor, I found it impossible to encapsulate my emotions with mere gratitude. Their presence emboldened me. And even in the face of death, I felt a sense of grandeur and strength. I understood that from the moment they chose to stand by me, they had disregarded life and death. Thus, I shed my hesitation and conveyed my boundless affection for them through my gaze. I then explained to my brothers that if we were to proceed, there were only two paths. One bore a mere 1% hope of rescuing Tao Wanxin and incapacitating Luan Yu, yet faced the legal consequences thereafter. The other led to the demise of us all at Luan Yu's hands. Regardless of the path, both were roads to death. Yet knowing this, my brothers displayed no signs of fear. Rather, they were filled with excitement and an eagerness to engage. All my brothers stood resolute, declaring that we would fight, no matter the cost. This fervor ignited my own indomitable spirit. Though we faced certain death, we embraced it as an honor, a grand endeavor. Standing before these brothers willing to accompany me to the gallows, I sincerely expressed my gratitude. Thank you. Half an hour later, everything was set. 28 of us, radiating an imposing aura, donned our formidable attire, each astride a roaring motorcycle, armed with a machete, warriors poised for battle, exuding a fierce determination. Leading the charge on my motorcycle, my brothers stood powerfully behind me. As I turned my gaze toward them, I beheld faces brimming with valor and resolve. At that moment, I felt no fear. Rather, I was exhilarated, my blood boiling with fervor as passion blazed within me. With the roar of my motorcycle echoing, the engines of the others erupted in a symphonic crescendo. This audacious noise reverberated through the bustling streets. I tilted my head back, inhaled deeply and bellowed, "Brothers, let us ride." In an instant, all 28 motorcycles surged forward at breakneck speed toward our destination. Chapter 47. Tao Wanxin and the Pretty Boy. A throng of motorcycles thundered down the road. A spectacle of grand ambition. Each of us harbored lofty aspirations, a sense of liberation that had been pent up for far too long, surrendering our fates to the hands of death. Yet, beneath this boldness lay profound anxiety. Thoughts of Tao Wanxin's delicate visage and spirited presence raced through my mind. Every moment spent with her, every joy shared, replayed vividly. But the thought of this woman, who had brought me happiness, romance, and love, now ensnared in peril, drove me to madness. I feared that Luan Yu, that treacherous scoundrel, might truly act upon his threats, subjecting her to indignities. Even if I were to rescue her at the cost of my life, it could leave her with lifelong scars. For I knew all too well how much she despised that pretty boy. The more I pondered, the more anguish consumed me. I pushed my motorcycle to its limits, racing fervently toward our goal. Finally, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we arrived at the abandoned factory. The cacophony of our motorcycles shattered the desolation of the area, invigorating our little band. Upon dismounting, we swiftly convened, strategizing our approach. Although we were acutely aware of our slim chances, our morale remained high, compelling us to prepare for one last desperate stand. Godin declared that, regardless of the outcome, Luan Yu must taste defeat. He vowed to do his utmost to hold Luan Yu at bay, while the mute and I would attempt to rescue Tao Wanxin. At this moment, we placed our hopes squarely on the mute, for we could scarcely conceive of the power he wielded with a machete. He was our greatest asset. Of course, Godin, Nyo-Yun, and Shanning were not to be underestimated. In terms of combat prowess, we were formidable, though we feared that our numbers had dwindled too much. After finalizing our plan, we advanced into the depths of the factory. The short journey felt laden with the weight of 1,000 burdens. Each of us clutched our machetes, our expressions grave, hearts resolute. However, as we stepped into the expansive courtyard of the factory, a heavy atmosphere enveloped us. Before our eyes stood a dark mass of people, at least 200 strong, all clad in identical suits and sunglasses. The sight struck me with awe. Perhaps this was the true face of the underworld. Their presence dwarfed our motley crew of misfits. At that moment, I realized just how formidable Wan Yu's criminal connections truly were. It was no wonder that even seasoned figures like Boss Wong would retreat at the mere mention of his name. I had unwittingly crossed paths with an unimaginably powerful adversary. Faced with such a daunting assembly, my brothers, once filled with zeal, faltered. No matter how emboldened we felt, we appeared insignificant in the shadow of this overwhelming force. Yet, whether facing a den of dragons or a lair of tigers, I had no choice but to press on. The thought of Tao Wanxin still in their clutches propelled me forward, and my brothers and I, undeterred by the specter of death, bravely advanced toward the oppressive throng. When we were within 10 meters of them, I halted. The usually taciturn mute leaned closer and whispered, "When the fighting starts, stay close to me." I turned slightly, locking eyes with him, and nodded firmly. Then I called out to the suited men, "We have arrived. Where's Luan Yu?" Suddenly, the row of stoic figures parted, creating a long path down the center. At the end of this pathway sat Luan Yu, leisurely perched in a chair. A long table before him adorned with wine and glasses. He held a glass in hand, savoring a sip of red wine. Beside him sat Xiao Yu, her face etched with anxiety, her gaze toward me filled with remorse and sympathy. To Luan Yu's right were Lei Zi and a group of 4 others, their expressions brimming with anticipation and mockery. They resembled a cadre of aristocrats in an ancient Roman Colosseum, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of gladiators below. Moreover, Luan Yu had not only invited these nobles to watch the show, but had also brought along personal bodyguards. Standing behind him were 4 middle-aged men, their weathered faces betraying a seriousness that suggested they were no ordinary guards, certainly more formidable than Boss Wong's bodyguard, Alan. I had not anticipated Luan Yu's treachery. He was evidently well prepared, accompanied by 4 elite protectors. Reflecting on my own anxiety and then contrasting it with his nonchalance, enjoying wine with a beautiful companion, a surge of imbalance roiled within me, especially when I saw Xiao Yu's face. Her expression of pity toward me only intensified my agitation. Yet I understood that this was not the time for recklessness. I stifled my fury and, through gritted teeth, demanded, "Where is Tao Wanxin? Release her at once." Luan Yu, with an air of indifference, did not even glance my way. He continued to savor his wine, leisurely finishing a glass before finally lifting his gaze to me, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Oh, you're too early. She took some drugs and is currently having a wild time with my cousin in the car." After speaking, he slightly turned his head, casting a fleeting glance at the grand RV behind him. My gaze involuntarily shifted toward that vehicle, and in an instant, a thunderous roar erupted within my chest. Fear, anger, and panic surged forth. Damn Luan Yu, he had truly taken action, had indeed drugged Tao Wanxin, and even involved that pretty boy. I had lost my mind, my rationality shattered. A chaotic sequence of images whirled in my mind. Tao Wanxin's smile, her reckless impulsiveness, her words promising to give me her first time upon her acceptance to university, and the sight of her entwined with the very person she despised most. That pretty boy in the car. These interwoven images overwhelmed me, threatening to explode from within. My body trembled uncontrollably, thoughts and patience abandoned. As I raised my knife and roared, "Brothers, attack!" With that, I recklessly charged toward them, completely oblivious to my own life and death, consumed only by the urgent need to know Tao Wanxin's fate. Even if it meant death, I had to rescue her first. My brothers, too, were instantly enraged by Luan Yu's shamelessness. At my command, they followed suit, recklessly brandishing their knives against that group of terrifying men in suits. Observing our actions, Luan Yu showed no hint of panic. Instead, an evil grin spread across his face. He merely waved his hand languidly, commanding, "Take them down." In an instant, his 200 warriors removed their sunglasses, revealing gleaming blades, and surged forward in an orderly fashion, igniting a fierce battle. This was my first experience in such a large-scale conflict. Typically, it was Dog Egg and the others who fought valiantly for me. Yet this time, I was on the front lines. Surprisingly, I felt neither fear nor hesitation. Only an overwhelming rage and a thirst for blood consumed me. My singular belief was to cut down this group of devils, to break into the car and rescue Tao Wanxin. It was as if I'd been possessed by a madman, wildly slashing with my knife, blood splattering across my face and body. However, regardless of my fury, my combat prowess remained woefully inadequate. I was no match for these professional thugs. Even against ordinary ruffians, I would likely falter. My ability to navigate through the onslaught and inflict damage upon my opponents was entirely due to the unwavering protection offered by the mute, who shielded me at every turn, allowing me to seize fleeting opportunities to strike. Yet, even the mute, no matter how formidable, was not invincible. He could not eliminate every foe with a single blow. Consequently, I remained vulnerable to injury, the pain of the blade drawing grimaces from me. The more it hurt, the harder I fought, howling and venting my frustrations, determined to reach Luan Yu and tear him apart to save Tao Wanxin. But that short distance seemed insurmountable. No matter how hard I tried, how fiercely I fought, I could not break through the defense set by Luan Yu. The well-trained men in suits formed an unyielding wall, a copper wall and iron bastion that we could not penetrate. Moreover, they exhibited remarkable organization. In the chaos of battle, they remained calm, immediately replacing fallen comrades with fresh fighters, their combat power seemingly inexhaustible. My 20-odd brothers were far less formidable, although we had prepared strategically and mentally before the battle. The stark disparity between us and our powerful adversaries became painfully evident. In terms of mental fortitude, we lagged far behind them, resembling headless flies, flailing aimlessly. Before long, we were scattered, the wails of the wounded piercing my ears, tearing at my heart and reddening my eyes. As I witnessed my brothers fall one by one, collapsing into pools of blood, their cries echoing around me, I was powerless to intervene. All I could do was throw myself into the fray, fighting with every ounce of strength I had left. Yet, I was utterly drained, unable to breach Luan Yu's defenses. Eventually, exhaustion overwhelmed me, the agony from my wounds numbing my senses. My hand trembled as I held the knife, sweat and blood mingling on my face. I was on the brink of collapse. Not only I, but even the mute, my most skilled warrior, was besieged by a throng of assailants, unable to divert his attention to protect me. Even he had sustained injuries, yet he refused to fall, displaying an indomitable spirit that was impossible to subdue. At this point, aside from the mute, only Dog Egg, Cow Dung, and Mountain Eagle, around 10 brothers, remained standing, while the others lay on the ground, either moaning or rendered silent by pain. Without the mute's protection, I became easy prey, and suddenly a kick sent me flying. Almost immediately, a gleaming blade descended swiftly toward my head. In that moment, my instinct screamed that I was about to die. I felt remorse for Tao Wanxin, realizing I was no hero, but a wretched failure. Faced with such a blow, I lacked the strength to struggle or evade, merely closing my eyes in resignation. Moments later, a searing pain jolted me awake. I realized I'd taken a solid blow to the shoulder. The attacker had not killed me, but had instead inflicted torment. I collapsed to the ground, my heart-wrenching screams growing weaker. Luan Yu, however, paid me no mind. He was astonished by the mute's fighting prowess, as the mute continued to battle fiercely after dispatching several opponents, impervious to harm. Luan Yu stood up in shock, directing his gaze toward a middle-aged man behind him and inquiring, "Old Two, can you take down that giant in a one-on-one fight?" Old Two responded with a bitter smile. "No, it would take at least 3 of us to bring him down." Luan Yu's jaw dropped in surprise, and finally, he turned his attention back to me. He bellowed to the remaining brothers of the mute, "Stand down, or I will kill Gutian." His furious shout brought an immediate halt to the fighting. As both the mute side and Luan Yu's men turned to look at me, I lay there, barely clinging to life, utterly drained. Although I still drew breath, I knew I was close to death. I could not escape this place alive. Yet, I refused to die in vain. I could not bear the thought of Luan Yu emerging unscathed, nor could I bear the thought of Tao Wanxin suffering humiliation. I did not wish for Xiao Yu to witness my disgrace once more. I had lost everything, except for these remaining brothers, and I would not allow myself to be a burden any longer. Gathering every ounce of strength, I hoarsely shouted, "Mute, Dog Egg, get these brothers out of here, quickly. Don't worry about me. Avenge me by killing Luan Yu when you have the chance." Upon hearing this, Luan Yu roared in fury, "If you dare to move, I will kill him." I disregarded Luan Yu's threats, using the last of my strength to scream at the mute and the others, "Run." That's an order. Yet, Even then, the mute, dog egg, cow dung, and mountain eagle remained unmoving. They did not flee. Dog egg was the first to drive his knife into the ground. Gritting his teeth, we agreed to live and die together. Dog egg relinquished his resistance, and the others followed suit, discarding their knives. Even the mute, who had the best chance of escape, silently tossed aside his weapon. Seeing this, Luan Yu's men rushed in, blades poised at Dog Egg and the others' throats. In an instant, my world collapsed. My brothers fell, hope extinguished, and I slumped helplessly to the ground, tears streaming down my face. Luan Yu regarded me with satisfaction, a smile creeping onto his lips before turning to the RV, knocking twice on the door, and saying, "Lindsay, are you done? You can come out now. Good Tion. That useless fool has already collapsed." Before long, the car door swung open, and through my tear-blurred vision, I beheld a delicate figure, Xiao Bai Lian, gently supporting the disheveled and flushed Tao Wan Xen as she stumbled out of the vehicle, utterly drained of strength. Chapter 48. Lawless despair. Having nearly succumbed to despair and the brink of unconsciousness, the sight ignited a fierce blaze within me, a surge of invisible strength compelling me to widen my eyes, nearly bursting from their sockets. Ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through my body, I summoned every ounce of my energy to shout at Luan Yu and his companions, "Beasts, I shall haunt you even in death." My voice echoed, hoarse and strained, before I was overtaken by a fit of weakness, coughing violently. Luan Yu, witnessing my state, wore a smug grin, his eyes narrowing in delight. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu gazed at me with a blend of sympathy and helplessness, yet dared not utter a word. I was engulfed in hatred, regret, and anguish. I felt deserving of death. Yet, upon seeing Tao Wan Xin in such a state, I found that I could not succumb peacefully. The effects of the drug still lingered, her body trembling and her legs weak. If not for Xiao Bailian's support, she would surely have collapsed. Her flushed face was alluring, yet her eyes were filled with despair and suffering. Tears streamed down her cheeks, whether from pain or helplessness. She appeared unable to speak, merely gazing at me with profound sorrow. The despicable Luan Yu, with a mocking glint in his eyes, glanced at the weakened Tao Wan Xin before turning his attention to Xiao Bai Lian, tauntingly inquiring, "Lindsay, having played this game for so long, how does it feel? This girl is quite something, isn't she?" In response, I, struggling for breath, began to scream again, yet my raspy voice emerged weak and pitiful, a mournful lamentation. At that moment, however, the ruffians were more interested in Xiao Bai Lian, eagerly anticipating his response. Ignoring the rest, Xiao Bai Lian gently seated Tao Wan Xin on a chair before stepping forward to face Luan Yu, declaring weakly, "I did not touch her." In an instant, Luan Yu's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by fury. His eyes blazing, he glared at Xiao Bai Lian and bellowed, "What nonsense is this? I administered an aphrodisiac to her and left you two alone in the car for 2 hours. You dare tell me nothing happened?" Xiao Bai Lian lowered his head, visibly troubled. After a brief pause, he clenched his teeth and replied, "She told me that if I touched her, she would die before my eyes. I know her temper. If anything had occurred, she would have taken her own life. I truly care for her. I do not wish to force her, nor do I want her to die." So, perhaps fearful of Luan Yu, Xiao Bai Lian's voice trailed off. At that moment, I finally felt a release of tension, my mind regaining some clarity. I understood that if Xiao Bai Lian claimed he had not harmed Tao Wan Xin, then he had indeed respected her. He cherished her, and having ended their brief relationship, he refrained from coercing her, indicating a respect that was commendable. I surmised he must have battled internally for quite some time in that vehicle, enduring Tao Wan Xin's torment from the drug while maintaining his resolve. Suddenly, my admiration for Xiao Bai Lian surged exponentially, compared to the cunning and malicious Luan Yu. He seemed a veritable paragon of virtue. Yet, it was evident that being virtuous came at a cost. The usually arrogant and cunning Luan Yu, incensed by Xiao Bai Lian's so-called sincerity, lost all sense of decorum and lashed out, "Are you mad? If you're so infatuated, I could have had someone else take her." This remark incited a flicker of anger in the seemingly submissive Xiao Bai Lian. He gritted his teeth and declared, "I will not allow anyone to touch her." At that moment, Luan Yu erupted, "That worthless Gutian has violated my woman. Do you not understand? Are you asking me to let his woman go?" Finally, the previously silent Xiao Yu stood up, exclaiming, "I have nothing to do with him. Her voice carried a sense of grievance, as if she could not muster the strength to stand firm against Luan Yu, appearing almost like a fragile woman. Yet, Luan Yu remained unmoved, still fixated on Xiao Bai Lian, vowing he would not spare Tao Wan Xian, despite having previously cowered in Luan Yu's presence. Xiao Bai Lian was now desperate to protect Tao Wan Xian. He passionately defended her, articulating his reasoning and emotions, adamantly opposing Luan Yu's intentions. Observing his fervor, I felt a stirring within me, and I could only imagine the impact on Tao Wan Xian, who had just escaped a dire situation. Perhaps in that moment, she too recognized Xiao Bai Lian's true character. In stark contrast to my own plight, where I lay helpless, groaning and shouting like a defeated dog. The image of a heroic figure in her eyes crumbled before me. After a heated exchange with Xiao Bai Lian, Luan Yu glanced at Xiao Yu, and surprisingly, he chose to relent. Gritting his teeth, he addressed Xiao Bai Lian. Fine, I shall temporarily spare this woman. Eventually, she will be yours anyway. As for Gu Tian, consider him fortunate. He need not witness the degradation of his woman before he meets his end. With that, he tossed a knife to Xiao Bai Lian, continuing, Do not forget how that wretch mistreated you. Here is your chance for revenge. Kill him before his woman. Xiao Bai Lian accepted the knife and turned to face me. In an instant, his expression transformed. The panic and determination he had shown against Luan Yu shifted to one of fury and menace directed at me. He approached slowly, the knife gripped tightly in his hand. As he neared Tao Wan Xian, she suddenly seized him, her voice hoarse and weak, pleading, Please do not kill him. Xiao Bai Lian frowned, stating, For you, I have defied my cousin. There shall not be a second time. You witnessed how he struck me that day. He attempted to shake off her grip, yet she clung to him, her voice trembling as she implored, I beg you, please. Despite her fragility and exhaustion, she exerted all her strength to plead for me. Xiao Bai Lian's fury intensified at her insistence, but confronted with her tender gaze, he seemed to soften. Suppressing his anger, he replied gently, Even if I do not kill him, my cousin will. In his plan, Gu Tian is destined to die. Your pleas are futile. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Tao Wan Xian's face. Slowly, she turned her gaze towards me. In her eyes, I saw not disappointment, but love and anguish. Biting her lip for what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke, If you can spare Gu Tian, I promise to be your girlfriend, even marry you, and I shall never go back on my word. Her tone was resolute, as if she were laying everything on the line. At that moment, I found it impossible to articulate my feelings. If I could, I would have preferred death. The thought of my beloved sacrificing herself for my sake, marrying another, was more unbearable than the idea of her being violated. I could never forget the moment I lost to Xiao Bai Lian in a confrontation, witnessing her so unjustly entangled with him, only to later separate. Yet, now the situation was irreversibly altered. We were in love, and her willingness to sacrifice herself for me was genuine. In this context, her proposal felt like an unbearable weight, far worse than death itself. My already hoarse voice strained as I shouted at Tao, Wan Xian, no, Xian, you are mine. You cannot do this. At this moment, my desperate cries seemed utterly ephemeral, and the young man with the pale complexion paid me no heed, his eyes shining with excitement as he gazed at Tao Wanxin. Is what you said true? He asked eagerly. Tao Wanxin cast one last glance in my direction, then turned her attention to him, despair evident in her nod as she softly replied, Yes, it's true. At that moment, I felt as though my breath had been completely stifled. I coughed violently a few times before I managed to speak. Sheener, please, I beg you, don't do this. It's better for me to die than for you to agree to him. The more I spoke, the more agitated I became, and a sudden surge of pent-up frustration erupted from my chest, causing blood to seep from my mouth. However, it was clear that Tao Wanxin had made up her mind. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet my eyes. The young man, upon hearing her affirmation, dropped his weapon and turned to Luan Yu, pleading, Brother. Without hesitation, Luan Yu charged towards him, delivering a resounding slap to his face. His voice laced with fury as he exclaimed, Damn it, Chen Lin, when did you become so indecisive? Have you lost your mind over a woman? Letting that girl go was already my utmost limit, and now you dare ask me not to kill Gu Tian? Seizing the opportunity, I weakly interjected, Chen Lin, kill me. If you don't, I will make your life a living hell. I swear to eradicate you all. At that moment, all I desired was death. I could not bear the thought of Tao Wanxin being with another man. Yet, the pale-faced youth remained indifferent to my plight, continuing to plead, "Please, brother, spare him. Just don't kill him. I truly love Tao Wanxin." Wan Yu's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed to the young man, nodding as he declared, "Fine, if you want to kill him, I will." With that, he picked up the knife from the ground and strode towards me. The young man attempted to intervene, but Luan Yu's bodyguard swiftly restrained him. As Luan Yu approached, he looked down at me with an air of superiority and said, "You pathetic creature, why did you have to provoke me? In my eyes, you are less than an ant. I would feel my status lowered by stepping on you. Do you understand?" I managed a labored smile and said, "Go ahead. I implore you, just kill me." Luan Yu scoffed, "Oh, aren't you afraid of dying?" Weakly I replied, "I am. But if my death can keep your brother away from my woman and bring you to justice, then it is worth it." Upon hearing my words, Luan Yu suddenly erupted in laughter, a wild, derisive sound. As he laughed, he looked down on me with contempt, saying, "Haha, good Tian, are you truly that naive or just pretending? Killing you is a trivial matter. Why would I wait until today to deal with you personally? You think I would risk consequences just to eliminate a fool like you?" His words plunged me into despair. My heart felt as though it was dying, enveloped in hopelessness. After his laughter subsided, Luan Yu's expression turned menacing, and he said, "Since you mention the law, let me show you what law means in my world." With that, he gestured to the suited men threatening my companions, and they immediately sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, my remaining brothers collapsed, and I was left in a state of shock, unsure whether they were unconscious or worse. For a moment, I thought this must be a nightmare, a terrifying dream that couldn't possibly be real. My heart felt as though it had been pierced 1,000 times, the pain rendering me nearly insensible. Then, Luan Yu's domineering voice broke through my thoughts. "You wretched dog, do you wish to die with your eyes closed? Fine, I'll grant you that." He leaned in closer, speaking in a mocking tone. "Let me tell you, tomorrow's headlines will read, Gutian and the Mountain Eagles have turned against each other, resulting in heavy casualties, with Gutian dead on the spot." Heh. After that, Luan Yu let out a few sinister chuckles, and I found myself shaking my head in disbelief, tears falling to the ground as I coughed up blood, mumbling incoherently, "I don't believe it. I refuse to believe there is no law in this world. I refuse to accept that you can act with impunity. You will face retribution. You will die." Luan Yu, as if hearing the greatest joke, leaned closer, feigning innocence as he asked, "What did you say? Did I hear you correctly? You're talking to me about the law? You worthless fool. Let me make this clear. The law only applies to lowly creatures like you. For me, it is utterly irrelevant. Don't you understand? In this city, I am the law. In this city, I am the heavens." I could hardly fathom how such a contemptible and arrogant individual could exist in this world. I longed to leap up and tear his face apart, but my body was restrained by the knives pressing against me. The only weapon I had left was my voice, and I could only express my unending fury. "Luan Yu, you are the true worthless one. You are more fragile than anyone else, and that is why you are consumed by suspicion, believing your girlfriend has betrayed you. You cannot tolerate the thought of me as a threat. You are nothing but a coward. If not for your father's support, you would be even more pathetic than I am. Look at yourself. What do you possess besides your family background? I truly do not understand what gives you the audacity to act so arrogantly." At my words, Luan Yu's arrogant smirk faltered for a moment, his face twitching, but in the next instant, he resumed his derisive laughter, this time even more mocking and brazen. He nodded, grinning at me as he said, "Indeed, I have money, I have connections, I have a good father, and that gives me the privilege to act recklessly and crush you without a second thought. Can you retaliate? Do you think you can oppose me? Come back in your next life to try again. I'll be waiting." His words struck the deepest chord of pain within me, reminding me of my parents who had relentlessly beaten and scolded me in our rural home. I felt a surge of resentment and anger, my mouth open to speak. But before I could, Luan Yu interrupted, "Don't speak. My patience has reached its limit. I do not wish to hear the voice of a wretched dog like you. I fear it might pollute my ears. You only need to know that the police are waiting not far away, ready to act on my command. Your brothers lying on the ground will soon find themselves behind bars. As for you, go die right now." With that, his eyes glinted with malice as he swiftly raised the knife above me, aiming to strike. Chapter 49. The despicable Luan Yu facing death once more. I felt none of the exhilarating resolve I had experienced when I had fought valiantly for my brothers. Nor did I harbor the tragic sense of honor for my previous sacrifice for Tao Wanxin. All that remained was regret, a deep-seated unwillingness, and an overwhelming sense of despair. I finally grasped the meaning of lawlessness and the arrogance that comes with privilege. Perhaps, as Xiaoyu had suggested, I could never compete with Luan Yu because I had already lost too much at the starting line, and my attempts to confront him were indeed foolish. I felt an unbearable regret, not for the loss of my own life, but for the calamity I had brought upon my dearest brothers. They would either die or face imprisonment, and I had no opportunity to apologize, only the chance to silently express my sorrow in my heart. I'm sorry, my dear brothers. With that, I gently closed my eyes, awaiting Luan Yu's blade with a heart steeped in despair. But in that pivotal moment, instead of the knife, I heard a thunderous shout. Stop! I opened my eyes in shock to see Xiaoyu blocking Luan Yu's knife with her arm. Although Luan Yu had managed to halt his strike just in time, a deep gash marred Xiaoyu's arm, blood trickling down and landing on my face. I was utterly astonished, completely taken aback. I could hardly fathom that the usually silent and passive Xiaoyu would suddenly emerge to shield me with her own body. However, even more shocked than I was Luan Yu, whose face turned ashen, eyes reddened with disbelief as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Xiaoyu, you actually took a knife for him? At that moment, Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with tears, sweat glistening on her brow, blood streaming from her wounds. Yet, disregarding her injuries, she stood resolutely and softly implored Luan Yu, please do not kill him. Seeing such bravery in Xiaoyu stirred memories of our time in my hometown, where she had threatened me with scissors, unwavering and defiant. Today, I witnessed once more the unyielding strength that resided within her, rendering me incapable of articulating my emotions. However, her valor only incited Luan Yu's furious rage. He recoiled 2 steps, brandishing the bloodied knife menacingly at Xiaoyu, viciously declaring, you still care for this worthless fool. How can you claim there is nothing between you two? Xiaoyu, enduring excruciating pain, hastily corrected him. No, it's just that he was crippled while saving me. I must repay that debt. I cannot bear to watch him die before my eyes. Luan Yu's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted. So you would risk your life for a mere kindness? Is that not love? You have sought him out repeatedly, disregarding my objections to meet him in secret. Haven to you? Tears streaming down her face, Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously, appearing utterly wronged and helpless, much like an aggrieved bride. After biting her lip in distress for some time, she finally spoke. Luan Yu, you must know better than anyone that there is nothing between Gutian and me. I am the most insecure person. The man I desire must provide me with a sense of safety, possess a strong family background, and personal capabilities. Gutian is completely not my type. I could never and would never fall for him. I understand that you wish to eliminate him out of fear. I might still harbor feelings for him. But I can assure you, I do not like him at all, not even a little. My feelings stem from gratitude and sympathy because he once saved me, and now, due to my circumstances, I pity him. There is not an ounce of love mixed in. Therefore, there is no need for you to kill him. If you do, I will break up with you immediately. Xiaoyu's impassioned plea stunned the once arrogant Luan Yu into silence. Sensing his hesitation, she quickly seized the moment. Luan Yu, have pity on him. Spare his life. Gutian is truly pitiful. He hails from a poverty-stricken village, with a mentally challenged brother, while his parents favor his sibling. He has experienced neglect and has lived a miserable life, always introverted and honest, never knowing how to fight back against the injustices he faced. I am the one who has wronged him, leaving him homeless and adrift, causing him to lose his way and tread down this irreversible path. I owe him this debt, and I implore you to let him go. I promise I will never have any dealings with him again, as Xiaoyu fervently advocated for me. Each word pierced my heart, shattering my already fragile self-esteem. Luan Yu, who had always held himself in high regard, was conflicted upon hearing his woman elevate herself and belittle me, the so-called worthless one, while she clearly expressed her feelings. In that moment, the cold and arrogant Luan Yu hesitated. Meanwhile, the weakened and suffering Tao Wanxin wept, pleading with the handsome man, promising that as long as I survived, she would belong to him, Chunlin. Seizing Luan Yu's moment of indecision, the handsome man quickly interjected, cousin, even I can see that sister-in-law genuinely loves you. Why twist the truth? Do you truly believe she could love this worthless fool? Luan Yu's contempt for me deepened as he glanced at me, seemingly convinced that allowing me to suffer would be a greater revenge. Encouraged by Luan Yu's wavering resolve, the handsome man continued to plead, "Brother, I beg you for my sake, spare this worthless dog. Killing him will only tarnish your hands." Finally, Luan Yu's hand, which gripped the knife, slowly lowered, no longer aimed at Xiao Yu. He glared at Xiao Yu and the handsome man, his eyes ablaze with anger, and commanded, "Step aside." Xiao Yu and the handsome man appeared ready to protest, but Luan Yu signaled to the suited men, who swiftly pulled them aside. With the obstruction removed, Luan Yu advanced a few steps, towering over me, his gaze filled with disdain, as if he were a king surveying his domain and I were merely a piece of meat beneath his heel. Abruptly, he tightened his grip on the knife and viciously plunged it into my thigh, accompanied by Xiao Yu and Tao Wanxin's desperate cries of no. My anguished wails echoed as the knife plunged deep, cruelly inflicting pain that nearly caused me to lose consciousness. My body trembled uncontrollably, my mouth agape in a silent groan. Yet, the deranged Luan Yu had no intention of granting me a swift death. He twisted the knife savagely, taunting Xiao Yu and the handsome man. "You are right. Killing him quickly would be too merciful. I intend for him to spend the rest of his life in prison, forced to watch as his beloved becomes another's plaything." With a sinister smile, he erupted into laughter, the sound growing louder and more arrogant by the moment. The handsome man, too, wore a triumphant expression. For as long as I lived, he was poised to win Tao Wanxin's affections. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and Tao Wanxin turned away in anguish, unable to witness this brutal scene any longer. At that moment, Luan Yu's maniacal laughter contrasted starkly with my feeble whimpers, epitomizing the harsh and unforgiving reality I faced. This sensation was far worse than death itself. I could not bear to see Luan Yu's continued arrogance, nor could I endure the thought of Tao Wanxin submitting to the handsome man because of my failures. Gradually, my consciousness began to fade, and Luan Yu finally ceased his laughter. With a sudden force, he yanked the blood-soaked knife from my flesh and discarded it onto the ground. He then waved his hand at the suited men, who immediately descended upon my brothers, mercilessly beating them until they lay incapacitated. Only then did they retreat, including those who had fallen, all swiftly escorted away. In an instant, the cold-faced killers vanished from my sight. Once they departed, Luan Yu promptly took out his phone and made a call. Shortly thereafter, the wailing of police sirens approached, a sound more terrifying and jarring than the tolling of death bells. The louder it grew, the heavier my suffering became, the deeper my despair. In no time, a swarm of uniformed police officers stormed in, with the leading officer heading straight for Luan Yu, greeting him with a familiarity that resembled that of a dog to its master. Luan Yu did not waste any more words with him and directly stated, "Captain Liu, this is a grave incident of gang violence, with severe casualties. I hope you will handle it impartially and ensure that these two criminal factions face legal retribution." After Luan Yu spoke, his lackeys, including Lei Zi and Si Yin, gathered around Captain Liu to explain the situation, claiming it was a vicious shootout and that they, as innocent civilians, had nearly been caught in the crossfire. They urged Captain Liu to take serious action. The officer known as Captain Liu, upon hearing the witnesses' accounts, immediately feigned a smile and replied, of course. Young Master Yu, rest assured, this matter is of utmost importance, and we will ensure they receive severe punishment. Thank you, young Master Yu, for standing at the forefront and providing us with leads to capture this group of criminal elements." The faces of these individuals were grotesquely vile, making one feel nauseated. At that moment, the most despicable of them all, the treacherous Luan Yu, perceived himself as a sovereign ruler. He arrogantly waved his hand, saying, "Enough of this meaningless chatter. Hurry up and take them away according to protocol." Captain Liu nodded eagerly, smiling. All right. He then raised his hand and commanded sternly, "Bring these ruffians involved in the brawl to the police car." As his order was issued, dozens of officers rushed forward, prepared to carry my brothers away from the pool of blood. However, at that moment, they suddenly noticed that I, the overlooked outcast, had quietly endured the excruciating pain and mustered all my strength to rise unsteadily from the ground, supported only by the knife in my hand. At that moment, I glared at the heartless Luan Yu and his gang with my blood-red eyes. The bootlicking officers, witnessing this, immediately drew their firearms, pointing them at me and shouting, "Put down the knife, or we will shoot." Chapter 50. The Savior arrives at this moment, the sun had already set in the west, the sky gradually transforming from a grayish purple to a bluish gray. The immense scene was enveloped in an intangible tension, with every officer taking aim at me, while the others held their breath, displaying expressions of astonishment. Who could have imagined that I, lying on the ground like a dead dog, would silently rise with the knife in hand, instantly transforming into a criminal confronting the police? Who could guess my current state of mind? I was unafraid of the guns pointed at me. Before everyone, I slowly raised the knife in my hand, ultimately resting the blade against my neck. In that instant, everyone present understood my intention. I was not struggling in vain, but preparing to take my own life. Xiao Yu and Tao Wanxin were the first to react, screaming in unison, "No!" Tao Wanxin even attempted to rush over to stop me, but her legs were too weak. She had barely stood up from her seat before she stumbled and fell to the ground, lifting her tear-streaked face to look at me, choking on her words, "No, no," in a voice filled with desperation. On the other side, Xiao Yu also tried to come over to prevent me, but was sternly restrained by Wan Yu. Due to the significant blood loss from her arm, her face was extremely pale, her lips cracked, and her body appeared feeble, unable to move under Wan Yu's grip. I gently turned my eyes, slowly scanning the faces of those before me, finally resting my gaze on Xiao Yu as I spoke deliberately. Since childhood, I have loved reading and have only known how to read. I have received an education and deeply understand what is right and wrong, what is legal and illegal. So, I involuntarily coughed a few times, attempting to calm my mind, regulate my breathing, and steady myself before continuing. Thus, Xiao Yu, the reason I let you go back then was not due to courage, but because I knew my parents had broken the law, and I didn't want them to err further. However, I never anticipated that allowing your escape would lead to the disintegration of my family and my own state of homelessness. Now, I have truly awakened. I finally understand that this real world is not the same as the world depicted in books. The cruelty of this society exceeds my comprehension. I regret not listening to you and distancing myself. I truly did not know that the law could be manipulated, that the world could be so chaotic, that black could become white, and white could be stained black. It is only now that I comprehend that those with family backgrounds and connections, no matter how malevolent their thoughts or despicable their actions, will always remain superior. As a lowly individual like me, without connections or identity, no matter how hard I strive or fight, I will forever be inferior to even a mere finger of another. I am tired. I no longer wish to linger in this cruel world. After saying this, I was unable to suppress a violent fit of coughing, blood spilling from my mouth. In that moment, Xiao Yu's pale face was already drenched with tears as she shouted at me, urging me not to be foolish, that there is always hope in life, and not to do anything rash. It was evident that she still felt sympathy for me, pitying me. I cast a desperate glance at her before slowly directing my gaze towards Wan Yu beside her. With all my remaining strength, I continued to regulate my breathing, fixating on Wan Yu, saying slowly, "Wan Yu, truly, I underestimated you. I am aware of your connections and your backing, but I never imagined that your influence would elevate you to the role of judge, granting you the power to arbitrarily announce others' death sentences. A humble dog like me should not oppose you. You have won decisively. However, I do not require your pity or mercy. I believe that justice lies within the hearts of the people. You are devoid of conscience, impure in thought, and petty. One day, you will face retribution. You only know how to use your means to uphold your so-called love, which is utterly unreliable. Love relies on sincerity and mutual trust, which you lack entirely. You are nothing but a worthless being. Your father will eventually fall, and fate will surely take you away as well. Just wait." Upon hearing this, the contemptuous look in Wan Yu's eyes ignited with fury. Evidently, he was enraged. He pointed at me and shouted, "You worthless fool! I have shown you kindness, and even now you dare to threaten me? If you have the guts, just cut your throat. Who are you trying to perform for with that knife?" I managed to force a semblance of a helpless smile in response, then slowly shifted my gaze towards Tao Wanxin, who lay on the ground, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, she appeared utterly tragic and disheveled. Had it not been for the pretty boy holding her back, she might have crawled to my side. Her state stirred something deep within my heart, and a profound pain gripped me. I felt for her, yet I was helpless. I could only endure the inner torment. Struggling to catch my breath, and finally spoke to her, "Tao Wanxin, I love you. It is precisely because of this love that I brought all my brothers here without hesitation. I am the one who has harmed you, and I am also the one who has harmed my brothers. Now, I cannot save my brothers, nor can I forgive myself. I only wish for your safety, otherwise, I will never find peace in death. Tao Wanxin, do you know? As a man, I would rather die decisively than live in a state of despair. And I certainly do not want to witness the woman I love become someone else's, especially an enemy's. Therefore, please promise me, after I am gone, do not become Chun Lin's girlfriend, do not marry him. These words were incredibly arduous to express, nearly exhausting all my strength. The blood from the wound on my right leg flowed more profusely, the pain almost numbing my nerves. My trembling legs could no longer support me, and with a thud, I collapsed before everyone. The impact caused my neck to graze the knife's edge, drawing blood. Seeing me like this, Tao Wanxin nearly lost her mind. She cried out, her voice hoarse, pleading with me to put down the knife and not to despair. She repeatedly promised me that she would not become anyone else's girlfriend. And her voice grew hoarse as she approached the brink of collapse. With a heavy heart, I closed my eyes, squeezing out the last desperate tears from my weary orbs. Slowly, I opened my eyes, stretching my neck, my lips curling into a smile tinged with despair and determination. It seemed I could no longer hear Tao Wanxin's hoarse cries or Xiaoya's earnest pleas. I was merely gathering the remnants of my strength, channeling it into the hand that gripped the knife. Suddenly, with a fierce thrust, I was about to sever my outstretched neck. However, before the blade could descend, a cacophony of blaring horns erupted, reverberating loudly enough to shatter the eardrums of those nearby. Even I instinctively recoiled, staring blankly ahead. Before my eyes, several imposing vehicles barreled past the factory's refuse, storming into the desolate compound and halting not far from us. To everyone's astonishment, these halted vehicles were all military jeeps and trucks. Soon, numerous fully armed soldiers poured out of the vehicles, resembling valiant warriors from a battlefield, their presence instilling a sense of awe among onlookers. As this battalion of soldiers disembarked, they quickly advanced towards us in an orderly fashion. At the forefront stood a stern-faced officer, exuding an air of authority and gravitas. Captain Liu of the police station, upon witnessing this, immediately panicked. Terrified, he hurried over to the cold-faced officer, offering a precise military salute and inquiring, "Comrade, we are executing our duties according to the law. May I ask what brings you here?" The officer, with a gaze fixed forward, paid no heed to Captain Liu, his expression unyielding as he coldly intoned, "Executing the orders of the commanding officer." Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and gestured with commanding authority. Instantly, the armed troops surged forward, forcing Captain Liu to retreat, while other officers attempting to assist were similarly compelled to back away by the heavily armed soldiers. Fear was evident on Captain Liu's face. Yet he mustered the courage to assert that this was their jurisdiction and that these individuals were the ones they sought to apprehend, urging others not to obstruct their duties. The cold-faced officer continued to disregard Captain Liu's outcry, lowering the brim of his military cap and responding indifferently. "The orders I received permit the use of lethal force if necessary. Those who obstruct may be shot on the spot." As his words hung in the air, all soldiers raised their weapons, aiming them at the overconfident police. Captain Liu fell silent, paralyzed by fear, unable to utter another word, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The officer bypassed him, advancing with military precision until he stood before my group, his piercing gaze sweeping over us, those who stood, knelt, or lay scattered. After a brief moment, his thin lips parted once more, and his commanding voice resonated in our ears. "May I ask, who is Gu Tian? To speak candidly, my friends, please come in and take a look." Growing up in a poor household, with a father who drank and a mother who gambled, I felt like an orphan, leading to my introverted nature and lack of communication skills. I naively believed that education was my only avenue for success, and that attending university was the key to a brighter future. In 2009, I enrolled in a university, only to discover that campus life was far from the ideal I had envisioned. The reality was disheartening. The affluent enjoyed carefree romances, while those without money languished in solitude. Over 4 years, I succumbed to despair, finding solace only in games and novels. In June 2013, I graduated. While my classmates proudly held their diplomas and degrees and sought employment in bustling cities like Shenzhen, I returned home disheartened, armed only with a diploma, as I had failed my English proficiency exam. At home, I spent my days glued to the computer, my life becoming a monotonous cycle. Concerned, my mother urged me to find a job, emphasizing that any income would suffice. Yet, I was reluctant to seek employment, knowing I lacked the skills for a 9-to-5 job, where one must navigate social dynamics and learn the art of communication. My introverted nature left me isolated, with few friends and limited job prospects. I concocted excuses for my mother, claiming that students enjoyed summer vacations and that I would search for work once the weather cooled. As summer slipped away and September approached, I found myself without a valid excuse, resigned to remain at home. During that period, I discovered forums and online communities, where many shared their stories and garnered significant attention. Inspired, I attempted to write my own narratives, simple tales of an underdog's rise, and to my surprise, I received responses from readers. For the first time, I felt a spark of excitement, a sense of connection. Unexpectedly, a few days later, I was contacted by the chief editor of a literary website, who encouraged me to publish my stories online for profit. Initially overwhelmed and dismissive, I eventually realized that this could be a viable career path. Thus, I began my journey in writing, embracing it as my profession. It proved more rewarding than traditional employment, allowing me to work behind the scenes without the need for public exposure. When my mother pressed me to find a job, I could now claim that I was earning money through writing online. Initially skeptical, my mother doubted that one could earn a living through online writing, suggesting that if it were true, everyone would be doing it. She cautioned me about the prevalence of fraud in society, urging me to be cautious. However, when I received my first paycheck of 400 yuan, her doubts began to wane, though she still considered it insufficient compared to a regular job. I patiently explained that my writing needed more exposure, assuring her that my earnings would increase as my readership grew. Motivated by the desire to succeed for myself and my family, I dedicated myself to my writing, meticulously crafting plots and narratives. Despite a slow start, I remained convinced that the quality of my work would attract readers. Gradually, my perseverance paid off, my stories gained traction, and I began to establish a reputation as a budding author. By September 2014, I had the honor of attending an annual conference in Beijing, where I was awarded the Urban Master Award, a prestigious recognition in the realm of urban fiction. It was an exhilarating moment, yet when it came time to speak, I found myself trembling, struggling to articulate my thoughts in front of a crowd of fellow authors. Reflecting on my journey, I realized that my introspective nature often led me to be lost in thought, processing new experiences internally rather than expressing them verbally. Writing became my outlet, allowing me to convey emotions and narratives with exquisite detail. My latest work, The Strongest Abandoned Youth, represents my most earnest effort yet, with each chapter meticulously crafted and refined. Regarding the content of this book, it is undoubtedly my finest work. However, I had to exercise restraint at the beginning, necessitating a reader with ample patience to persevere. I believe that those who follow my writings possess a certain emotional depth. Much of the early content is drawn from my personal experiences, and at times, I find my eyes brimming with tears after writing. Many have claimed to have cried while reading. Of course, some have remarked that my novels are emotionally taxing, suggesting I possess a rather twisted psyche. In truth, novels encapsulate the author's soul. Each protagonist carries a hint of the author's essence. My life has largely been tragic, and what I write reflects my own state of mind. Yet, I approach my work with careful consideration, for it is after moments of desolation that a triumphant reversal brings the greatest joy. If a protagonist were to possess boundless charisma and constantly belittle others, readers would soon become desensitized, rendering any subsequent enjoyment impossible. Each book must progress gradually, maintaining a rhythm that allows readers to grow alongside the protagonist, experiencing the ebbs and flows of emotion. My daily reflections in writing aim to immerse readers in the narrative, enabling them to feel deeply. The very fact that readers eagerly await updates on their devices attests to the book's merit. My previous work concluded before the new year, and I took a hiatus. During that time, I found myself reluctant to continue writing, feeling utterly drained. However, after 3 months of rest, I discovered that my passion had been rekindled, and I resolved to embark on a new book. Unfortunately, the landscape of online publishing has shifted. Where urban novels once thrived, now suspense reigns supreme. Some urban authors have withdrawn, while others have transitioned to writing suspense. Currently, crafting urban narratives has become exceedingly challenging, with stringent regulations that demand careful attention to nuance. Reluctantly, I began to write a suspense novel, crafting an initial draft to present to the chief editor. The editor advised that with slight revisions, it could be approved, but I felt a lingering dissatisfaction and worried about my ability to grasp the essence of suspense, given my inexperience in the genre. I inquired with the editor whether my work would gain traction online, to which the editor suggested I was exceptionally talented in urban writing and advised me against squandering that gift. After much contemplation, in April, I penned the beginning of The Strongest Abandoned Young Man, submitting an impressive 30,000 words to the editor in one go. Initially, I doubted its acceptance, particularly since I portrayed the protagonist as disabled, and the opening delved into a poignant love story. The editor, known for his exacting standards, might not be inclined to approve. Yet, I found myself enamored with the opening and the story I wished to tell. I thought that if it did not fare well, I would implore the editor for any compensation as long as I could continue writing. To my astonishment, the editor approved my new books beginning on the first attempt, which filled me with delight and motivated me to write with greater fervor. I began writing on April 10th, uploaded it to the website on the 17th, and as of today, a month has passed, during which I have penned a total of 200,000 words. After a month of toil, I now face a critical aspect of any book, its official launch. Typically, websites stipulate a minimum word count of 15 to 20,000 for publication. And with my current 200,000 words, I am compelled to proceed. The launch is the moment of truth, akin to the tension of an examination. It is when achievements are laid bare. Given the decline of urban novels, the website's valuation of my work hinges on its post-launch performance. Should support dwindle, the book may falter. I sincerely hope my friends will continue to accompany me on this journey. As the book transitions to a paid model, many may feel apprehensive. Yet I have no alternative. Writing is my profession, and it demands significant effort. My days are spent in front of the computer, thinking, writing, or revising, with little time for meals or rest. The relentless mental strain has taken its toll, resulting in a significant amount of gray hair. I have graduated from university for 2 years and have seldom ventured outside, living like a robot, consumed by my writing. If I were to toil without earning a dime, my family would dissuade me from continuing. At 25, I aspire to marry and build a life. Without financial stability, who would seek me? Writing, while a noble pursuit, offers little security. A handful of readers willing to pay could yield modest earnings, while those who do not leave one languishing at home, anxious and unproductive, which in turn worries my family. Thus, earning a living through writing is undeniably challenging. Furthermore, websites must generate revenue. They cannot afford to host works that do not yield profit. They need to employ editors and other staff, incurring expenses that necessitate a paid model. Currently, the standard rate is 5 cents per 1,000 words, translating to 50 cents for 10,000 words and merely $5 for 100,000 words. Given the extensive word count required, the cost remains minimal. In this age, everything incurs a cost, even a plastic bag at the supermarket. A few cents for a day of reading is hardly a loss, offering enjoyment and distraction. I recognize that some readers choose not to tip, while others, finding joy in my work, willingly contribute. I am aware that many of my readers are students, and a few cents a day is truly not burdensome. Today, students often spend on memberships and subscriptions. Reading this book for a month would hardly exceed such costs. Engaging with a novel can bring a spark of anticipation to daily life. The success of a book is not measured by the number of free readers. Such metrics are superficial and inconsequential. What truly matters is the number of subscribers, those who invest in my writing. If this number dwindles, the book risks being forcibly concluded by the website. A book's success is gauged by subscriptions. Only with high subscription rates will the website prioritize and promote it, allowing me to hold my head high when sharing my work with friends and family, knowing it has garnered recognition and profit, rather than being perceived as a mere slacker at home. However, regardless of the hardships I endure upon launch, I inevitably face criticism. Some may express their discontent, stating they read my work as a courtesy and will not continue due to the fee. I find myself at a loss for explanations. It is a necessity for new books to be launched at some point. While I may feel saddened by the loss of readership, I must prioritize my livelihood. I have articulated my stance numerous times. I refuse to play the victim. I trust that those who understand the struggles of life will empathize. I merely wish to convey that if this book has ever resonated with you, if it has compelled you to refresh your device in anticipation, or if it has kept you waiting for updates, I kindly ask for your support. A few cents a day, the cost of soda, could sustain your reading for days. For me, such contributions represent the fruits of my labor, and those willing to invest are truly my benefactors. In closing, although urban novels may be in decline, their readership remains steadfast. If no one reads, it simply indicates that the writing has not reached the necessary standard. The blame lies not with anyone else. As long as the writing is compelling, it can find its audience. I hold the strongest abandoned young man in high regard and will treat it as my own child. The narrative has now reached a pivotal moment, and the essence of the abandoned young man will gradually emerge. The upcoming plot developments will undoubtedly evoke a myriad of emotions and provide a sense of catharsis for readers. Now, with genuine sincerity, I hope for your support, allowing this book to accompany you on this journey. Let us witness the resurgence of urban novels. Enough of my ramblings. I understand some may prefer more chapters over lengthy explanations. Now, let us discuss the matter of subscriptions. 1. First, log in your Hein account. Hein allows direct login via mobile phone or through third-party services. If you possess a QQ, WeChat, Baidu, or Sina Weibo account, you can seamlessly log in using any of these options. 2. Click on the recharge button at the top and follow the recharge process. 3. Detailed recharge methods. Hein supports 7 methods of recharge: WeChat, online banking, Alipay, Tenpay mobile top-up cards, GamePoint cards, and PayPal. I will now elaborate on each recharge method. WeChat payment allows users with a balance to recharge directly at a rate of 100 1 unit equals 100 raw coins. Online banking requires you to have online banking activated with the same recharge ratio of 100. Alipay, users can also choose this method, maintaining the 100 ratio. Tenpay operates similarly to Alipay with a 100 ratio. Mobile top-up cards provide the most convenient and swift recharge method. Hein accepts 3 types of recharge cards: China Mobile, China Unicom, and China Telecom cards available at kiosks, convenience stores, and supermarkets. The recharge ratio is 1:85, slightly lower than online banking due to handling fees deducted by the carriers. GamePoint cards are equally easy to procure, but Hein only supports specific types: Junwan card, Shengda game card, Zhengti game card, Qcoin card, Jiyo card, Ebao, NetEase card, Perfect World card, Sochanya card, Zonyo card, Tianhong card. The recharge ratio ranges from 1:70 to 1:75. When purchasing, ensure you select from the aforementioned options, as others are unsupported. PayPal is designated for international users, hence requires no further explanation. Additionally, for users of the Hein Reading app on iOS, please be aware that due to Apple's system settings, the recharge ratio via the iOS client is only 1:50, with the other half retained by Apple, making it less advantageous. It is advised to access the browser version for recharging and then log into the app to read, thus avoiding excessive fees. For any inquiries, you may contact customer service at QQ 281-455-1419 or call 0108-215-6292 or add my QQ 275-900-4700. Chapter 51. Assistance from a benefactor. The commanding presence of the cold-faced officer naturally instilled a sense of trepidation. His voice, though not loud, resonated with authority. A casual inquiry from him directed the gaze of all present toward me. Consequently, the officer's piercing eyes fixed upon me. Upon witnessing my disheveled state, his expression subtly shifted. He strode confidently toward me, fixing his gaze as he inquired, "Are you good, Tion?" On the brink of mental and physical collapse, the mere presence of this officer seemed to illuminate my darkened world, rekindling a flicker of hope within me. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming respect and curiosity toward the formidable soldiers who had repelled Captain Liu, especially this officer who radiated masculinity and strength. Words eluded me as I simply nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing my gesture, the officer was about to speak when Luan Yu, who had been in a daze, suddenly charged forward. Seemingly recovered, he confronted the imposing officer without fear, his displeasure evident as he coldly remarked, "Comrade, may I inquire which unit you belong to? This is a gang fight. It should be addressed by the local police, not the military." Luan Yu's arrogant tone suggested he held the armed forces in contempt, perhaps emboldened by his father's high position, leading him to act with such audacity. However, the officer appeared unfazed by Luan Yu's insolence. seemingly ignoring his words as he scrutinized my injuries. Upon realizing the severity of my condition, his expression hardened further. Wan Yu, sensing the officer's indifference, raised his voice, demanding an answer. Suddenly, the serious officer pivoted swiftly and delivered a sharp slap to Wan Yu, the sound echoing crisply. Caught off guard, Wan Yu stumbled backward, and before he could regain his footing, the officer's commanding voice resonated. You must be the young master of the Wan family. Do not be so arrogant. If trouble arises, your father cannot save you. His words were profoundly authoritative and impactful, rendering Wan Yu speechless, his anger palpable. The onlookers were equally stunned. From the presence of this formidable and resolute officer, no one dared to utter a word. Meanwhile, my admiration for the officer soared exponentially. He had struck Wan Yu, the very person who had mercilessly trampled on me, the one I could scarcely confront. In that instant, a pent-up frustration within me dissipated, and I coughed violently, blood surging from my lips. My once ethereal form felt burdened, my eyelids heavy, and I succumbed to unconsciousness. When I finally regained consciousness, the surroundings remained hazy. I closed my eyes momentarily, resting briefly before reopening them. To my surprise, I found myself in a rather ordinary room, not a hospital ward, yet equipped with adequate medical facilities. The first person I saw was a military doctor conducting an examination. Behind him stood the cold-faced officer, who, upon noticing my awakening, revealed a hint of relief on his previously grave countenance. At that moment, I was still in a daze, my emotions a tumultuous blend of pain, despair, and long-held frustration. Memories of the bloody scenes, my beloved ones, tears, and cries intertwined in my mind. In that chaotic recollection, I felt as though I was holding on to a breath, yearning to confront death, yet a miracle allowed me to glimpse hope, prompting me to exhale and survive until now. Yet, the scene before me felt so foreign, and the presence of the officer, whose actions puzzled me, left me questioning whether this was a dream. I harbored countless doubts and concerns, wishing to voice them all, but I was at a loss for where to begin. As my thoughts drifted, the military doctor finally stood upright and addressed the officer with clarity. Report. Gutian's condition is stable, though external injuries are severe. He requires ample rest. The officer nodded solemnly, and the doctor exited, leaving me alone with him. As the number of people dwindled, the sense of oppression lessened somewhat. Although the stoic officer before me retained the same imposing demeanor I had first encountered, instilling in me an involuntary sense of fear, I could no longer suppress the myriad questions swirling in my mind. Summoning my courage, I ventured to inquire, "Where am I now?" The officer, maintaining his impassive expression, replied, "In the military camp." I swallowed hard and pressed on. "You were the one who rescued me, weren't you?" He remained silent, merely nodding slightly, without pausing for breath. I continued, "Why did you save me?" The officer's expression remained unchanged as he coldly stated, "It was a mission assigned to me. As for the reasons, I neither know nor have the right to know." His response only heightened my already intense anxiety, prompting me to urgently ask, "What about my brothers? What has happened to them?" The officer replied flatly, "My mission was to rescue you. The fates of others are not my concern." My heart sank at his words, and I felt my breath quicken. I began to speak frantically, pleading with him, asserting that my brothers were innocent victims of deceit, imploring him to help them. I recounted how Wan Yu was treacherous and arrogant, treating others like livestock, causing my brothers to suffer grievously, and conspiring with the police to imprison them. I spoke in a flurry, attempting to convey the essence of my plight, believing that this stoic officer might be a paragon of justice who could advocate for me. However, after all my fervent pleas, he merely offered a cold response. "My task was to bring you here. Beyond that, it is not within my purview, and I cannot intervene." In that moment, a piercing headache surged within me, and my heart trembled. I had unexpectedly survived, yet my brothers remained in peril, their fates uncertain. And what of Tao Wanxin? I was driven to madness by the thought. I hastily attempted to rise from my bed, declaring my intent to seek them out. Noticing my agitation, the officer finally showed a flicker of concern and advised, "Do not rush. Rest well. I am following the orders of my superior. You may discuss any concerns with him directly." "Superior?" "Yes." I recalled that the officer had mentioned executing the orders of a superior, suggesting that all my questions might be answered by him. Yet, as a mere individual from a remote village, how could I possibly be known to such a figure? With this thought in mind, I immediately asked the officer, "Who is the superior?" He calmly replied, "Rest well. Once you are healed, I will take you to meet him." My impatience surged as I pressed, asking if I could see him immediately. The officer firmly stated no. I continued to inquire about who had taken my brothers away, their condition, and whether they faced imprisonment. His response remained the same: "I do not know." The same applied to my questions about Tao Wanxin. Eventually, regardless of my queries, the officer maintained his stance of ignorance, proving to be a mere automaton executing orders, devoid of any empathy. Despite my fervent urgency, he remained unyielding, refusing to divulge any information, insisting that I must wait until my injuries stabilized. Frustration consumed me, yet I felt powerless against this robotic figure. I understood that unless I healed, I could accomplish nothing. My only glimmer of hope lay in that elusive superior. I was determined to meet him and seek clarity. I found myself grappling with uncertainty regarding the superior's identity, the reasons behind my rescue, and how such a formidable force had promptly arrived at that desolate, abandoned factory. What circumstances could have warranted such a military response, rescuing me from Luan Yu's clutches? My mind was a whirlpool of questions, yet I found myself confined and powerless, left with no choice but to bide my time and recuperate. But for someone in my position, patience was a foreign concept. My brothers remained in danger, and the innocent Tao Wanxin was possibly deceived by Luan Yu. All I felt was anxiety, devoid of any patience. Each second spent here felt like an eternity. My emotions were stifled and fraught with urgency. I longed to break free from this confinement, yet I was but a wounded bird, unable to soar. Finally, after what felt like a year, a week passed, and my injuries had nearly healed. I immediately implored the stoic officer to take me to meet the superior. Yet, he remained unfazed by my desperation. In stark contrast to my anxiety, he calmly informed me, "You must wait 2 more days. The superior has not yet arrived." At that moment, I felt a sense of betrayal. Having been inexplicably brought here, a week had passed with little information to show for it. More frustratingly, my actions were severely restricted, akin to incarceration, yet without the occasional reprieve. My only means of communication was with the cold officer, who dictated the terms of our exchanges, leaving me powerless to contest. Thus, I endured 2 more agonizing days, filled with impatience and suffering. After 2 days, I could no longer contain myself and eagerly asked the officer if the superior had arrived, hoping to finally meet him. The officer, maintaining his composure, nodded slightly and said, "I have come to take you to see him now." Overcome with excitement, I quickly donned my attire and followed the officer out of the medical ward, which felt like a prison, and toward the superior's office. As we walked, the officer maintained a standard military gait, while I trailed behind with a nervous and hurried demeanor. Many stared at me as though I were an alien, casting peculiar glances my way. Keeping my head down, I dared not look around, closely following the officer. Though the distance was short, it felt interminable. My emotions were a tumult of anxiety, worry, and anticipation as the fog of uncertainty began to lift. And the truth drew near. At long last, we arrived at the superior's office. The officer halted at the entrance, exchanged a salute with the guard stationed there, who returned the gesture and opened the door, announcing, "The superior is waiting inside." The officer then turned to me, saying, "You may enter." I straightened up, my movements stiff and deliberate as I stepped inside. Before me stood a middle-aged man clad in military attire. His face was sharply defined, and his gaze was particularly piercing, clearly marking him as a figure of considerable authority and presence, instilling in me an involuntary sense of reverence. However, I had never encountered him before, let alone claimed to know him, which left me perplexed as to why he would choose to rescue me. From the insignia on his shoulder, it was evident that he held the rank of Major General, a position likely equivalent to that of a division commander. Such high-ranking officials were figures I had only ever seen on television. Now, to find myself face-to-face with someone of such stature was undeniably nerve-wracking. My legs trembled slightly. The initially stern-faced commander surprised me by breaking into a warm smile, kindly inviting me to take a seat. I hastily maneuvered my somewhat numb legs to the large table at the center of the room and sat down. Shortly thereafter, the commander personally poured me a cup of tea from an antique stainless steel cup. As I stared blankly at the cup, I found the atmosphere so oppressive that I struggled to gather my thoughts. Even forgetting the questions I had prepared, my mind momentarily blanked out. Noticing my anxious demeanor, The commander's smile deepened as he scrutinized me for a few moments before gently inquiring, "You must be Gutian, correct?" It turned out that neither of us was acquainted. Further deepening my confusion, I could only nod dumbly in response to his question. The commander continued, "Did you grow up in Gujia village?" My heart skipped a beat at the unexpected mention of that remote village, a place so backward that even some residents of our town might not have heard of it. Curious, I sneaked a glance at the commander, who remained smiling as he looked at me. I quickly lowered my head and nodded again. Then, he posed a third question. "Is your father's name Galao-san?" I nearly fainted at this revelation. He even knew my father's name. Could it be that my father, a simple farmer from the mountains, had connections to such an important figure? Summoning my courage, I met his gaze, wanting to ask how he knew my father, but the intensity of his eyes made me hesitate, and I could only nod foolishly in response. The commander then composed his expression, adding with a significant tone, "Then there is no mistake." Completely bewildered, my throat felt dry, and I dared not touch the cup of tea. I swallowed hard and prepared to ask him how he knew my father and me, but before I could speak, he suddenly remarked, "Gutian, I hear you wish to leave. Are you finding military life unsuitable?" His reminder jolted my memory, and I quickly replied, "No, I just want to return to check on my brothers. I need to know how they are faring." The commander's demeanor shifted back to a serious tone as he asked, "Oh, what good will returning do? How can you help them?" His words were straightforward, striking at the heart of my dilemma. Indeed, if I returned just like this, what could I possibly do? Even if Yu had sent Dog Dan and the others to prison, my return would not change much. Yet, I had come here seeking the commander's assistance. Realizing this, I gazed at him earnestly and pleaded, "Commander, could you help my brothers?" He took a sip of tea and asked, "Why should I help them?" I was momentarily taken aback, but then I countered, "Then why did you save me?" The commander's eyes held a profound depth as he replied, "Because someone entrusted me." His expression and tone suggested that these 4 words were laden with meaning, implying he was merely acting on someone else's behalf. The true benefactor behind my rescue, someone powerful enough to mobilize a major general to assist me, was beyond my comprehension. How could I, a mere insect crawling on the ground, possibly connect with such a celestial being? Confused, I immediately asked, "Who entrusted you?" The commander countered, "If I could tell you who it was, why would they send me to save you?" What did he mean? Was this person's identity too sensitive to disclose, or was he someone of great significance? How could he possibly know me? Was he perhaps an acquaintance of my father, Galao-san? That seemed improbable. My father was an ordinary farmer, and if he had connections to such a mysterious figure, he wouldn't have ended up in prison. As for me, I was even less likely to know someone of such caliber. The most influential person I had encountered was the loathsome Yu, who fancied himself a king. Yet I recalled the camp commander's words about Yu getting into trouble, suggesting that the person who saved me was even more formidable than Yu's father. Lost in thought, I turned my questioning gaze back to the commander, who seemed to anticipate my inquiry. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he would not answer that question. My fear of his authority kept me from pressing further, so I attempted to ask other questions, but his responses remained vague and noncommittal. Eventually, feeling disheartened, I abandoned my inquiries and simply requested that he allow me to leave the military camp. However, upon hearing this, the commander's expression turned serious again as he stated, "You cannot leave for now unless you meet certain requirements." I felt as though I might burst from frustration. He evaded every question I posed, and when I asked to leave, he spoke of arbitrary standards. I could only respond with exasperation. Why? The commander leisurely extracted a cigarette and began to smoke deeply in front of me, reflecting thoughtfully before saying, "Have you never considered changing yourself? If you return now, what will be different from before?" From the moment I entered until now, it is the first time I have heard the commander speak such an extensive and profound discourse. He is not mistaken. I have been far too impulsive in my actions, lacking the steadiness and thorough consideration required. Relying solely on reckless fervor has resolved nothing. The primary reason for my previous failures was my lack of support. However, before me stand the commander and my benefactor, and regardless of their motivations for assisting me, I must not let them down. It is imperative that I earn their esteem, for only then will I have a glimmer of opportunity. Moreover, I recognize that my own abilities are woefully inadequate. During the recent group battle, had it not been for the mute shielding me, I would have likely met my demise. My ineptitude not only endangered my own life, but also jeopardized my comrades. Therefore, If I am to retain any semblance of rationality, I must acknowledge that my foremost priorities are twofold. First, to strengthen myself. Second, to garner the commander's trust. Yet, while I comprehend this logic, emotions are truly difficult to master. My heart cannot find solace in this place. Not merely due to my concern for my brothers, but also for Tao Wanxin. I vividly recall her tearful visage before my unconsciousness, the anguish she endured, the psychological torment she faced, and in the end, I shamefully succumbed to oblivion, unable even to bid her farewell. What if she has begun a relationship with that pretty boy? Upon contemplating this, I took a step back and informed the commander that I would remain, but wished to make a call to the outside world. To my surprise, the commander firmly rejected my request, stating, "You have been brought here on a military confidential mission and cannot communicate with the outside." His implication was clear. My brothers and Tao Wanxin have no knowledge of my whereabouts, only that I have been taken by the military. We are utterly isolated from one another, which is unacceptable. I implored the commander once more, seeking a way to discreetly establish contact. Yet he remained resolute, replying, "No." I was utterly disheartened, sighing, "Then when will I be able to leave?" The commander answered, "That depends on your own abilities." Just as I was about to inquire further, the phone rang. The commander answered it curtly and then turned to me, saying, "Good Tian, your vehicle has arrived. You must go to a certain location, and when you may leave depends on your personal capabilities. If not, even I cannot assist you. This is a path you must tread. I hope you do not disappoint me." As soon as he finished speaking, someone outside called out a report, and a guard entered to relay some information to the commander. He nodded and instructed the guard to escort me away. I had no time to ask further questions and was bewilderingly led away by the guard. Outside, I saw an off-road jeep with a soldier in camouflage standing beside it, presumably a special operations member. He opened the door for me, and I climbed into the vehicle. Even as the engine roared to life, I remained in a daze. The situation was overwhelming, leaving no room for negotiation. I felt like a puppet, transported from the commander's office to the jeep without any say in the matter. I had no idea where they were taking me or what awaited me. I attempted to converse with the individuals in the vehicle, but my inquiries were met with silence. Eventually, I surrendered to my exhaustion, closing my eyes and sinking into contemplation. I reflected on my predicament and the commander's words, realizing that regardless of where this path leads, it is the right direction. Change is necessary. A profound transformation is essential. Only by undergoing a complete metamorphosis can I protect my brothers, safeguard the woman I cherish, and confront my deeply rooted enemies. Unbeknownst to me, I drifted from contemplation into slumber. When someone called for me to disembark, I awoke to find myself in a desolate wilderness, akin to a deep forest. However, the surrounding defenses and numerous military tents indicated that this was undoubtedly a military base. At this moment, tears eluded me, and an unsettling intuition stirred within me. Yet I dared not acknowledge it. I turned to the camouflaged man and inquired about our purpose here. He finally spoke, but his first words were a cold 3. "Follow me." He strode ahead with an air of authority, and I, resigned, trailed behind him. After a considerable distance, he led me to one of the military tents. At the entrance, he reiterated 3 words, "Go inside." With a heart full of conflicting emotions, I stepped into the tent. Inside stood a solitary figure, a remarkably robust man, his BAC. I asked in confusion, "What does it mean?" The masked instructor took 2 steps forward, turning his familiar, imposing back towards me, and coldly stated, "In this training camp, there exists an examiner. For anyone who enters this place for training, the only way to leave is to defeat the examiner here. Otherwise, you will remain forever. Those who attempt to flee will be dealt with ruthlessly." Hearing this sent chills down my spine. The masked instructor felt like a cold-blooded killer, completely devoid of compassion, unlike a mute who would not behave so mercilessly. At that moment, I suddenly recalled the words of the commander, who had said that if I wished to leave, I could only rely on myself. Otherwise, even he could not assist me. Did this not imply that the masked instructor was the law of this place? No wonder he exuded such arrogance and disdain towards me. I swallowed hard and asked, "What if I defeat him now?" The masked instructor let out a cold laugh and replied, "Then you can leave immediately." Desperate to escape, compounded by the harsh and terrifying environment, I felt an overwhelming fear and decided to challenge the examiner. The masked instructor wasted no time and led me to a small wooden cabin, the only one in the deep mountains, which also served as the examiner's domain. Every challenger had to come here to battle the examiner, and those who succeeded would be taken away. With a mindset of merely trying my luck, I entered, but within less than a minute, I emerged battered and bruised. To my dismay, there was no opportunity to speak. Upon entry, it was clear I was there to challenge, and the examiner charged at me without hesitation. I barely had time to react, hardly glimpsing the examiner's appearance before I was swiftly beaten back, thrown out in mere moments. At that moment, I truly felt like crying. It was not that I did not want to strengthen myself. Rather, this dreadful place was too terrifying. No one spoke to you kindly. Violence was the order of the day. I lacked the confidence to endure in this hellish environment, especially considering my profound worries. I could not afford to delay matters concerning Tao Wanxin. Perhaps by the time I managed to leave, she would have become someone else's woman. In that case, no amount of strength would hold any significance. Yet, to resist was futile. In the eyes of the masked instructor, there was absolutely no room for leniency. A single misstep could lead to a brutal beating. Initially, I had a semblance of spirit, expressing my grievances, but after 2 days, I had completely softened, acquiescing to this harsh reality. I had heard from seasoned trainees who had been here for 3 years that one should never provoke the masked instructor. There had been instances where individuals who angered him were executed on the spot. Hence, the well-meaning trainee advised me to be compliant. However, it was precisely his excessive compliance that had kept him trapped here for 3 years. Coincidentally, a fellow who was also compliant was willing to engage in peaceful dialogue with me, and I seized the opportunity to voice my questions. I inquired whether the masked instructor was present at the training base every day. The seasoned trainee informed me that the masked instructor was more elusive than a dragon. Typically, it was the teaching staff who conducted training. The masked instructor only appeared when newcomers arrived or when they reached a certain level of achievement, at which point he would personally guide them, offering them a chance to defeat the examiner and escape. Upon hearing this, I increasingly suspected that the mute was likely the masked instructor, given the mute's extraordinary combat prowess. Furthermore, the camp commander had managed to locate us in such a remote, abandoned factory, which suggested that someone had alerted him, perhaps the mute beside me. Yet, even with my suspicions, I could not substantiate them, for the masked instructor would not engage in idle chatter. The only consolation was that the seasoned trainee informed me of a particularly gifted individual who had managed to leave after just over a year. At that moment, I finally felt a glimmer of motivation. Since there was no other way to escape, I had no choice but to train relentlessly and conquer the examiner. Thus, all I could do was to toil, and toil some more. A person can only unleash their extraordinary potential when driven by unwavering conviction. I finally understood why the commander had not shared information regarding my brothers or allowed me to contact the outside world or Tao Wanxin. It was to ensure that I remained tethered by concerns that I could not let go, thus intensifying my desire to escape and igniting boundless motivation. With this urgent desire to leave the base, I began to embrace the devilish training. My foundation was weak and my starting point was low, which meant I had to exert 1,000 times more effort than my peers. During the training days, the suffering and exhaustion were insufficient to convey the state of us trainees. The 20 or so soldiers stationed here each felt as though they were clawing their way back from the brink of hell. I, the lowest ranked soldier, endured even greater hardships, pushing beyond my perceived limits daily, silently vowing to surpass them and never remain the weakest. During this period, the masked instructor would occasionally seek me out, imparting training techniques and practical experience. Finally, hard work bore fruit. Gradually, I no longer languished at the bottom. I could hold my ground against formidable opponents and, with a stroke of luck, even topple those slightly weaker than myself. As time slowly passed, the formidable trainees undergoing grueling training were replaced one after another. Those who qualified left with joy, while new recruits continued to trickle in. Yet amidst constant challenges, failures, and growth, I remained, enduring inhuman training. Through relentless efforts intertwined with blood and sweat, my abilities surged forth, and the hope of victory drew ever closer. At last, after a year, I successfully emerged from the small wooden cabin. Through my own efforts, I had developed significant capabilities and, by my own merit, triumphed over the examiner. Upon clearing the challenge, the examiner informed me that I could leave. I was free. In that moment of emergence, I felt no exhilaration. Instead, a sense of reluctance washed over me, reluctance towards my fellow trainees, towards the masked instructor, and even towards the examiner who had often left me battered. Carrying this sense of reluctance, I stepped out of the base. A rugged jeep awaited me, but on this day I did not see the masked instructor, the one who had always nurtured my growth. His absence left me feeling somewhat despondent, regardless of whether he was the mute or not. I was immensely grateful to him. Without him, I would not be who I am today. As for my current strength, I was filled with confidence. Yet a year of devilish training had profoundly transformed me. It was not merely my combat prowess that had changed, my inner self had evolved as well. Once a fragile heart, it had now become resilient and unyielding. I had truly become a man of iron and blood. At the moment of getting into the vehicle, I resolutely decided that despite my reluctance to leave, I was even more desperate to depart. Outside, there remained too many unfinished matters. A year had passed. What had become of my brothers? My woman, Tao Wanxin, should be in college now. Was she waiting for me at that university? Or had she become another man-s woman? Was Xiaoyu still with my arch-nemesis, Luanyu? Was Luanyu still as arrogant and unrestrained as before? Too many people, too many issues awaited my resolution. As I once again settled into the Jeep, my mindset was vastly different from when I first arrived. With the engine roaring to life, I leaned back in my seat and slowly closed my eyes. This journey would lead me back to where I belonged. Chapter 54, Brother, farewell. The road was rugged, and the vehicle bounced continuously, yet I felt a sense of stability. All my emotions and anxieties lay buried deep within. On the surface, I maintained my composure, for the years spent in wilderness training had exposed me to countless trials and tribulations, enabling me to face any challenge with equanimity. No matter how fierce the winds and rains, for me, they merely felt like a gentle drizzle, nothing to fear. My heart was at peace. Time seems to pass swiftly in relative terms. It is almost as if I merely shut my eyes and opened them again, and the vehicle had already come to a halt. Upon disembarking, I realized I had been brought back to the military camp where I last met the commander. At this moment, the camp appeared unchanged, with numerous soldiers training vigorously on the field, their figures upright and disciplined, exuding a sense of vigor and strength. Observing them sweat under the sun brought a smile to my face. Perhaps the path that every true man must traverse is that of trials, growing and maturing through adversity. I am now a stark contrast to the person I was during my previous stay at the camp. This marks the distinction between a matured man and a reckless youth. Once more, I was greeted by the stoic battalion commander. Upon seeing him, I immediately rendered a proper military salute, which he returned, stating, "The commander is awaiting you." The commander remained as unyielding as ever, his military presence palpable. However, after a year, my trepidation had dissipated in his presence, and as I followed him towards the commander's office, I walked with newfound confidence rather than in a timid manner. In that moment, I stood tall, embodying a resolute man, both physically and mentally strong. Soon, I entered the commander's office. In my mind, the commander has always been a figure of respect and awe. Yet, compared to our first meeting, when I was too nervous to utter a word, I felt transformed, shedding my previous awkwardness for self-assurance and composure. The commander smiled upon seeing me, and this time, his expression radiated satisfaction. He began, "Indeed, you demonstrate significant talent, emerging so swiftly from training. You truly are." He paused abruptly, then shifted his tone, stating, "Gutian, you should be aware that even the most gifted recruits took nearly a year and a half to complete their training. Yet you have shattered that record in less than a year." I pursed my lips and replied, "My success is not merely due to talent. It is the result of my relentless effort and the unwavering conviction that drives me." The commander nodded, affirming, "Your instructor has mentioned that if you continue training, your abilities could further advance." I replied resolutely, "It is time. I must step outside." The commander understood my intent and compassionately remarked, "It is evident that you have changed significantly. After leaving, you must confront many challenges and possess the capability to protect yourself." Straightening my posture, I responded firmly, "Yes, Commander." "May I take my leave now?" The commander saw my eagerness but did not express anger. Instead, he calmly instructed, "Wait." Just as he finished speaking, someone outside called out a report. The commander softly said, "Come in." Immediately, the door opened, revealing a robust figure. Indeed, it was the mute instructor, who entered with an upright demeanor, saluting the commander with authority. At that moment, my heart raced with a mixture of surprise and anticipation. Though I had suspected the masked instructor was mute, witnessing his sudden appearance was still astonishing. In that fleeting moment of disbelief, the commander spoke. "This is Mu Yang, the ultimate instructor of my elite special forces, who has trained many elite soldiers. He will be responsible for your protection moving forward." The commander's words illuminated my understanding. The mute had intentionally disguised himself as a beggar to remain near me, protecting me all along. The realization took my breath away. The commander seemed to perceive my thoughts and stated directly, "Mu Yang was placed by my side to safeguard you. You were once too fragile and reckless, even contemplating self-harm. It is incomprehensible for a man to be driven to such extremes." It was clear the commander held great disappointment in my past self, which explained why he had forcefully kept me in training a year ago. He had hoped I would transform into a resilient and self-sufficient man capable of defending myself. Yet I was curious about the true architect behind the commander's concern for me. I understood he would never divulge that information. Thus, I straightened my posture once more and respectfully expressed, "Thank you for your concern, Commander. I will not disappoint you in the future." The commander regained his serious demeanor, approached me, and placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, stating, "Remember, Xiao Tian, no one has the right to compel you to take your own life." Following this, he instructed the mute to escort me away. Upon exiting the commander's office, I walked alongside the mute in the corridor. To be honest, the situation felt somewhat awkward. I was uncertain whether to regard him as the stern masked instructor or the previously taciturn mute. Regardless of which persona he embodied, he commanded my respect. Sensing my discomfort, the usually reticent mute unexpectedly addressed me. "We are no longer in a training facility. You need not perceive me as a devil. We are brothers now, so do not be overly reserved." I turned to him, affirming, "Understood." The mute maintained his impassive expression, yet his gaze reflected a newfound concern. He then cautioned me, "Remember, my identity as your instructor must remain a secret, even from the other brothers. Furthermore, your experiences here should be kept confidential." I nodded thoughtfully, pondering, "I understand," but I remain unclear as to why the commander places such importance on me, even assigning you to protect me. The mute replied coldly, "I am merely following orders. I'm unaware of the details. You must realize these are military secrets, and any disclosure could jeopardize your safety." Indeed, if the commander refrained from sharing, the mute would not divulge anything either. Therefore, I hastily inquired, "How are the other brothers faring?" The mute continued to stride forward with poise, responding nonchalantly, "You will know soon enough." Exiting the corridor, the commander led the mute and me to an expansive training ground where numerous companies were undergoing rigorous training beneath the scorching sun. However, one particular unit stood out with their distinctive attire, undergoing a significantly more intense training regimen. The commander guided us closer to this unique squad. As we approached, the instructor of this specialized unit rushed to salute the commander, speaking a flurry of words. My attention was entirely captivated by this group of distinctive soldiers. I was astonished to find that they were all familiar faces. The once unruly individuals now exuded a sense of honor, embodying the essence of a soldier. Naturally, the arrival of the mute and me also drew their attention, and they gazed at us with astonished expressions. As I locked eyes with them, the emotions stirred within me were indescribable. My fists clenched instinctively, and my jaw tightened. After a prolonged stare, I suddenly called out, "Dog Dan!" Instantaneously, they responded, abandoning all semblance of military decorum, rushing towards me with uncontained enthusiasm. Dog Dan was the first to lift me off my feet, and the entire group tossed me into the air, catching me with jubilant cheers that resonated throughout the disciplined training ground. The instructor instinctively prepared to reprimand them, only to be halted by the commander in time. Once we had thoroughly vented our emotions, a profound silence enveloped us. At that moment, it was evident that we had become the focal point of the gathering, a spectacle no one could have anticipated on the training grounds of such an elite unit. I found myself lost in exhilaration, but as the quiet descended, I abruptly realized that among the 20 or so brothers who had shared life and death with me, several familiar faces were conspicuously absent. Thus, I anxiously inquired, "Where Newfound and the others?" Upon hearing this, my comrades immediately stowed their smiles, their expressions turning grave, and they bowed their heads in unison. The silent one, recognizing the shift in atmosphere, softly suggested, "Let us discuss this elsewhere." I nodded slightly, and soon he and I, accompanied by our brothers, retreated to a secluded spot. Once there, Go Dan's eyes shimmered with tears as he sorrowfully revealed there were two gravely wounded. We couldn't save them. With that, he abruptly turned his head away, unable to meet my gaze. I raised my face to the blazing sun, inhaling deeply, feeling as though a heavy weight bore down upon my heart. My dear brother newfound, who had been by my side the longest since our hometown, was known alongside Go Dan as the black and white duo. His agility allowed him to scale any building, and his courage and loyalty were unwavering. After joining me, he forsook his past misdeeds, dedicating himself entirely to my cause. Yet ultimately, it was his loyalty that led to his demise. 3 other brothers were also lost. 2 were seasoned subordinates of Eagle, and 1 was a companion for my own crew. Their lives were unjustly extinguished by Luanyu's treachery. I could not suppress a fierce blow to my own chest, and in the depths of my heart, I could only whisper, "Farewell, my brothers." In that moment, a fierce hatred surged within me. I, Gutian, was determined to settle the score with Luanyu. I would demand a blood debt be repaid in kind. Seeing the self-reproach etched on my face, my brothers rallied around to offer comfort. Gradually, I regained my composure, and we began to converse about other matters. I learned that after being rescued, Go Dan and the brothers from Eagle had been promptly brought to this place, where they had remained in the military camp ever since. A year of military life had transformed them immensely. In terms of personal prowess, habits, and demeanor, they had evolved into entirely different individuals. Naturally, they understood that their presence in this rigorously disciplined elite unit was due to my influence, yet they were considerate, refraining from probing into my unspoken burdens. To be honest, I felt a sense of relief that everyone was able to grow in such an environment, and I silently expressed gratitude to our commander, who had deliberately withheld information about the brothers' circumstances to motivate me. Although the sacrifice of newfound and the others pained my heart, I took solace in the fact that the remaining brothers were safe. Our reunion today had eased a significant burden within me. Nevertheless, outside awaited Tao Wanxin and my formidable adversary, Wanyu, my longing to return was palpable. Go Dan and the others shared my eagerness to leave. They too had been confined here, severed from the outside world. Thus, when I announced our impending return, excitement surged among them. Without delay, we set about preparing for our departure. The brothers headed to the dormitory to change and gather their belongings while I made my way to the shower, washing off the grime of the wilderness and donning a fresh set of civilian clothes. As I stood before the mirror for the first time since returning, I realized how much I had changed. I was darker, stronger, and more resolute, embodying a newfound masculinity. After readying myself, I promptly rejoined my brothers. The captain personally led our escort, and together, our group of 24 boarded a military truck. As the vehicle left the confines of the military camp, a wave of exhilaration swept over us. In that instant, we felt akin to a band of Sun Wukongs liberated after 5 centuries of oppression, reveling in the refreshing air of freedom. With cheers, vengeance, and purpose in our hearts, my brothers and I thrived in the fervor of the speeding truck.